for your call. See that I'm not the one you wanted. Stay strong, 'cause you're not the one I needed. You let me down, you let me down, you let me down. I don't need it. See that I'm not the one you wanted. I'm not the one you wanted. You're not the one I needed. Frames and pictures of you and me when we're holding hands. We used to be so hard to break, inseparable. But now I'm here alone. I'm by myself, staring on my phone. Stay up, stand tall. I'll be right here and I'm waiting for your call. See that I'm not the one you wanted. Stay strong, 'cause you're not the one I needed. You let me down, you let me down, you let me down. I don't need it. See that I'm not the one you wanted. I'm not the one you wanted. You're not the one I needed. I wanna know the truth, I wanna hear from you. All of this is new because I'm down alone. I wanna know the truth, I wanna hear from you. All of this is new because I'm down alone. Down alone. See that I'm not the one you wanted. Stay strong, 'cause you're not the one I needed. You let me down, you let me down, you let me bungalow, she felt so young. The night she was much younger than the other, feeling like a prisoner there in the light. She stood, she knew they couldn't miss her. And then they took her as her, walked over lifeless. You wrote to me, 'cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. She kept quiet, they kept beating her. They felt sad for her, but an order is an order. She was a prisoner there in the light. She stood, but she knew they couldn't break her. And by the shore, the bombs were falling with the snow. You wrote to me, 'cause she wanted me. You wrote to me, 'cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. This is Ellie. This is Ellie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the SPL Gauntlet. My name's Tom Dattinger, otherwise known as F-Dot, and I'm joined here by my buddies Anatoly and Dimmy. So you're used to me and Toly, but Dimmy might be a little bit new, so I'll let him introduce himself.
Pleasure to be here. I'm Dimmy, soloing for Energy Esports, and I'm here to talk about some high-caliber NA gameplay.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I caught that one. It's going to be a lot of fun today. As I said, this is the Gauntlet. We have our Masters, which is essentially our spring finals, a little bit later, but there's a couple more spots left, and that's exactly what we're doing here this weekend. We're going to figure out who winds up there at the Masters. But before we get there, we got some treats for you. Two promos going on this weekend. First of all, gentlemen chests. Right now, we're all dressed up. Your characters can be at home as well. 25% off all of those gentlemen chest rolls. And of course, if you want to play with your friends, or I guess just solo as well, you get double XP, double worshippers, and a bunch of double favor as well. So all that fun stuff right down the middle.
And today, we're going to be doing North America in the Gauntlet. Tomorrow will be Europe, and then Sunday, the most important day of all time, it's going to be the finals to determine which three teams is going to make the Masters.
Exactly. Dimmy's joining us here on the desk because he doesn't have to play until Sunday. But everybody else, they're battling it out today. North America specifically will be doing the business as far as we're concerned here. And that's how we're going to start things off. So it's a little bit complicated, so let's go right into it. Essentially what happens is teams will fight up the ladder. Oxygen Supremacy might be a newer name. That's one of the top teams from the Challenger Cup, and they're going to be challenging number 8 of the SPL, which is Flashpoint. The winner goes on to battle the 7th seed Noble, then the 6th seed Team Allegiance, etc., etc. On Saturday, we'll see the same thing go on as far as Europe is concerned. Sanguine, they struggled throughout the season, so they wound up at number 8. And then we take it on Optimus Gang. The winner then goes on ahead and fights against Shadow Nightmare and Lion Guard Esports and Elevate, etc., etc. Then finally, we come back on to Sunday, and as I said, this is where Dimmy plays. Energy is going to be up on top there, fighting against whoever winds up on the top of the European Gauntlet, and then E United will take on the winner of the North American Gauntlet. But this is where it gets fun. Then the loser finals and the winner finals, they're trying to get to Masters.
And that's the most exciting set of all time, because all these games that you're going to see today and tomorrow are all best of 3 up until that wild card, which is going to be that important best of 1 match. North America versus Europe in a best of 1. Dimmy, how do you think that's going to transition in that matchup?
I think it's going to be really good to watch. I think best of 3 is amazing because it kind of eliminates the cheese strats. I want to see really long games, and this matchup especially, I want to see not a shutout, like no 2-0.
I think that should be a lot of fun. What I'm really most excited for here is we have 14 teams in the studio. It's crazy. You're going to catch all that. Make sure you keep up to date on Twitter at SMITE Pro, of course, everybody's personals. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff all across social media. 14 teams, and only 3 are going to make it to the Masters LAN in just a couple of weeks. So a lot of competition here today. And as we said, Friday, that's going to be our North American day. And that's today. Starting off with the Challenger Cup team, Oxygen Supremacy. They're going to be going up against Flashpoint, the number 8 team from North America. Now, Oxygen Supremacy, these guys look pretty good. They were formerly known as the SPL Gatekeepers before they got caught up with an organization. And this is Kiki's team. We've seen him in and out of the SPL for a long time.
Yes, both Kiki and Skilladon, formerly on Envia's Venenu, in that mid-role, playing in Allegiance before. So they have some experience playing the SPL. You know, coming from the Challenger circuit is not an easy task to be able to challenge the number 8 seeded team in North America, then try to climb that ladder, which is so long.
A lot of personality on this squad. Kiki and Yoma, some of the 2 perennial members, despite the fact that the other guys might be a little bit more popular. Venenu obviously had some time in the SPL, Skilladon as well. And Data, remember, although he has not been an SPL player so far, he has been very, very fantastic throughout the AVGL and the Challenger Cup. But right there, that's Venenu. Came in his rookie season playing Hunter, now shifting over to mid. He's going to see if he can help his team find its way through the gauntlet.
And normally in the Hunter position before that he used to play, it's not something that you're used to switching between Hunter and mid. Normally, Hunters will switch to solo or vice versa. So to see a player like Venenu switch into that mid position is interesting to see. But he's going to be up against Incon up in Flashpoint, someone else that was also transitioning from a different role, formerly a support player.
Well, once upon a time, Incon was the mid laner going way back in time. And so there is a little bit of that to lean on. But I think this is a much different world. Dimmy, you played for a long time. How much different is the game here in Season 4 than looking back to Season 1?
The game has changed a lot, obviously. We've gone to a couple of map changes. Personally, the game is sped up. Everyone knows what they're doing now. Season 1 was a bit wonky. Everyone's walking around. They don't know what they're doing. But Season 4, you have all these fantastic players that know exactly what they're doing. And you have this refined meta game now where you have a bit of early game. And you can snowball, or you either control the game and you go into the late game. And I want to see what these teams are doing, if they want to take the game quick or just take it slow.
Yeah, Incon right here prioritizes a lot of the Zeus, a lot of those early game push characters, and can definitely control a big area. So expect Incon to really lay it down with big burst mages like that.
It's definitely time to throw everything and the kitchen sink at your opposition. There's no time to hold strategies against your opposition. And the captain of Flashpoint, ShadowQ here, he's going to be leading his team into victory.
Yeah, ShadowQ definitely one of the longer-term players here in the SPL. Now playing for Flashpoint. Once upon a time was on what I consider to be the first true dynasty of SMITE Esports, which our own Anatoly was on that Dignitas roster once upon a time with the likes of Lazes and Zapman. It's been a number of years since then, but ShadowQ certainly poised and ready to take his team to the top once more.
I'm ShadowQ. I'm a pro player for Flashpoint.
So ShadowQ is a pro player for Flashpoint. Excellent deep info right there we have from our support. On a serious note, we'll get back to that a little bit, but ShadowQ, I've known him for a number of years, and I can delve a little bit in this even without the visual aid. ShadowQ is one of these cerebral players. Dimmy, you're a longtime player. You know what it's like to play with people like Raffer, that the game just sort of comes to them. But then there are those players that really dig deep and bop hard and go into the stats and stuff like that. What does that value add to a team?
Obviously, you kind of know the game at a deeper level. If you do all the math, you know exactly what you're doing. Some pros, they prefer to kind of have the feeling of how it feels. You say, okay, this item is good because it feels good, right, not because you did the math. Raffer's more of these kind of people. You have other people like Emilzy, which just love to do the math. ShadowQ is a math person, and I think it's really valuable.
I think it creates an interesting dynamic as well. You have Xenotronics, who is kind of half and half. He does the homework, but he lets the game come to him. ShadowQ is going to be really deep in that sort of meta. And then you have players like Aquarius, who let the game come to them. Aquarius, one of the newer players here in the solo lane. This should be some spicy stuff. I'm expecting some interesting things specifically over there in the solo lane. So let's get right into it. It's Oxygen Supremacy, the Challenger Cup team, taking on Flashpoint Esports, number 8.
Like you're talking about Aquarius before, he used to be on the same team as Data Remember back in the day in Most Wanted Esports in the previous season, but now up until he got picked up by Flashpoint, this is going to be to see the kind of maybe a rivalry between these two players potentially.
Oxygen Supremacy, I think, came out and really surprised a lot of people. That a lot of times when we go live with the SPL, we have the remainder of the Challenger Cup on the host, and people start watching them and go, who are these players? What's going on? I know Kiki, I know Skeleton, but Neil Ma, I've heard his name here and there. These guys aren't nobodies by any stretch of the imagination. And I think the people that are a little bit uninformed about OS are going to be pleasantly surprised by the level of competition that we're going to catch here today. Cabrakan, the first ban, this has become rather standard.
Not necessarily for myself. This is more of a ban I've been recognizing in the NA scene. They love to take away the Cabrakan fairly early on. Shanga present in the jungle, also good to see. For me, it's important to see what do we have in the game here, who's going to have the early game, who's going to have the late game draft. Both NA teams, I'd say, would go for the early game draft because that's what we like to do in this region. Yeah, just important to look out for that.
And Cabrakan's one of these picks where you can flex it in 3 different positions. Yeah. Support, jungle, soul lane. It's not a bad idea that if you don't necessarily want to play it, you take it away from your opposition. On top of this, now you don't have to worry about these walls and the obnoxious tremors at level 1. So you can run some of these immobile mid mages such as Ra potentially.
Chang'e, similar character with a lot of ambiguity. I'd say 2.5 roles. Chang'e can play mid and jungle, surprisingly enough, very, very strongly. Solo, she can dance. But not really her game, so to speak. Chang'e, Zeus, Scotty, and Cabrakan off the board. Ain't nobody picking those characters today. So the first selection will be Medusa. This is a nice, this character really reaches her prime, I think, in the mid-game, ability-based hunter, a lot of team fight control.
Definitely a targeted pick to take that away from Xenotronics because he's been playing Medusa at a really high level. And not only that, he's been playing very aggressive on this god.
So last year, we actually saw Xenotronics play middle lane for Luminosity Gaming and he played a high-level Medusa when she wasn't even considered a quote-unquote meta pick then. Now that he's in the Hunter role and she's top of the crop, that's a little bit scary. So Oxygen is going to take her next to the Hun Bats along with the Fafnir.
I really like the Osiris coming out from Flashpoint. I've been talking to Aquarius a bit prior to the game, and he's been telling me he wants to keep the pace a bit slower, actually go for more late game gods, but it feels like on the roster of Flashpoint, he wants to go for more early aggression because he seems to be the one that needs to carry the game for him. So Osiris is clearly the god for the early aggression, and I really like that pick on him.
Yeah, Osiris has been a long-time bully, a lot of slows, a lot of situational tools there in the God's kit. And then Poseidon, this is one of the more cut-and-dry gods in Smite. Hun Bats becomes a little bit about counter-initiation and a little bit kind of more complex. Poseidon, you're just cracking somebody in the brain, really, and look for that burst.
You have a lot of burst potential, especially to follow up off of the Wrath of Terror from the Sylvanas. So always sticking hand in hand between the jungle, support, and mid. The question is, what's going to be the final piece of the puzzle for Flashpoint? They have their support and their mid. Now, with Thorban off the table, they need another setup god potentially to make sure the Krakens are always going to hit.
This is very interesting to me, seeing the bans come out for Flashpoint here, because Hun Bats is already selected for Oxygen Supremacy, and Flashpoint goes on to ban 2 more assassins, Susano and Thor, traditionally junglers. So Flashpoint right here, are they anticipating Hun Bats to be in the solo lane, or are they anticipating an assassin choice for the solo?
It's interesting to see. Normally, you don't really play a lot of assassins in the solo lane, at least in Season 4 days, because of the delayed time in the jungle. You don't really have time to invade buffs and time to do double buffs if you wanted to. There's not too much leeway in terms of what you want to do. So to ban away these 2 assassins when the Hun Bats was already dictated means that Flashpoint might be potentially thinking that there could be an assassin in that solo.
Which is what I'm thinking. Kiki has been cheeky. Kiki's always been very, very interesting when it comes to his picks. And I think that that might be something that Flashpoint have a little bit of history, knowing that Kiki is going to bring something fancy into the solo lane. But instead, he goes to the Old Faithful, one of the most quintessential solo laners of all time, Vamana. What exactly does the baby bring to lane, Dimmy?
He brings easy lane clear. It's a very good wave clear. He can dominate the lane in a matchup where the opposition is a bit weaker. Osiris, however, should be beating out the Vamana in the early stages. In the team fight, he doesn't really do much. He just walks around and slows people. Osiris does the same, and I think Osiris should be taking that matchup, though.
It's like a double-edged sword here, Vamana versus Osiris, because on one hand, yeah, Vamana will outclear the Osiris later stages of the laning phase, but on the other hand, the Vamana was picked after the Osiris. It seems that Kiki kind of counterpicked himself because of the ultimate, making sure that there's going to be no healing. So as long as Aquarius can hit that Lord of the Afterlife onto Kiki, he's going to be having a rough day.
I'm surrounded by 2 solo laners. I want you both to touch on this. Why would you, because we see this kind of often, why would you counter pick yourself? There's got to be something different there.
This is a classic matchup of 2 sort of aggressive lane warriors, and the way this is going to play out, whatever warrior is going to get ahead can just take charge of the laning phase and just completely steamroll. So I guess what Kiki wants to do here is just maybe get an early pick on Osiris and then just dominate from there.
Captain ShadowQ putting down the notes. A Wheelish will round out the draft after Artemis right there. A hunter that, I mean, I saw a post today saying that Artemis was not a viable character. And yet here she is, ready to bring out those crits. So a little bit of early game, like you said, with the Osiris, and the late game coming out with the Artemis.
Artemis is one of these guys that needs a lot of protections and peels to be able to survive in the mid to late game, making sure that whenever she gets dove by that big baby. Now the question is, if we see Aquarius dive that backline and Sylvanas initiate, who's going to protect this Artemis?
There won't be much peel for the Artemis in this team comp, and I'm actually kind of sad to see that, because if they just decide to focus on the Artemis, then that early game team comp is not going to have much damage to deal with the rest of them.
Vulcan finishes it off real quick, 1 word each. Flashpoint, Oxygen Supremacy. Based on the draft, Dimmy, who wins?
I'm giving it to Flashpoint.
I actually got to give it to Oxygen here.
So it looks like a split down the middle. We've got 2 friends on the call. It's going to be Aggro and Taco bringing us the business.
Thank you, FDOT. We're ready to go. It's been so long, Taco, since we've been able to cast some SPL level Smite. And I just can't wait. I'm so excited about this matchup.
I feel the same way as you, Agra. I'm absolutely excited to see how Incon and Kiki are really going to face off in this matchup to see who is going to be battling it out for the rest of the weekend.
They were teammates for a long, long time on Team Envious, now on opposite sides of the LAN center here. And taking a look at these drafts, I mean, they were talking about the Osiris in the early game for Flashpoint, but then you check down the list, it's Sylvanas, Poseidon, Awilish. That's a lot of early game for Flashpoint. And then they're giving Xenotronics this Artemis as their late game fail-safe in case things don't go well in that early stages.
Not to mention that Poseidon to Wheelish is just an incredibly difficult combination to escape, and there's not a ton of mobility on the side of Exogen Supremacy once you get involved in those cripples of the Whirlpool.
Exactly, and if Hunbats does manage to jump away, or Fafnir, then Gravity Surge is likely going to be waiting for them to pull them right back in. And Mirage for Flashpoint, I think he's one of the junglers for North America that seems to slide a little bit under the radar here, but I like this aggressive pick for him. It seems to synergize well with what he likes to do.
I mean, we've seen it from Flashpoint plenty of times before. Aggression is certainly a playstyle that they are very familiar with, and probably something that they feel a little bit more comfortable with as well. So giving Mirage a pick like a Wheelish that he can immediately try and put as much pressure early on, it's absolutely phenomenal.
And this is what Flashpoint wants to do, is get pressure on that right-hand side, potentially in that middle lane as well. Shadow Q on this Sylvanas. Sylvanas, one of the highest win rate Guardians that we've seen throughout this spring split, and it's about that early game pressure and of course the sustain. Oxygen Supremacy has no sustain on their side, and Flashpoint, they've got that Sylvanas.
Not to mention Sylvanas and Artemis, that's the perfect pairing because you want something that's going to be able to protect that Artemis as much as possible. Well, that's exactly what they have.
Right away, a two-man grouping, but it's Shadow Q, the support in the mid lane with Incon, the support player for Oxygen. He's on that left-hand side, Naruma laning up with Data Remember. These are two guys that have been around the challenger scene for quite some time, and both, I think, are reaching a higher level of play than they ever have before.
Skeely already taking so much poke, though, in that middle lane, and the speed buff, that's probably going to go the way of Flashpoint already.
And this is the problem you can have with Vulcan in that mid lane, is that his mid to late game damage is in the same conversation as Scylla. I mean, it's just insane how much safe damage Vulcan can put out in the late stages, but it can be difficult for him to get there. Oxygen knows this is the case, and instead is contesting on that right-hand side, give up both buffs and secure their own red. Xenotronics forced to beads, but he steals away the purple, getting a little bit of XP for himself. Is that worth the beads cooldown to steal away the purple?
That's 100% worth the cooldown, because now Xeno can just play this lane as passively as he wants to, and if he's struggling, then Shadowkey can just make that rotation to help him clear the way. But the fact that he was able to secure his own buff there, that's absolutely perfect.
And exactly what you see, Shadowkey heading on over to that left-hand side. Right side buffs have been cleaned up by both Mirage and Aquarius. Aquarius played a lot of Guardians during the spring split, Taco. This is definitely a different look for him, but I like this idea. You heard Dimmy talking about it on the desk, just getting a little bit more pressure in that lane than the typical, you know, Terra solo that we saw him play so often.
Aquarius I really like the way that he's trying to adapt up his playstyle to what his team is looking for. They wanted early aggression, and that's exactly what you're going to find with an Osiris.
Especially when you've got an Awilish on your side and the Sylvanas, and Poseidon too. Why not? Right now it's basically even, and that's exactly what Oxygen Supremacy wants at this stage in the game, where we've talked so much about Flashpoint's pressure. There's not a whole lot to talk about in terms of Oxygen. It really should be only in that dual lane side with Data Remember on this Medusa that they expect to get any sort of lane pressure.
But the nice thing for Flashpoint is, since Xenotronics was able to secure his own purple buff, he has the timer on that, which means that for any time that buff is spawning, Shadowq and Incon can easily make the rotations to help Xeno ensure that he's securing that experience for himself.
Are you surprised that we don't see Naruma hang out a little bit more on this left side to maybe zone Xenotronics away without the purification beads, or do you like his decision to allow Data Remember to get some solo farm?
Considering that Shadowkey loves Xenotronics alone in the lane to solo farm, it's probably a little bit better for Data Remember to acquire the same kind of farm. But Skeely looks like he might have other plans.
And Xeno, again, doesn't have those beats for their 45 seconds. No ultimate available either. Data Remember playing aggressive, and there goes Xeno. Skilladon picks up kill number 1 of the Spring Gauntlet in that duo lane. A clean first blood for Oxygen Supremacy.
Absolutely beautiful gank by Skeely. Recognized that the ward just wasn't available, and with Xeno being pushed that far up the lane anyway, even with as minimal minimum as possible, Skeely getting that kill, that's exactly what you want.
Especially as a Hunbats. I mean, Hunbats not this early game pressure god like, say, in a Willish on the side of Mirage, but if you can get an early lead on Hunbats, I don't think he's really discussed in terms of late game hyper carries out of the jungle, but he can absolutely put out that level of damage.
It's not even the early lead on Skeleton, though. If you take a look at Data Remember's level, he's level 6. Xeno just hit 5. So Medusa is already having the upper hand in this duo lane, and as long as Data Remember plays this lane out smart, he's going to have an advantage the entire time over Xeno until the later stages.
Plus, getting Skillet an extra level at this stage, you mentioned the level that Data Remember has, but there was a speed buff invade, and this allows Skillet to maybe try and secure it himself. Almost knocked up there was Kiki, but not quite the backside for that Moonlet charge. But Aquarius still pressuring down the solo laner. Skillet does secure his own speed buff, but the 3-man grouping around the blue signals to me that Flashpoint is getting at least one enemy buff.
Just in the nick of time. Had he stayed any longer, that could have potentially been Skeely taking a spill himself.
I mean, Kiki, we talked about it on the desk. This is him counterpicking himself in a way, just allowing himself to get pressured out on this right-hand side, which is definitely a testament to his confidence level about he can sit underneath the tower, he can not worry about the early stages of the game, even on a character that's usually so focused on that part of the game as Vamana.
At this stage in time as well, Oxygen recognized that their early game isn't nearly as intimidating as that of Flashpoint's, so if they just play a little bit back, forfeit some of the earlier buffs, and then wait this out, they'll have more than enough opportunity to try and capitalize on the little mistakes that Flashpoint might make.
Well, Flashpoint's not trying to make any mistakes on this right-hand side. Kiki's not healing anymore, thanks to Lord of the Afterlife. Flashpoint needs one more, and Aquarius puts him on the board 1-1 in that solo lane.
And that's the aggression that we wanted to see out of Aquarius on this Osiris and the pure intention behind the pick. Kiki, you can play as passive as you want, but there's not much you can do getting dove for that much damage underneath your tower.
I mean, there's very clear focus from both teams. Flashpoint clearly focusing on Kiki in that solo, and I'm not sure it's so much about focusing Kiki, but focusing on Aquarius, trying to get him ahead in that lane. Oxygen, they're on the other side of the map, continued focus on the Xenotronics on this late game carry. Do you think that this is a matter of, can Aquarius get enough ahead to boost Xenotronics through this rough laning phase? Or would you rather see Flashpoint try and help out their ADC?
I kind of like the mindset to just boost Aquarius at this point in time, because even as an Artemis, it doesn't matter how far behind you fall. If Aquarius can buy his team enough time to get through the rougher stages like you mentioned, then Xenotronics is going to have zero issues whatsoever gas pedaling later on.
And despite this heavy focus on the left-hand side, Xeno's only down about 300 gold right now. That's not too big of a worry. Vamana, he's also down around 300 gold. So it's both teams are doing what they want to do. Both game plans seem to be working out. The solo laner for Flashpoint's ahead. The ADC for Oxygen is ahead. Just a matter of who trusts who to really carry it in the late game. By the way, they're focusing this left-hand side. Skillet coming around the backside once more. Xenotronics has the purification beads, but instead use that Caledonian boar. Xeno gets crit there by Skillet, and Data Remember is able to clean him up. Both kills onto this Artemis for Flashpoint.
And that's the interesting part when it comes to two gods who actually have the crit passives, but bots came out a little bit sooner than Xeno's, considering that he was just on the retreat.
At 7 minutes, 216 off one auto attack is so much of your health bar, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Though in that sense, Skillet puts himself in a position to get lucky with a well-timed 3 and a good teleport, even underneath that tower. Does have to use his purification beads in that instance, and maybe we could see Shadowq and Incon try and put some aggression onto him as a result. Aquarius wrapping around the backside, looking for Venenu, who's 2 levels down. The soul laner can't quite hit him with that Lord of the Afterlife. The Kraken gonna miss thanks to the purification beads, but Venenu still gonna fall to Aquarius. Skillet jumps away from that gravity surge. Huge ult out of Shadowq. Mirage finds one, Shadow with the other. Naruma forced to jump away, and Flashpoint finds 3 in the enemy jungle.
And that is just such an unfortunate engagement for Oxygen to try and take up. Skeely didn't have his ultimate available. He'd expended it ganking Xenotronics, and because of that, Flashpoint just immediate grouping on those elementals, seized on the moment. Venenu too far outside of his lane, and there's just nowhere for that team to go.
All of the action has been in the side lanes so far. That was the first engagement we saw in mid, and it went handily in Flashpoint's favor. I think that's why we saw Oxygen not want to fight in that mid lane. Flashpoint not done yet. They want to go for this Gold Fury. Kiki teleports in, but the Gold Fury getting low. Flashpoint secure the Gold Fury. Kiki now in a little bit of trouble, forced to get up into that Colossal Fury, but Data Remember around the back, knocked up, forced to use his purification beads. Shadowq going to be able to escape with the help of Mirage. Flashpoint get the tier 1 tower and the Gold Fury and push their lead just above 2,000 gold.
And this could be a little bit risky for Oxygen to try and siege this T1 tower. You can tell that they want it, but Data Remember is really low on mana, and Narumo is already almost a half health.
Skillet's trying to steal away the enemy's speed, and he will do so successfully. Oxygen just kind of posturing there in the mid lane to create space for Skilladon to snag away the enemy buff. So it's not all bad news. If you're an Oxygen Supremacy fan, the Challenger Cup challengers, really. I mean, there's no other word for it. You gotta come up and beat the number 8 seed Flashpoint, who I know a lot of the fans at home may say, oh man, 8 seed Flashpoint, big scary. But they really started to look a lot better towards the end of this split and really started to look like a more cohesive unit.
Not to mention that Flashpoint has had the opportunity to keep playing against these SPL teams for an entire split. And while Oxygen can be at the top of their food chain for the challengers area, it's not necessarily the same story, trying to bridge the gap between the SPL and the Challenger League.
And even when you have SPL caliber players like Skilladon, like Venenu, like Kiki, who have been there for so long, Kiki in particular has played in the SPL for years at this stage, even just that little break where you're playing against the Challenger Cup teams and then you have to try and reach back up there, it can be difficult, and you kind of forget the level of play that some of these teams are continuing to improve to.
Speaking of difficult, Kiki's still having a pretty difficult time in this solo lane matchup against Aquarius. Just absolutely brutal from Aquarius, pushing him underneath the tower consistently.
So we didn't see Osiris for almost, over half of the spring split. Then Maniac comes out and looks like a world beater with him. What changed to allow Osiris to really thrive in this solo lane?
Really just the buff. His buff just allowed him to exert so much more pressure into these solo lane matchups, and it's just absolutely crucial to a lot of these teams that are looking for early aggression.
Fear no evil on a Skilladon, and he steals away the Portal Demon and jumps out of that Kraken, but it might be trouble for Venenu on Aquarius right on top of him as he was earlier on. Mirage still pushing forward. Meditation used there by Naruma to try and save the life of his mid laner, but again, Shadow Q finds 2 with the knockup. Aquarius cleans up Ven by his back harpies, and everyone else is going to be able to jump away. Objective goes the way of Oxygen Supremacy, but again, Venenu falls to the hand of Aquarius.
And I'm not sure that's exactly the trade that Oxygen want to be taking at this point in time, considering that Venenu is already starting to fall a little bit behind Incon, considering when you look at the gold especially, they're having a little bit of itemization difficulty because Venenu doesn't really have a whole lot of protection unlike Incon with that Dynasty Plate Helm. And he's just been getting face tanked the entire time by Osiris. Yeah,
pretty aggressive build coming out of Venenu, not electing to go for any sort of physical protection like we see Incon going for, like you mentioned, with that Dynasty Plate Helm. And you could really use it at this stage. Aquarius has been making his life hell, basically. Anytime Venenu's on the map, Aquarius is looking to chase him down. That's exactly what Osiris likes to do. Xenotronics still being pushed pretty heavily on this left-hand side, though. Data Remember has extended that experience lead up to 2 levels. He's got his second relic ready to go, and 28 stacks on that Transcendence. Xenotronics, he's just finished that Transcendence.
Another thing to note as well, going back to the Osiris though, is that when you look at Oxygen, who's going to be the peeling factor from the Osiris? They don't have a ton of peel outside of the Fafnir.
I mean, the guys on the desk talked about who's going to peel for Xenotronics, but you're right. Who is going to peel for Venenu? Naruma's got some decent, he's got a good stun and an AoE slow whenever he hits that stun, but that's about it in terms of hard CC. The disarm may help buy Venenu a couple moments, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save his life. And this is just decided choice by Flashpoint to stick on this right-hand side and help out Aquarius, as matched by the exact same stubbornness of Oxygen Supremacy, who's looking to dive Xenotronics once more.
It's basically just going to fall a lot on Data Remember. And speaking of fall, Nairuma barely escaping the ultimate from Mirage.
Yeah, and the Gravity Surge couldn't quite pull in the support that time, but it's still 4 members here up against 2. Venenu, he's in the mid lane pushing down that tower, so Flashpoint knows they need to get at least 500 gold in their favor, but they don't have an ADC here, Taco. It's going to take them a little bit of time. Tier 1 tower on the left side falls to Skilladon and Data Remember. Xenotronic is holding on as much as he can. The blink, fear no evil. There's the ultimate out of Xeno to give him that CC immunity. Teleport coming in from Aquarius, but Data Remember and Skilladon, they have already dipped. They got that Tier 1 tower and ran away with it.
Well, they can't be too careful in that jungle. It looked like Aquarius might have thought about giving chase for a second, but Data Remember and Skilladon not trying to take any chance of the lazy back.
And Xeno not only used his ultimate, but his beads there as well. Skilladon only had to invest his blink and ult. Data Remember the same with that Petrify, though. If you've listened to our cast before, you know If you can trade your ultimate for a defensive relic like Purification Beads or Aegis, it's worth it just about every time. Gold Fury started up here by Flashpoint. They're looking to secure this with the Kraken, most likely. Teleport coming in. Naruma in a bad spot, locked in that whirlpool, and Incon gets himself on the board with his first kill. Data Remember running from Aquarius, who has just been tearing through the backline of Oxygen Supremacy so far today, but only 4 members here from Oxygen trying to defend this Gold Fury.
That player damage from Aquarius right now is absolutely disgusting, by the way. 9.2k damage 14 minutes into the game. The next highest being Mirage with 4.1. That's insane.
Skilladon is trying to wait for his ultimate to come up. It's almost ready to go, but not quite. Kiki focused out by Aquarius, stunned as well. There's the Lord of the Afterlife, but it misses. Kiki's going to be able to get some heals in that Colossal Fury, though he does use those Thorns as well. Flashpoint had a 5-on-4 power play, but not enough to secure the objective with it. Xeno walks in the wrong spot. There's the Fear No Evil. Skilladon forced to use his Purification Beads. Aquarius zoning 4 members all by himself right now, but no one from Oxygen is getting low enough.
But the issue here is that Shadowq Sylvanas, he's got the sustain. Flashpoint are immediately just going to try and draw back the fight once again onto this Gold Fury. And I'm not sure that Oxygen are going to be able to contest much longer.
Data Remember, he's backing, as did Venenu, but Flashpoint decide not to pull the objective. They definitely had the advantage in terms of ultimate still available, Taco. But Incon was very low on mana, and that Whirlpool Kraken combination takes quite a bit out of your mana pool in order to execute.
I like the safe play there to just opt for the Oracle Vision, because now they have that freedom to decide to pressure that objective whenever they want to. Plus, Xeno gets a little bit of vision.
And that's exactly what he's been needing on that left side. We're 15 minutes in right now. Flashpoint up on their Challenger Cup opponents, 6-2 in kills, but it's Oxygen Supremacy with the very, very slight gold lead. And at 15 minutes, we're not usually talking about a 200 gold lead, but at this stage, when Flashpoint's composition is so early game focused, I think that's definitely a bad sign for them to be down about 300 gold right now with the Osiris, who's had a great game on that right-hand side. Oxygen's been stealing away so much on the left that Flashpoint don't have a lead. It's
incredibly important to notice that goal difference right now, because every single one of these team fights, it's always been Oxygen Supremacy on the defensive and having to ult out more defensively than aggressively. And because of that, you would imagine that Flashpoint would definitely be rolling a little bit more ahead, 2-3k goal lead possibly, but it just seems like they're unable to really pick anything up after.
Uh-oh, Xenotronics falls once more. Skilladon has had his eyes set on the enemy hunter all game long. Number 3 on the board. All 3 deaths for Flashpoint. They are on to their hunter, Xenotronics. Flashpoint, they're going to start up this Portal Demon, but on the left side, Oxygen Supremacy just got the Gold Fury with no contention whatsoever. That's going to catapult their lead up above 2,000 gold.
I don't think Flashpoint wanted to fight there. I mean, they were already on the opposite side of the map, but they recognize that Xeno is getting ganked. Xeno's probably calling out, yeah, I'm getting bots ulted again, guys. So in that circumstance, I think that it's a pretty smart play to just take away the Portal Demon from Oxygen Supremacy in case they decide to try and swing their way over.
Flashpoint finally heading over to this left side, but Skilladon, he's already backing. I think Oxygen Supremacy was looking to see the response time there from Flashpoint, seeing if anyone was coming over to defend the Tier 2, and what they saw on the wards that they were coming to defend, Skilladon and co. just kind of took what they had earned for themselves and backed to base. Right now they're up right around, right underneath 2,000 gold again.
Skeely probably clenched a little bit there as well, because you could tell that Mirage probably tried to jump in on him with that lazy back underneath the T2.
Well, Mirage on this Awilish has really been grouped up with Shadowq, has not been looking to find the 1v1 scenarios against Skilladon. Do you think that's just part of Flashpoint's plan, or do you think it's because of the early lead Skilladon got with that first blood?
Skeely had a great early lead, but I mean, at this point in time, they imagine that Skeely's primary focus is just going to be Xeno. Shadowq is better off just trying to help his team pressure other points of the map, because more likely than not, you're not going to be able to save an Artemis should Oxygen Supremacy decide to commit.
And that's what they've done all game long, basically. I mean, we're only 18 minutes in, but we've seen Skilladon, Naruma on that left-hand side pretty much consistently throughout. Mirage trying to secure his own speed, but Skilladon is here and steals it away once more. Skilly's having a great game so far, 2-1-1, second on the player damage charts, behind only Aquarius, who's more than doubling him, but the focus is on to the Soul Laner. So tanky, level 17, still alive, able to use that Lord of the Afterlife over the top. The Vulcan ultimate not gonna hit. Aquarius is gonna eat 3 ults and survive.
I cannot believe that he just escaped that. Data Remember forced to expend his beads. Shadow Q in the middle of it all, but the Kraken is good.
Data Remember still 1 HP. Skilly underneath the tower. The tower shot doesn't quite clean him up. So low are the members of Oxygen Supremacy. Teleports coming in from Aquarius. He's coming back with a vengeance. And Oxygen Supremacy are on the run, trying to get away. And that mobility coming into play. Almost every character on Oxygen Supremacy has a dash or a leap of some sort. A lot of damage in that engagement, Taco, but somehow everybody survives.
Except for the blue buff of Oxygen. That's going to be stripped away again, but that's something that Kiki's probably all too familiar with at this point in time.
I love the idea there to focus down Data Remember, who caught himself in a bad spot after that excellent pull by Shadow Q. But Incon just a little bit too eager with that Kraken. The Aegis was still available for Data Remember and he was not knocked up any longer. So the Aegis bought him enough time to save his life. The meditation there from Naruma was big as well. Got to give shout outs to the support player for Oxygen Supremacy, who has had a pretty solid game. 0-1-0, but that's basically what you want to see out of your support at this stage.
And that was a ton of discipline as well from Data Remember, holding that Aegis until the Kraken came through, because had he been a little bit too soon or too late, I mean, he would have definitely fallen, and that engagement could have been entirely different.
Look at the lead in terms of items that Data Remember has over Xenotronics. He has a full Aussie, basically. Just now does Xenotronics back and finish off his chin size. Do you like this chin size pickup in this matchup, or would you rather have seen Xeno go for the Executioner?
Considering that he opted for the Transcendence, it means that he's probably looking for a little bit more of a pen-oriented build, potentially even a Brawlers to try and deal with the Vaman at these later stages of the game. And I actually like the option for Chins here. He's been getting ganked pretty consistently, and they've been committing to him hardcore. So you might as well just opt for damage or sustain, because sustain isn't going to make a difference when they're ensuring that you die every time.
Do you expect to see him go for some more crit, though, towards the end? I mean, most of the time, Artemis, with that crit passive, that's the typical build path we see out of the Hunter.
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, with the passive already being in place, like you mentioned, I wouldn't put it outside of the possibility, but it's just something that you might not necessarily want with the Transcendence build.
Well, Data Remember has an entire Aussie over Xenotronics right now. That's basically what it comes down to. I know we've said his name a lot, but Aquarius, for his first LAN, this guy is absolutely killing it right now. He's level 18, the highest in the game, 3-0-3, and oh yeah, he's doubling the next highest player in player damage. 14,000 plus so far for this Osiris.
If your teammate's going to be given a lead, you just hope to God that they're going to do something with it, and that's exactly what Aquarius has done the entire game. He's consistently been in the faces of Oxygen Supremacy, making life as difficult as possible for them.
Gold Fury has respawned, and Oxygen, they got the first one of, or excuse me, the last one, and it looks like they might get this one too, getting very, very low. Xeno tries to get in there and steal it, but not able to do so. Oxygen get another Gold Fury for their name. Petrify stuns out two, and the Fear No Evil to try and get Data Remember out of danger. Venenu, he's the one who's in danger though, very, very low. Mirage has to jump away with 1 HP. Everyone is just getting out with 1 HP over and over again. Venenu does find Mirage with the meatball over the wall, and the cheeky back by the enemy purple buff is gonna get the mid laner back to his base.
That outplay was absolutely sick. I can't believe that Venenu actually just made that happen.
So it's his first kill of the game, using that high power build that he's gone for. Kiki, by the way, gets another 1,500 gold for Oxygen Supremacy, who really look good in this game, Taco. The Challenger Cup players coming up, they're facing off against the 8th seeded Flashpoint here. This is a best of 3, it isn't a best of 1, but right now Oxygen looking like a really, really strong team.
The late game composition starting to come into play now that Oxygen Supremacy's had the ability to get some gold online for themselves, because you know what it means. Gold equals items, and items are exactly what Flashpoint do not want Oxygen acquiring, especially not on a Medusa or a Bots or a Vulcan.
Yeah, Vulcan almost has that Rod of Tahuti completed. There's a build for Venenu, we mentioned it earlier. It might have been a little greedy in terms of the power, and Aquarius certainly made him pay in the early stages of the game, but right now it's working out for the mid laner. 1-2-1, just put himself on the board with his first kill onto Mirage there in that last little engagement. Flashpoint's pretty nervous about Oxygen pulling the Fire Giant here, Taco, but Oxygen seems content to continue to farm up and push their lead.
and Flashpoint just opting for the safe grouping into the mid lane. I like this idea behind them to just group roam, because at this point in time, Oxygen can really choose to try and pressure this FG, considering that they have the Vulcan turret available, and Vulcan's probably one of the best mages for killing objectives.
Kiki in a little bit of an awkward position, but he is Vamana. There's the Petrify. It hits so many members of Flashpoint. Just off the mark is Venenu with the ultimate, but Skilladon finds Mirage on this right-hand side. Shadow Q knocked up and controlled. Venenu puts on number 2. Aquarius went aggressive with his ultimate, and Data, remember, makes him pay. Kiki finally gets knocked down by Xenotronics, who puts himself on the board. But I don't think it matters, Taco. That's 3 for 1, and Oxygen, they're looking at the Fire Giant.
And Incon and Xeno, neither of them had their ultimates available, which is going to make it in contesting incredibly difficult. I just don't see how they could possibly get in, and they can't.
They cannot. Oxygen secure the first Fire Giant of the game, an 8,500 gold lead in their favor. Right now, Flashpoint up against the ropes from Kiki and Skilladon, the 2 members of Envy last season, trying to work their way back up and prove that they deserve to be in the SPL once more.
It's also incredible when you look at it, because the scoreline not too long ago was 6-2.
Yeah.
It is 7-7 now. So Flashpoint has only responded with 1 kill within the past few minutes, and Oxygen's just been on a roll.
And I love everything about Oxygen's game so far has been really, really impressive to me. Not only the fact that they've been able to battle back, but exactly how they did it. They looked at Flashpoint's composition and said, okay, we can't fight in solo because they have Osiris. We can't really fight in the jungle because they've got a Willish, Poseidon, and Shadow Q. They look at the only lane they can fight in and do it consistently throughout the game. They allow Flashpoint to gain themselves a lead on that right-hand side, and they just wait it out. They wait until their composition really starts to outshine Flashpoint's, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. 7-7, like you mentioned, and every mid-game team fight has gone the way of Oxygen supremacy.
It's so devastating for Xenotronics in particular, because he didn't even necessarily play the lane wrong. His positioning, for the most part, wasn't that out of line. It's just that the commit was too much for him to handle.
And that's, Xenotronics definitely a pretty tenured player here on LAN nowadays, but whenever he first got here for the group stages on Luminosity last season, you could tell there was a little bit of nerves there. No surprise that Oxygen tries to kind of rekindle those nerves maybe with the focus onto the Hunter. Tier 2 tower in mid already knocked down. You could say the same about the Tier 2 tower in left. That makes a grand total of 0 towers remaining for Flashpoint to defend their Titan with. Only those 3 Phoenixes. That gold lead for Oxygen, well, it's up and over 10,000. It's up and over 12,000 right now, and we're just at the 26-minute mark. Look at all the level 20s. Really, there's only one. It's Skilladon, and that's a problem because Aquarius had a huge lead and wasn't able to continue to farm up. Skilly has had an unbelievable game.
Aquarius has been trying to compensate for his team by being the tanky frontliner, but now that Oxygen have those items online, he just can't really afford to stand in the face of Oxygen anymore.
Skilladon just trying to find Aquarius and Xenotronics there in the mid lane, but the wards spot him out. Left side Phoenix is the focus here for Oxygen. But I don't know if they want to take a full 5-on-5. Most of these team fights, Taco, have been pretty split as far as where they're happening in the jungle. I think Oxygen's a little nervous if it's a 5-on-5 team fight in the lane, that their composition might not be quite as strong as Flashpoint still.
If Kiki had Fire Giant, I would expect a little bit of a commit underneath one of the Phoenix there from Oxygen, but without Kiki having the Fire Giant available, he doesn't get the same amount of regen. Sure, he's got the ultimate, but if Aquarius lands his ult onto him, we could very well see Kiki falling down, and that's the last thing you'd want to happen in these later stage game fights.
Let's take a look at the player damage again, because Kiki is very, very low on this list. He's only got 6,000 damage so far. But that's been him, like you mentioned, Xenotronics played the lane. This is what Kiki's doing on this right-hand side. He just kind of was the punching bag for Oxygen Supremacy, understanding their game plan. He just taking all the shots and saying, just win on that left side. That's exactly what Oxygen did. So a lot of people may judge that number that Kiki's throwing out there, but I think that ends up working out in Oxygen's favor.
But just take a look at Kiki's build. That's not a build that you play aggressively with on Vaman. His whole concept here is, I want to be as tanky as possible. And we saw it even before the Fire Giant was taken by Oxygen Supremacy. Kiki was single-handedly zoning 2 damage characters on the side of Flashpoint, just in the face of Incon and Xenotronics. And even though they did end up killing him, by that point in time, the rest of Flashpoint had already fallen, and that was a free Fire Giant to Oxygen because of it.
And all those level 20s that we were talking about to happen, well, they've happened. Every member on Oxygen Supremacy level 20 outside of the support player Naruma 0, 1, and 4. For him, who's also gone for a very tanky build. Love the communication between the solo laner and the support. Kiki says, I'm getting Heartward Amulet. Naruma, you can grab Sovereignty, you can grab Gauntlet of Thebes, but you don't have to worry about providing that magical aura to the team, because Kiki, he's got that covered. Skeleton blinks in and finds Shadowcue with that Fear No Evil, commit onto the support, and he's dead before he hits the ground. Data Remember knocks him down. Incon has to Aegis out, that ultimate out of Vulcan, but Kiki just zoning away 3 members. Aquarius has got to handle the rest of Oxygen Supremacy, and that lead that he got earlier doesn't matter much now. 2 dead on the side of Flashpoint.
And yet another Fire Giant that will undoubtedly go the way of Oxygen Supremacy. I highly doubt that any of the remaining members of Flashpoint want to try and contest.
And Naruma's already up into this dragon form. He can give that chorus buff to everyone on his team right away as the Fire Giant respawns. It doesn't stand for long. All 5 members this time have the buff, and I don't think the Phoenixes are going to last very long.
No, considering that Aquarius is already still with 30 seconds remaining on that respawn timer, that is going to be incredibly difficult for Flashpoint to try and hold.
Shadowcue does have his ultimate. He's also picked up a power potion to try and turn the tide here underneath his own Phoenix. Right side Phoenix given up by Flashpoint. We could see them defend this mid Phoenix, but Aquarius still not up for another 7 seconds. Does have a ward that he could teleport to behind the enemy, but that's pretty far away from the Phoenix defense.
And this is it. This is risky right here. If Flashpoint take even the slightest misstep, they will definitely find themselves losing the team fight.
And middle Phoenix already gone. Shadowcue wants to try and find the engagement, but doesn't have that blink. He went for the shell. Incon, he's the first one in. Hits multiple with that Kraken, but not enough damage. Shadowcue does get that Wrath of Terra off, but Venenu erases Xenotronics. Data Remember gonna find a kill as well. Skeleton jumps in with the help of Naruma, knocks down Mirage. 3 dead, only Aquarius and Incon left to try and defend against this last push from Oxygen.
And I just don't see how Flashpoint are going to be able to try and hold this. They don't have any ultimates available. Everybody is dead who would have had one.
No minions, though. They don't have any minions due Oxygen Supremacy. Aquarius immediately diving onto Data Remember, but the help is good. Skeleton puts up number 4. Oxygen Supremacy, they take the first game here at the Gauntlet. 30 minutes, 13-7 over the ace-seeded Flashpoint.
And what an initial display from Oxygen Supremacy. You can tell that this team really came out to prove themselves. Kiki 100% wants redemption and back into the SPL.
I mean, you look at these Challenger Cup teams that end up playing the bottom level SPL teams consistently through relegations or a gauntlet or whatever it may be. And a lot of times their mechanics are good, but their game plan might not be SPL level quite yet. That was absolutely SPL level game planning there from Oxygen Supremacy, understanding what their comp did, understanding what Flashpoint's comp wanted to do, and shutting down where the weak points were.
And that's the kind of veteran leadership that you'd expect from members such as Kiki and Skeleton, who are all too familiar with that SPL Tango. And so just absolutely beautiful gameplay all around.
All really, really good stuff. But they're not done yet. They still have to win at least one more game up against Flashpoint to move on and face the 7th seed, Noble. That's what we're going to talk about here on the desk. But let's go through game 1, actually. I think that's a little bit of a better idea. Tom, take it away.
A lot of fun stuff there in that matchup, and really just an exciting match. I think Flashpoint struggled a little bit in some of the points, but I don't think this is a story about Flashpoint dropping the ball. I think this is the fact that the challengers actually came to play.
Definitely a good strategy between both teams, where we saw Flashpoint invade the solo, and then we also saw Oxygen invade that dual lane. So that was basically the theme, trying to shut down Kiki on one hand, whereas Xenotronics got shut down really hard, really early.
You say trying to shut down Kiki, but that was tougher than it sounds. I think the driver of this ship perhaps was Skeleton, though. A lot of the ultimates coming through from that Fear No Evil was setting up his team and also creating some bad counter engagements for the opposition.
We even saw the first blood early on onto Xenotronics. He didn't have the purification beads, and a level 4 Artemis without purification beads against a Hunbats with Fear No Evil, there's no surviving that one.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about the Hunter pick there, the Artemis. Do you think that really came in towards the end and one of the big reasons why this match went the way it did, Dimmy?
So why you pick Artemis is because you want to have a late game plan to fall back on, because they have an early game draft, and once that kind of early game trickles down, yeah, you want to have the Artemis to pull through for you.
Right.
Clearly, that doesn't really work when the Artemis is three levels behind and just under her tower. So they just lost because the dual lane side didn't have any pressure.
Well, that's what, Aggro touched on that before, where he said this is a team that, not only they're trying to fight back into the SPL and all that nice fun stuff, storyline status, but Aggro mentioned, he said, look, this is a team that understands the SPL level, and Taka says how they know how to do the dance, right? And they understood with the Artemis selection over there, that means that the attention had to be paid early on to that dual lane, shut it down. As the game got later and later, Skildon just kept doing it, and I think that put a smile on a lot of fans' faces. Skildon, he's a streamer, he's a popular member of the community, but his performances in the SPL have not really been up to par. And then here he is in the Gauntlet, really pulling out all the stops, allowing him and his teammates to find the win here in game number 1. Jungle and mid synergy, big point here in season number 4. And so Venenu on the Vulcan, very interesting third choice item for the Spear of Desolation. Expensive, but it worked out.
Especially whenever he makes plays like this. He was basically in a world of hurt here. I actually don't even know how he managed to survive this.
He should have died there.
And then he had enough confidence to still stay in this team fight, wrap around the gold here, find the meatball from a distance onto Mirage.
Doesn't even look at it, just keeps on trucking. Just keeps on trucking. Got all of that one. Again, the rookie, or the sophomore rookie season, was in the hunter role. Now in the mid lane, I mean, that's a big transition. And
you were talking about the item selection between Veneno. He went for Bancroft's talent really early on after the Pen Boots was finished, then into the Spear of Desolation. And then we saw Incon's build on the Poseidon. He was going for a more utility style right off the bat. After he finished Dynasty Plate Helmet, Pen Boots, he went for the Gem of Isolation and Fatalis. And at the 22.5 minute mark, he was actually 2,000 damage behind his opposition.
Yeah, I think he should have picked up the Spear of the Magus earlier so he can ramp up his damage against the Fafnir. The helmet is a really staple item on any god.
Yeah.
However, if he chooses to go a helmet into gem into Fatalis, he just lacked the damage and penetration. Afterwards, he decides to get a shard, which is a late game alternative, which is fine in my eyes, but then he lacks the power.
I just feel like there's so many bridge items here because he also went for the star item with the Bumba's mask.
That's
and then
true.
with the Dynasty Plate Helmet, it takes a while for him to get his items online. And then without that kind of penetration and damage items, it's just... he was struggling with the damage. We even saw Kiki doing a great job zoning. It took a long time to really lock down this Vamana in the lake because of the lack of damage coming out of Incon.
We've been talking about Skeleton shutting down these team fights with the Hambat ult. I want to mention, though, that the Vamana being in the front lane, baiting out the initiation, and then having the Hambats follow up was just huge for them in the jungle.
Yeah, Kiki really did his role justice. And just as a longtime viewer, fan of the game, forget that I'm a commentator for a second, I'm just happy to see him back in his role of a solo lane. I mean, I'm sitting next to two solo laners, right? And this is what Kiki does. He transitioned over to the mid lane to try and help out his team, but Kiki's been playing the game for as long as some of the longest veterans has in that short lane. And getting to watch his Vamana play, just watching the way he actually executes and keeps the zoning while still maintaining control over a team fight, that's classic solo lane play. You guys have to do 3 things at once in a team fight. So I think that's what we got to see out of Kiki here in the short lane. Whereas on the other side, you had Xenotronics in the long lane. He played the Artemis, and like we said, did not exactly have his day in the sun.
Not at all. He got shut down really hard. He had 2 early deaths. He was 1 to 2 levels behind really early on. And that's something you not necessarily want to fall back behind as an Artemis player. You know, you have to rely on the protection of your teammates. But because Flashpoint was putting so much pressure in the solo lane jungle, which worked out for them, that kind of hurt Xenotronics in the long run.
So my question there is, because it's at this level of play, it's never as easy as it is the scene on the surface. Was it Xeno's play that got him in trouble with the Artemis, or was it lack of team presence or something altogether different?
I just felt like the god didn't fit the composition necessarily because Artemis is not a safe god that you want to leave alone in the solo lane. Now, it was only Scotty banned away and Medusa picked up, so there was so many gods to pick from that table to play safe. Apollo and Rama specifically come to mind if you want to peel for yourself and run away.
Obviously, and you could also always play Neath.
Or play Neath, just throw out the ults, right?
Hell yeah.
Neath's certainly a choice. One thing that I did like about the Artemis selection was we saw it very early on, the standard strategy where the enemy team gets lane pressure and then picks up the smaller minions next to the buff camps. He was able to secure them over the wall. So I think there was a little bit of positivity in that thought process, but what happens on paper doesn't always wind up on the battlefield.
Well, you don't draft an Artemis expecting like, okay, they're going to invade my purple buff and I'm going to use my 3 to secure my own purple buff. No, unfortunately, that first blood definitely hurt him, though.
Excuse me, it's Vengeful Assault. Or Suppress the Insolent. Okay, not your 3. If Agrid's going to say Caledonian Boar, you've got to say Suppress the Insolent.
I'll let him say all the names that he wants. I'm just going to stick to numbers.
Right there, that's support Neil Ma. He played the Fafnir last time around. Troublesome opposition. Dimmy, you actually really were excited about the Poseidon pick into the Fafnir.
Yes, Poseidon is a great pick into the Fafnir. You have the Whirlpool right after the ult. He's going to get stuck. And then you have the Kraken to follow up. He should be dead in that Whirlpool every single time. On his play, however, I want to mention that he might have been able to peel a tiny bit more for the mid laner, the Vulcan, the Nanu. We had a couple of fights where you had just the Osiris walking down the Vulcan, and I think that could have maybe been prevented by a hammer.
I'm glad, I'm sorry, Neil Ma, I'm going to take the sunshine off of you real quick. Aquarius!
Hell yeah.
You mentioned the Osiris. It was one of the first things that you mentioned during picks and bans, and it came through. Osiris was at the top of the player damage towards the end of the game, 21,000 damage. Sure, some of that is a little bit fake, quote-unquote, soloing damage, but number 2 is Skeleton at 14K. I don't think 7,000 is poke. Talk to me a little bit about what you liked out of the rookie Aquarius.
So you're saying you're happy to see Kiki back in his solo lane doing good things. I'm happy to see my boy Aquarius on the Osiris doing exactly what he wanted to do. He was 303 in the prime of his game, doing a lot of damage, leading the engagements, baiting out really good engages, also in the solo lane side. Just doing a great job overall, and even when his team was getting picked when the Sylvanas would die early in the fight, he was always still in the back line and disrupting everything, trying his best to kill the opposition.
He even got to a point where he was able to really zone away Kiki from one archer, and he did so much damage at that point. Like, it's a trade-off of like, do I want to get this 18 gold that's right outside my tower, or do I want to take 400 to 500 damage poke?
And what's most impressive to me is that Aquarius is, at least for game number 1, the hard carry on his squad, surrounded by veterans like Incon and Shadowq. He's the rookie. It's one of his first times at LAN, and he's playing like this.
Yeah, that ultimate also from Shadowq in this engagement, hitting 3 members, made it so easy for Flashpoint to get off to a nice little early lead because they got the Gold Fury immediately after that, but just couldn't really win the team fights once the Vamana came online, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Aquarius just out here playing like not just one player, but three just incredible control. And unfortunately for his team, unable to take the win, but still able to do incredible stuff. Whether it's the Osiris or not, I need to see Aquarius on a character that can be just as aggressive and control a situation just like he did here in game number 1. If he doesn't get the Osiris, Dimmy, where do you want to see Aquarius lean?
Yeah, I'm really curious what he's going to do this game. Obviously, I know from personal experience, you go with the aggressive variant in the first game and you realize, okay, I'm winning the early game, but after that, it's just not happening.
Sure.
So what I want to see is maybe a different god. I know he likes to play Tyr, maybe take it a bit slower. Tyr can still win the laning phase, and after that, try to control the team fight, maybe appeal for the Artemis.
Of course, you're the one that's going to bring up the tier, right?
He plays it too. That's what I mentioned.
I don't think it's necessarily Aquarius needing to change his picks. I think it might be other options needing to be switching their roles. I think specifically going out of Xenotronics, maybe picking a safer god in that dueling, because of all the pressure that Flashpoint had in that solo lane, favoring Aquarius, he was fine to play the Osiris, but you can't leave Artemis alone.
Well, with the best of 3 scenario, I don't mind that's why I wasn't so angry about the Artemis pick. You've got another game to really come out, and the Artemis is one of those characters that, you know what, if the dice wind up 5 or 6, you're just going to win late game, so we'll see how that works out. Well, real party monkey. Nobody really wants to play with the monkey.
That's how OP Humbats is. You just got to ban him twice just to make sure neither team get him, but either way, though.
To be fair, the Fear No Evil and the Tremors kind of work the same at level 1, so Kabrakan going to be banned out next to Chang'e. Zeus, again, looking directly, so it's interesting. Zeus is just strong, period, but it also happens to be Incon's #1 god.
Do you think that's why they banned it out?
I think he's just strong, but also Incon. It's kind of double action there, but Scotty, too hottie, the selection for the Hunter. Oxygen Supremacy actually might wind up in the mid lane. A little bit of flexibility there. How do you feel about mid Scotty still?
I don't really like it that much. I think she's perfectly fine in the Hunter role. Mid lane kind of a bit of a waste, but that's just me.
Especially when you're going to have aggression in that soul lane and then you have a 1v1 matchup in the dual lane, Scotty can definitely control it with that ultimate and the Kaldir.
Well, Susano is going to provide a little bit of the peel that we didn't have earlier on the side of, Flashpoint. Now it's going to be on Oxygen. But the Osiris is taken by Flashpoint, so Aquarius won't be able to play the Broken God. Between Osiris and Thor, I think already you have a little bit more peel on the side of Flashpoint, whether it be for a mid laner or a hunter that winds up in trouble. Last pick of the first half going to Flashpoint, and they'll opt for the Khepri. So should somebody die, Khepri's going to help him out.
I like this idea also to go Thor right off the bat before these secondary bans come out, because the Awilish didn't really work out for Mirage. He was using his ultimate too early in team fights before the purification beats were already used, trying to synergize off of the Wrath of Terrors from Shadow Q. Unfortunately, a lot of situations, Skilldown was just able to beat and avoid both of those ultimates and then just jump into safety.
So the Morrigan was also banned last game, and we didn't touch upon it. This is a complicated character, very intricate, and has more to do with the rest of the draft than herself most of the time. Dimmy, even independent, just what are your feelings on this new character, the Morrigan?
I think she has a great potential in a good player's hands. I do respect the ban on the LAN environment. She does add a little bit confusion to team fights where you're saying, all right, Susano ult down, and then there's another one standing right behind you. And it just messes up the cons a bit. I like the ban.
So Poseidon also going to be banned out. Oxygen Supremacy, despite the build coming out from Incon, thought that Poseidon was a little bit too much. Well, he's going to flex right there. We'll see if he can flex in game number 2. His selection still not chosen yet. One more ban for either team. A Flashpoint on the hot seat right now. What would you like to see banned out here?
Trying to focus out mid here, potentially. Trying to get people off of their comfort picks. Now, Izanami is still available, and this is something that also Incon could potentially play. It could be an option if you're trying to focus ban him out.
Terra and Isis will be the bans coming out from Flashpoint and Oxygen Supremacy, respectively. One choice for FP here on the right-hand side, likely to be either a hunter or a mid lane. Thor and Osiris Khepri, pretty standard as far as where they're going to wind up. Jungle, support, and solo. So we'll see where they head, and it will be that mid lane Ra.
Yeah, I was about to question what Incon is going to play here. I think Zeus, Poseidon are more staple guards. We've all seen him on Isis. I think he had a really great game on Soul the other day. Ra, it's a question if he has to set up for this. The Thor dunk should be very good for that, and they can maybe just light up the Sylvanas.
And you don't necessarily need the dunks to always set up the Ra. You have that long-range tectonic rift to be able to set up both the 1 and the 4 from Ra.
And not just that, you've got Khepri over there. That abduct lasts forever. A good Ra can just line that up nice and easy. So a lot of setup for Flashpoint's mid lane.
And what's really nice transition between game 1 and 2 for Flashpoint is the fact that they didn't have much peel and control the last game between only Osiris and Sylvanas, but now with this Thor Khepri, there's more protection for Ra and Incon to be able to just throw out any sort of damage that he wants.
Well, 2 selections as the option is over on Oxygen Supremacy's side. They need a mid laner, and they likely need a solo, unless Susano's going to do something funky. And it's going to be the Thoth. The big artillery man from the back line will be selected. That's Ra's cousin. And Sobek lurking in the waters over here. Nice selection here for the solo lane, most likely. I don't think we're going to see solo Sylvanas just yet.
This Sobek I like better than the Vamana. With Vamana, he lost the laning phase, and, well, he's still tanking team fights and could bait a lot. With a Sobek, you will lose a laning phase as well, but you can actually do a lot more in the team fights, peeling for your carries and also plucking people.
And you can also stay in that laning phase a little longer using your ultimate to get back that mana. And then we also saw earlier on how he went for the health chalice instead of the mana chalice, expecting to lose his blue buff anyway. So now he might not have to go any kind of chalices and have a safer laning phase.
Not to mention the anti-heal is going to help against the Ra. I like that situation. Ram, the hunter of choice. Flashpoint versus Oxygen Supremacy. Game number 1 went over to the challengers. Can they take it in 2? We'll find out. It's Aggro and Taco on the horn.
Game 2 almost ready to go here between Oxygen Supremacy and Flashpoint. Remember, this is not the current patch that you just got this week. Scotty is not nerfed right now. That Caldier still going to be invincible during that ultimate.
Which is, incredibly terrifying, as is. Scotty's not exactly a hunter you want to try and take up a 1v1 with. And considering that Xenotronics opted for the ROM here, I like the pick, considering that that's a pretty standard lane matchup as far as hunters are concerned.
Sure.
But you have to also notice that Scotty and Rom, it's not necessarily a matchup that Rom wins.
No, I mean, it's really just about buying time for the rest of the team to get there. Whenever Scotty full commits to the ROM, he can kind of go up in that ultimate, hang out, and just wait for the rest of the team. And with the global ultimate coming out of Mirage on Thor, that could absolutely buy enough time for Scotty to get focused down. That's what I want. That's what I want to see out of Flashpoint this time. I trust Aquarius to dominate that solo side without any additional help. He's Osiris up against a Guardian. He's going to have pressure in that lane pretty much regardless. We saw how much success Oxygen had up against Xenotronics, focusing him down in that dual lane. Let's see if Flashpoint can try and do the same this time around.
My biggest concern for Flashpoint, though, is outside of the Osiris and Thor, the early game potential is a little bit harder to obtain in comparison to their last draft. And then you also have to consider, I feel as though Oxygen Supremacy have the one up over Flashpoint in terms of burst damage.
Absolutely. I mean, Thoth is near the top of the list in terms of burst damage. Final Judgment, just an insanely damaging ability. And then Skilladon can put out plenty of burst on this Susano. And this is one of the picks that I was really surprised to see, Taco. And not that Susano was selected, because I think he's an unbelievable assassin, but that Mirage himself didn't take it away. Mirage on Susano, I think, is one of his most potent gods, but instead he goes for the Thor pretty early on in the draft. Pretty early on in the mid lane, Aquarius hanging out underneath those backside Harpies, but there's a ward there, and he's spotted out immediately. Naruma and Venenu knew exactly where the solo laner was. Good ward coverage helps them out.
I mean, we've seen it plenty of times before in that mid lane where the solo laner will try to sneak around to look for an early gank first blood. And this time around, excellent warding, like you mentioned, from Oxygen Supremacy, just going to deter that entirely.
Oh, here's the grouping. Naruma and Venenu on the way to this left-hand side. Double root there out of Naruma, forces the purification beads from Xenotronics. Skilladon and Oxygen Supremacy taking a page out of Soar's book. We see a lot of Homie Face sticking around on this left side and kind of dual-laning with Vedium. This time it's Skilladon in this dual lane with Data Remember. What does this bring to the table for Oxygen?
I like the option here for Skeely to just tank out. Oh, that is that's an unfortunate one.
Well, what Xenotronics did to Oxygen Supremacy in Game 1, Skilladon returns in Game 2, uses Purification Beads to steal a purple buff away. Skilladon happy to take the red buff since his speed is already gone on that right-hand side. Kiki again, playing this Guardian Sobek, not going to have pressure in that lane, and maybe that's why we see Skilladon on this left side.
And that's exactly what I was just about to mention before that engagement took place, was that Skilladon recognizes I have a Sobek in my solo lane. That's not going to outmatch Aquarius and Mirage on that Osiris and Thor, so he might as well forfeit that side of the map and just try and secure as much farm as possible in the mid and duo lane sides.
In the mid, you see Naruma hanging out with Venenu quite a bit. What Thoth brings to the table is excellent safety, insane long-range damage, and of course the burst out of Final Judgment, but he certainly lacks in the early game, one of the weakest mids in the first 3 to 4 levels. And I think that's why we see Naruma there hanging out with him, trying to get him a little bit of additional pressure, and it's worked out thus far. Venenu is still sitting full HP, doesn't have to use any of his potions, just very, very comfortable in this mid lane.
Definitely. There's nothing better than having your Sylvanas help you out with the early game clear.
I mean, Sylvanas just brings it all to the table. It's everything you want out of an early game support, right? He get excellent wave clear, the heals, it also gives you protection. He can root enemies away or pull them as well. There's a reason we see Sylvanas selected near the top of the list in terms of what Guardians we see consistently throughout this spring split. Xenotronics this time actually has the pressure over Data Remember. Remember last time Xeno was playing the Artemis, really just had to hold that L in lane for quite some time. Xeno getting the better of the Hunter for now, but once Data Remember starts to get a few levels and level up that piercing cold, you can really start to see him clear the wave.
Once the boots come online, I'd imagine that Data Remember would try and play this lane out a lot more aggressively, because having the Kaldar available for Scotty, that is such incredible poke potential.
And not only that, but it's just the amount of raw damage that Scotty has, especially with the builds that most Scotty players like to go for. It's not the crit damage or really even any attack speed. It's all just raw power and penetration for Scotty players most of the time. And why do we see that more often than not?
You have to consider that Scotty's damage isn't even entirely from her ultimate, like you mentioned. The 1 does crushing amounts of damage, and the permafrost ability on her 3, not only is it excellent CC in teamfights, but on top of that, it just does so much damage.
Skilladon in a bit of trouble. He's used every ability to try and clear those back harpies. Mirage going to put some good damage into him and zone him away from his own speed buff, but the heals coming through from Naruma. Gets Skilladon up a little bit. Snipe hits there on a Skilly. Mirage looking to find him with that Anvil of Dawn, but he jukes it out. Instead, the focus is onto Naruma. The knockup is good there, but not enough to finish him off. Venenu, final judgment, is going to be able to find first blood. Venenu crushes Mirage on his own back harpies.
That was a sick play by Venenu to just immediately take out Mirage, and it looks like Xeno could fall under the same fate.
Trying to get away. Xeno dashed and rooted, and nowhere for him to go. Skilladon picks up number 2 for Oxygen Supremacy. The Challenger Cup team still on a roll here in Game 2.
And as slight as it is, losing the jungle now for Flashpoint, they're going to be losing their red buff here. The purple buff, I'm sure, is going to fall down as well. And the gold lead, already at a K, about a little under 5 minutes into the game, that's kind of rough.
The idea there was good from Flashpoint, Taco. I think that the focus on Skilladon, Mirage saw him use all of his cooldowns on those back harpies, and the invade timing was nice. But just the peel from Naruma and Skilladon just having that juke option. Susano's so mobile in terms of assassins. Not only does he have a lot of movement abilities, but remember, his passive is that whenever his abilities are on cooldown, he gains extra movement speed on top of that.
That was an overcommit from Mirage, though. I don't think that when he saw the rotation coming through from Kiki, Nairuma, and Venenu in that section of the jungle, he should have just backed off at that point in time, just taken away the speed buff and then looked to get out. But because he opted for the dunk down, there was so many gods available to try and help Skilladon peel out of that area. It just wasn't necessarily the greatest decision making.
Well, Venenu, he's gone for this Doom Orb in the middle lane. He played he built pretty aggressively in Game 1, going for the Bancroft's talent into the Spear of Desolation. This time, even more aggressive with this Doom Orb. Do you like this selection on the mid laner, or would you rather see him go for the more standard Dynasty Blade Helm?
If he's able to get away with it, you might as well opt for the damage. Venenu obviously loves damage. We saw his build from the last game, and Aquarius taking damage.
There's the Overlord of the Afterlife over the wall. Knockup wasn't quite there from Skilladon, but Kiki gobbles him up from underneath the waters. Number 3 now on the board for Oxygen.
I'm actually pretty surprised at how much damage Pen Boot Sobek Full Charge Ultimate was able to do onto that Osiris.
It always surprises you, doesn't it? I mean, Sobek, you think, oh, he's a Guardian, he's not going to full health me here. But he can, and he does, all the time. Kiki gets that kill, and Aquarius, we said that maybe Flashpoint's trusting him to just get a lead for himself on that right-hand side. Well, we haven't seen it quite yet. He's down 200 gold right now to Kiki.
And on top of that, it just seems as though there's little gold and experience disparities all across the map for the side of Flashpoint in comparison to Oxygen Supremacy. I mean, Data Remember is already getting pretty far ahead, and the Scotty Snowball, that's definitely a threat.
I mean, he's almost got that Transcendence completed, where Xenotronics, he's only got the boots, and Data Remember wants to play aggressive in this lane, no fear out of the Hunter, who is still trying to break into the SPL. But when you lurk around the streams, you see the questions, who's one of the Challenger Cup players that you think could make an impact soon in the SPL? Data Remember is near the top of that list.
Data Remember has always been a very strong mechanical hunter player, and I think that his experience that he's able to garner in the Challenger Cup really helped him as far as developing.
I mean, we saw him win the AVGL finals last season with his team, and that was, I believe he was the MVP of that competition. I think the knock on him has always been his god pool isn't big, but certainly seems to be working on that. Skilladon working on the health pool of Shadow Q, but he's going to take quite a bit of damage in return. Again, both teams do have a little bit of sustain. Incon has that Solar Blessing, and Naruma with the Wisps are going to be able to heal up both of their respective teammates to make sure that in case any engagement happens, they can play aggressive. But that's red buff stolen away once more by Data Remember.
That rotation from Xenotronics, just not really able to notice that the red buff timer was spawning. I think that Flashpoint felt as though they had enough time to pick up the wave in mid lane and then rotate into their own buff cycles, but You could tell immediately Data Remember was all over it.
And that's one of the things that I think really changed Scotty for a lot of players was that she's always had excellent lane pressure. She's always been one of the best, if not the best, 1v1 character in lane. But you couldn't make those risky plays where you're invading the enemy red buff, you're invading the enemy purple buff whenever they're kind of lurking around. But just that speed boost that she gets when walking over permafrost has been enough to really bring her up, I think. Mirage thinking about going in right now, not going to find a home with that Anvil of Dawn. Stunned out Skilladon, but has to dash away. The pull from Naruma not going to hit home. But Oxygen Supremacy, they're the ones who walk away with the farm from those fire elementals.
I was about to question Mirage there for a second. I thought that he was trying to look for the commit after he found the wall stun onto Skilladon, but definitely prefer the back off there from Flashpoint. I don't think that this is a jungle engagement they want to take with Susanoo, Thoth, and Sylvanas being available.
And this Thoth, we talked about how poor his early game is. Well, now that he's level 9, he's got his Hieroglyphic Assault maxed out. He's in a good spot right now. He's got Pen Boots, he's got 50 stacks on that Doom Orb as well. Venenu's ready to brawl basically any time that Flashpoint decides to jump on top of him.
And you mentioned it just the other day when we were talking about it. Oh, speaking of which, the beads already from Xenotronics.
To get away from the slow, Aquarius can't get away from Skilladon though. Flashpoint still without a kill in this game, almost 10 minutes in. Oxygen just with their fourth kill, 2-0 and 2. Skilladon has had his hand in every single one of them so far.
And that's just rough. We saw Aquarius just going absolutely nuts on this Osiris last game, and now he's actually a level behind Kiki.
So what's different from this game to game 1? Why is Aquarius not having that same success?
It's the Susanoo. Skilladon has just been all over the place this game, whether it's dual lane, mid lane, or solo lane. The rotations have been on point. The damage is there from Kiki with the Sickle Strike on Sobek and his 2. And I think it's just a little bit too much for Aquarius to handle at this point in time.
I mean, Skilladon has had an unbelievable set so far. Game 1 sets the pace early on for Oxygen to allow them to come back in that mid stages with the Humbats. This time around, like you mentioned, the Susanoo making the difference so far for Oxygen Supremacy. And I think he was one of the bigger question marks coming into this LAN. I mean, we know he's an SPL level talent, but he didn't have the performance that he wanted to on LAN last season with Envy at the group stages. But if he can play like this throughout the gauntlet, Oxygen may have a chance to get pretty deep into this tournament.
Skeely is certainly a talented player. I think his biggest detriment has always been he's one of those players that tends to get into his own head. He really takes it to himself if he slips up in the slightest. So I think that as long as he has Kiki and the rest of his team keep him in control, things like this can happen. And Shadow Q saving himself.
He gets popped by Mirage, finds 2 with the Anvil of Dawn. Venenu with the final judgment on a Shadow Q. Cleans him up. Data Remember sitting at 1 HP, and finally Xeno will put him down, as well as another double kill there, actually on the side of Oxygen. Kiki cleans up Incon in that middle lane. Xeno running for his life, but can't get away from Skilladon. 3-0 and 4, top of the player damage charts for Skilly, and Oxygen Supremacy just rolling over Flashpoint.
And I'm sure that Data Remember is more than happy to make a 4-for-1 trade. They're just rolling over Flashpoint at this point in time.
Aquarius is here in full HP, but he doesn't have his ultimate. Kiki trying to zone him away from this Gold Fury. Gold Fury does go down in favor of Oxygen Supremacy. Their lead now up above 4,500 gold early on in this game. And this isn't the early game composition that Flashpoint was running last time. This is a mid to late game comp for Oxygen, and we're only 12 minutes in and they've got this kind of lead.
This is going to be incredibly rough for Flashpoint to try and battle their way back into. They're on the Portal Demon side of the map, but they can't do anything to Kiki.
He's level 13. He's already got that Breastplate of Valor, has quite a bit of HP as well with that Silver Talisman. Could be a Heartward Amulet like we saw him get last game. Could also be a Bulwark of Hope or something along those lines. Pestilence is usually picked up as well, and it would be excellent in this matchup up against the healing of Incon. A lot of options for the veteran solo laner, though he hasn't always been a solo laner. Spent a lot of time moving around, a lot of time in the mid lane, a little bit in support as well. Kiki can really do it all.
Kiki really just likes playing a little bit of everything at this point in time.
Well, he's working out in the solo lane right now as he continues to help put Aquarius down. Dunk down onto Naruma, falling low, but hits 3 with that knockup. Aquarius and Shadow Q go right back up thanks to the Typhoon. Shadow Q is put down from the final judgment by Venenu, but Incon finds 2 with the Searing Pain. Aquarius, he's going to be able to escape with 1 HP, or at least try to. Kiki can't quite find him. Great ultimate there out of Incon, turns that around in favor of Flashpoint.
Incon absolutely saved that fight. Had he not been able to find the raw snipe onto Venenu and Nairuma, that was almost certainly going to be a Portal Demon for Oxygen Supremacy, but it looks like they won it anyway.
Oh, but Xeno uses his ult early on. That Portal Demon will go down for Oxygen Supremacy, continuing to push their lead farther and farther along. Xeno had the right idea there, was just a little bit too early, but without ward coverage, it's basically impossible. It's just rolling the dice, basically.
He was just hoping for anything to save him at that point in time, and that his ultimate wouldn't be completely wasted, but unfortunately, now he doesn't have that available to him, and Data Remember has his ultimate available.
Look at the difference in just outright power between Data Remember and Xenotronics builds. I mean, you've got just tons of it for Data Remember. Not only that, but the penetration out of Brawler's Beatstick. There is very little power in Xeno's build. Quite a bit of attack speed, and he's got some good pen with that Ichabal, but is that enough to really trade into Data Remember?
It's just the gold disparity between the two hunters. I mean, Data Remember's had plenty of global gold between the Gold Furies, between the Portal Demons, and just being involved in team fights in general, but Xenotronics hasn't had that same pleasure. It's really difficult as a hunter to try and opt for anything more than a damage-oriented build. I like his option for Ickful here into what I expect to probably be a kin size, because he just needs damage.
Well, he needs help on this left side right now. Naruma and Data Remember here. Kiki as well. Looks like he came to defend that tier 1 tower on the left, but didn't use his teleport. That'll be up in the next 35 seconds. Skilladon also getting some farm for himself on this right-hand side. Aquarius not really enjoying that level lead that he did last time around, just now evening up with the jungler for Oxygen Supremacy.
And Skeely immediately hearing the rotation being called out and the ward coverage as well. Flashpoint just aren't able to make anything happen in that solo lane so far.
But Aquarius, he's walking right through that tower, almost pulled back in, but a well-timed ultimate gets him out of danger. Mirage, he's the one in danger, pulled back in. Great play out of Naruma to pull him out, but he gets popped at the wrong time. The play was there. Oxygen Supremacy played that perfectly, except they couldn't wait. They couldn't hold it for the last second. But Skilladon says, come on back, boy. I still got that kill. Skilly with number 5 so far in this game. Mirage was saved for a moment, but not long enough.
Mirage feeling it a little bit too much after that one. I mean, I do imagine he was just trying to collect his speed buff and get out as soon as possible, but when there's a Seasonal on the map, there's no such thing as real escape.
Yeah, exactly. He's just got too much mobility to get away from in basically any scenario. Tier 2 tower, 1,500 gold goes the way of Oxygen Supremacy with no response whatsoever from Flashpoint, who just look beaten at this stage. I mean, they just have not had really any fight back. The only real play that we've seen them make so far this game, Taco, was that excellent snipe out of Incon.
I think the primary issue here is that Skilladon just came online so soon with the Susanoo. I mean, 5-0-5 and a part of nearly every single kill on the side of Oxygen Supremacy. And on top of that, a 4-level lead over Mirage.
He's just been aggressive all game long, and it isn't just this one, it was with Hunbats as well, and you don't expect Hunbats to be the aggressive assassin usually, but Skilladon played it to his own style and looked excellent doing it. If he continues to play this aggressive, and if Oxygen Supremacy can move on to face Noble, it's going to be an interesting matchup up against probably the most aggressive jungler in the league, El Chapo, for Team Noble. But Oxygen, they can't worry about that matchup yet. They got to handle what's in front of them. Flashpoint are down, but certainly not out. They've got a lot of sustain and can certainly, if they're able to find a team fight win, could use that sustain out of Incon to try and siege down and grab some extra gold for themselves.
Nearly a 10k gold difference, though, between these two teams. That's that's rough. It doesn't matter what your lineup is. This is incredibly difficult for Flashpoint to find their way back into.
Mirage is on the right side again. Gold Fury pulled, but Xenotronics is really just helping Oxygen out with doing some extra DPS. There goes the Gold Fury. Oxygen secure number 2 for themselves in this game. And what was nearly 10,000 is now over 10,000. We're just before 18 minutes, and Oxygen Supremacy are looking to move on to face Noble Esports in the next round.
It's kind of that stage in time where you don't want to see Oxygen turn on the autopilot just yet. Mirage going to try and gank Sobek, but I just don't think there's much he can do to a level 17 Kiki so cheeky.
Yeah, he's 5 levels down, and there's just no chance for a kill potential there whatsoever, especially with just the raw amount of HP that Kiki has, thanks to the levels and that Pestilence. The rest of Oxygen Supremacy, they're not as worried about it. Skilladon dashes forward and finds the pull back. Typhoon not going to set up for Venenu there, but it might have created enough space to grab this tier 2 tower. It will not. So that's a small win for Flashpoint. Couple ultimates down, and their tier 2 tower is still standing.
Very solid amount of poke onto that T2 tower, though, from Oxygen. And now for Flashpoint, their main concern is if Oxygen are full health and decide to commit on that side of the map, they're not going to have a whole lot of defense coming out from their T2 tower.
But Gold Fury is down, and Flashpoint, they want to take something away from Oxygen, but there's just nothing to take. Red buff's already gone. Gold Fury, Oracles, all down. So instead, they're going to turn their attention to this middle lane, put some use to that sustain out of Incon. This tier 1 tower looks likely to fall, and it will. 500 gold are the way of Flashpoint. But with the rest of Oxygen returning from base, Flashpoint has to turn away and run.
Flashpoint need time right now. That'll be the biggest factor for helping them get back into this game. I'm just not sure that Oxygen are going to permit them to have it.
They've just been playing so aggressive all game long. Oxygen definitely keeping their foot on the gas pedal so far. Kiki looking to flick someone back into the team. Mirage doesn't quite seal it away. A great ultimate out of Incon puts Skilladon down to 1 HP, but Xeno doesn't quite have the range to finish him off. Venenu the focus here from Aquarius, but he doesn't have that same level he did last time. Meanwhile, Data Remember is handling every other member of Flashpoint by that Portal Demon. Xeno wants to make him pay, but turns around and takes a ton of damage. The stun through the wall sets up the kill for Kiki. Skilladon pops through that Portal Demon and finds some damage onto Aquarius, who now has to try and retreat.
And I'm not sure that Aquarius is going to be able to get out, and the answer is no. Venenu, absolutely on point today with this Thoth.
5, 1, and 4 for the middle laner. The rest of Oxygen going to take a page out of Skeely's book, back and use that portal to get back in position to try and knock down this Fire Giant. 2 members dead here for Flashpoint. Incon does have that Searing Pain up soon, but look at the positioning of Kiki and Data Remember. They're not even on the objective. They're trying to snag those kills. Shadow Q has just been eaten alive time and time again by Caldier.
They're not going to let Incon have even the slightest chance of coming into this. You can see he's already looping around, seeing if he can make it in time. Mirage trying to buy him enough moments to see if he can sneak a raw ult over the wall, but he's just going to take a spill for it instead.
Mirage is the one who needs the time. Incon trying to get in there and try and steal away the objective, but Skilladon picks up his second kill there in that engagement, number 7 in total for the jungler, whose name has been on our lips all set long thus far. Oxygen Supremacy now with the Fire Giant, knocking down one of the last tier 2s standing on the map.
Normally, I wouldn't have liked that commitment by Flashpoint to try and find their way into the Fire Giant, but when you're this far behind, it's really your only option.
And they're running out of those options, like you mentioned, Taco. Phoenix falling pretty low. Skilladon teleports into the backside, force use Purification Beads to get out of the abduct from Shadow Q. Final Judgment cleans up Xenotronics. Shadow Q makes number 2 in this one for Venenu, who's got 7, matching his jungler now. The mid-jungle combination for Oxygen Supremacy looking dominant up against Flashpoint.
And these Phoenixes not looking too healthy. This one's already pushed out 3/4 health, about to be 0 health if Oxygen can keep this up, and the pressure is on.
Mirage, he's gonna fall to Venenu from a distance. The pull back in, Incon force use his Purification Beads. Middle Phoenix does fall. Left side still has that tier 2 tower to worry about, that pesky little 1 HP tower that Oxygen just couldn't quite snag earlier.
But it doesn't even matter. That 1 HP is 0 HP in no time. And now the what could potentially be the final push and Flashpoint's hopes being wiped away.
Shadow Q pulled in and almost put down, but the Scarab's blessing is enough to save his life for just a moment until Venenu cleans him up one more time. Oxygen Supremacy was in the lead from minute 1 in this game. Looks like they want to end it right now. They're waiting for their minions on that right-hand side, but look at how healthy they all are. No one really low whatsoever.
Between a Fire Giant and a Sylvanas, they have absolutely nothing to worry about. Opting to back off, though. They're just playing it safe. They probably don't even have to, but I like their discipline here.
A lot of players who haven't been to LAN before. Naruma, Data Remember played on LAN at the AVGL finals, but and as well for Challenger Cup, I believe, but not here in this SPL sort of environment. Naruma, I believe, playing at his first LAN, so you got to respect the safe call in these sort of scenarios. A lot can go wrong, but even despite that, the lead is enormous right now for Oxygen Supremacy.
With a 20k gold lead, I don't think that Oxygen Supremacy are worried about giving Flashpoint a couple of extra minutes. They can afford to wait for the Fire Giant to respawn if they want to.
I mean, they've still got about a minute left on this Fire Giant, a little bit over a minute at this stage. Gold Fury, this is basically just Oxygen doing something with their time, because without rituals in the game, basically everyone is going to be full build and have potions pretty soon, but if it's on the way, you might as well take it, I suppose. Naruma may as well take that. Xenotronics actually finds Skilladon on that right-hand side. Look at where Flashpoint all was, the grouping on that right. Love that play out of the veterans from Flashpoint, and that might be enough to save their Titan for the time being.
That's actually going to buy Flashpoint just those few extra minutes. Skilladon, I don't think, was anticipating encountering the entire roster of Flashpoint in that jungle.
You talked about going on autopilot earlier. I think we were all kind of on autopilot there. We were just watching the Gold Fury. Oxygen, they weren't really worried about it, but Flashpoint weren't. They were the ones looking for the pick, and it does pay off. Oxygen Supremacy, you're going to have to wait around for about a minute and a half to snag away this Fire Giant once more.
I doubt, again, though, that they mind too much. I mean, it's not ideal. You could tell that they really wanted to just go ahead, end it, find their way back into the rest of the competing games for this weekend. But like you mentioned, the wait is on now.
I mean, it's just kind of the clock is ticking. The sands in the hourglass are ticking down. Flashpoint trying to stop that tick and maybe turn their fortunes around, but Kiki trying to turn it around onto the 4 members of Flashpoint that aggress onto him. Mirage barely able to get up into the sky. Just level 14 at the 25-minute mark. The jungler for Flashpoint has had a tough game this time around on this Thor.
And it's going to only get worse, considering that all of Oxygen Supremacy are pretty much going to be full build at this stage in time. I think Venenu is really the only one trailing behind, because supports, once they hit level 16, 15, they're basically level 20 at that stage.
That's as high as they get. They should just be happy that they get that high in the game. I think you're right. And Venenu doesn't have full build, isn't quite level 20, but he's got a lot of very expensive items. Spear of Desolation gives him the pen and the cooldown reduction. The Rod of Tahuti, of course, and then that Soul Reaver trying to really one-shot one of the members of Flashpoint. Right side Phoenix respawns and immediately falls back down to the pressure from Oxygen, who are looking to do the exact same to this middle Phoenix. Mirage just barely able to get out of the clutches of Naruma, but it does cost Shadow Q his Scarab's Blessing.
I like this option by Oxygen as well, to take away the Phoenixes first, just to ensure that Flashpoint aren't going to try and contest, because now if Flashpoint look for that contest, more likely than not, they're going to end up dying for it instead.
Yeah, just so much pressure on these right and mid sides. I mean, you've got plenty of fire minions coming down. Left side Phoenix will respawn, but I don't think that Oxygen is too worried about that. Fire Giant, the second one of the game, falls down to the hands of Oxygen Supremacy.
And this could potentially be it for Incon and the rest of Flashpoint.
The spring split looking pretty dim right now for Flashpoint. Had a couple bright spots, found the 2-0 over Noble, had the split against Allegiance, but certainly not the showing they wanted here at the Spring Gauntlet LAN. Skilladon cleans up Mirage, his 7th death of the game. Skilladon, for how good he's looked, Mirage has just not had that same pressure. Snipe from Incon, not going to do any significant damage. Data Remember still fairly healthy. Skilladon looking to finish off Shadow Q instead of the Titan. There's the ultimate out of Venenu, one-shot Zeno, almost does the same to Incon, but it's all just fun and games before the Titan falls. Oxygen Supremacy, they're the ones moving on to face Noble Esports.
That is the only thing that comes to mind right now is Thoth.
He does a lot of damage in the late game. If you weren't aware,
That hurts.
newsflash, Thoth hurts whenever he gets right up to Hootie, has a Fire Giant and the Soul Reaver as well. And Thoth is one of those gods that he was banned a lot during the split, but really not picked if he wasn't banned. Venenu showing why he deserves to be picked in this sort of scenario. The Challenger Cup uprising here, taking down Flashpoint in the first game.
Well, no doubts about it either. Venenu can certainly play Thoth. The stun setup was phenomenal. The ultimates were absolutely on point. It's just all around excellent display from this challenger, now SPL level team.
And don't forget, this isn't a bunch of no-name players who were just kind of coming up and beating these SPL level players. These are guys that have been around the scene for a long time, coupled with some new blood, some new talent that is ready to burst into the scene. Really exciting to see what Oxygen can do up against Noble and maybe even beyond. Who knows? That's the beauty of the Gauntlet. Let's take a look at the beauty of Game 2, and we've got a desk ready to do just that. Tom, can you do it for us?
I think I can, especially with my two solo lane friends right here. Very fantastic stuff. Toli, I want you to focus on whatever you want, actually. What was your key for game number 2?
It was a different start, I would say, coming out of Oxygen. They also had a great start because the fact that they put Skill down in that duo lane, and on top of that, they invaded the purple buff by himself. He just walked into 2 members, stealing that away, and then he took this little bit of a lead, and then he tried to shut down Aquarius on the Osiris. And that, like, he got those 2 kills really early on. Shutting down the Osiris that early really hurts him because whenever you pick an Osiris, you don't necessarily, you want to be able to snowball. If you don't snowball, fine, just don't get behind. But an Osiris that does fall behind, you're just utterly useless at that point.
Basically useless, yeah. I like the Soulbake a lot coming out from Kiki. He's making more of the pick where he kind of gets you behind. Thankfully to the gank though, he was actually ahead in that matchup and he could do so much. It was so good.
And it was basically because of Skeledon's pressure on every lane of the map.
Okay, good. I'm taking it away from y'all solo laners. Skeledon, the jungle. He's the one that made this one happen. We've been talking about Skeledon for a long time. Even going back to when Adonis was here on the desk, he loved to talk about how strong of a player Skeledon was. But at the end of the day, we just didn't see it when Skeely came up and played in the SPL. This right here, folks, this right here, this is the Skeely we've been talking about.
Absolutely. At level 17 at the 18-minute mark, he was able to rack up a 10,000 goal lead for his team, whereas Mirage was struggling 5 levels behind. That's not something you want to be as a Thor.
So, also this play right here, Mirage coming back into the speed buff, kind of a greedy play and gets punished immediately.
Right here, well, much earlier. This is 16 minutes in. Dimmy, I quoted you. I don't know if you knew you were on the record. 6 minutes and 30 seconds in, Oxygen had 3 kills and Flashpoint had none. Skeledon had just ganked over there in the solo lane. You said, you know, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that's game over.
That's when the game is over.
Why was that gank from Skeely so important?
Basically, from what we had in the first game, Aquarius is the somewhat carry of Flashpoint, and they shut him out completely. Early kill on Osiris, he's out of the game. He's not going to be able to do what he wanted to do. And you get the Soulbake ahead, you have 3 kills, it's game over in my books.
Yeah, it worked out really well. Skeledon, like I said, finally really coming up and stepping up and showing what the Sleep is actually going to be able to bring to the table. This is very, very exciting if you're a fan of these guys. I think heading into their next opposition, Noble, it'll be very important. Noble really leans on that right side of the map, the jungle solo synergy with Uzi and Chapo specifically. So it's going to be very important for Skeledon to continue this reign of terror that we saw here. As Skeledon was able to help out his mid laner Venenu and the rest of his team topple the opposition. Standing by, Flashpoint's very own Incon is there to talk about the match.
Indeed he is. Thank you so much, F, out on the analyst deck. Incon, commiserations today, first of all. Tough set there up against Oxygen. Obviously, did you expect them to come out as well as they did?
Well, we had heard a lot of stuff about Oxygen. Obviously, we put almost all of our practice time into focusing on their kind of picks and bans because Zap has been talking them up on Twitter, and they definitely showed up.
So let's go through game 1 first of all. It looked like your composition was all around early game focus with an Artemis for the late game. Was that the case? Was that the sort of picks and ban focus you were after there?
Yeah, so we had, the pressure with the Poseidon and Sylvanas, stuff like this, so we could get a lot of the lane pressure. That way we could have our Artemis kind of get to the late game, but they did a really good job focusing Xeno in the early game, so we couldn't quite snowball where we needed them to.
Now, even though Aquarius over in the dual lane for you guys on Osiris, game 1, he was fantastic. He got off to a great start. Just wasn't enough. What actually ended up happening in that game? Was it just the focus onto Xeno that caused the issue?
Well, I mean, Xeno got focused early, and they had a really good job having Kiki zone everybody out, even though Kiki wasn't really doing as much damage as Aquarius. I think he did like 10k more damage Aquarius did, but he did a very good job either running straight at Xeno or running straight at me, so I didn't want to really crack in him. But like at one point we killed him, but like that's the kind of we crack into a mana. So it's like it's not the best case scenario. So they kind of put us into a bit of a pickle.
And then game 2, it just looked like right from the offset they were ahead from the beginning and never really. They just strangled you out. It felt like more than anything else.
Yeah, so we went for the early gank in the second game. It was one of the strats we were working on, but they definitely either heard us say we were going to gank them, or they just had, you know, the wards out, whatever it may be. But so we got a little bit behind off of that, and then with Season 4, if you get down a couple K early, that's like super crazy hard to come back.
So you guys going out now, obviously you get to watch the rest of the weekend. Looking at over at North America, who do you think is going to take the gauntlet here now?
Well, I mean, obviously the easy pick is going to be E United, since they only have to win one set in order to do it. But I don't think you can ever count out in memory of Gabe and Soar. Both of those, I mean, those are the top 3 picks. It's not that crazy, but they are the top 3 because they played so well during the season, and I'd say it'd be a pretty safe bet for one of those 3.
Well, the last guessing game I'm going to play with you is Oxygen versus Noble is going to be the next matchup. On paper, how do you feel about that one?
Both of those teams going to be pretty close. I mean, obviously MLC is going to do top damage. We know that's going to happen, but between them, it's going to be close. It's going to come down to whether or not MLC does pop up as much as they need him to with like a big Kokonot or something that he's known for.
Sure. So overall, disappointing performance for you guys. Obviously, next season, you're still going to have to do relegations, first of all, and you may have to face Oxygen there as well. Are we going to see any, you know, like, working progress based off what we saw today?
Yeah, of course. I think that, honestly, people expected us just to get pretty stomped, and I think that game 1 was fairly close, and so we did pretty well there. And I think I hit more ultimates in these games than I did all season long, so that's pretty solid as well, so I'm happy with the personal performance.
It's a step up. Any shouts you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to Flashpoint. Thank you guys to all of our fans, and I'll be back home streaming pretty soon.
Thanks so much. That's income from Flashpoint. Commiserations to them, but it's on to the next set, and the analysts are standing by to bring you that one.
Thank you very much, Graham. This time I've swapped out my Toli for I now have Ryan. Welcome to the desk, Aggro.
Thank you, man. This feels nice. Sometimes you get a little like loose standing there. I like to have the seat. I've got a desk in front of me. I get notes this time. It's nice, man. I like this place. Plus, I like to sit next to Dimmy, so
There you go.
that's always better.
All I wanted him to say was hello, but he had to go off on something.
Hello.
And that's exactly what the Challenger guys did in their first match. They went off taking down the opposition in just 2 games. Best of 3s all weekend here, and now we're going to see them play against the 7th seed. One more time, breaking down the gauntlet. It's just the ladder. The Challenger Cup played against number 8. They win. Now they play against number 7, which is going to be Noble. You know these guys intimately. It's Uzi and Chapo, 2 of your old teammates.
It is. And then you've got, of course, the double W lane. You've got Wowie and Wubbin over there. You probably came up with that, let's be real. And then MLC Stealth, the former world champion, in that middle lane. So you've got a nice sort of mix there of veteran presence in the mid, and then some other guys that do stuff like this.
MLC Stealth, certainly a whole lot of personality there.
That's some sass.
Wowie and Wubbin, you can't see them, but Chapo, really. Chapo and Uzi there on the right side, I think have been the focal point for this team for more than one reason. A lot of people might be interested at first because these are the guys that came over from the console scene. However, I think their gameplay has done a lot of speaking for itself.
I mean, I agree with you. They've been doing a lot of damage. That's like the big thing about Noble, that you always know that you're in for a longer game. Their average game time is the longest in the league, and then they're second highest in terms of player damage in North America, only behind Eager. So you know you're going to have to fight Noble. It's not going to be a sort of objective, you know, pulling you around the map. They want to get up into your face and hit you.
Chapo has always been that sort of hyper-aggressive player going back to the console world, now here on the PC, still sticking to that aggressive nature. Like I said, you were his mid laner. What are the biggest points about Chapo's gameplay that we should be looking out for today?
He's a great communicator, and he loves to try and set up his CC with burst damage from the mid lane, and that synergizes beautifully with Stealth, who loves to play these big burst damage ultimate mages. You can see him on the Poseidons, the Ra even occasionally. It's just a matter of where the rest of everyone else is going to be on Noble to try and augment what can be a very, very potent combo.
Chapo, not just a player, also a big member of the community, big streamer. He's all about big gains and big plays. That's your Chapo.
I am Andy Leon El Chapo, and I play for Noble Gaming. Played in the CCCO about 2 years ago. Then I played in the SCL for a year. And then I went to the finals for Worlds in SCL, and then jumped over to the SPL, because why not? The SPL, I mean, obviously is more competitive. I mean, it's the highest, I would say it's like the highest branch. But compared to the SCL, I mean, honestly, it's just mechanical difference and experience. and that's about it. My goals for this year is to make it to Worlds and just get better as a team and as a unit with Noble. There's honestly no team that we're preparing extra hard for. I mean, yeah, we have time to prepare for certain teams, but we're just gonna be kind of looking over every team and making sure that we come out with the right plays and the right strategies. There's one thing I do outside of SMITE, and that's some shit, bro. No, I'm just kidding. I go to the gym. I mean, it clears my mind off SMITE. Obviously, I'm a streamer, so I guess that's within the SMITE. And on top of that, I like to go to the beach.
Like I said, a lot of personality on this squad. Chapo, you were able to hear the little bit of the crowd and the players over the casters' mics. You're going to hear Chapo a lot. Noble is a loud team both in and out of game. This is where I'm going to direct the question towards you, Dimmy. How real is that? Chapo screaming at you across the way playing against it. Does that affect you?
Me personally, not really. The real factor where emotions, momentum can come in is through the crowd itself. If there's a crowd cheering on every single kill, really making you want to play better, making you want to win, then it's really what gets you going. I think if Chapo's screaming at me, I don't really care.
Yeah?
I don't really mind. It's fine.
We'll see how his opposition feels about that. Skilladon is the jungler that's going to be taking on El Chapo. We saw what happened in match number 1, Aggro. You were the man on the call, and Skilladon, he was making it happen every step of the way.
He played unbelievable, both games. I mean, he was just all over the place no matter what god he was playing. These are both momentum-based junglers, and jungle as a whole is a pretty momentum-based role. I mean, you can talk to that Demi adapting whenever he can steal away an early buff, get an early first blood. It just makes calling the game from that position so much easier.
Yes, it's a lot better. And I also think that this for Skilladon is getting closer to his real test. The game earlier against Mirage was pretty snowbally, and he could easily control that. This one against Chapo, though, should be better.
I mean, you know they're going to fight early, and that's
Yes.
what I think that I'm excited to see. That's why I'm very interested to see where it's going to go in picks and bans. Hunbats is a god that both of these guys like to play to a very, very high level. Chapo considers Hunbats one of, if not his, best god, so that could be a highly contested pick here.
Not just Hunbats, I'm also looking very intently at Susano and Awelish. Awelish is a character that I think for a remainder of time in the console league that Chapo beat teams just with an Awelish pick for a number of weeks, and then when it comes across to the Susano, we saw what Skilladon was able to do that with that character in game number 2. Chapo also strong on that character. But some player that I really want to bring up is somebody that, well, he hides himself. Wowie, you saw him there in the picture. This guy right here, man.
Oh, so that's what he looks like.
So Wowie played on this team last year, and now he's on this team, and everybody talked about literally everybody but Wowie. But when it comes down to it, if you talk to the players behind the scenes, if you talk to the analysts behind the scenes, Aggro, Wowie is up there with some of the best hunters in the world.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's certainly in terms of just raw damage numbers, he's right behind Zapman in terms of hunters that did the most damage in North America during the spring split. And I think that he's got a big hand in bringing Cupid back into the meta. We saw him play that time and time again early on. This is a guy that you can count on to just give the ball to him in the late game. You can put him on the hyper carry, you can put him on a pressure god in the lane. He can play both very, very well, but you know he's going to be in the right position come late game to try and carry Noble.
Yeah, he's really sat on the sidelines for a long time, and I think he liked that, being that sort of sleeper hit. And then I think, you know, a couple of weeks into our spring split here, everybody just, who is this Cupid player? What's going on? All of a sudden, everything's coming out of this duo lane, and he's paired up with Wubbin, who sort of helps him out in that regard, because he leaves him alone. Wowie just sits there in lane most of the time by himself, 2v1 if that's how it has to go, and he farms up, like you said, into the late game, and he just carries things as far as his team is concerned. Do we expect to see the Cupid still here?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's his most comfortable pick. It shuts down a lot of what Oxygen Supremacy was doing in both games. Both games, they picked a good amount of mobility. In game 2, they had the Thought, they had the Susano. Cupid, excellent picks into both of those. So I think that's a pick that you have to be wary of. It's almost, even if they don't draft it, Noble, Oxygen has to pick around them potentially drafting it.
And the fact that he's going against Data Remember is going to make that Cupid selection even stronger. Data Remember's #1 god, perhaps being that ROM with the ever so important role, going to get shut down with that ultimate. Data Remember, though, this is a guy that has ruled the challenger scene. He has ruled the college scene. Shout outs to the AVGL guys. He has been pretty much everything but SPL. And this is the moment where we can see Data Remember actually make this push.
He played great in the first set. This is absolutely a time for him him to shine. And I think pairing with some veterans that have been in the SPL before, namely Kiki, Skilodon, Venenu, these are guys that have been there, done that, and they can kind of mold Data Remember into an SPL caliber hunter.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he needed to find that success, and we'll see how it works out here in our second match. It's the Challengers taking on SPL number 7. Noble Esports do have the first pick. That means they have the first ban as well. Gibby, otherwise known as Wubbin, sitting right there trying to figure out what ban he and his team are going to opt for to start things off.
And this is where it can kind of get in a weird situation because Noble didn't know who they were going to be facing. You don't know if they were preparing more for Flashpoint or more for Oxygen Supremacy. Maybe they assumed Flashpoint would win and had their whole game plan, and now that's all out the window.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Oxygen Supremacy... So put it this way, last time we saw the Gauntlet, Most Wanted was able to come out through, and the Challenger teams, the number 1 Challenger teams are generally known by the SPL teams, at least in North America. Sometimes they even scrim. Is that the case in Europe as well?
Of course, yeah.
So you know the scene a little bit. So I think that Oxygen Supremacy, especially with players like Neil Ma, Kiki, Skilodon, and Data Remember, I don't think anybody's too sleepy on them. No pun intended. Shouts to my man, Skeely. Scotty. That's going to be the first pick. Very, very strong. You're nodding in agreement. You seem to like that selection.
I was very confused that Scotty was not banned. Clearly, Oxygen seems to be not afraid of that, and they just take it away.
Is that your
first pick?
Is that your number? Do you think Scotty is just the number 1 guy right now?
No, but for the hunters,
that's under wraps. That's under wraps.
That's under the wraps. But I don't think Scotty is like creme de la creme. But like clearly, he's very good.
Sylvanas and Hunbats also characters that fit in that, maybe not number 1, but definitely in a conversation to be very towards the top. Sylvanas and Hunbats do very well. Sylvanas, once he executes the kit, leaves a little bit to be desired, but then Hunbats can follow up perfectly.
Without a doubt, and this composition already looking like a little bit of a hybrid from Oxygen Supremacy. Game 2, they had the Sylvanas for Naruma. Game 1, of course, that Hunbats for Skilodon. And this is what we could see through this gauntlet as it tends to develop. The teams that win usually like to stick with what was winning for them, unless they've got something really crazy in their back pocket ready to go.
Bacchus is an excellent selection next to the Scotty. Scotty is a great guy at finishing off characters, and Bacchus is going to start the party with early damage. And if you want more damage, Scylla is certainly going to bring it out of the mid lane. She has some struggles during the early game to be noted, but that late game, she hits a couple of specific levels, and she tears it up.
I mean, it's just like what we saw with Thoth for Venenu in Game 2 there against Flashpoint for Oxygen Supremacy. And we know Stealth's comfortable on this god. He has a skin with his name on it on this god. Yes.
So certainly not going to be out of the wheelhouse for the veteran mid laner. Ram will be the hunter of choice, as I said, for Data Remember, one of his absolute go-to characters. He has just been able to really run whatever league he walks into with this guy. We'll see if it works out with the big boys as well. So here we are at the halfway mark. Judging at 3 out of 5 picks, Timmy, how are you feeling about the drafts thus far?
I think they're pretty even. For me personally, I think that Noble's esports draft is a tiny bit better just automatically because Scotty. Scylla is a hit or miss character in my books. Either she gets a really good resets or she doesn't. And Hunbats is just really good all the way through. I like that they took Hunbats away from Chapo.
Yeah.
I think that's very smart. And yeah, I guess Oxygen's going to ban away mid laners. No, Noble's going to ban away mid laners now because got nothing else about it.
Serket and Wheeler's very intelligent bans coming out from Oxygen Supremacy. Not only are those just very strong junglers, Serket can stop some of the healing coming out from Sylvanas, but those are Chapo gods. Those are the characters that Chapo is going to want to play. I mentioned the Wheelish, and you saw the Serket.
I mean, it's pressure. Those are pressure junglers, specifically in the early game, that are excellent at ganking. The Morrigan was banned both games earlier on here against Flashpoint. This time, this is almost certainly going to solo for Kiki. He's been playing this god consistently. We talked on the cast about how he's played a bunch of different roles. That's perfect for a god like the Morrigan because he can transform into anyone.
This is the first Morrigan that we see, and I'm really excited to see how it actually works out. I'm assuming it's going to be going solo lane, and then we have the classic. Morrigan hits 5, transforms into Hunbats because that's what she does, and then he kills the opponent.
Yeah, Fear No Evil is up there with some of the best ultimates in the game, and now you got 2. That's
Good luck. Good luck.
That's the analysis.
The thing that the Morgan does not bring, though, to the front line, I mean, is that front line. It's exactly what I said there. I mean, she has to transform into a character like Nike or Bacchus in order to really fill that front line role. So if Noble can really just be the aggressors and jump on top of Oxygen Supremacy literally with that Bacchus, I think that they've got a great chance to really roll through that team composition.
I also think they have a really good gank potential onto the Morrigan. If the Susano just has his blue stun as always, he just sticks with a 3 and the stealth doesn't really do anything. And he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
But on the other side, Nike is one of the best gods for the Morgan to transform into when you're in trouble because you can immediately pop that shield and all of a sudden you're healthy, you've got a jump, you can get away as well. So while Uzi picked a pressure god that can really try and bully the Morgan out in lane, it also gives Kiki kind of an out in that lane in case he gets ganked.
Noble's composition seems to be a lot about specific execution. Susano and Bacchus really need to set up the Scylla, hope for those resets. Oxygen Supremacy, you know, I didn't mention it earlier, but Chiron might show up, and he absolutely will. Oxygen Supremacy, Noble Esports. One word, aggro, who wins?
Oxygen.
Timmy.
Oxygen because of Chiron.
There you have it. We got our 2 casters. It's Hindu, and it's Toli. Bring us the game.
Oxygen because of Chiron, Tolly. Are you on that train? I'm not.
Okay, so the last set I was on the Oxygen train, but this time around, I don't know. Noble's a different team than Flashpoint. I got to give them a little bit more props.
And on top of that, I mean, Chiron? I think Dimmy's just
This is
really
more of
trying
like
that.
an anorexia thing. Are we sure we're doing it North America today?
Well, it's double Hunter and a Morrigan as well in this comp. So when you actually look at Oxygen Supremacy here, I'm worried about Engage. They're only going to really have this Hun Bats to engage for Oxygen. Obviously, Sylvanas will do a little bit of that, but he's not necessarily going to be going for the blink in the early game at all with Meditation being available, which means they're not going to have any Engage other than Bats until later on.
This is a do or die composition, I feel like, out of Oxygen. Pure aggression here is the key for them. They're trying to look for the initiation, look for the snowball potential, because 2 hunters that get a little bit of a lead early on, now you're starting to do some objectives, and these are the 2 kinds of roles that can really melt these objectives.
And we talk about the Morrigan quite a bit. We've not seen massive amounts of her in competitive play, but with this sort of teams on the sides of each of them here, Morrigan's got a lot to choose from. If any one player goes off, Morrigan can just transform and go, peace, I've got a full item build here, I'm happy.
I think that's why maybe Oxygen left Susano open for so long, because they were relying on that Morrigan pick. We saw what Skilldown was able to do with Susano the last time around, but this time going for the Hun Bats is going to be very nice to synergize both of those ultimates together. On top of that, if if we see Chapo going off on this Susano, then we can easily see Kiki make that kind of ultimate decision to go for that other jungler and look for a lot of damage.
Now Kiki will be in the solo lane as the Morrigan as well, so he should be able to farm relatively freely, hopefully, unless we see Chapo, who's playing this Susano now, focus on the solo lane.
Definitely a different style than the last set, because we saw Kiki go for the Vamana and then the Sobek, relying on his team to do pressure on the opposite sides of the map. But this time going for a Morrigan, you're more susceptible to getting ganked. So now this is why we're seeing Skilladon grouping up in that lane, making sure that Kiki on this mage solo lane will get alleviated a lot of pressure.
Nice interesting poke between the 2. Waveclay's going to be very close between the 2 of them in the mid lane. Sylvanas Chiron will be okay, but it is Scylla as well as Bacchus here. Both the hunters have been left alone in the duo lane, but you can also see the Data Remember started doing the baby camp to the purple and red to get a bit more experience.
Seems that Skilladon gonna favor out to rotate over here on the left hand or the jungle side of the solo lane, as we're seeing more aggression here being rotated. But you can't ignore the wave here because of Sylvanas clearing those archers before Wubbin and Stealth was. Left side mid Harpies goes in the favor of Oxygen, and they should be able to out clear this one as well, and then even look for the right ones.
Once again, a great start for Oxygen. They've just defeated Flashpoint, and now they're looking towards Noble as well, the 7th seed in the spring split so far. Oxygen, with the pressure in mid lane once again, are going to head over to the red buff.
Smart of them to go for the red buff instead of the right side mid Harpies because of all the pressure that Noble have in that solo side jungle. You definitely don't want to get caught in an awkward 2v4 position, so now instead going for more of an invade, but instead not committing fully to that red buff.
I think they just wanted to try and take the baby camps there, potentially. A little bit worried about being collapsed on by Noble. The jungler was missing there. Chapo had left the solo lane at the same time, so Oxygen played it relatively safe there. They could have gone for a little bit more, but it may have cost them.
Absolutely. They knew that the jungler was on the right side of the map. That left side was free. This is why they made the decision to go left versus right. But the fact of the matter was, wow, he made the rotation to his own purple buff instead of defending his red buff. So this kind of confused Oxygen as to where the Scotty player was.
Now, when Chiron was meta a while ago, he was mainly in the middle lane. Yamin, one of the first ones to really bring him into the mid lane in competitive play. But since then, he sees more time there than he generally does in the dual lane.
He has more power, and this is something you want to have out of a mid hunter. You're going for your Neefs, your Medusas, your Chirons. You want to be able to rush this Transcendence, even ignoring Bluestone Pen and trying to capitalize on this huge power spike item.
The one thing you can see on Veneno as well, who is playing that Chiron, he used to be a Hunter player before, so it's not unusual to see him on Hunters once more. But he did invest into an Aegis at the start of this game here, Toli, instead of the Purification.
Something I was about to bring up as well, because of the fact that we're seeing the initiation from Noble. They're relying on Wubbins, Bellyflop, and Chapo being able to pull him out of position here, but he has the CC immunity with his ultimate. So as long as he gets pulled in by the Susanoo, he can just use that ultimate to prevent the Bellyflop and then go from there. As long as he uses the Aegis to prevent the Ama Monster, that's the goal, to make sure that MLC Stealth doesn't find the resets on that big hitting ultimate.
Talking about MLC Stealth a little bit more, he's playing that Scylla skin that he got for his team at the World Championships in Season 1. Ozzy gonna get hit by the Fear No Evil, overhand smash as well, second Fear No Evil, thanks to the Morrigan. Ozzy's still alive, but not long enough. First blood goes the way of Skillydon. The Changeling was awesome.
Skillydon was just laughing at that little gank potential.
But what do you do, Tola? You're a solo, how do you deal with that?
No, there's no dealing with that. At level 4, you don't have your ultimate to give you that big shield potential health, and this is why we're seeing Skillydon put more attention onto Kiki. If you get this mid-range ahead.
Stealth forced to beats early on there. A little bit worried about the ultimate coming out from Neramar, which was available. Instead, you'll see Oxygen take the free win of the Purification Beads of Stealth.
I love the safe play from Oxygen, not committing necessarily to the ultimate from Neramar. Instead, electing to just force the beast, because once you find the pull, the root is going to be good enough to guarantee a lot of damage from Veneno, and a lot of teams in the SPL level would not full commit to try to find some kills.
Instant ult from Neramar to avoid the knock-up from Wubbin and that belly flop, but no follow-up from either team after that. Obviously, Noble not happy to continue engaging, and with Skillydon were lurking in the wings there, it would have been problematic.
Without the ultimate from Skillydon, no Fear No Evil available. Had there been an additional member for Oxygen in that mid lane, probably would have seen a little bit of a harder commit onto this Bacchus support player, but instead playing very safe, using that CC immunity of the ultimate to prevent the knockup and then the continuation route into Ama Monster damage.
Well, first time seeing Noble today so far. They did finish 7th in this spring split, as we mentioned, but coming into this as well, Chapo and Stealth, two of the highest damage dealers out of North America here, but they do die a ton, which generally sets up Wowie to be the one that gets the majority of the kills on this team.
It's all about the aggression coming out of these North America junglers, and whenever you talk about aggression, these are the two names that come to mind. It doesn't really matter if you're high caliber, former Annister, now homie FA for Sword Gaming, or members in the bottom seated of the SPL
this
team.
side for Neramar to escape this. The all-in potential's here. I'm a monster will hit. Still not enough damage to bring him down as the meditation comes into play. Over the wall is Skillydon with the Fear No Evil. He will miss it, but the overhand smash and monkey toss will at least make sure Chapo ends up in base.
Great counterplay from Neramar, using that meditation to stay alive, going for the reinforced greaves, keeping himself topped off, building stack after stack of protections, keeping himself alive long enough for Skillydon to make that important rotation. And this is one of the key components for a Hunbats in the jungle role. Sometimes you can make aggressive plays, but Hunbats is more known for the counter aggression.
And that's generally the playstyle Oxygen are going to have here. We mentioned at the end of picks and bans there coming from the analyst desk, Toli. Their engage is really only Skillydon, so why not let Noble do the engagements for you?
All the cooldowns were not available for Noble. They got slightly out of position in that mid lane. It made such easy pickings for Skillydon just to jump over that right side mid Harpy, dump that ultimate right in the middle of the lane, dissecting the two areas.
Well, we mentioned a little bit about Wubbin picking up the reinforced greaves there on Bacchus. Same can be said now through Neramar. They both recognize that supports may be focused during this early game, especially with these two types of supports you have as well. Very aggressive or pill people out of position like Neromar can, you've got to expect to take a lot of poke on the front lines.
And with that failed attempt by Noble, now they have to reevaluate how they really want to start some of these engagements. It obviously didn't work out on a Sylvanas that didn't have his ultimate. So the question is, what's your next target here? Do you start trying to focus out the dual lane, or do you go for this Morgan?
I think realistically, Noble's composition, even if they're behind here, their late game looks fantastic. Think about Nike when that passive starts to ramp up. Think about the fact they've got a Scylla on here, and they've also got the duo lane powerhouse that is Wowie on that Skadi.
Very true, but there's a 2-level deficit here. El Chapo, only level 7. Skilldon does have that huge overhand smash maxed out, and look what he's doing. He's still hitting that mid lane.
Here he goes, Fina Weevil looking potentially for Chapo here, who's into the wall, had no beads available there. I'm a monster, where he turns on poke, but a great knocker from Neromar after the pull. Stealth is removed from the game once more.
Great plays from Oxygen, still capitalizing on this Hunbats that's ahead. This time around, it was Skilldon initiating and forcing the issue instead of counter-engaging, and this is going to be a huge momentum swing for Oxygen as they establish themselves at 2,000 gold lead now.
The only bad news for Oxygen there, they would have loved to get more if they could have, but nothing really available on the map for them to look to invade. Speed buff due to come up for Noble soon, but already the Noble have respawned.
Just slow and steady, waiting for this Hunters to really come online. As long as the 3v3 is going to favor Oxygen, once Rama maxes out his steroid of attack speed, that's when we're going to start seeing the grouping up around the Gold Fury, trying to extend Oxygen's lead.
And we mentioned a little bit there, Tully, like about how good Noble's composition is in the late game, and you just touched on it there. Double Hunter for this side of Oxygen. It's not something you can overlook.
Not at all. And we talked about the kind of momentum that Oxygen would need to have success with this kind of composition, because if this were to fall behind and crash and burn, there's no real comeback potential for Oxygen unless Kiki would use his ultimate on the gods out of Noble. But because they're all ahead, it seems like Kiki's just going to rely on using his own ultimate for the Hunbats.
A very great start here for Oxygen. Look at the gold lead, look at the experience, the 2-level difference between the two teams right now. 3,000 experience, 2,500 gold in favor of Oxygen as they're looking for the oracles on the left once more.
We always harp about the experience more than the gold, and this is for a good reason. Once you have those level 2 ultimates online before the opposition, that's one power spike that you could use just to force a small engagement.
And that's all about those relics at level 12, so just keep an eye on those levels. You can see 3 members of Oxygen already at level 11, 1 more level, and I think we may start to see some investment into the Gold Fury contest coming out from Oxygen here.
Especially once Veneno comes back into the mid lane, just now finishing off his Ninja Tabby in the backside, though. Skilldon looking for an engagement, potentially Chapo forced to use that Typhoon here, or the Siphon rather, back into his tower.
I like the call from both junglers here to where else in the map apart from the duo lane. And at the same time, Skilldon's like, well, this is the only lane that's not winning yet. Let's get it winning.
Well, the thing is, Chapo's thinking like, okay, we have no business any longer in mid. I have to go to one of the side lanes, and Kiki is just putting too much pressure under that tier 1 tower to make anything happen in there. So it's a good idea here for Skilldon to also kind of look for that matchup, like you mentioned, trying to get that last missing piece into the puzzle to start going for these Gold Furies.
Well, very safe from Wowie there on the left-hand side. He was stood on a ward there, Skilldon, who was waiting in the jungle, but the Gold Fury's been attempted here. Only Chapo is around, joined by Wowie now, trying to contest, look for the steal. Won't happen today as Oxygen pick it up. Wowie's now in trouble, forced to run for his life.
Oh, the
but he's still gonna go down.
The long-range snipes from the Chiron and Data, remember, the double Hunters doing a lot of work in these encounters. First Gold Fury, 10 minutes, goes to Oxygen.
Oxygen, take into account as well, Tolly, what's it like playing at LAN when you've got that warm-up game under your belt? You know, you've already played one set. There is benefits to being a low-seeded team in the Gauntlet because you get all that practice on stage.
All the gears are turning. The communication is on point. The mechanics have been warmed up. Going for a nice little play on this Portal Demon just to add the cherry on the top. Oxygen trying to aggress onto Uzi as well.
Noble are just disillusioned right now. They can't really find a foothold anywhere across the map. Gold Fury just gone and Portal Demon at the same time. The gold lead is just starting to get out of control already.
And this was a well-tactical ploy by Oxygen. They pushed down the dual lane tower, and they saw the fact that the matter was Wowie was between the tier 1 and tier 2, way out of the Gold Fury range. Chapo went back into the mid lane, which is too far away to really make his impact known.
You can see Noble hanging around that Portal Demon right now as Ozzy's a little bit overextended there. He's been forced to ult defensively to keep himself alive. He'll get away for now, but that ultimate being on cooldown. Luckily enough, there's no real objectives to contest.
Without both Gold Fury and the Portal Demon, a lot of members from Noble trying to make something happen in the duel middle lane, but because Nero Ma was protecting Kiki, not really going to find anything in that regard, just trying to go for their own buffs and look for kind of a mistake potentially out of Oxygen in order for Noble to really get back in this game, because this is starting to slip really fast. They're down 5,000 gold at the 11.5 minute mark.
And the majority of Oxygen were involved in the relegations at the end of fall, the start of this year, to try and get back into the spring split, but they failed to do so. Right now, they're taking on the bottom two teams of the spring split. They've already defeated Flashpoint, and they're putting a beat down on Noble right now. Relegations could be very spicy this year as well, Totally.
Last season, North America Gauntlet, we saw Most Wanted be able to beat the first opponent and then almost beat Envious in the second time around. And Data, remember, was on that Most Wanted squad. And this time he is with Kiki and Skeleton, formerly of Envious. And this would be a really good opportunity for Oxygen to really prove themselves, whether or not they win this set or the future sets, of how they're going to perform in the relegations.
And right now you can see Skeleton once again 2-0-2, level 13, equal to his solo laner right now. His performance against Flashpoint was fantastic, that allowed Oxygen to get to this point, but he's carried on from where he left off, Totally. Hunbat, someone that we don't see too much at LAN normally.
Not normally necessarily, because the fact that the ping's a little bit better to react to the Fear No Evil. Nice little play to follow the Bacchus over the wall with a monkey bounce, but doesn't want to commit with the ultimate without any of his other teammates around the corner. But despite Skeleton playing this Hun Bats here, he was able to get a huge lead the last game when he was Susanoo, but instead electing to go for the Hun Bats, a guy that he hasn't played today yet, and confident enough to really snowball, and it's been showing here in the first game of the second set.
And right now, Oxygen, because they realize they've got a very good established lead here, are trying to get a little bit more out of it. They've got to be very careful about what they do at the right time. This tier 1 tower should fall down, as Skeleton did use the Fear No Evil there just to dissuade Stealth from hanging around.
Absolutely. That covers such a huge area of the map that it makes it very difficult for anybody to really defend that tier 1 tower, and that's going to be 500 gold in the pocket from Oxygen, just snowballing a little bit further, almost at that 6,000 gold mark.
And the best thing about Oxygen's comp here is getting it online as quick as possible, because you know Noble, when we get to 25-30 minutes, that's when the Armor Monsters will be swinging. That's also when we will have a core build online that Caldeir will then come into play to be able to pin down their opposition.
And on top of this, it's going to be very difficult for the Nike to start building that passive. Not going to be level 20 on 2 members for quite a long time, and they're still 10 kills away from one of their stacks.
That's a good point as well, because those stacks for Nike, they do come along, but you've got to get the level 20s online and the kills. The farm should pretty much be done already.
The farm is basically standard, but the other two takes a little bit of time, and one of them is not even guaranteed.
Well, Noble stuck in a bit of an awkward spot now. Luckily, they have a window to buy some time for themselves now, just to farm up. But at the same time, Oxygen are going to be doing the same thing. So this level difference shouldn't really change until the next Gold Fury or Portal Demon.
Absolutely. 30 seconds remaining for this Gold Fury to respawn. Oxygen definitely trying to look for positions with their lead to start sentry warding in a little triangular formation. You want to cover both mid Harpy, top and bottom, obviously the Gold Fury, and then get some aggressive regular wards around the purple and red buff of the enemy. So that way you have enough area control of vision that you can safely attempt this Gold Fury.
Well, Kiki on the Morrigan on the right-hand side there has gone for the Breastplate of Valor, picked up a Void Stone as well to go with that. Stealth in the jungle, though, being aggressed on one more time by Skeleton. Woman going to actually flop there, not going to find a home. Oracles have spawned, as has the Gold Fury.
Skeleton jumping over the crush, but doing a nice little juke over Wubbin's belly flop. Taking a little bit of poke here is Data, remember, but having the wisps from Nero Ma is going to keep him a little bit healthy. Also having lifesteal from the Aussie would be good to top him off.
Problem is here, though, Tolly, is that Aussie's on the left-hand side of the map now, and that means the solo tower is free for Kiki to take. Fear No Evil used early on there to get a defensive edge, and Chapo's in a bit of trouble here. Remembers looking for the shots. He can't invest the last one into Susanoo. He'll just take the fact that they fall back and they get a tier 1 on right.
After he hits the first one, recognizing he misses the second one, he didn't trust that the third one would connect and do enough lethal damage, so instead not even looking for Chapo, trying to get some more pot shots. But all this time, Kiki's been able to get a tier 1 tower on the right for free, and now he's going for tier 2.
And that's what Aussie's going to make a call here. We're doing the Gold Fury. Do I have to teleport back to the right-hand side? Remember, Kiki has teleport available if Aussie does come over there. In the end,
there he is.
Chapo that's had to come over.
There he is. There's Kiki. Aussie's in a lot of trouble, having to use the ultimate. The crush doing a lot of damage to Skid. Now the snipes from Chiron finishing off Aussie.
And then free kill there for Oxygen once more. Wubbin on the front line at half health. Now Chapo comes in, but meets Kiki. Kiki going to poke him out a little bit there. Chapo still trying to stay involved, but Wobbin on the front line trying to set something up. Gonna fall down. The crush was good from Stealth, and at the end they'll pick up Skeleton for that. Wowie versus Kiki, and Kiki with the horn bat showing he can play Assassins too.
Kiki out playing his opposition. He's not done yet. He goes for Chapo as well, getting a double kill. Gold Fury being taken on the backhand side. It's only MLC Stealth alive, trying to defend this tier 1 tower, but against 4 members from Oxygen, you just gotta let that one go.
Could be a little bit difficult for him to take a tier 1 without minions here, but I say that with double hunters and one of them building penetration, it's gonna, well, both of them building penetration, let's be honest, it's gonna go down as well.
Oxygen have hit their power point with these double hunters. They're so far ahead now out of Noble. Level 15 on both of these hunters, going for a very heavy physical damage with penetration on the side of Venenu, going for the Titan's Bane. And just now, look at what Skeleton just finished. This Relic Dagger now, he's gonna have shorter cooldowns for his blink, making sure that he's going to be able to go into that backline using that ultimate. Not only does that help himself, but think about when Kiki transforms into the Skeleton.
Very good, true indeed. We'll see if we can actually help him out. 20% cooldown reduction on those relics from that item as well. Ozzy will get his blue buff on the right-hand side after Kiki played a very good fight there, in my opinion. It was very well played by Oxygen to 4v5 for a majority of the time. The Gold Fury allow Kiki to expose a weakness on the right and then teleport in as soon as backup for Noble showed up.
It's a game of push and pull. We saw Noble pushing Oxygen away from the Gold Fury, whereas we saw Kiki push the tier 1 on the right-hand side, but Noble couldn't really push far enough to secure the Gold Fury, so it just allowed Oxygen to push back.
They lose the Paul Demon. They're going to lose Ozzy as well. Now it's a 4v5. Knock up on 3 members from Chapo as Chapo's trying to fight against Skeleton. He's forced out, but aim rolls day to remember. Going to get the Aegis out of Chapo as he pulled into danger. Venenu picks up the double. Wobbin with the flop as well as the Armor Monster from Stealth is still not enough to kill a single member of Oxygen here. Kiki takes out Wowie. Next on the list is Wobbin. 5 members of Oxygen still stand.
There's just not enough damage for... Oh, nice jump from Skeleton preventing the root. Stealth really needed to find 1 kill, maybe to delay the Fire Giant attempt, but not finding it. There's just, despite the build coming out of Stealth, which is pure damage here, you have the Pen Boots, Dynasty Plate Helmet, and the Spear of Desolation, but there's just not that much follow-up damage because Chapo is just too far behind. He's level 13. He doesn't have his Jotun's Wrath finish or any other penetration item after that Hydra's Lament, and without that damage to augment the damage that Scylla can follow up with, there's no Ama Monster resets here. We saw a great setup from Wubbin. He hit all 5 members with that belly flop, but just not enough to execute.
And now with the Fire Giant and 2 Hunters in tow, they can start to siege down the tier 2 towers that still remain for Noble. 1,500 gold for each one available for the team.
Normally in Season 4, the games have started to slow down for like majority of the time, but this time around, Oxygen, they are not slowing down this pace at all. They essentially won the last game in about 18 to 22 minutes, but they played really safe, wanted to make sure that they found everything.
Goes straight to Chapo, and Chapo's eliminated again. Wobbin was trying to help him out, and instead he's in an awkward spot, forced to flop away. The rest of Oxygen will take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and will they go left, or are they looking for the Phoenix in mid? Now that Chapo's dead.
With this double 100 composition, Fire Giant as well, doing a good job separating is Kiki, trying to distract Ozzy though, jumping in the backline, Skeleton as well, looking for the initiation. Ozzy just buying time with his ultimate.
And the Thorns as well. That's why Oxygen didn't invest any damage into him. The Thorns could have done a lot of work there to Noble's front line, but the Fire Giant and the Wisps will start to regen them once more. Once again, Kiki on the right, keeping an eye on things. It's 2 engagements at the same time. Nerimar goes to the back with the ultimate as Wobbin initiates 2. Wobbin's the casualty of war, however, as is the Phoenix. The Armor Monster from Stealth is good. Nerimar's pull is better. The snipes are the on point from Day to Remember. They will be triple kill in the end for Venenu. No Penta this time, I don't think, even though Venenu really wants it.
Oxygen, they're feeling really confident to go for the win this time around. We saw how safe they were the last time. The question is, there's 2 members here, but the Fear No Evil deterring, finding Chapo. Niroma gonna get sacked out by Wowie. Titan is really healthy, but with that tower and 2 Phoenixes still remaining, that Titan is gonna be swinging really hard, has a lot of health, a lot of protections, and I like to see the idea and the mindset of Oxygen to go for this kind of attempt, because we saw how passive they were the last game, and now they're trying to test the waters just to see what they can get away with. They know they have this game in the bag.
Yeah, they do to an extent, but is there any way Noble can get back into it? It's just wait. Try not to lose the Phoenixes, hold on as long as you can, but I don't think Oxygen are really letting them do anything to get to that
A
point.
jungler cannot be 5 levels behind and still expect to get back into the game, especially when it's 18 to 13. There's just not too much comeback potential, but either way, we could still see more aggression out of Oxygen, maybe diving the Titan, maybe diving for kills out of the Fountain.
Just look at that player damage on the left-hand side there. 3 members of Oxygen are in the top 3 right now. 1 over 10k, 2 more approaching it, and that is the 2 Hunters. Obviously, Stealth will get a bit of an easier time to get some poke damage off in the solo lane. That's why he's a bit further ahead, but you can't discredit how well he's played today.
Yeah, and obviously Kiki having that fake damage in the solo lane, so they can't really necessarily count him out either.
You can't call it fake damage because you used to do that in the solo lane
Oh,
yourself.
absolutely. You just got to be a big old bully, and Kiki's being a big old bully with another female god that he likes to play.
That's true, that's true. He's on the female gods again. Now to the left-hand side, though, go Oxygen, looking for the final Tier 2 tower. Stealth and Ozzy are here, but they're not going to be able to stop, once again, the double Hunter and Sylvanas, along with a full minion wave. They have to wait for this left-hand Phoenix.
A lot of items being completed for Oxygen here. They're sitting at about 5 to 5.5 items, whereas we see Noble really struggling here, about 3 to 3.5, making it even more difficult to hold on to this Fire Giant team out of Oxygen.
Oxygen right now have 4 members on the left-hand side. They're not going to commit just yet because of Kiki's positioning. I say that as Kiki now teleports in, uses the stealth to try and look for a flank opportunity. Not going to find one, though, but will join up with his team.
Oh, is he trying to zone out the members here from Oxygen? But it's going to get pulled back into the Pharaoh Evil. It gets melted completely. Where did you go?
Neremo played lights out there with that big pickup, and now they're looking for the Phoenix too. Woman's going to get knocked in the air and already dead before he lands. Double kill for Data, remember? Phoenix falls, and this could be the game already, Tolly.
Oh, Kiki getting hit quite hard there, but Data, remember, hits MLC Stealth harder with that big 3 skis. Titan's going to go down as well. Oxygen, this is their 3rd game in a row that they've won.
Tolly, 20-2 was the scoreline there in less than 24 minutes.
I'm not going to lie. Oxygen embarrassed Noble there harder than they embarrassed Flashpoint the last game.
Well, the question is that Noble's warm-up game? Do we class that as a warm-up game for Noble? There was the first time on stage today, first time hit the LAN as a team as well. Do we take that into account, or do we just go, nope, that was all Oxygen, just...
Oh, it was absolutely all Oxygen, but at the same time, you can't discredit the fact that that warm-up is a big factor. And Noble, they could have been preparing more for Flashpoint than for Oxygen, expecting the SPL team to be able to overcome this Challenger circuit.
That's very, very true indeed. And now that's the question, what's going to happen with Noble here? They're having a discussion with the admins about whether they want to be first pick or second picker here, I feel. So we'll find that out soon enough, because it's a big thinking point for these boys now.
Absolutely. Whenever you have this kind of second pick mindset, you want to find the right counter matchup in that solo lane. Obviously, first pick is a big factor for the jungle side, but you do have some sort of an advantage, and maybe this could be a good opportunity for Noble to look at Uzi trying to shut down Kiki, because we saw Skilladon make that early rotation, just shutting down the Nike, letting Morgan get super far ahead early.
Well, the Challenger Circuit team takes down 1 SPL team, and they're already on their way to doing it to a second team already. The analysts are standing by to break down exactly what just happened in that first game.
Thanks a lot, Henry, man. You know, I put it really plainly on Twitter. I expected Flashpoint to lose against Oxygen, but against Noble, I did not expect 1, a win, 2, as dominant of a win that we just saw. What is it, Dimmy, about this team you think that allows them to come through here?
I think they were really well warmed up coming from the set before that game, and they just managed to find so many picks. And they go into the team fights, it wasn't really even team fights. It was still getting picks, just overpowering them right out. Perfect use with the Humbat's ults, and just winning the game from there.
Yeah.
I mean, the first blood came from 2 Hunbatses, perhaps one of the scariest things that you can look at. Kiki playing the Morgan over there on the solo lane. A very, very interesting character for a very, very interesting guy. I mean, like I said, I'm happy to see him back in the solo lane, specifically because of his creativity. Creativity in the solo lane and jungle is really what Season 4 is about, and Kiki is really making that rock with his choices.
I mean, he can play it all. I mean, he like we mentioned, he's played in the mid lane, he's played in the Guardian role, and now he's moving back to the solo, and he just looks so comfortable there. And it wasn't playing in the jungle necessarily, but he looked like he could have with those Hunbat's plays time and time again. Just so difficult to lock down the Morgan. And then when you're on the offensive as the Morrigan, it makes your job so much easier. That stealth, not great to run away with, but as an engagement tool, it can be very, very potent, and Kiki showed that in this game.
See that right there? Just so smooth. We were talking about, Dimmy and I were talking about characters' skill ceilings before, about some of the junglers. Morrigan, one of the harder to play characters, and right there, just Kiki looking so smooth with it, seamlessly flowing in between the Morrigan and the Hunbat's character that he's going to switch into, and really was able to bring the business to Chapo and his solo laner, Uzi, across the way. Uzi did not have the game that he wanted, Dimmy. He played the Nike. This was a strong choice, but didn't seem to really be as strong as we had expected.
NA seems to really like the Nike pick. I do respect it. It is a good choice, just judging off the passive. If you get that going, it's a really nice benefit to the team. In this matchup, however, he just got behind too far, and if you get behind his Nike, you don't really do much in team fights. You jump in, you get your one cancelled, and you ult, and that's basically it.
You kind of just run in circles.
And thanks to Humbat's ult, he didn't even get to ult at some point.
Yeah, a little bit rough there for Uzi. One of the guys who during the regular season I have been very high on. I think that Uzi has been one of the more impactful players in Season 4 here in our spring split. What specifically stopped Uzi from doing that here in this game?
I mean, an early focus from Skeleton, who really spent a lot of the first set looking in that duo lane of Flashpoint, changing it up in this one. It spent a lot of time in the solo lane, and just giving Kiki a little bit of an advantage. Like Timmy mentioned, when you're Nike and you fall behind, you kind of lose that luster. Nike's whole kit is designed around excellent damage out of Rend early, and then relying on the passive in the late game. If you never get to the late game, the passive's never an issue, and when you're that far behind early on, that Rend doesn't really work. Plus, I mean, he's into a matchup there with the Nike versus the Morrigan, where he's going to get consistently stunned out of that Rend, and while he has the AoE auto attacks, if without that pressure, you cannot keep Kiki underneath tower, and then that allows Kiki to really get that build going pretty quickly and make the impact that he did.
And so if Uzi wants to change from the lackluster game 1 into a stronger game number 2, Dimmy, what specifically do you think he has to change about his gameplay?
He has a lot of choices. He can either be on the aggressive side, try to pressure out Kiki like Aquarius has done in the first set, have that approach, or maybe switch off to a Guardian and say, okay, I'm going to survive these ganks, and I'm going to add more control and more pressure in the later team fights than a Morrigan could do.
So you weren't thrilled about the Nike pick. You let us know straight and center. But you were thrilled about this Chiron pick in the mid.
Oh, yes.
This is, I mean, like one of the commentators mentioned, Venenu, Hunter player, Chiron, sure. But your team is one of the teams that plays Chiron mid. Why do you like the Chiron so much?
I'm a huge fan. He has just great damage. In a Scylla early game, she builds her starter items, ends up being very squishy because of that. She doesn't get any health. And as you can see there, he just rips through them with the ultimate, chases it back up with the 2, and just then again, the exact same scenario. He just has his perfect angle and has great shots on the squishies.
That's what I like. The kill that he gets without even looking and turning away from a distance.
And just look at where he is in these team fights. This is what makes Chiron so potent. Hunters usually don't have abilities that are this long range, and he's just all the way in the back until the late game where he can play aggressive and play up. Really, really strong play from Venenu, who's absolutely killed it so far. As totally mentioned, 3 wins in a row for Oxygen Supremacy, and this mid laner is a big reason why.
For me, Nanu and Data Remember, you saw Data Remember picking up that Tripski at the end right there. The 200 players here in game number 1 in their second set. For me, that's what, so we talked about the Nike, that passive. The movement speed doesn't matter if you have a Rom in the sky and the Chiron that's hitting you from literally anywhere with the guaranteed shot. I love the selection. Nike not able to do it. Need to see Noble move away from it. I expect this one to go 3 games if Noble can find a better composition.
Well, it's just about how Noble, they seem to do the same thing every single game. It's always Chapo helping out Uzi in the early game. It's always Wubbin in that mid lane with stealth, and it's always Wowie all alone on that duo side. And that game in particular was a great opportunity to leave Uzi alone and help out Wowie and get him ahead on the Scotty, and Noble just could not adjust. I think they need to either draft around a composition where their style works, or switch up their style to fit their draft.
Yeah, that's actually a really big point. Zapman said on Twitter earlier that he was very confused why Noble let the Scotty 1v1 the Rom. This is the situation where you want to change things up. So, you know, words from Zapman, one of the higher hunters here in North America, certainly something to think about if you're Noble. We'll see if they opt to go ahead and change that. Bans coming out for game number 2. Zeus and Hunbats on the left side, banned out by Oxygen Supremacy. Noble Esports, however, they don't want to see Kabrakin whatsoever. here, and they've got one more left.
This could be a bit of a trap, though, for Noble, because they played the Scotty last game. It didn't really work out, so they might get baited into not banning it, but that could be an issue up against Oxygen Supremacy, where Data Remember played it very, very well. Scotty open, Chang'e also open here.
Yes, for the first time ever.
Yeah, I mean, Chang'e completely just insane, both in the mid lane and in the jungle. Skilladon's been practicing it, and I think he could be ready to bring it out.
What I want to see from Noble here is a team comp that has a bit, oh, there it is, the Chang'e. A bit more direction towards synergy. The last team comp they had was more relying on counter initiation.
Yeah.
It was a very slow initiation on their part. I want to see them take more initiative.
Especially for a team known to be as aggressive as Noble is. Very curious to see that sort of thing. Chang'e, what an interesting trip that this character has had. If you haven't really caught much of our spring split, you might be wondering why Chang'e has been so, sought after. Well, DJ Pernicus really brought her out in the jungle, and very rarely can you point to a single point in time when something is made. Usually it's just over the flow or meta changes. DJ picked Chang'e once in the jungle, and now it is a standard, almost must-ban. And like you said, Skilladon's been practicing it. Junglers have to have Chang'e in their arsenal, I feel. Why is she so powerful right now?
The itemization is the big key. She can start with the Bumba's Mask and the Sands of Time, get those cooldown boots pretty early on, considering her passive allows her to buy without having to back, and then you can just get Shield of Regrowth, and you're 2 items in with 40% CDR, a ton of HP. You rely on your base damage, and you just heal and dance, and you're impossible to kill with that sort of build. It's very, very difficult to handle.
She's going to be next to Data Remember's incredible ROM. I spoke about it, then we watched it, and now we get to watch it again. The Ymir, not a popular pick so far, but Ymir's a character that your team really enjoys.
It's a tiny bit unconventional. I like it here. The Medusa relies on a dash to get away. If the dash is cut off by a wall, she's in a lot of trouble. Same goes Scotty and also the Morrigan. So it looks very promising so far.
So interesting draft here from Noble. I don't even know the last time we saw Stealth on a Hunter in the mid lane. It might have been against you guys at Season 2 Worlds with his Neath that didn't end up working out. Medusa here, I mean, it's just a little bit curious for me. I like the Scotty pick right away. I don't think there's any way that Oxygen Supremacy understand the Medusa's coming and ban it away, or pick it, because we know Data Remember seems to favor this ROM into that matchup. So maybe a little bit early on the trigger there. And then the Morrigan, I anticipate this is going to be in the jungle for Chapo. This is not necessarily an Uzi god. Chapo loves to play this god. Not only it fits their team composition because they need a little bit more magical with the Hunter in the mid lane, but it's also, more importantly, taking it away from Kiki.
I think that's the key there is pick is the ban via the pick. Taking it away from Kiki is going to be very strong. And that leaves Noble 2 extra bans to play with, one of which will be the Thoth. We'll see what their final ban will wind up being. Across the way, however, OS opts to take Fafnir out of the conversation. With 2 Hunters, what Fafnir brings is just too much. The augmentation of those basic attacks gets very scary very quickly.
Fafnir, one of the highest picked Guardians in the spring split. Very, very potent. I think it's kind of flown under the radar, I would say, as far as top Guardian picks, but certainly fits the bill, especially with this composition. In fact, he did have the highest pick rate of any Guardian in the spring split.
So Vulcan's banned out. We saw Nanu play Vulcan a little bit earlier in the day, and Terra will be banned out as well. We haven't seen her picked, and she's been banned here and there. Normally, these days, more of a solo laner than a support. Demi, how do you feel about Terra and her impact on the game currently?
I think Terra's in a pretty good spot. I would like to see her maybe a bit earlier. I think she has a very promising kit. Just maybe NA doesn't value it as highly. But yeah, I'm surprised she's not picked earlier. Yeah,
I think it's very interesting that she gets that far down. And with her ban, it'll be a different Guardian of choice. Noble Esports opts to go Sobek. We'll see where Sobek winds up. Like you said, Morgan, not really an Uzi god. Still, Sobek can wind up in the hands of a Guardian or a solo.
Sure, definitely a flex pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see Noble go for an aggressive support with either the Sobek or Amaterasu being open. Amaterasu has had unbelievable success throughout the entire split, not only in solo, but in that support role. I think it would fit Noble's draft very, very well here.
2 more selections here to finish off Oxygen Supremacy's draft. Chang'e, Ram, and Ymir chosen so far. So a lot of damage, even on the Guardian that they choose. Still damage coming out of Ymir, kind of his #1 game plan. The other 2 choices, we'll see how that winds up. Do you expect to see some more frontline, or is Chang'e enough in the jungle?
They have the unique opportunity to also go for another Hunter here. the exclusive double hunter versus double hunter. They have the Emir and Chang'e to set up, and they could just pick more DPS if they wanted to. But I think they're taking a very long think about what they want.
They've got a lot of options here, certainly. Chang'e, again, could be in the mid lane. We didn't really talk about that potential, but Venenu could definitely play that in mid. We've seen Met Yankee have excellent success on Chang'e in the mid lane. We've kind of slotted that into jungle prematurely, potentially.
Very true.
Could certainly see, the Hunbats is banned, but Susanoo's available here. That could be a good selection for Skilladon.
That does look like double hunter to me.
With the Xing
Yes.
Shen,
Yep.
Chiron will be the double hunter, so the Chiron likely to be in the mid lane one more time on Venenu, solidifying the fact that Skilly will wind up on the Chang'e. So we've seen a number of different, we've seen Oxygen Supremacy play 3 games so far, and I feel like we've seen 2.5 different strategies coming out. We're going to repeat the Chiron in the mid lane, but bringing the Chang'e into the jungle is a nice little change of pace.
It's been impressive to see how many different things Oxygen can do. I mean, we talked about it last time in Game 1, where sometimes a team can kind of get forced into this awkward situation where you're just picking the same things over and over again in a gauntlet like this, but Oxygen clearly came prepared to go deep into this tournament.
Odin for Uzi. That is his character.
Yeah,
he loves the ring man. We'll see if it works out or if it'll be another circus for Noble Esports. It's Anatolian Hindu on the call.
Thanks so much again, Tom. Looking at these drafts, though, that Odin, the last pick, which dictates to me Morrigan is probably jungle here for Chapo. Chapo does like it in the jungle. We don't see too much of the Morrigan in the jungle, though.
No, not at all. We haven't seen Morgan in quite a little bit. Weekend's been playing it a little bit here, a little bit there, but Morgan's one of these guys that can flex between mid, jungle, and solo. We've seen Kiki in the last game playing the solo Morgan, so I like the combination of Odin as well, shutting down all these gods here that can't necessarily get out of that cage. So gonna have to go for an early Phantom if you're Oxygen.
And that's the question, do you go for an early Phantom? Does one of you have to pick Phantom at the start because it's going to be a solo lane Odin? Or would you rather see him pick it up at level 12, but then you've just got to wait till level 12 before you can get it?
Yeah, you have to really be curious about when the timing of that window is going to be, whether it's going to be early or late. It's a risk versus reward, because if you get the Phantom, then you're not going to be getting maybe the Meditation, maybe the Shell, or even a Heavenly potentially.
But we could be going back to double hunter here, Tolly. Obviously, at every single LAN that we ever broadcast, there is always a LAN meta that develops, and right now, it's all about hunters.
And Oxygen have been flexing their strategies every single game. Now, not only do they do a double hunter this game around, but they have so much magical damage here. You have the Ymir, Chang'e, and the Xing Chen. So not only do you have this magical damage, you have so much control between the freeze, the wall, the knock-up, tossing people back and forth, and then the potentially 5-second stun coming out of Chang'e.
Well, I was going to mention before it was going to be Odin solo. It's not. Wubben will be taking the Odin to the support role here. Uzi will be on the Sobek instead. This does mean Odin's going to be more involved in these fights around mid now, Tolly.
This is why Wubben is playing the Odin, because he wants to be able to cage Skilladon and Venenu as early and as frequently as possible, whereas if Uzi was playing the Odin, he wouldn't really be making the same kind of early rotations.
Well, these trades are not working out well for Noble right now.
No.
Left-hand side is where you can see where Oxygen has already started farming with a duo over there. Right-hand side, though, you can see Kiki has been left 2v1, looking to just try and do some of his blue buff on his own right now, as in the jungle contest once again from Neramar, just to put pressure on Wowie a little bit more, and now they can look to invade these buffs.
It seems that Oxygen going to be able to secure themselves the purple, maybe even the red on the left. Speed buff will be stripped away from Noble here on their own side, not able to really capitalize too much here because the mid lane pressure is going to go for Oxygen.
And now Stealth back in mid. Great lacerate on Skeely, and Skeely forced to Aegis there early, avoiding the damage from Chapel, but not all of it. One more in-hand will do it. Stealth will pick it up with the blue stone pendant.
This is the kind of aggression that Chapo needs to get off to in order to get this kind of advantage and then look for more plays later down the road. We talk about Chapo and Skilladon being momentum-based players, but it's really hard to get some sort of momentum when you're playing a Chang'e early on. And because the speed buff was taken this early after the midwave, Chapo hits level 2, whereas Skilladon didn't necessarily get the same kind of pressure that he needed.
A lot of focus from Noble on the right-hand side of the map here, especially sending Wubben over right at the start to help out Uzi in the solo lane. They're able to pressure the blue buff and the speed buff of Oxygen there. Left-hand side, different story though. Oxygen have had their way with things so far on that side of the map.
Not able to really capitalize on too much here. Kiki though in the solo lane going to be very careful going with the Xing Chen here. Not going for any sort of chalice, but when I mentioned that he's going to be careful, looking at his start item, he's actually going for a very offensive selection here, going for that that hourglass.
With 2 Guardians on the team, though, one like Jing 10 and Ymir, they can switch up the battlefield as they see fit. Ymir can go in, look for the aggression, followed in by Jing 10, as Ymir drops back to heal, as also defend the backline. So the juggle is going to be there for those 2 Guardians today.
Playing off of one another, especially frontliners, a good idea, especially when you have these double hunter compositions between both of these teams. Nero Ma looking like he wants to group up, and now, because the 2v2 not going in the favor of Oxygen, now you're going to be relying on your support a little bit heavier on trying to control the space.
Data remembering a bit of an advantage in this lane so far, just because he was duo laning for a little while longer with Neremar, where he lost a lot of his jungle there early on. And that's a good thing to be if you are a Rama 2 up against a Skadi. We talk Skadi is fantastic at the boxing matchups, if not the best boxer in the 1v1 against other hunters. Rama's good for being able to weather the storm there, but it's going to be difficult.
And Data Remember is very quiet, I would say, so far in both of these sets. He's made the plays, but he hasn't been like really the kind of shining star out of Oxygen. Look at this little gank attempt by Noble. They have level 5 onto Stealth. This could be an easy kill.
Skilly looks to the left and to the right is Wubben. Skilly didn't get trapped in the ring, though, but he'll just walk back to safety. The 2 traps in the ring with full health. The bird bomb wasn't enough for Neremar to die. One more hit would do it, but they don't find the damage, and instead Chapo goes in too deep and pays with his life.
Too aggressive was Chapo. I like the idea and mindset. He gets the Chang'e switch just to hit level 5, gets off a huge waxing moon, but it's just not enough damage to sustain from not only skill down, but Veneno keeping his teammates alive is why that was so successful for the counter attempt.
Looks a little bit like Noble couldn't decide who to go on there with 3 prime targets available to them. The one that the rest of Noble went on was on the left-hand side, which was Skilidon. But Wubben caged the other 2.
It just seemed like, okay, so the idea and the mindset was trying to pick on the Chang'e that's level 3, doesn't have any sort of health or defenses, very easy to lock down, does have the or the Aegis rather to survive a little bit, but it just isn't enough. But at the same time, you have to be able to be on the same page here, and Wubben thought that the Ymir that was stunned out was the better option.
Kiki's done a good job in this solo lane after being 2v1 at the start to stay equal level for now with Ozzy. Ozzy will have a little bit of an experience lead for now. Not by much though, it's about 100 difference between the 2 of net worth right now as speed buff looked up by Noble again. Even though Noble have been the aggressors once more like game 1, once again it's Oxygen that are able to answer back, Tony.
And this is going to be important for them to make this kind of a comeback because a double hunter composition cannot afford to go behind. You have to look for plays. Whenever you're getting stripped away in the speed buff on the right-hand side of the map, you have to figure out ways to get back into it on the opposite sides, and it seems that Data Remember has been getting a slight better end of the trade for WoW. He's able to out-clear the Skadi and then look for his own purple buff.
Well, both purple buffs are available right now, and you can see on the left, Data Remember's just bringing that one down at the same time as Women's now turned up to pick that up. Extra penetration's always useful for the team, putting it on someone like a front carry in terms of a damage dealer or a soak like Odin will be in the early game. He's pretty much everything at the start of the game. Damage, control, aggression. As the game goes on, he becomes a walking ring though.
Absolutely. Odin does fall off later stages of the game. You're relying on your short cooldown ultimate to be able to lock down all 5 of these members, and Phantom has to be selected here. Golfier though very early from Noble.
Data Remember is the first to arrive, has vision and forced Noble back. Noble will go back to it straight away, only resetting it for a moment. They're still trying to bring Oxygen in a little bit more there, but they'll just be happy with the oracles at the end as they spawned, and they'll fall back to farming mid.
Great ward from Oxygen right on the top side of that Gold Fury, so they were able to really see how committed Noble was to this Gold Fury. And unfortunately for them, the oracles kind of deterred them away from really getting the objective that they wanted to, which was that Gold Fury, and a very early one at that. With Season 4 changes, this Gold Fury is worth a little bit more than the last previous one, so it's a good idea to try to take advantage of that.
All right. Harpies go the way of Noble, as do the Fire Elementals now. Ozzy's going to pick those ones up on Sobek as well. Worry versus Data Remember. Worry's done a good job of catching up here for now. Now level 8 equal to Data Remember for the time being. Both in the top of the net worth as well. Only around 100 gold difference between the 2 hunters.
Not too much to write home about between the 2 hunters in the dual lane, but the 2 hunters in the mid lane, definitely a different style in terms of the item selection here. Now Medusa, definitely a physical damage, ability-based hunter as well, but instead electing to finish off the boot before the Transcendence, even going as far as going for Bluestone and the Bumba's Mask, delaying his build. So the physical power onto Veneno is going to be a little bit higher here with this Transcendence stacking up.
But at the same time, Veneno was a little bit behind in terms of gold income so far, and that's because he was sharing with 3 men a little bit more than that of Stealth in the mid lane, who was only really sharing with Chapo, as Wubben's been rotating from solo to duo most of the time.
Ooh, Chapo finding a nice stun onto Nero Ma. The Bird Bomb connecting, a nice little ring onto the Ymir, and that's going to be an easy picking.
lines. Skilledon comes round the back door looking for pressure, forced to dance away to safety. The snipes come out from Venenu, and the snipes from Remember as well. Remember his name. Double kill for Data Remember. Stealth will also fall down as Kiki cleans that up. Woey's next to fall too. Noble are in tatters right now. Triple kill for Data Remember. Will it be the Quadra? Cancel that. Let's go for the Gold Fury.
Almost going to be a deicide, sacrificing the life out of Niruma with the hot snipes from both Venenu and Data Remember, capitalizing on just how grouped up Noble really were. And with that Gold Fury, now they get themselves a very comfortable lead.
A huge lead, in my opinion, for only 7 minutes in, though. That was a huge swing of events here, Toli. All in Oxygen's favor. They just collapsed at the right time. Picked off the Ymir straight away. So Ymir got picked off straight away, but then straight after that, the collapse came in.
That team fight recap, 4-1 kills there, 1100 experience favoring Oxygen, really able to take advantage of it, even capitalizing on the respawn timers by grabbing their own waves. And things are only going to start to look a little bit worse here because of the fact of the matter was Noble committed just too much here onto this Ymir, who's not necessarily the tankiest target in the world at sitting level 8, reinforced Grease, Mark of the Vanguard. He's only going to get tankier from here on out. If you don't kill him now, you're not going to kill him too much later on once those items come online.
What's getting into back harpies now, but Ozzy's in a bit of trouble on this right-hand side as well. Kiki and Neremar combining with Gold Fury going down. That's when you can start to see these supports wander a little bit more than usual.
Chapo trying to get off a little bit of poke, but he's going to eat some in return. And now the question of the matter is, why do you even go for poke onto Venenu when you have Skilledon right beside you and you can heal yourself if you're Venenu?
And we've not actually spoke about the sustain on the side of Oxygen. Obviously, Skilledon on Chonga has it, and you just mentioned there, Chiron has some sustain in his kit. Woman's dropped the ring, but instead he's eating more poke than he likes. Great petrify from Stealth, though, as a bird bomb comes into play. Skilly's still alive, though. Neremar is in trouble. Lacerate doesn't find a home. Looking for the autos, but still Neremar is duking out.
Kiki's here. He forces out the beats out of MLC Stealth. The snipes coming out of Data Remember. They're not going to find the mark. Ozzy having to retreat as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a wash. But yet again, Noble, it's been the same story this game compared to the last one where they just can't find the kills.
But sorry, that was a one fight for Noble there overall. They just can't get anything off. If you look at the side of Oxygen's map here on the order side, there is no buffs available for them to take. There is no Gold Fury or even Portal Demon on the map yet.
But imagine that same scenario in about 10 minutes from now, once the heals come on really online for this Chonga. She's going to be able to bounce back into these team fights effortlessly.
Well, now it's going to be a waiting game for both teams as Oxygen are going to look for an opportunity where they can to continue to aggress onto Noble. Noble are the ones that are fighting first, but they're not the ones winning the engagement. This is the second game in a row where it's all Noble initiating, but it's all Oxygen coming out with the result.
They might be feeling themselves a little bit too much off of that early level 2 first blood, and this is do or die for Noble. This is their elimination game from the Gauntlet. Oxygen, they have a 1-game lead here, so this is not the end of the world for them if they lose this one.
Ozzy being pressured by Skilledon on the right. Level 9 for Skilledon right now at 1, 1, and 3. Make that level 10 as he does equal up with Chapo. Even though Noble are behind at the moment, Chapo's keeping pace at the moment with Skilledon.
They're feeling really confident, Noble, in terms of forcing these teamfights around the jungle side, really relying on the pressure that MLC Stealth can provide with that Petrify ultimate, but at the same time, Venenu has been doing a great job with these snipes, just connecting it every single time.
And Chiron's been out of the meta for quite a while. We mentioned in game 1 that he's been played in the mid lane before, but the recent buffs to him have actually started to see a bit more of a resurgence. And he's doing good work on it.
This is the point in time where the Transcendence has been completed. Skilledon going to get locked in the cage,
Great
but
wall.
because of that wall, the enhance from Stealth can't connect back.
And that's why you don't need a Phantom necessarily. If Neremar can play like he has been so far this tournament, I will say Oxygen have looked good, but Neremar's been secretly doing very well. The poles on the Sylvanas all day, and now these Ymir walls, very, very important to keep his carries alive.
It seems that Neremar definitely took geometry class in high school, being able to dissect that circle into a little safety bubble for Skilledon, not really having to worry too much. On top of this, the Ymir wall also kind of makes it a little bit difficult for the Odin to find a clear-cut landing spot for his bird bomb.
Gold Fury's still not available for a while, but the Oracles are about to come up there, and that's why Woey's hanging around. Data, remember, 3-0-1 so far after that triple kill in the last big engagement we saw on the Gold Fury. Already has the Iqval and the Assi online. More than likely, Chins is on the cards next.
That's a nice power spike for this Rama. That's only going to get better from here on out. This is the late game power spike that we're kind of hoping to see out of Oxygen with this double Hunter here. They're relying on their triple magical damage dealers as well as these 2 Hunters to make things really difficult for Noble in terms of their defensive itemization?
Normally, it's the Challenger Circuit teams that are the ones that struggle coming to the LAN events because they've not been playing at the highest level possible. But this time round, it's the pro teams, the SPL level teams that are struggling themselves to deal with this Challenger Circuit team.
Well, it seems that Oxygen is the dark horse here in this race. Not too many teams might be taking them as seriously as they should be. Flashpoint is the first victim here. Noble already got struck by first blood in the first game, so we're going to see Oxygen how if they can capitalize off of their early momentum in the first game and trying to swing things here, closing out their second set of the day.
And this is a best of 3, so Oxygen just need to win this game. They'll move on to then face off against ALG. Winner of this moves on either way, but Noble have to win 2 in a row now. Long days for these teams, totally, especially long day for Oxygen, but they could do it.
Absolutely. Skilladon has just been playing on point with these assassins, but not only has he been playing on point with these assassins, he's been switching it up every single time. You know, he did well with the Susanoo in the second game against Flashpoint, but then the first game against Noble, he went for the Hunbats despite Susanoo being available, and now going completely in a different direction with his Chang'e pick.
Well, right now, Noble aren't too far behind in terms of gold. They've managed to just hold off Oxygen, even though Oxygen won a major team fight the last Gold Fury. The next one's here, and Data remembers in a bit of an awkward position. Gets poked out. Good wall from Neramar and reinforcements from Oxygen. Will make sure, remember, doesn't have to use any of his relics.
Golf here going to get pulled a little bit, taking half of its health away from the table. Chapo and Wubin trying to lead the front line and stop this objective from being started, but doesn't matter because Oxygen, they're just going to constantly pull it and reset.
And the longer this goes on, though, the lower the Gold Fury will get. It doesn't immediately reset every time, so as long as they keep chipping away at it, and now the teleports coming from at least Uzi in base right now is Kiki, who will be looking to join this fray very soon.
Nice little dance from Skilladon preventing that sort of poke. Uzi's controlling the front line, the Gold Fury. Kiki's in the backside.
And they pull Neramar in at the same time. Whacks him. Boom! That's what I saw. Remember gets a kill. The cleanup crew from Venenu's there too. A double kill for the mid laner as Worry drops as well. Another 4 for 0. Sorry, 4 for 1 again as Neramar falls again. But another Gold Fury the way of Oxygen.
The same exact story as before. Neramar sacrificing his life. Great rotation from Kiki coming on the backhand side. And Noble, they just can't get any engagements going their way. Wubin's rings in a 5-5 here is actually hurting Noble because of how grouped up they have to be. This allows Venenu, Data Remember, and Skilladon to all hit their ultimates in great succession.
And totally on top of that, Noble there. They didn't know where Kiki was, yet Ozzy engaged onto the Ymir. They wanted to try and pick off Neramar before the fight, before the reinforcements come through, but Kiki was already in the back lines. They'd not cleared their corners, they'd not found out where they were coming from, and in the end, they get collapsed on, and it costs them again, not just the Gold Fury this time, but the Pole Demon as well.
They're still going on to Neramar. This time he's tankier. He has the Sovereignty completed. He's a little bit higher level, which increases his base health, base protections, and now everyone else on his team is higher level, which means the heals from Skilladon is going to be higher, making this tanky target that much more difficult to truly lock down and kill. And Noble, they can't be going for this Ymir any longer. This is hurting them.
Let's be honest, Tolly, when you talk about the Gauntlet, you think about how Gauntlet is scheduled to be. It's a chance for the lower-end teams to have a shot, a dream, a pipe dream. It's not a pipe dream anymore for Oxygen. The rest of the teams who are here are going to be watching this going, hang on a second. Like, they just defeated Flashpoint without really any issues, and now they're doing the beatdown onto Noble as well?
At this point now, Oxygen is a little bit ahead here. They're 4,000 gold ahead, but you still have to think about the mindset here coming out of Allegiance, watching this set here. Have they even been preparing for Oxygen?
Forward, going to catch Venenu in the ring. Venenu's not panicking though. No use of relics or ultimates yet. There's an Aegis as the ultimate from Chapo comes in as well. The Morrigan turns into Petrified, but it's not enough as Kiki picks up Chapo, and he's going on a wild ride. Forced to Aegis away. Chapo's in trouble. They're looking to survive as the damage comes through from Venenu. Venenu looking to clean it up, but Chapo the back gets double damage off. Still not enough for the bird bomb from Wubin to clean up Neramar, who's bravely running away. Ozzy will clean it up 1 for 1. Jungle.
Data Remember, he's here. He's trying to find the more cleanup, not able to find the mark. Wow, he can't find Skilladon either, but the Snipe's trying to find Ozzy. Can't connect on any single one of them, and Stealth now trying to zone out the rest of them. That's going to be Venenu dead as well. Data Remember caught in a world of trouble, but Stealth is on the backside getting taken out.
At the same time, this is a big play for Noble. ball there. Kiki gets a double kill off this fight. They can get a tier 1 tower in the mid lane too. Continue to pressure could be an option here. With 4 members dead and Kiki so low, they could look for the tier 2.
The first true mistake that Oxygen made, they didn't really come back from this team fight to rely on some of the sustain options that they had. Instead, trying to really rely on some of these rotations from Data Remember, which didn't really work out as he missed a lot of these snipes. Instead, he wanted to try to look for the close range snipes. I feel like he could have made a half rotation and then look for the long distance snipes and then make the rotation, but instead, that hurt him long enough to the point where he was in the air for so long that Wowie was able to make the counter rotation.
Surprisingly enough there, Tully, is that when you actually look at Oxygen's composition, you expect a longer engagement, a longer team fight like that one was. They should be the ones coming out on top with the sustain in their kit. Difference was, it wasn't the case, because Noble, they're the ones the longer that fight went on that won it.
Absolutely. Nero Ma was caught in an awkward position where he had to kind of sacrifice his own life to allow Skilladon and Veneno to basically retreat under the safety of the mid lane, but instead, not having the HP 5 from the Sovereignty and the rotation from Wowie, this was the first mistake that Oxygen made, and now Noble, they cut the lead down now to only 2,000 of a deficit.
I will say Oxygen's faces and the cameras in the bottom left-hand corner, they were all smiles during this a moment ago. Looks like serious faces are back on again as Noble have shown that even though they're down, they are not out just yet.
No, not at all, but still, Oxygen are in a decent spot here with their composition because the items are coming online for these Guardians to be extra tanky here. The second relic is available for slotted for Nero Ma if he wants to go for this meditation or if he wants to be super aggressive and go for this blink, which wouldn't be a bad idea.
18 minutes in with the next goal here that's due up in 50 seconds. It will be a focal point here, but it's the same time the Portal Demon should be up a few seconds later. So we'll see if any of the teams actually choose to focus one over the other, because one of them does give you an advantage at the Fire Giant, Holy.
Yes, you want to make sure that if you're going to do the Gold Fury, the question that you have to ask yourself is, does the enemy team have enough DPS to truly get the Fire Giant uncontested? And at this point, with a double hunter composition between Wowie and Stealth, and not only that, Chapo can go into any 4 hunters that he wants to really melt this objective. But looking at the second relic from Nero Ma, yet again, has to be the Phantom here. We were talking about in the beginning of the game, this Odin cage is going to be dealt with a little bit.
A little bit, but it's only going to be once off, and the Odin cage comes up a lot more often than that relic there, Toli. So they've got to use it wisely at the right time. I will say, though, Oxygen have played around that cage relatively well so far.
Absolutely. With the walls from Nero Ma, the Aegis selection
and
here between Skilladon and Venenu being able to retreat, use their long-distance snipes. But now with this Phantom, they're able to maybe capitalize off of one misstep from Noble. If they're too grouped up, that's when Oxygen is truly going to strike.
Chapo was looking for a cheeky flank round the back there, looking to pick onto Data. Remember, the rest of Noble started the Gold Fury, forced to reset as now 4-on-4 begins around the Gold Fury.
Great ward that was able to take out both of those wards. They got a 2-for-1 there, but a nice little counter ward from a Noble. Looking at the 1v1 though, yeah, they're trying to basically zone each other out, and Uzi's doing a better job here than Kiki, able to poke him out a little bit harder.
But they both have teleport, and by following each other, they can both hold onto that if they want to. Uzi, recognizing that Kiki was heading back to base there, is allowed to go and freeform on the right-hand side instead, put some pressure back onto Kiki.
And 20 minutes into the game, this is where the lanes are going to have about those double to triple gladiator melee minions. So if you leave one lane uncontested, such as Kiki did here, your tower is going to be taking a beating, and Uzi almost taking that out.
Doing good work to it, but with Kiki back, it won't drop just yet unless Uzi really wants to try and invest into it. Don't think you can get it as a Guardian just yet, though, but that pressure does work out well for Noble for the time being.
Even 500 gold at this point is something that you want to be able to consider. Data Remember, though, having to use his both relics and the Aegis just to make sure that nobody else from Noble would capitalize.
And normally that wouldn't be that important if you could just farm it out until your relics are back up, but I don't think Noble are going to allow them to do that. Straight away, they head over to the Gold Fury. Reinforcements for Oxygen are on the way. Let's have a listen in to Oxygen as they look to contest.
Back up.
Stop the CP. Stop the CP. He's coming at push. Can we do this? Yeah, can we?
Force it now. I have wall open a couple.
Can you sentry, Kiki?
What's first?
Yeah, I can. Can we get a word over the wall?
We're fighting. We're fighting. Is he here in a sec?
Yeah.
Put the wall. Poke him. Nice. Dash. Back up a bit.
Alright,
Bro,
Morgan.
Go.
Morgan's send the back. Killing us for stealth. I have one kill. I have Vandal for cage.
Medusa beat down. Don't want to tree.
Medusa
cage. I'm in the cage.
Wall, big wall.
Got it all. Just on the side. Just heal up. Heal him full, yeah.
Heal up. Back up a bit. Back up. Don't pull it. Just keep healing.
I need a heal.
Yeah. I have wall pretty soon. We can start slowly DPSing now. They're trying to back. Yeah, we
Can we
gotta
get a ward
in
over
sec.
this
Run,
ward? Can we get a
run,
ward?
run. Kill.
Well, great start from Oxygen. You can hear them calling it totally. They want to try and sustain back up, but Nerumar's in trouble here. He's going to ult, but Venenu will clean up 1-for-1. Chapo credit for Nerumar, however. Skilly on the front side going to sustain back up a little bit more. Dance away to safety. The Chiron on the front is doing decent work as Chapo's looking for a potential damage.
Nice Aegis. Nice Aegis coming out of Veneno. Chapo taking a lot of damage here. He's forced to use an Aegis of his own. Wobbin caught in a bad spot. Chapo is poked out as well.
Totally.
We were listening into the rest of Oxygen as they were even talking about that. Poke here, retreat, use their sustain, reset. Trading out 1-for-2. Niroma has been the story of this whole game as the sacrificial lamb to allow the rest of Oxygen to get whatever they want.
And that's the funny thing is when you actually look at Nerumar's play here today, he's doing very well for his team, but he's very similar to what Frezzy used to do for Old Obey. He is a sacrificial lamb, but the team get benefits off of it.
The only difference here between those two players that you just mentioned is the fact that Niroma is allowing the rest of Noble to aggress, whereas Frezzy, he's going to be the guy that's going to kind of be the one frontliner himself to get the rest of his team that lead.
And now Oxygen are just able to play to their comp. I love the fact that when we're listening to the comps, how calm and collected they were. They called out things relatively well, and now Noble are trying to answer back with the Portal Demon, Nerumar, Skilidon, and Kiki here. Chapo looking to set up if he can. Petrify, Skilly's in trouble. Can you dance if you want to? You better leave your friends behind, because if not, Chapo's going to run you down with a Medusa in mid. Still, Chapo will pick him up. Kiki's out of mana. Nerumar with a great wall to wall off the rest of Noble, but he's still in trouble, trapped in the ring.
Not having the Phantom, that's going to be the second member dead out of Oxygen. Just great counterplay because the CC immunity from the Medusa ultimate, preventing the Waxing Moon stun effect, and also mistimed it was Skilldon, unfortunately, during that Portal Demon. And now Noble, with this Portal Demon, they're going to take it all the way to the Fire Giant. They have a 2-player advantage for 20 seconds.
But it is 2 AD carries they're up against here. Data Remember and Venenu. One has the ultimate, Data Remember, but both of them can get ranged damage down onto the Fire Giant. Are they going to look to try and poke it and steal this, or would you look to try and get them off?
They're going to fight completely. Uzi taking a lot of damage. He even gets bursted by the Fire Giant. Wobbin has to retreat. Oxygen supremacy stole the Fire Giant.
And now Chapo's in trouble, running for his life on the right. Chased down by Venenu and Data Remember. The rest of Noble are running for their lives, but Kiki's having none of that. He'll blink in and get the Aegis out of Wowie. Woman has to dash away again, but look at Stealth. He got hit by 2 autos, one from Venenu, one from Data Remember. Half health in seconds, and Oxygen have the Fire Giant.
You cannot take this team lightly. Oxygen Supremacy are here to play. They're 1 game away from going to the next round to face off against Team Allegiance. They have the Fire Giant now for another 3.5 minutes, and you could just say goodbye to all your tier 2 towers if you're Noble. 2 Hunters with Fire Giant.
Wobbin is coming round the corner here, has his ultimate available on the Odin, but before he can even look to initiate, the team call it off. The tier 2's already fallen, and immediately Oxygen won't go for the Phoenix. Like you said, they're going to push round for the tier 2 in mid lane.
That's 4,500 gold between these 3 tier 2 towers for all of your teammates to benefit off of. Why wouldn't you go for it? Currently, doesn't have 5-6 slot items here for Oxygen, so still could play it really safe here. The second game of Flashpoint was relatively safe. The first game of this set wasn't as safe, but this time around, they're going to take every single stop.
One Noble thing they can hold at their tier 2 tower, and I don't think Oxygen are going to let them do that. Woman's actually forced to leap out defensively. Ozzy on the forefront will get some good poke off onto Venenu, thanks to the support of Stealth and Chapo. Still not enough, though, for Noble to defend that tier 2, and Oxygen look to resustain and fall back, but the Petrify from Stealth is there.
Kiki gets stunned out, gets pulled out, but the snipes coming from Venenu. Nice waxing move from Chapo as he goes into the Chango, but Wobbin is going to be the first sacrificial lamb. Kiki still chasing down. Niroma trying to find the wall freeze combination, but not able to find it. Nice little sneaky play from Chapo going to the left.
And Wowie's now caught in mid. The freeze was good, and Remember picks him up too. Stealth is looking to survive as long as he can, allowing Chapo round the back. But Chapo won't be able to do anything right now because Oxygen have this game the way it's going.
This might be game, Hindu. This actually might be game. Oxygen, they're going for the Titan, and they're going to advance to face off against Team Allegiance.
Can they do it in time? It looks like it will go down indeed. Oxygen have strangled the life out of Noble there. Asphyxiation. Kiki's so happy after that second set in a row.
Absolutely. He has to be happy here. He basically hasn't been on the SPL here for a little bit of time here, so he's going back into the game. We're making sure that Oxygen is in the right spot. squad being led by Kiki and Skilladon here. They're just doing absolute work here in the Gauntlet.
Great work from Oxygen, and now they don't even get a moment's respite here, really, Tolly, do they? Let's be honest, because they go straight into Allegiance now. It's just non-stop.
It's just non-stop action here if you're in the Gauntlet, and this is what teams have to prepare for. If you're not looking for the Challenger Circuit team, you're going to fall, just like Flashpoint and Noble.
And now that's a big win for Oxygen there. Straight 2-on once again. Double Hunters once again. And was it fully clean, though? Because they made a mistake at that Portal Demon that they need to correct. They lost 2 members, but the good thing is the 3 members that were still alive were able to rally and defend that fire.
I would say clean games are to a point where your Titan, it was never truly at jeopardy, and that's exactly what we saw out of Oxygen Supremacy. They won the first game, rather, in about 22 minutes, no problem. It's shutting down Flashpoint as well. They're looking like a serious contender here in the North American Gauntlet.
Well, you talk about contenders, though. They're against Allegiance next. Now, Allegiance are an established team themselves. They've had troubles this split. But do you reckon Oxygen can do it there too?
I'm going to ride this dark horse all the way to the end.
Well, we'll head over to the analysts and see what they have to say about that second game and Oxygen advancing once more.
High energy game there as we saw them really race to the finish. Out of control. Really, the double hunters, I'm impressed.
I mean, it was just crazy. It looked like Noble had the chance to really break that game open. The Fire Giant looked to be their ticket towards a third game in this set. And then it just got botched. That entire Fire Giant pool was just way too sloppy from Noble. Yeah. It opens the door to allows Oxygen Supremacy to steal it away, and then it was just a quick finish from there.
Second game in a row that we see the Chiron mid. The Nanu making it rock.
I really liked it, especially the play where you have both the Rama and the Chiron snipes coming through. I think this is another play. I think just overall great performance. This guard has shown up this LAN, and I would really love to see more of it.
Yeah, one thing that I really like about the Chiron pick paired up with the Rom is that long range, the double sniper comp. You're just not running away. You're not escaping this team.
You're never safe. You're never safe. If you're 1 HP, you're probably going to get hit by one of those 2 snipes either way.
Yeah, it's a lot of strength coming out of those 2 hunters there. Long range damage. I think that was a really big deal. And part of what allowed their team to go ahead and topple Noble again. I just didn't expect this one. Dimmy, what about this team allows them to make it this far?
I just think they had great momentum. It was just amazing how they were able to pull through, and I'm not sure how they did it, actually. If I was a Challenger Cup team coming into this, I would have such little hopes. But the way they played it, the way they just got so far, the picks they got, the team fights they had were amazing. And they stole the Fire Giant, and they just sealed the deal.
The momentum is just way too strong in Oxygen Supremacy's favor right now. If I'm Team Allegiance, I'm probably more worried facing an Oxygen than I would have been against Noble or Flashpoint at this stage, because you know they've just won 4 games in a row, doing multiple different things too. It's not like we can just say, oh, okay, they're just playing this one god, we can just ban that out and it's easy wins. Venenu's looked great on multiple gods. Naruma has just played absolutely lights out. He's probably the name that most viewers at home don't recognize if you're not recognizing a name. But he's been unbelievable so far.
And it's interesting because Naruma, Neil Ma, this guy has been around the Smite scene for years.
Yeah.
A lot of the high-end players have either played on a team with him or whatnot, and it's the instincts. Support isn't about hitting your buttons. Listen, your mirror cone is the size of the lane. It's about what are your instincts, your reactions, and how you're playing. And if you're watching at home, you can see that come out in his gameplay, both for him in team fights and in the lane. Although Data, remember, doesn't need much help. I mean, this guy, like, I keep bringing him up because he's very important and I want you guys to remember him. But I don't think he needs my help.
No, and he's looked so good again on multiple gods, and he's definitely getting hype in there. You could watch him on those player cams. He's definitely feeling it here as it gets the momentum going, and that's important. And it's also important to note that whenever Oxygen throw a team fight and it looks like they might be down, they don't seem to get too on tilt. They seem to stay focused throughout.
I just that ult from Skilladon off the side, just bang right down the middle, and then Day's like, "That's my name, that's my turn," and he just comes through and he's just firing these shots off. Oh man, just a lot of fun. I'm sitting out there watching the game with Walrus, and he's like, okay, this team, all right, we're aware. He's like, I'm just ready to be excited. I want to be loud and everything, but it's gonna be tough to be louder than Day to remember. He's out there. Day's played through I keep mentioning the College League, the Challenger Circuit. Now here he is on the big stage. And he's absolutely letting everybody know. We've got Hindu standing by with somebody else. It's MLC Stealth, the mid laner for Noble.
It is MLC Stealth. First of all, commiserations on the performance today. What went wrong?
You know,
You did top damage in both games for your team.
I was making sure to
so
check.
It's not that.
I was pressing T the whole time to remind myself.
Good. So what was it?
I'm not too sure. This was our first LAN as a team.
Sure.
I wasn't too worried about like, oh, what if we perform bad? Like that's gonna be so bad, and everyone's gonna think we're a bad team. I don't really care too much about that.
Okay.
I just wanted to get here, hang out with the guys,
get to know each other a little bit
get
better.
to know each other. Because I think once we get to know each other better, once we go back home and play online and practice the scrims and stuff, it's gonna go a lot more smooth because we're gonna know everybody's intentions.
I can see
and we're
that.
just gonna know
That makes
each other
sense.
a little more personally, so we can play better.
Let's have a little look at Oxygen as well here, because obviously I want to ask you a couple of questions about them. Is like, were you expecting to face them, or were you expecting Flashpoint? Did you prep for both of them equally, or did you actually expect it to be Flashpoint against you?
We were pretty sure we were going to be facing Oxygen.
Really?
They're a really good team. We didn't think they were going to play this good. We were pretty confident they were going to beat Flashpoint. We thought we were going to beat them, but they played lights out.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of them. I like Veneno a lot. Veneno is a good guy. He's a good mid, and I'm actually like rooting for this team to win.
Awesome.
The whole thing.
Do you reckon they could do it?
It's really hard because they're going to have to play every single set. They're going to have to play all these games.
All day.
Their momentum might eventually run out. They're
That's
going to
like-
be really tired
It's
going.
like old school Smite, that, right? Remember the old days when we used to do weekly tournaments? You had to go all the way to the end. It's very, very
they
similar
have
to that.
the they have the potential to win. They're definitely like all really good players. It's just I think the momentum might run off here pretty soon.
So game one, they ran a double Hunter composition against you with the Morrigan, and it looks like game two, you wanted to either adapt that, or was that also something that you'd practiced as well?
We kind of just picked it because they picked. We're not really too sure what we're doing on picks and bans yet. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that. But
That's all right.
we're trying to. We're still figuring things out as a team. We're still pretty new together.
Sure.
We still don't really know exactly what we're doing. We're trying to find each other's strengths still. And we kind of just picked that because they picked that and it worked pretty good for them. We were like, hey, they got ganks, pressure here,
We
do
can
that.
do that
Let's
too.
try to do that too.
Right, but it didn't work out the same way. All in
Didn't
all.
really work out.
There was a moment in game two, though. There was a window of comeback for you. You got the Portal Demon. You had that little skirmish there where you picked up 2 kills. And then the Fire Giant didn't work out so well. What went wrong?
They stole it.
No, really? Did they?
Yeah.
They stole
I don't know if you heard or saw.
I think I did both.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they did. We were just a little mixed on communications. We weren't sure if we should burn. We weren't sure if we should like peel and fight the bad guys coming in. Also, I got knocked up by Fire Giant like right when it was at kill potential.
The worst possible time.
Worst time.
On
Because they
top
were
of that.
set to me. I don't know why it was on me.
So with this now being over, and now you're looking towards the summer split now, what's the next thing on the list for Noble?
I think we should stick together as a team. I think that's a good idea. I'm really proud of these guys. I think they're all really mechanically strong players. I mean, because you guys just see like how they perform like on LANs
Sure.
and SPL games. I see how they do like before scrims, after scrims, during scrims. I hear what they talk about, what they say. I think they are all really good players.
It does seem like a young team overall that's actually trying to nurture and grow into a big unit right now.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
think-
kind of what this event seemed like it should be for.
Yeah, I think they're all still growing. They're all pretty young. We're all growing as players. They're growing and how to like learn how to communicate during team fights and stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Just my wife. She's pregnant. She is
she?
3 months away from having a baby.
Already?
Our baby. Yeah.
3 months?
3 months. July 15th.
Daddy self.
That's where that's when Spain's happening, I think.
We're having the baby in Spain? Is that what's
No,
happening?
no. There's like a
Is she coming with us? Yeah, you're going to make it to Spain and then bring her?
I'm probably not going to make it.
Why not? You could have a Spanish baby then.
And it's good because we didn't do that great here, so I can not miss my wife's birth of
That's
a baby.
the main thing. Thanks a lot for joining us, Stealth, today.
Thank you.
That's it from me. Head over to the analyst for the next set, because Allegiance versus Oxygen is next on the cards.
Can they do it? That's the question that everybody at home and everybody here is honestly asking. You know, it's fun. It's fun to really go and, sit with the players and kind of listen to what they're talking about. And usually at these LANs, it's a little bit more relaxed. Players aren't always talking about the games, right? Right now, everybody is talking about Oxygen supremacy. They're out of control.
Yeah, we're actually scrim partners with them, or sort of scrim partners with them, and they've been consistently super strong practice. They have a lot of diverse picks, and I think they're showing it off really well.
Now, are you the scrim partners with them because you are the final boss of this gauntlet, and for them to get to you, it would take like basically knocking out everybody potentially?
We're actually really close friends with them, outside of the game and inside. So it kind of like naturally we ended up falling into scrim partners with them, and our play styles tend to mesh really well. So our practice ends up we end up elevating each other through our scrims.
Elevates a European team, sorry, but I got a little excited. I got a little ahead of myself. These games are a little bit too interesting for me, but I have a new friend. It's no longer the German Dimmy. It's the New Yorker Chaos. Welcome to the desk. You are the mid laner for E United, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And what else do you do, Chaos?
I'm Jean Quay, man.
There you go. Are we going to see Jean Quay this weekend?
I don't know.
I don't know either. We'll see what Oxygen Supremacy can do. As I said, coming back to it, everybody's just buzzing about these guys, and what's fun is that it's not just one guy, it's not just one player. You're hearing, oh man, look at Neil Mon, what he's able to do is just raw talent coming out of the support roller. Look at Data Remember and how he's able to just flex it. What has been the most exciting part for you?
I think it's how well the team has meshed together as they came into it. You know, they were all novices, or they've been in the scene for a while, but they haven't like fully pushed themselves up. And the way that they're meshing their play styles together and working together, and it's, you know, proving out so well is incredible. It's incredible to see it.
It is a lot of fun. We'll take a look at how we're standing so far with 2 matches in the dust. As we said, the Challenger team, well, they're doing pretty damn well.
Absolutely. We see, and like you mentioned before, Tom, just everybody playing their own part here from Oxygen. You know, Kiki doing work with that Morrigan. We saw Skilladon doing work with the Hunbats and the Susno. And then in the last set, the last game, Venenu and Data Remember with these double hunters. There just wasn't a point in time when we weren't calling those 2 names out.
Yeah, In Memory of Gabe is going to be up next. We'll see who winds up facing them. But ALG, this one's going to be a little bit tougher, I think, than the other 2 for Oxygen Supremacy. With that in mind, my official analysis, I think it's still totally doable for Oxygen. ALG, unfortunately, has had a little bit of a misstep, losing their prize support player, Polar Bear Mike, and now having a new guy, Vivian, he's playing under. He's gone under the name Puda Spear and Guy in Your Bed as well, so you might know him from around the scene. But this is going to be one of his first professional experiences. Are you familiar with the player chaos, and what can you tell us?
I think Guy in Your Bed's actually a very strong support. He's been in the Challenger Cup scene for a while, and he's actually performed pretty well. I think he fits the team atmosphere because he was good friends with all of them. I don't know if he's had enough time to grow with the team yet, but I do believe it was a good addition.
So we'll see how that one works out. Especially, my key is that whether or not he's better or worse than Polar Bear Mike when it comes to supports, that's such an interesting term. But PBM brings so much more outside of his gameplay to the squad, whether it be communication, shot calling, etc. So it's going to be very interesting watching this team as a unit come together. But that's really what it's all about. Vivian, as I said, is the new player. He's the Guardian. Oceans, the young star sophomore now, no longer in his rookie season. For me, Met Yankee has been nice, but it's Oceans and Cyclone Spin that are the guys that carry this team off of some of the shots from Weekend. I think those are the 3 players that we're really going to be looking at.
Absolutely. These 2 side laners being led by Weekend in the jungle role, trying to find some of these plays happening, but now having another different frontliner paired up with Weekend. VVNex3, the question is, how comfortable is he really going to be in his first real LAN, his first real test here?
That is a question, and you know, I'll ask the player. Chaos, how big of a deal is it that Vivian here for the first time?
I think it's going to be his where he's going to have to prove his most potential, because obviously showing up at LAN, he actually didn't get to play in the SPL, and he's going right into LAN, so it's definitely like a very difficult thing to first step into. But I think he's very comfortable in his role, and I think he's very comfortable with the team, and I think he's going to shine super well. I know he's just super happy to be here regardless. So
for me, it's all about Weekend, honestly. Weekend gets some flack here and there, but at the core of it, Weekend is one of the better leaders, in my opinion, in the SMITE Pro League. His ability to lift his team up and have them depend on him is a very big deal and a very big part of what Allegiance has been doing. New players, old players abound. They have to listen to Weekend, and Weekend's going to speak up.
My name's Kurt Weekend Stray. I'm jungler for Team Allegiance. Outside of SMITE, I am everyone should know I stream. I do YouTube. That's like half my day. I got engaged recently, so working on the wedding thing. And then outside of that, I do a lot of work. I have a Jeep, brand new Jeep Wrangler. I have a brand new Corvette. I've actually been doing a lot to them, adding like cosmetic things and stuff for fun. Getting to do that with my dad, which is awesome. And then I collect shoes, which is a lot different and something I get to talk about on YouTube and stream a lot. And there's a lot of people who actually know about as much as I do, and it's really surprising, and it's a really cool kind of community to build up around. I've played competitive SMITE since the SPL was created. I basically came into the competitive scene a month or 2 before the SPL was created, and been here ever since. So I was on basically one team. We went through a bunch of different team names, starting with Snipe, went through Complexity, AFK Gaming, Envy, been through it all, but it was mainly with the same group of people. Played for like a year and a half with those guys, and then had a quick break where I was out for like half of a split. Came back with Team Allegiance, and I've been with them ever since. For issues that could come up, it's really hard to see them. I've played with Oceans and Cyclone now for a long time. I don't see any issues coming out of them. Me and Matt are still working on things because, I mean, we're going through it. Basically, right now there's a 3v3 meta. So swapping out our support kind of still affects me and Matt in a way that you can't see it if you're not an actual player. So me and him will have to work through some things. We'll have to get Guy in Your Bed up to pace with how we want to play the game and the way we want our team fights called and all that stuff. But those are issues that you just work through. They aren't really big team problems. I'd say for this LAN, our main goal is just see where we stand. We brought in a new player we have 3 nights of scrims. We've played maybe 12 games with Guy in Your Bed. He's playing under Vivian. I just want to see where he stands because he's a good player. I can see it. So if he comes out and kills it at LAN, I have high hopes for us the rest of the split. Honestly, if we buckle down, which was the original idea, I think we could end up, if you look at it, the start of the split, the start of the season doesn't really mean much. There's so many teams who start terribly and end with a perfect last split, go into Worlds and win it, or you have a chance at winning it. So I really do expect us to be in that situation where come Worlds time, we're ready to play and we're one of the top teams.
Just speaks like a leader, honestly. Just everything he has to say about him and his teammates really lets you know what kind of guy he's going to be for the squad.
Definitely a really hot player in the way he plays the game, but he's coming into this game really cold here. 4 games was the warm-up here already for Oxygen Supremacy, and without any real games here being played from Team Allegiance, I'm not even sure if they scrimmed earlier on today or the previous couple of days here, but they're going to be up against a tall task here.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you say that because it varies on player. We were talking to Dimmy, and Dimmy said, you know, look, I do like to play beforehand, whereas Aggro, pro player in his own right, said, look, man, I didn't even want to play the day beforehand. I like to come in cold. Chaos, what's your ideal situation when in a situation like this?
Do
you want the warm-up games, or do you want to be a little bit colder?
I think the thing about the warm-up games is maybe like the first set works in your favor, but after a while you start to get a bit of like fatigue as you're starting to play, and the more and more often you end up having to run through the same compositions and the same things, you're more prone to end up making mistakes. But I do believe that they have the momentum right now because they've basically gone 4-0. So I think that's going to work in their favor more so than the fatigue.
What I'm looking for is sort of there's a mathematical term that you probably know that I don't, but there's a point where at which point the momentum winds up losing favor because of the lack of extra strategies that you've had. Skildon right here on your screen has been fantastic in bringing different things out. We've seen the Hunbats, we've seen the utility Hunbats, we've seen the aggressive Susano, we've even seen some other picks as well, but when that well runs dry, can you run off of the gas fumes of momentum alone?
Well, I think the thing is, Skilly's always been a super smart player, and he has a lot of mechanics now to back that up. And I think their compositions are very cohesive. So regardless of running out of gas, maybe, I think they're going to be super consistent regardless of that.
You can never really sleep on the Schleep. He's been bringing so many tools here at Oxygen's arsenal that they're able to run these kinds of compositions beautifully every single time. Every game has just been almost flawless to the point where none of their Phoenixes were even truly contested.
You know, I think that's what's so exciting for me here is that, like I said, last time around we've seen Most Wanted, the Challenger team, come and beat a couple of teams and then they kind of get beat out. And what you see is these teams run off of pure talent. And then they sort of falter to teams that have a little bit more experience or whatnot than them. Whereas Oxygen Supremacy, they've come in with a lot of talent, but they also have the playbook to come with it. You're seeing the strategy in picks and bans and on the battlefield, which is something that's indicative of a SMITE Pro League team, not always the Challenger Circuit squads.
Well, keep in mind that they're also playing with 3 former SPL players between Skilladon, Kiki, and Veneno, so they have this kind of experience to also flex some of their strategy, see what works, see what doesn't. And on top of this, they also see what some of the SPL players are doing while they're in the Challenger Circuit, so they have a chance to not only do their own strategies, but practice those strategies that they don't necessarily have footage of in the Challenger Circuit.
And like I said, Data Remember, certainly a king of his own little realm coming in here now, but Naruma, Neil Ma, this is a guy that has been around the SMITE scene, even if you don't know his name forever. If you go troll around on esports wikis or whatever your site of choice is, you're gonna find that, oh, he was on a team with that guy? Oh, wait, in 2014, 2013, 2012? So these guys are no strangers to the scene, no strangers to Scotty, as the Hunter will be the first selection likely for Data Remember, though we'll keep an eye on it. Osiris and Fafnir will be the choices for ALG.
We saw Osiris being played on Aquarius in the first set for Flashpoint, but this time it's going to be the Osiris for Cyclone Spin. A guy that definitely knows how to roll with the punches, and once he gets a little bit of a lead, he does not let it slip through his fingers.
So the Nike is going to be paired up with a Terra here for Oxygen Supremacy as they quickly lock in their choices. Now, we had Demi on here earlier, Chaos, who spoke about Nike kind of negatively, saying she jumps in, she gets canceled, and then kind of just walks around. How do you feel about the character?
I feel like she's kind of like a bait character, so she kind of throws herself at you, and you end up wasting like a lot of abilities on her. She's going to pop her ult, and then you're not going to be able to kill her. And then the rest of the team fight's going to fall negatively in your favor because you've burned all those ults on Nike.
Which is also what Terra's kind of looking to do.
Right, well, Terra is going to look to like keep the team alive, especially with her ult and the sustain. So if Nike ends up baiting all those ultimates out, Scotty's going to be able to shred through everybody as long as you know, Nike baits those ultimates and then Terra keeps them alive afterwards.
So Oxygen Supremacy kind of just hoping that Team Allegiance are going to throw everything at these characters. The third choice and the final selection of the first half for ALG, a little bit different than Osiris and Fafnir, who came rather quickly, and Serket will be the choice for the jungler on Team Allegiance. Now, Weekend has come a long way, but when he first started making his content, the Serket tail was the logo for the Backstabbers. So we'll see how Serket's going to work out here. A Wheelish, first ban in Phase 2 for ALG.
I like the idea. You have your own jungler, now take some options away here from Skeleton. Willish wasn't necessarily his go-to pick this whole day so far, so that means that there's going to be some jumps here probably from Team Allegiance, especially making sure that Weekend on the Serket doesn't get taken away during the 3.
Rom will be taken away. That's one of Ocean's go-to characters. Although with Medusa still on the table, that is certainly an option for him as well. I'm eager to see if OS bans out Dusa here.
They probably should, considering the fact that Team Allegiance has the next pick. Medusa here would be very problematic, especially considering that Team Allegiance could potentially play the Medusa in mid as well, considering Med Yankee used to be that former Hunter player, and that would be an interesting strategy to have these two double physical characters that early on in mid.
The Poseidon, instead, will go ahead and be the ban. This character has pretty much dominated all leagues, Smite Pro League, even some of our international leagues. Very rarely do characters across the world of Smite really match up in the meta, but Poseidon just too strong. I was going to ask you about Poseidon, but instead I'm going to ask you about Agni Chaos. Why do we see the control mage come out for Allegiance?
I think Agni is very strong in the level 1 mid pressure, so they're probably going to look. Yes. Dash is super strong at the moment, especially if you can look to box. So they're probably going to look for that early pressure off the first wave. And then it's a lot of good control, especially against Terra, who can like root you. If you were an immobile mage, it's very easy. For example, as Poseidon, it's very easy to get caught in that root. So Agni has that mobility to get out safely and still deal a lot of damage from the backline.
Still got some choices in the deck. We were talking about running out of cards and not having strategies. The Ao Kwang throwback pick here for Skeleton. Now, Skeleton, we mentioned, momentum-based player. He's had success. Throw him on a character like this as the best of 3. See if he can win it.
With Ao Kwang being out of the meta for so long, I'm not even sure if Team Allegiance expected this kind of selection here. Banning away both the Awilish and Susanoo here, there's going to be a lot of late game damage out of OS, especially with this Ao Kwang, and even the Cupid pick trying to make sure that the boxing potential is going to favor Data Remember.
Love the Cupid pick. Going to shut down Agni and Serket with the cripple. Love the Ao Kwang. Keep your enemy on their toes, toss them to the skies, and throw them in the ground. Me? I'm on the side of OS. I like the draft. I like the way that these players have been playing, and I think that they can take game 1 from ALG. Chaos, how you feeling?
I feel like Team Allegiance's comp is definitely much, much stronger early game, and they're going to look to pressure on the buffs early game, and as long as they don't make too many mistakes, I actually think the game should go in Team Allegiance's favor. However, if they screw up on those early invades, I believe OS's comp is definitely super, super strong at like just completely capitalizing on those mistakes.
Same exact thing. Early Allegiance, late OS.
We'll see how it happens. Is it early? Is it late? One thing I do know, it's Taco and it's aggro. Bring us the game.
So for the first 3 picks for Allegiance, I was sitting here saying this is the dream scenario for them. They get Cyclone Spin Osiris, they get Weekend Serket. Oh, OS is in trouble. And then they throw us Ao Kwang and Cupid, and I'm not so sure, Taco.
I actually like the Cupid pick. Ao Kwang is a little bit more situational. I really just want to see how Skeely manages to perform with that, especially considering early invades are most definitely going to be a threat.
I love this Cupid selection. It's Oxygen Supremacy saying you guys can pick lots of dashes, you can pick lots of mobility. We've got Scotty, you don't have to worry about Cupid. And then they lock in the Cupid after Allegiance takes both Serket and Agni, two gods that get absolutely decimated by Fields of Love. Oxygen Supremacy certainly not running out of options as far as their draft goes, in that Scotty is going to the mid lane here for Venenu. Is this where you'd prefer to see Scotty, or would you rather see the mid laner playing Cupid?
Both of these hunters could definitely be interchangeable. It doesn't matter whether the Cupid is in the mid lane or if the Scotty's in the mid lane, because what Oxygen Supremacy are really looking for is just lockdown potential around objective team fights.
And they've got plenty of it. Lots of AoE damage and just control between Naruma, Data Remember, and of course Kiki, who's got a very, very potent slow on that ultimate. Love this positioning early on here from Allegiance, though. Weaken and Cyclone Spin both high up in that enemy jungle, making sure that Skilladon and Kiki cannot get those buffs for free early on. But Weaken and Cyclone both backing up to go to wave, and it looks like Skeely and Kiki will just take their speed instead.
Oxygen Supremacy really just wanted to immediately go for the speed buff just to ensure that Skeely would get that, because it would be so detrimental were he to miss his initial jungle buff. And now actually the invade is going to be coming through from Oxygen.
Wow, ALG might end up on the losing side here, but if the mid lane recognize what's happening, and they do, this could spell trouble for Oxygen Supremacy. Weaken and Cyclone are on the way, but Venenu and Naruma pick the right path. They choose their own adventure, and they go down the right side mid Harpies, and that's the area that gets them out of danger. It looks like they stole away the 2 minis on that speed buff to give them a little bit of an XP boost, so nice play coming out of the mid lane.
No complaints either on the side of Venenu and Naruma, considering that could have been a little bit more dangerous had everybody else started to catch on.
It was just a little bit too late, considering Weaken and Cyclone Spin's pathing to try and invade blue, and then deciding maybe we'll do Ellies. They do Elementals, but it ends up not going in their favor to catch Naruma and Venenu, two pretty immobile characters at this stage, though Naruma probably has that dash ready to go. There isn't a lot of mobility on the side of Oxygen Supremacy, which is the exact opposite of Allegiance's draft. Scotty, Cupid's got that dash, but Skilladon, that's a pretty short-range stealth. You gotta have to just play cheeky with that if you want to really escape danger. Oxygen, if they're on the back foot, could have trouble getting away from Allegiance's composition.
I also really like how Oxygen are opting to leave Data Remember alone in that dual lane. Medusa can be incredibly annoying, and while she has relatively safe lane clear, at the same time, Cupid is just as annoying, if not worse, considering his Heart Bomb has a stun as well.
And as soon as Data Remember hits level 5, I expect to see that Fields of Love coming out basically on cooldown to force either the Purification Beads or the Petrify away from Oceans. I think everyone at home and most people here sitting here watching in the arena are all turning their eyes towards this Fafnir. Vivian, you might know him more as Guy in Your Bed on Twitter, and I believe Twitch, though I'm not really sure. He's definitely a new face in terms of the competitive scene, but a guy who's been around, hanging around with these players for quite some time.
He's definitely been around the rank scene mostly for a couple of years now. Usually known for, at one point in time, he was called Guan in Your Bed because he would only pick Guan Yu all the time. But I think it's really interesting to see how much he's developed over the years, and I think that this is a great chance for him to display his progress.
And you heard Weaken in his interview say that he sees a lot of potential in this player, and Weaken is a guy that can definitely try and mold a new player to his liking. Can certainly work out, though I think Allegiance is going to struggle, at least early on, without the presence of Polar Bear Mike, who, as F-Dot mentioned on the desk, what he may not have brought on the field at times, definitely in terms of CC and just helping out the team. Naruma, he needs some help from the rest of his team, and Kiki provides it with that Sentinel of Zeus, slowing everyone from Allegiance away from the support. Now Cyclone's been caught in a weird spot, in trouble, trying to chase him down, but the execute goes on to Vivian instead, but Vivian may fall for first blood, and he will. Skilladon, another first blood to his name. I don't know exactly how many that is in 4 games, Taco, but that's at least his second, just putting his stamp on the game early every single time.
Nairuma, really, I think that it was absolutely phenomenal peeling on the side of Oxygen Supremacy, not only getting him out in what looked like a situation where he was definitely dead, but then the turnaround, even with Skeleton not being able to secure the execute like he would have ideally wanted, I'm picking up that kill for an Ao Kwang so early. That's absolutely, that's going to be really tough for Allegiance.
Now, it did cost Skeleton his purification beads, and this matchup up against Serket in particular is one that we know a lot of junglers favor the Serket. Even when Ao Kwang was the quintessential jungler, we saw junglers like adapting, pulling out the Serket to try and handle it. And that was before Serket was really considered one of the strongest picks among the assassins. So we can definitely gonna have an opportunity to make Skeleton pay. And you know Weekend wants to play aggressive. For me, Weekend just looks like a completely different player whenever he gets a comfort pick like Serket.
I think it's awesome seeing Weekend on these more assassin type picks though, because we're so familiar with him playing a little bit more warrior setup style that getting to see him work on the actual hard carry side of things, I think it could be a real turning factor in this game.
And even though we don't see a lot of Agni, I think it synergizes beautifully with the Serket because he's great in these 2v2, 3v3 engagements in the lane, in the jungle. But you can team fight pretty well with Agni, but where you can lock someone down from a distance and guarantee the CC for Weekend or try and peel for Weekend as he goes in. I think that Met and Weekend could really work together here with this mid-jungle combination and form a pretty potent duo.
The interesting aspect of it too is that they both have set up for each other. I mean, you've got the Deathbane on Serket as well as the ultimate, and the two alone is plenty for Agni to get his poke off. And, you know, other side of the spectrum, you've got Agni with the stun setup.
Absolutely, and if we can use that last breath to toss someone into Met Yankee's range, Path of Flames certainly deals a lot of damage when you can use it aggressively. That could be an opportunity for Met to do just that. There's been a lot of talk about the North American mid laners as a whole, and a lot of players moving from different roles to the mid lane. Met Yankee made that transition towards the end of last year, moving from Hunter on Soar to the mid lane. And I don't think that he's really turned a lot of heads necessarily with his play, but he's been quietly pretty solid. He's been a solid mid laner for this split.
I do think that Venenu might have a slight upper hand over Met Yankee right now, though, excluding the fact that he's already been warming up throughout the day, playing 2 sets already. But just if he missteps even the slightest bit with an Agni dash, he'll pretty much be guaranteed dead.
Gold Fury's pulled right now by Allegiance. They're committing everything they have, and they'll secure it no problem whatsoever. That evens the gold lead right there. It actually puts Allegiance a little bit ahead, right around 1,000 gold, despite the first blood going the way of Oxygen Supremacy. Look at all the ward coverage that Allegiance has on that left-hand side. Lack of vision certainly hurting Oxygen Supremacy in that little instance.
It is slightly unfortunate that happened, considering that Data Remember also, I don't think that he was available at that time to try and contest it. I think it would have been really difficult for him to run into the face of an entire enemy team. It's not usually an ideal situation. But Oxygen have been pretty familiar all day long so far with willingly playing from behind.
They have, but they've also gotten them, the majority of the games they've had leads, and so I'm interested to see exactly how they'll play from even, though this early on they could try and just wait it out. Their late game potential is phenomenal. They've got plenty of peel for their double hunters, and of course Ao Kwang in the late game is as potent as ever.
And Ao Kwang's also absolutely terrifying for an Agni player like Met Yankee, who's just going to be trying to do his best, I think, to escape at a certain point in time.
Going back to Met, though, I think that the important thing to keep in mind is that he played unreal at multiple lands during Season 3 for Soar as their hunter. DreamHack comes to mind. He really has strong performances on LAN as a whole, and I think that that could be the factor to kind of elevate his game to be one of the top tier mid laners instead of just a solid one. And that's exactly what Allegiance needs in this matchup, because basically that's what Venenu's been doing all day long. Has been playing from, you know, the normal level that we've been used to seeing him at into this unbelievable state.
I would certainly agree that everybody on Oxygen Supremacy has definitely stepped up their game for this event. And Nairuma, this could potentially be the time for him to finally fall, but that's our ultimate.
I love the discipline there from Weekend to not chase him down, knowing that he's in trouble. Skeleton, he's in trouble now. Force use that Purification, but Cyclone Spin just doesn't have the angle, and with that speed buff, it's going to be able to get away from the chase. But again, those Purification beads on cooldown. Again, going back to Weekend though, love the discipline. A lot of times you'll see Cirquets use their ambush, try and chase that down, but instead knowing that Matt Yankee was in trouble in mid, and while you don't get a kill there, you get multiple ults, you get multiple cooldowns, and relics on cooldown, and what ends up being a win for Allegiance.
I think it's a lot safer right now for Allegiance as well. They don't want to risk giving the Ao Kuang any sort of early lead, and as long as they don't overextend and risk dying and permitting Oxygen to really farm up into that mid-late game stage they want, that's pretty much the ideal scenario for ALG.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit in terms of their team fighting potential. Lots of AOE. Though Cirquet's really the only one who doesn't team fight particularly well on their side. It really relies on coming around the backside of team fights, picking off low health stragglers, or can be also at times be the initiator, especially up against a god like Terra. If Naruma uses his escape, Weekend can throw him back into the enemy team and try and get him ready to go.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Weekend try and be more of that backline initiator, because if he can force out the Terra ultimate in sort of a panic mode by ulting one of the carries on the side of Oxygen Supremacy, then all ALG really have to do is reset at that point in time, and I think over time they would probably have a better team fighting advantage, considering that those Agni Bombs really start to hurt at a certain point in time.
It just needs a couple items to get those Agni Bombs to really be pretty effective. Skeleton's been pretty effective right now in this Ao Kuang, about a level and a half up on Weekend. Really doing an excellent job farming. He's on the top of his team in terms of player damage, and has already got that Spear of the Magus complete. Usually we see a Dynasty Plate Helm, but Skeleton foregoing it in this instance. Why do you think that is?
I think for this matter, he's just looking primarily for the damage, if anything, and you could see he opted immediately for the Spear as opposed to the Dynasty Plate Helm like you mentioned. He hasn't really had too many encounters. I think if we'd seen a little bit more invades from ALG, we might have seen the Dynasty Plate Helm come through, but because ALG wasn't able to get off those early invades like you would have imagined with Osiris and Cirquet, due to Skeleton picking up that first blood so early on, I think that was really the overlying factor that helped them avoid that issue.
You've also got to keep in mind that Cirquet's ultimate is doing true damage, so that physical protection really wouldn't help out Skeleton in instances where Last Breath is used onto him. So instead just going for the pure offense, like you mentioned. Looks like Met Yankee is going for what could be an early Spear of the Magus himself, or a Divine Ruin to try and shut down the healing coming out of Naruma on Terra. Is Terra one of these gods that warrants anti-heal items, or can you just kind of ignore it?
She's got a sleeper heal, if anything, but it's not just the Terra that they have to worry about, it's the Cupid as well. You don't really notice it until the team fights are starting to be extended. Those hearts actually heal for quite a decent bit of health, especially when you combine it along with the Terra sustain.
That's a great point, but it is going to be the Spear of the Magus for Met Yankee, which synergizes beautifully with his passive. You can get multiple ticks. Remember, Spear of the Magus getting a recent buff, getting that stack threshold up from 3 to 5, so you get a ton of flat penetration as you hit any god with a dot or multiple abilities. And as we mentioned, the Agni passive certainly fits that bill.
And another aspect I actually just noticed is Kiki has Hog, or Wrath, and I think that is actually going to play a really important part for Oxygen Supremacy, and that might also explain a little bit more of the passiveness on the side of ALG. They can't really look to try and force too many objectives without the vision that they need, and right now, sure, they were able to lock down Oracle Vision. They picked up the first Gold Fury, but once Kiki starts factoring into these fights, I think that could be incredibly difficult to work around.
Without a doubt, and that you see the start there on that right-hand side. I think that Hog is picked up to try and make sure that Skeleton is able to secure his own buffs on that right-hand side. Nice intelligent play out of the veteran player, now playing in the solo lane. We've just talked so much about Oxygen Supremacy. Everyone knows their story by now, man. They're Challenger Cup players. Kiki, Skeleton, Venenu, they've been in the SPL. Kiki's played a lot of different positions, blah, 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 blah. They're really good. Is at the end of the day, that's, I think, that should be the takeaway here, regardless of where Oxygen ends up falling or if they fall at all here this weekend. I think that's the real takeaway, is that these guys really came to show up at LAN.
Well, Oxygen Supremacy, I think another thing is they're the dark horse right now. They really are. Even with Skeleton and Kiki having been in the SPL formerly, they still came from the Challenger Cup, and they're trying to rise up now, which they've done an excellent job at so far, but It's just beautiful.
I think they're pretty close to shedding that tag, though, Taco. Just talking to the pro players in between games, I think a lot of people are expecting Kiki and Co. to win this set and continue their march. Allegiance, despite having a pretty good seeding, remember they lose their support just before this LAN. You heard Weekend in his interview say that they've had 3 days of scrims with Vivian as their support. Could be, it's going to be tough to take on some of these tenured teams that have been together for a whole split when you're just trying to get your synergy down in your 3v3 core.
And right now you can really tell that Allegiance is just trying to feel out Oxygen Supremacy. And what I really like is, oh wow, Skeely might actually be in a lot of trouble here.
But he's juking everything, bombs, hammers, nothing hits. The blink out of the Petrify as well. Naruma gonna eat that last breath, but Fields of Love comes down. Weekend trying to get away from the damage from the rest of Oxygen Supremacy. Data Remember dashes forward, but can't quite find the last auto attack. Weekend escapes with 1 HP. Now Oceans, he's got to deal with Skilladon, and he turns it around on the jungler. Naruma cleans up Oceans to at least trade out 1 for 1. But what a back and forth there in that little skirmish.
I cannot believe Weekend managed to survive there. That was excellent peel coming out of Vivian on that Fafnir. As soon as Data Remember dashed, trying to secure the kill onto Weekend, he immediately just 180 turns around and stuns him, and that's exactly the kind of peel you need from your support.
It just so deep into the enemy jungle to try and pick off Skilladon, who juked everything there. The well-timed blink to get away from Petrify as well. Data Remember somehow survives using that Aegis to dash forward. Couldn't quite find the last auto attack onto Weekend, thanks to that extra movement speed from that Heartseeker, an item that we haven't seen quite as much since the recent nerf to put it up in price. Do you think this is the right spot for this item for Weekend?
I think it's a fair item to have, considering that he's been utilizing his mobility very well in these engagements. I mean, you saw how deep he went for Skilladon, and he almost caught him despite Scaly having the speed buff on him.
That's true. Definitely a lot of extra mobility, but it could hurt his damage in terms of trying to focus down Naruma, who's gone for these reinforced Greaves. It'd be pretty tough to punch through all that extra protection from those boots and the Gauntlet of Thebes, along with that Mark of the Vanguard, without any penetration in his build. But Weekend likely to go for that in that third slot, and that's exactly what he will do. A couple options could be that Jotun's Wrath, but like you mentioned, there's a couple sleeper heals on the side of Oxygen Supremacy, and despite Last Breath having 100% healing reduction, it's nice to get a little bit extra on the team with your Deathbane and your Madness.
Brawlers is a decent bit cheaper than the Jotuns as well, but I feel as though Weekend would primarily want to optimize the CDR. He really needs that cooldown reduction to try and be spamming his ultimate as much as possible, because the more he gets his ultimate off, the higher chance his team has of finding a pick.
Both supports have yet to pick up their second relic, though Naruma is level 12 and ready to go as soon as he goes back to base. 3-man grouping here in the middle lane as both teams go back to just farming up their respective waves. But Cyclone Spin's going to be able to push this wave into the tower, it looks like, potentially grab that 500 gold away.
And you can tell Matt Yankee wanting to get a little bit of poke potential, but not too much done to either side just yet.
Data Remember going to eat a lot of damage off that stun as Oceans throws those Viper shots in, but there go the hearts, and he's almost back to full HP. No thorns coming out of Kiki this time. Remember, he picked up that hog, so he has to go for teleport in that second option. So Cyclone Spin, he's going to be able to frontline a little bit better and return some of that damage that Data Remember is going for, because he doesn't have any lifesteal. Neither does Venenu on the Scotty, and so this Thorns pickup could really end up paying big dividends for Cyclone Spin.
I would really like to see Nairuma pick up a shell whenever he does get that opportunity to back to base and get that second relic. I think it could really help out Oxygen Supremacy in these team fights due to the AoE damage that Allegiance has.
It makes those bombs from Agony basically tickle you instead of chunking you down. Gold Fury getting chunked down a little bit here by Oxygen Supremacy, but they were looking for the fight. They're looking for Vivian, but he's going to be able to transform and get out of that mesmerize there from Data Remember. Weekend immediately dives in, but gets exploded by Venenu. Met finds Skilladon, but Vivian falls, a double kill for the mid laner there. Skilladon the only one to fall so far for Oxygen Supremacy as Met Yankee gets popped by Venenu. 3 kills, the triple for the mid lane Hunter. Data Remember cleans up Oceans, and now it's Cyclone Spin alone, trying to return on to Venonu, and he will find it with those AoE autos, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one, Taco.
And I don't think Cyclone feels as though he's going to be able to get out of this one either. Just trying to buy time around this Gold Fury, but unfortunately enough for him, he's still going. And okay, there you go. Day to remember, finally cleaning up the kill.
A valiant effort by Cyclone Spin, but it doesn't stop the deicide for the Challenger Cup players rolling through this gauntlet so far. Deicide, the Gold Fury as well, but it only comes up to about a 3,000 gold lead at the end of this, Taco. So not horrible for Team Allegiance.
Not horrible in the slightest. I mean, both of these drafts have gods that do fairly well in the late game stages. You've got the Circuit to counteract the Ao Kuang. So I think a lot of this is just going to come down to these little engagements around the objectives and seeing who can find the better end of the trades.
Skilladon has that Polynomicon now, and that's when the warning signs start going off about Ao Kuang, and where you know you're about to get bursted down pretty heavily. Looks like he's going to go for extra penetration. Could be a Spear of Desolation in this instance, try and get him a little bit of extra just flat pen and cooldown reduction, but an Obsidian Shard would really guarantee that Skilladon is doing true damage to basically any target he hits.
And you can also tell, Day to remember, he's opting to skip any sort of sustain, which I think is fair play considering he is Cupid, he has his own self-heal available, and opting straight for the Titan's Bane. He's going to be doing a significant amount of damage between his Heart Bomb and the Fields of Love.
But if Cyclone Spin can get in front of him with those Thorns, it's going to be just returning a lot of damage to Day to Remember. Damage onto him right now as Weekend blinks forward and finds him with the ultimate. The Bleed going to try and finish off the Hunter, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and it will not. Just level 18, too healthy there. Too much HP just by leveling up for the Hunter, Day to Remember, as he survives the gank, which allows OS to just snag away that Portal Demon on the right-hand side, while Weekend is distracted on the left.
And I'm sure that Day to Remember is more than happy to take that trade. Not only does he get away with his life, but he forces out the Circuit ultimate, and they get nothing in return.
And he got the blink as well, though he did lose his beads in that engagement, which could mean that Weekend could just poke his head over there pretty soon once more. Ocean's only a level down right now to the Hunter, he's having a pretty solid game. Kiki jumps into that backside. The bombs come raining down from Met Yankee, but they don't really do that much damage. Vivian goes up into the Draconic form to try and force Oxygen Supremacy off of this Tier 1 tower.
And I think that that was a little bit unfortunate for the Fafnir to come out this early, because I don't think that they're going to be able to hold this T1 tower, not against the Scotty. It's already falling down, and Skilladon going to be able to get out, no problems.
But Cyclone Spin is here. There's the Thorns as well. Kiki slows everyone with that Sentinel of Zeus, making sure Allegiance has no chance to get past him and try and get into that backline that is somewhat weak right now, but the heals from Terra and the Cupid are going to start to play in this engagement.
What I really liked about Oxygen Supremacy there underneath that T1 is while they were committing to the tower, they weren't really looking to poke out too much onto ALG.
Flop on there to Oceans, looking for, there's the Fields of Love on top of Met Yankee, but it does, he's able to escape. Huge Petrify coming out of Oceans, but Vivian falling too low, and he's gobbled up by Skilladon, who's now looking at the fight from a bird's eye view. He sees Day to Remember clean up Oceans, no problem whatsoever. He's tossed back into the tower. That last breath gonna finish him off. Weekend at least able to put ALG on the board in this scenario, but Day to Remember picks up number 4. Cyclone Spin not found on the map anymore. 1, 2, and 1 for the solo laner. And look at how healthy Oxygen Supremacy is. They knock down that Tier 2 tower, and the next thing on the list, the Phoenix.
The Phoenix is 100% gone too. You've got a Scotty and a Cupid, 2 pen-based hunters that have plenty of items online to deal more than enough damage to these objectives.
What went wrong here for Allegiance? Because this game was fairly close even after that Deicide and the Gold Fury, but then it just all of a sudden Oxygen takes one fight and it seems like they're miles ahead.
They pushed up too far in that middle lane. They thought they could potentially return the T1 exchange after OS secured Allegiance's T1, but because of that, they were all just too far up. The Terra ultimate swinging through. On top of that, you've got the Nike passive online, which also provides a little bit of movement speed. So when you think about the movement speed that OS has available to them right now, and the healing these extended engagements, they can't allow them to happen on the side of ALG.
These numbers aren't staggering in terms of the heals here. You've got 4,600 on the Terra, 2,700 on the Cupid, but it's about when these heals are coming through, and it was in that engagement as Allegiance pushed up and tried to return that tier 1 tower, like you mentioned. And I think Kiki, he got a lot of praise for his Morgan game, and deservedly so, but his play on these tanks has been unbelievable. Just the setup and the peel that he's had, just the presence of mind to use Sentinel of Zeus as a wall, basically. A 60% slow is a wall, for all intents and purposes. And he walls off Allegiance from chasing, which allows his team to heal up and re-engage, and that nets them a lot of gold and a lot of kills in their favor. We're 23 minutes in right now. Oxygen Supremacy continuing their rampage through this gauntlet, up 10-4 against Allegiance right now, but Oceans is in trouble, has to use that Petrify, but he's gone before it even goes off. Skilladon cleans up his 3rd kill, evening his scoreline at 3-3-6.
And that's another important factor that we haven't really gotten too much of a chance to touch on until just now. What's going wrong as well for ALG is the burst. They don't have nearly as much burst as Oxygen Supremacy do, and it's showing. Very, very much so. I mean, Skilladon is just absolutely destroying, and while he's 3-3, he's died almost every single time that he's tried to commit too hard, but that's just his playstyle. He loves aggression. He does so much damage before he goes out, though.
Exactly. While he's low on the player damage charts, Ao Kwang is one of those single-target assassins that is looking to pump all that damage into one person at one time and be able to secure the kill. But Data Remember is through the roof right now in terms of damage. This man has played numerous hunters and has just looked unreal doing it time and time again. Hear that little chorus there, the little nice little sound? That means that 2 players on Oxygen Supremacy have hit level 20, and that completes Nike's passive. Now you've got extra movement speed and damage, and the Allegiance, if their job wasn't hard enough, now they've got to deal with some more damage on Skilladon, some more mobility out of these double hunters. Good luck locking them down.
It's also interesting that you pointed out that Skilladon is one of those great single-target burst characters, but when it comes down to it, on Ao Kwang versus Surket, Ao Kwang's going to have a significantly easier time getting his poke damage off than what a Surket will.
That is true, but no easy times here for Allegiance as they try and do the Portal Demon, but Oxygen Supremacy doesn't want to let him have it. Oceans carries that Heart Bomb to Cyclone Spin. It's Met Yankee's already dead. Kiki able to put himself on the board. Skilladon picks up Oceans there on the backside by the speed buff. He dashes away, trying to find the kill onto Vivian. Double kill for the Ao Kwang. Cyclone Spin falls down as well. 5-0-6 for Data Remember. 4 dead, only weekend left to watch as Oxygen Supremacy say, who needs the Fire Giant? Who needs the left Phoenix? Who needs your tower on the right-hand side? We're just looking to go 5 games in a row.
And I think that they're going to be able to take it. A Sloan Surket, the only one to contest. Titan's already at half HP, 10% and gone.
This is unbelievable. This is a run. I mean, when we draw up the gauntlet, we're like, yeah, the Challenger Cup teams, they come, they've got a chance, they can do something cool. This is it. I mean, this is a run unlike we have ever seen before from one of these teams, going back to Titan-esque in Season 1. Unbelievable play out of these guys.
They're absolutely on fire right now. And if you told me that this was a Challenger team that rose up, I would probably have a really hard time believing it prior to seeing them play right now.
Absolutely killing it. Skilladon, Venenu, Kiki, and then the duo lane as well, Data Remember and Neoma, just absolutely having a phenomenal day. And they're looking to keep it going. They've got quite the tall task ahead of them, but they're almost there, Taco. 1 more win. They've only got 2 more teams to play before they can move on to Sunday.
I think that was a really important game, though, for ALG because it gives their new support player, Vivian, a chance to step his feet. He dips his toes into the water, gets a little bit of a feel of the SPL-level gameplay, because I think we can definitely agree that Oxygen Supremacy is SPL-level gameplay right now.
I mean, they've won 5 games in a row, and they're all against SPL teams, absolutely, without a doubt. But how did they do it in Game 1? We've got a desk to tell you just that. Tom, take it away.
We've also got some people on the desk. It's not just a desk, but thank you for objectifying us very much, aggro. I suppose we'll still take care of business. You know, earlier, I was sitting here saying, well, what happens when they run out of tactics? What happens when they run out of gas? This Oxygen Supremacy team has gotten better as they've gone on. Here, finally, I think Skilldon has earned his right to play the hard carry, and then his team, after a couple of games, say, all right, we'll let you do the hard carry. Out comes Xiao Kwang, and he just eats everybody up.
You know, between the double Hunter and the double sustain composition coming out of Oxygen Supremacy and no sustain at all from Team Allegiance, there's just no way that they can win teamfights as the teamfights keep lasting longer and longer.
Yeah, it was really impressive watching OS take this victory, and they did so in dominating fashion. What was the key here for Oxygen?
Well, I felt that since ALG drafted early, they definitely needed to get that early pressure, but they put Agni and Circuit in mid, which was not a good combination against the Scotty Owl. They lost that mid pressure, which ended up costing them a lot of the map pressure. And I also believe going into there was a Gold Fury fight that ended up deciding the game, at least in my opinion. Even though OS put so much into this Fafnir that ulted, Weekend ended up going in a little too early and ended up getting picked for it. And because of that, the team ended up collapsing, and OS just ended up kind of like swiping through. And like I said at the beginning, their comp was much stronger when it gets to the late game.
Yeah, I sort of came to it. I sort of came to it at the same point for the Gold Fury, and I got to tip my hat to Oceans. He winds up dying in the exchange, but we see the meditation that allows some players on Allegiance to get out of jail, and then Oceans on the bottom side takes a 2v1, takes one on, gets the kill, and then winds up dying to the wayside. But his teammates can go ahead and clean up the rest of it. And this young man right here has been so important for Allegiance. He did work in game one, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. He needs some help. He really needs some help. Totally, where's it coming from?
Absolutely. I feel like Chaos mentioned before, the mid jungle pressure was just non-existent early on coming from Allegiance, and if that pressure falls, then your Silence are going to start collapsing, and then that's kind of what Oceans needs to rely on in order for him to be successful in this mid game, especially once he's playing the Medusa.
Yeah, the Medusa, I mean, that's his go-to. That's his go-to. I think one of the other problems across the way was Cyclone Spin not really always present in some of these exchanges, so Allegiance need to sort of dial that one up. But honestly, Data Remember, that's my analysis on this Hunter position, man. Data Remember has exceeded my expectations. He's exceeded probably everybody's expectations outside of him and his teammates. This is a guy that dominates his lower end scenes, whether it's AVGL or the Challenger Cup or otherwise, but hasn't made the break into the SPL. And we've seen players do this. We've seen the famous hates. We've seen these guys come through, and they don't always work out. Right now, I mean, this is happening.
The impressive feat for Data Remember also is the fact that his picks are not coming early at all. This Cupid was in the last stages of the P's and B's for the first game. So to have this kind of flexibility coming from the Challenger circuit, this is making things very difficult for all these SPL teams, already winning 2 sets and now 1 game away from winning their 3rd.
He's played, Rom is the Data Remember character in my eyes. That's a basic attack character. Then he's played the Cupid, which is virtually the other side of the coin. Pure ability-based, heavy AoE damage. Just incredible how he can play both sides of these and work well with the team and then some.
And this ultimate right here, that Cupid ultimate actually mesmerized Cyclone Spin in the backline, so it made it a 5-on-4 for about 3 to 4 seconds to allow the pressure from Oxygen to be able to just win this so hard.
And then after doing the utility of keeping Cyclone Spin out of the fight, he just beats him up. Just straight up Cupid spams him and is able to just take it. Right now, looks very relaxed. That's what's very interesting to me. He's been going nuts during these games, and he's able to just reset in between. How important is it, Chaos, to sort of have that momentum, but be able to relax as well?
I think it's extremely important, especially when they had the Terra in their comp. They were pushing their advantage super well, especially with those Cupid ults, and then they just needed to back up, sustain with the Heart, sustain with the Terra 3, and that way they would be able to just get to full HP, take an objective afterwards, and just kind of steamroll the rest of the game.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable, I think is the #1 word I want to use, is comfort. We've seen teams and players succeed and flourish after finding the right spot. My favorite example of that is Mask. He is a great player that wasn't really in a great spot until he found those guys on Luminosity. Then he was really able to flourish. And I feel the same for these guys. Chaos, talk to me about how well these guys have really, or how long these guys have been playing together.
They've been friends for a really long time. When I talked to Skilly and I asked him what was, so different about this team, he was telling me that they're very, very comfortable with each other. If they make mistakes, they don't really care. They kind of laugh it over. They're able to work on their problems because they don't get down each other's throats when things are getting rough.
And that's an important part, I think, for all the teams, and why I think Oxygen is being so successful here today. Cyclone Spin across the way, he's another example next to Mask, where he was very, very strong and then had a period of sort of no man's land, if you will, until he found this roster. I think Cyclone Spin is very comfortable along the likes of Weekend and friends here. Turning things around in game number 2. Cyclone Spin, I don't think it was a pick. I don't think it was really anything specific. What do you want to see, Toli, out of Cyclone Spin here in the next match?
Well, if you're going to play Osiris in this kind of meta for Season 4, you got to be able to get something off of it in the early game and momentum. And a player like Cyclone Spin rotating to these team fights without that momentum, he was able to do a lot of distractions and diversions, being able to get some picks here and there, but without the items and the true level lead that he could get compared to the Season 2, Season 3 Cyclone Spin, he can't make the same impact. So I want to see more pressure in the solo lane out of Weekend, especially if you're going to go Agni at level 1, you're going to lose that pressure anyway, so you might as well go solo.
I think especially if you're going to draft Circuit, you should put a lot more pressure into those side lanes, because Circuit is very, very strong at ganking those side lanes, and we didn't see much of that game.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more presence from Weekend in general, and see let me take that back. Maybe not presence, but intelligent presence. Presence in the right spots. Weekend was around the map, but perhaps not where his team needed him to be. And come game number 2, I think he's going to make that adaptation. Chaga and Hun Bats taken away by Team Allegiance and Supremacy, respectively. Second ban coming out for OS.
Expecting the Morgan to be a highly contested pick between these two teams. We've seen Kiki play it before so far today, and as well between Weekend and Cyclone Spin, both of those two players like the Morgan. Chaos, do you like the Morgan?
I think it's very strong if it gets ahead. Well, the thing is, from behind, it's actually super strong too, because you can kind of turn into any character. The biggest problem, though, is it's immobile when it's not turning into a good character that it can synergize with. For example, when they draft the bots, they turn into the bots ult. It works super well. But if you don't have a character that you can actually turn into that gives her a really, really strong ultimate or a really strong team fight, she's kind of just a sitting duck.
How does the Morgan impact picks and bans? Like, if let's say somebody drafts it early on, do you prevent yourself from picking a specific pick to make sure that they don't steal that ultimate?
I think if they first pick it, there's too many picks on the table that you can take away that end up giving you so much pressure that it can shut down the Morgan early.
Yeah, Morgan, I think, is very dependent on not just the meta, but also that game's picks and bans can drastically make her stronger or weaker. So certainly something to keep in mind as the ban phase and the pick phase continues on. Poseidon next to Hercules and Terra here for Team Allegiance. Hercules likely to be in the solo lane. We'll see how the young Cyclone Spin works with the healer this time around instead of just the Osiris. Both characters, bullies.
Absolutely, but Nike's going to have a little bit of a harder time. Obviously, Hercules can driving strike her out of her clear, so that's going to be one thing that Cyclone Spin is going to be looking for. But there's more control and damage coming from Team Allegiance now, going for this Poseidon over the Agni compared to the last game, having a little bit of AoE sustain with the Terra Monolith and self-sustain for the Hercules.
Very important ban coming out on the Circuit. That character is going to shut down the healing that makes Hercules so potent, so just take her out of the draft. She's just a little bit too strong in that regard. The Mercury, however, that's a choice directly towards Weekend. Rom, sure.
Team Allegiance in comp right now is looking for these picks. The problem is OS's composition ends up having two characters that are very, very strong against Poseidon Kraken. Fafnir's ult ends up immuning you against Kraken, and Nike's ult, obviously, super shield. So it's going to be very dependent on the targets they pick. For example, the Scotty is going to be a good target for Team Allegiance. However, Team Allegiance does have the early game right now and the Terra Sustain to push through. So far, I feel like it's about an even draft, depending on the picks that they choose to go for it.
And that Fafnir is sort of a double-edged blade, because yes, the Fafnir can immune the Kraken, but he can also use it in a different scenario and have the Kraken Whirlpool waiting for him right underneath. So that comes down to pretty much Met's execution of the Poseidon.
a lot of junglers are still being taken away from the table. Hunbats, Mercury, Susanoo, Serket. Thor is still available. I don't necessarily expect Weekend to go for this option, but maybe a Nemesis wouldn't be a bad idea for either of these two players.
I mean, you've got the Fafnir and the Nike so far. Nemesis certainly wouldn't be a bad shot here as far as Weekend is concerned. It's a character that he's very strong at, character that he's known for. So we'll see if that one comes out here for number 4. Team Allegiance thinking this one over. A lot of conversation here. Why do you think they're so deep in thought, Chaos?
Allegiance?
Yeah, why is this decision so difficult?
I think they're trying to figure out what they want to synergize. For example, when you said the Nemesis, the problem is they don't have enough lockdown for the characters. They can shred, but they're not going to be able to really lock down Nike or Fafnir. So the Cupid in this example ends up giving them that cripple that can actually keep Nike and Fafnir in place for the Poseidon Kraken.
And seeing how Data Remember played Cupid last time, which also shuts down the Nemesis selection because of the dash, you now sort of put yourself, you have a taunt character in front of you now.
Right, and it's also high duo pressure, high sustain because of the hearts and the Terry Hill.
Well, what Oxygen Supremacy did last game, Team Allegiance says we can do it better. Taking the Terra and the Cupid, we'll see how they're able to really synergize the sustain. Now, the question is, how is OS going to be able to shut down the sustain? Odin is still available to get a little bit of that anti-healing, but if you pick Odin here, you're probably going to have to rely on either Odin jungle or maybe Nike jungle, and that's not something that we're used to seeing necessarily.
And Oxygen Supremacy continue pulling things out of thin air. Again, I asked maybe 2 sets ago, when are they going to run out of strats? They're bringing out the Hobwa jungle. Shout outs to Skeleton here. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I wish I was casting it. I have a lot of stuff to say about Hebo.
Hell!
But the Hell mid lane, also different. Chaos, talk to me about the new healer.
Hell?
My mistake. It's actually going to be Fenrir chosen instead of the Hell. My apologies. So we'll see a Fenrir wind up in the jungle, working out with Poseidon. I got excited. I thought we were seeing the Poseidon jungle. But either way, the Hobwa jungle is certainly interesting. As a mid laner, how afraid of you are of Hobwa in the jungle?
Has a very strong level 1 presence. His water cannon is on such a low cooldown, especially with Sands of Time. It gives him a lot of jungle pressure, it gives him a lot of mid pressure, and it transitions super well, especially because he's a magical source of damage. If he ends up wanting to pressure on solo side, he can, because the solo laner in this instance is going to have to build physical defense, and Hobwa can put a lot of pressure into that lane.
That's going to be very, very interesting as far as that's concerned. Hercules versus Nike over there in the solo lane should be interesting. What's your take on that?
It should be very interesting, like I mentioned before, where Nike's going to get disrupted with that Hercules. But going back in the jungle matchup, it is that Fenrir instead of the Hell. So I like the idea, though, because Hobwa gets kind of shut down by the Fenrir. You can obviously chase him down with the ultimate through the Brutalize will chase down the Hobwa during the ultimate, and you can't interrupt it with that Water Sprout. So that's going to be one tool that Weekend is going to try to use.
It'll be very exciting watching these two teams go head-to-head. So, I mean, you know what? I just want to get into it. Aggro Taco, hurry up, bring us the game.
This is, I just realized though, Taco, Oxygen Supremacy is halfway there. They are halfway to Sunday right now. They need 10 wins in order to get there. They're at 5. So they're almost there, but that's the whole point of the gauntlet. It only gets harder the more they win.
Hey, if you're gonna start off strong, the most important part is to try and finish strong, and I think that's a really important aspect. Oxygen Supremacy, they definitely seem like they had the momentum. They haven't been slowing down whatsoever. Strats keep coming out left and right, like F. mentioned, with the Hobwa jungle.
I mean, and we've seen Captain Twig do it very, very well over on the European side. Skeleton definitely has a god pool, man. He's been playing quite a bit so far here today. This is his 3rd magical god in 6 games that he's played. It's been Chang'e, Ao Kuang, and now Hebo.
I love it.
Yeah, he's been absolutely killing it.
I think that it's great because it allows Venenu to pick up hunters into the mid lane, and that's an ideal style of gameplay for him.
Yeah, formerly a hunter there in Season 3 on this Allegiance team, actually, with Weekend there. Matt Yankee wasn't there at the time, but Oceans was his replacement on this squad, so you know that if Venenu wants to get a little bit of revenge in this one. Just want to reiterate that is Fenrir in the jungle. We thought we were going to get something extra spicy, but Unfortunately, we did not.
I was hoping for the 2032.
Hobwa jungle's enough, right? We can get excited enough off of
But it's
Hobwa
not
jungle.
2032 quite yet.
Nothing is 2032 except
Fair enough.
2032 himself. Speed buff, no invade, and that's definitely a good sign for the OS boys because Hobwa definitely does lack a little bit in terms of securing his own buffs early, though as Chaos mentioned, can certainly brawl in the early game. He's getting brawled onto right now by Weekend. That Brutalize going to clean up that first blood. No way for Skilladon to get away from that Brutalize. Love this Fenrir pick into the Hobwa.
I also really like the option there for Weekend to go ahead and expend his Aegis. He knows that by the time Skilladon is able to hit level 5, the cooldown on his Aegis is sure to be refreshed by then, so you might as well prevent yourself from potentially dying to the Chiron.
This is the first time that Skilladon has been first blooded instead of getting the first blood for himself. So we'll see how he can play. And this is not necessarily the god you want it to happen on. Hobwa can definitely get bullied out of his own jungle early. So a little bit of a small mountain. Oh, nice stun there by Neilma. Actually catches Ocean's dash. It's not going to end up in a kill here, Taco, but certainly puts a little bit of extra pressure onto the Hunter.
And Neilma, we've seen him all day long today just getting into the face of everybody and giving him a support like Fafnir where he really gets to play as aggressive as he wants to without a whole lot of punishment due to the ultimate whenever it comes online. That's ideal scenario for Oxygen.
I mean, all day long, it's just been crazy picks after crazy picks, and what might not look super crazy, Oxygen Supremacy plays it to a crazy level. I am surprised that they continue to get Scotty. This is pre-nerf. I mean, Scotty's taking a pretty significant nerf in the next patch, and she's just been dominant so far, and teams just seem to be okay giving them up.
I'd have to agree with you 100%. Scotty has been having an excellent time. I think the only downfall we really saw of it was when Wowie tried to play it against Oxygen Supremacy, but that wasn't necessarily Scotty so much as it was just Noble kind of being on the back foot for the majority of their sets. And now we've seen how well both Data Remember and Venenu have had displays on this Scotty, so it's just absolutely incredible that teams are still permitting it to go through.
Neilma again just steady with the hammer, knows that he's going to be able to stun Weekend off, and that's going to be key because there isn't a lot of CC to knock Weekend out of Brutalize. That Water Spout, not going to be able to do it. Kiki's Valiant Leap, not going to be able to do it. Really, they're relying on Neilma with that hammer to save Skilladon from that Brutalize because you know that the jungler is going to be the target for that very, very potent ability.
And early game this time around, we really need to see ALG capitalize on. That is what Fenrir will do, especially against the Hobwa. And if Weekend doesn't take advantage of that early game, it doesn't matter how much of a counter the Brutalize can be towards the Hobwa. In the end, once it gets to the mid-late game stage, I mean, Hobwa has 3 ultimates for a reason.
Yeah, he just does an insane amount of damage. It's pretty gross, actually, if we're all being honest with each other. This is an interesting game for me, Taco, because I think this is game number 6 for Oxygen Supremacy. Fatigue can certainly come into play, especially for players that aren't used to playing at LANs. Data Remember has played at LAN, yes, but every time it was just one set. I believe it was just one set of the AVGL final, Challenger Cup as well. So this is multiple sets now, and that could become a factor. And if they lose the momentum, if ALG are able to find this game, I think that fatigue may set in a little bit quicker.
I wouldn't necessarily call it fatigue, though. If I had to be honest about things, players say that fatigue can start to take place, but I think more than anything, as long as you're winning, you don't really feel it. And I know you just mentioned that ALG, where if they were to pick this up, then Oxygen might be like, okay, let's just take a second, we need a breather. But I mean, all of these guys actually do just love playing Smite, and I think at the end of the day, it just boils down to how much do you want to try and secure a spot at the Masters LAN.
I mean, they clearly want it pretty bad. They've been playing really, really well all day long. Allegiance trying to be the first team to give Oxygen Supremacy a loss here today. We're only day 1, though, of this gauntlet. We got all of Europe tomorrow outside of the European regional finals. Both the NA and EU finals you can find on Sunday. And then we get some NA-EU crossover, which always gets me excited. I love watching other regions play against each other.
I think we always love watching NA play against EU. And hopefully we'll see a little bit of a different story unfold this year.
Yeah, EU's that certainly gotten the better, at least in the most important lands of North America as of late. Skilladon did use his purification beads there, but when Vivian was all alone, basically, on that Terra, not quite communicated to him that there was no potential follow-up. So you know Weekend's going to be looking for the jungler with that Ragnarok. There's quite a bit of overall damage and CC on Allegiance's team.
Timing's definitely going to be important for Skilladon at this point in time, now that he doesn't have the purification beads available. So as long as he's careful with his pathing and doesn't get caught out by the Fenrir jump stun, I think he'll be fine.
This is another game where Venenu is going for the Transcendence Rush instead of the boots. No one's been able to punish that lack of mobility yet, but maybe Allegiance will look to do so as they instead turn their attention to the Gold Fury to try and grab away an objective. Remember, they did get an early Gold Fury in Game 1, but Oxygen Supremacy fought through that and were able to come back and find the victory.
I think it's still a little bit too dangerous for ALG to try and bait out a fight around this Gold Fury. I think they want to try and get a little bit more farm under their belt before they really look for any sort of aggression like that.
Both teams playing this one pretty passive. I think both understand the gravity of this game in particular. Obviously, Allegiance, they're on the brink. If they lose this game, then their spring split is all done. But Oxygen Supremacy want to keep that momentum going. Neilma brought back in, but Venenu is able to clean up Weekend in response, 1-for-1, and it's support for jungler, which favors OS.
And one thing I found interesting there is Skilladon was riding his carpet all the way up before I think he realized there wasn't a whole lot of mana available to him. So even with the Terra ultimate being procced on the side of ALG, just not really a whole lot of follow-up for Oxygen there.
Data Remember coming around the backside. The ward spotted him out, but he's not scared to fight. No mana, but Oceans has to dash away. Venenu looking for the shots, dashes forward and cleans him up. Number 2, both kills on the board are for the mid lane hunter, Chiron, who is just farming right now. This man is playing Chiron and just crushing people.
You saw the taunt. I know you saw that Chiron taunt. Venenu being a little bit cheeky there to Oceans, and that's exactly what you mentioned earlier, where he was definitely wanting to hand it to Oceans, and it's clear.
I mean, Cyclone Spin taking this 2v1 though in the solo. I don't know if Kiki has enough mana to ult. Cyclone's been thinking about trying to full commit. He has the boulder, but can't quite find the driving strike. Now he might be the one in trouble, but Kiki has no mana left. There's the boulder coming down, but not enough damage. Cyclone's been also out of mana, but there's the meditation coming out of Neilma that's gonna give Kiki enough to rend down Cyclone Spin. The two longtime teammates battle it out, but Kiki, the new one to the solo lane, ends up getting the better.
Excellent use of the ultimate there by Neilma, really getting the lockdown potential, recognizing that Cyclone had no mana left to expend, and that's just going to be an easy lockdown kill to secure.
And Kiki always gets so excited at these lands. He's always one of the ones who's yelling at the opposition, and you know Cyclone got an earful after getting baited in like that. A classic med bait by Oxygen Supremacy between the solo laner and the support. Either way, they're only up 3-2 in kills, but Kiki in some trouble. Weekend trying to knock down his former teammate, and he will do just that. Just stuck around too long, did Kiki. No way for him to get out of danger.
I was just about to mention how that was such a greedy play by Cyclone, and then Kiki just immediately returns the favor. It's like, hey man, I want to die too.
That's one of the strongest things about Permafrost that we just saw that doesn't really get talked about. It is an instant leash of the Gold Fury. If there's only one person tanking it, it immediately slides you out of that circle, and there's no way to hang on to it. On the right-hand side, trying to hang on to his life is Neilma, and he's going to be able to jump up over that Fire Giant wall. Vivian did use a Terra's Blessing there, and no continued chase into that solo lane. So that's a pretty long cooldown there between the global ultimate of Terra. It's now on cooldown for quite some time.
And I think what they need to be wary of now that they don't have the Terra ultimate in their kits to try and use in these team fights is they've got to watch for this Chiron. Venenu's already dealing a solid amount of damage.
He's already got 50 stacks on that Transcendence. He's got those Ninja Tabai ready to go as well. Certainly doing quite a bit right now. Gold Fury once again pulled by Allegiance and leashed. Kiki teleports in to try and help out, but Cyclone had done the same, and he's lurking around the backside, finds the knockup onto Data Remember, and the push gets those purification beads ready to go. Cyclone Spin able to bait out that defensive relic from Data Remember very, very nicely.
That's going to be rough for Data Remember in lane, though, especially against the Cupid, because the Fields of Love is more than enough to lock down a Scotty without any beads.
That's a great point. No CC immunity in that kit, and Oceans is lurking. He wants it. I'm very surprised we don't see him just immediately dash in and go for it. Data Remember instead trying to rendezvous with Skilladon in his own jungle. All of Oxygen Supremacy know that their Hunter is vulnerable right now, or are trying to give support.
And Oceans, I think he's really just biding out this time. I think he wants to try and save his ultimate in case ALG look for the Gold Fury, because without Data Remember having Purification in his arsenal, now if ALG were to commit, they could easily look for an immediate pick onto him.
That's a good point. There's a lot of weight on your shoulders whenever you've got a team fighting ultimate like that of Cupid. Yes, you could use it for the kill in lane, but maybe you would lose a team fight afterwards. Though usually when you have the man advantage, it's worth it. Ocean's deciding that he would rather save it for the team fight. Could see Allegiance just try and force that team fight and try and hit not only Data Remember, but multiple members of the team with that Fields of Love. Keep in mind, though, that Skilladon, that water carpet, gives slow immunity to anyone who's walking on it, so you can kind of just walk right out of that Fields of Love if Skilladon's around.
That's also important to know, and they don't have a deep enough ward coverage at this point in time for the side of ALG to really try and punish Data Remember.
Also have to remember that Venenu's one training exercise that has a cleanse on it, so we can cleanse that slow or mesmerize away.
Very true.
A lot of options to help out Data Remember, despite not having, the traditional Geb Shield or Keprialt or any of those. The jungler and mid laner are going to be the ones trying to protect their Hunter, who's had an unbelievable day thus far, just killing it on basically every pick, and we've seen him on Scotty quite a bit to some excellent success.
And I know Data Remember is kind of renowned in the challenger scene as well as just the rank scene in general for being a very strong mechanical player, but I think in this regard he has definitely stepped it up because he's faced off against Wowie and now Oceans, both of whom I think people personally regard as some of the strongest rookie ADCs in the scene.
Without a doubt, Wowie near the top of the Hunter damage leaderboards in the spring split, falling only behind Zapman, so Wowie's ready to brawl anytime. Data Remember certainly held his own there. I talked about it a little bit on the desk, but I think the member that most people may not be familiar with at home that's been really, really impressive is Neilma, and the support player for this team. He always seems to be on these Challenger Cup teams that are good, but not quite good enough. I think that we can safely say he and the rest of his team have elevated past that mark. Certainly good enough today.
Neilma always seems to come out onto those rosters, primarily when Kabam, for instance, was playing alongside of Kiki and everything. Yeah. We saw Neilma there, and I think it's interesting now because Kabam's actually the coach for ALG at the moment, and so this is really just a brawl-off amongst friends, seeing how they're facing off against each other, and it's a completely different realm when you're battling it out from that aspect.
For sure. Kiki and Cyclone very, very close. We can play with Kiki for a long time as well, so that there's some friendships there on each side, but whenever it comes down to time to play, you got to put those aside and try and win the game, and that's exactly what both of these teams are trying to do. Again, Allegiance, their spring split is on the line here with Oxygen Supremacy taking game one.
And it all just factors back into 14 teams and only 3 slots for that Masters LAN.
Kiki a little bit of trouble on these top left harpies, but he is going to be able to jump away. Neilma shotguns weakened with the close range stun, then forced to underhand tactics away without any follow-up ready to go for him. Both these teams playing this game very, very patiently. I think this is the slowest paced game we've seen so far today.
100%, and on top of that, ALG just the slightest gold lead.
Well, Neilma, and he's getting trouble, but the knock-up and water cannons just bursts Wicked down, and Venenu notches number 3 in his arrows. 3 kills already for the mid laner. Now Tier 1 tower getting sieged down. Again, these double Hunter compositions that Oxygen Supremacy are running are so potent with this, and they have that Fafnir double knock-up from Skilladon. There are the ultimate shots from Venenu. He's going to clean up Cyclone. Nice cracking out of Met Yankee. Finds Kiki and Skilladon. Met Yankee trying his best to keep Allegiance in the fight, but now he's the focus in the wrong spot. Vivian jumped on by Neilma. Oceans has to use his Aegis. Just not enough damage coming out of ALG to knock down any of these low health members. Oceans gets knocked down by Data Remember, and then Vivian follows up. Oxygen Supremacy find 4 in that engagement, as well as the Tier 1 tower.
And that just all goes immediately back to Neilma. We were just talking about this player. Weekend looking for, though. He wants to kill, but it looks like he might end up dying himself. There goes the Aegis. Venenu's on the chase and barely escaping with his life.
Oxygen Supremacy just team fights so well, and Skilladon just finds these phenomenal knockups time and time again. The Fields of Love from Oceans was good. The Kraken from Met Yankee was perfect. I mean, absolutely perfect. If he doesn't hit that, then maybe Oxygen Supremacy just snowball that even harder. Take a look at the team fight recap there at the bottom of your screen. Look at the gold and experience earned in that little skirmish. 2,500 more gold goes the way of the Challenger Cup players, Oxygen Supremacy, and that puts their lead up to right around that 2,000 gold mark.
But even after landing the 3-man Kraken, helping Oceans and Met Yankee pick up a couple of kills, they still lost their T2 tower in that engagement. And like I was mentioning, it just falls back to Neilma with the perfect chase and execution, utilizing that Fafnir ult to its full advantages.
So behind, talking on the desk and just with the other players and that kind of stuff, I've been looking at this build that Venenu has consistently gone for, and Titan's Bane third item is just not optimal in terms of the damage output that you're putting onto other players. But with this playstyle that Oxygen Supremacy has gone for, with the grouping in mid and Venenu playing safe, and then he's the one hitting these towers, that's part of the reason why these towers are falling so quickly to the hand of Oxygen Supremacy. They only have 3 members left alive, but it's 2 Hunters and a Fafnir that are able to do it.
If you notice as well, though, Venenu, oh wow, Oceans getting soloed by Day to Remember, and he's feeling it. You saw that player cam.
Man. Look at him pop off there on the bottom left, and just Skilladon just giggles because he knows that his Hunter is feeling it. And how can you blame him? Top of the player damage charts, 2-0-5, and this man has absolutely come to play today. Gold Fury free the way of Oxygen Supremacy. That makes them over 5,000 gold in the lead. Kiki and Neilma here trying to dissuade Allegiance from doing this Portal Demon, but the Kraken is going to secure it for the red side. So at least Allegiance get a little bit of something in their favor. But meanwhile, look at that left side.
Not worth.
3 people grouped up. Again, 2 Hunters, and this time it's a Hebo. This tower just falls so quickly to their hands.
If Oxygen Supremacy are able to pick up this tower, and they will, the Portal Demon, while it was great mindset behind it, at that point in time, ALG should have had at least one or I think they should have just backed off of the Portal Demon at that point in time and just looked to defend their T2 because they just lost so much gold and map pressure from that.
Oxygen Supremacy is just playing at a level that's just so impressive to me because you get the adrenaline going, you're on this roll, and a lot of teams will just want to fight whenever they've got a roll like that. You get the adrenaline pumping and you just want to continue to fight your opponents because you're winning every team fight. But instead of just taking the easy team fight at the Portal Demon, which could have gone either way, instead they just continue to play the objective game. There's a clear veteran voice on this team that is continuing to dictate where Oxygen Supremacy is around the map. Yes, they're taking the team fights, but their objective control has also been phenomenal all day long.
It's absolutely wonderful getting to see this team really come together. And one thing I do want to draw back to, though, before Venenu gets pushed underneath the tower and could be in a little bit of danger here, already getting poked down to half health.
But he does have that passive that's going to give him some heals as he uses those abilities. I like his decision to hold his purification beads in that sense. Kiki not going to get pulled back by that Hercules. Either way, it's a 4-man grouping on this side. Oceans has started to make his way over. Day to Remember going to secure those oracles on the left-hand side while he can. You know, you always count on the EU teams to come up with some weird names for map objectives. I think I heard my favorite one yet today, talking to Demi on the desk.
What's
Energy call the oracles bananas.
Bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they are yellow and tall. I don't know.
I like it. I don't think it'll catch on, but I'm going to use it from now on. Venenu, once again, pushed back by Cyclone Spin, but again, just so patient with that defensive relic. Kiki trying his best to frontline for the opposition as Weaken goes back to farming this blue buff. Day to Remember is on the way over here. Oceans, he's all the way on the left side, still trying to get some much-needed farm for himself. There's a jump onto Met Yankee. The shots coming in from Venenu, not enough to knock down his oppositional mid laner, but Weaken has just been getting bounced around time in and time out, always getting hit by that water spout basically every single time. A lot of ultimates burned here by Oxygen Supremacy, but they do secure that 500 gold tier 1 tower.
And I like how Day to Remember just had Kaldar running around him. Vivian, though, could be in a lot of trouble, and the water spout from Skilladon on point to clean him up.
First kill for Skilly, but not the first one he set up by any stretch. Tier 2 tower now going to fall. Ocean still on this left side. He gets 500 gold, but Oxygen Supremacy just don't give a damn. They're still pushing this right side. Ocean's now trying to back, but look at how quickly this Phoenix is falling. Kiki cleans up Met Yankee. The Kraken just completely whiffs. Weaken takes Skilladon Skilladon with him, but Venenu puts down the dog before Skilladon could get anywhere near the base. 3 dead now for Team Allegiance. Their right side Phoenix is gone, and Oxygen Supremacy is looking like they might win 6 in a row.
Oxygen Supremacy are just on fire, and I don't care what anybody says. This team, I think at this point in time, is certainly going to be a definite threat for the remaining teams in this gauntlet.
I mean, they're the real deal. I don't think there's any doubt. There's no way that you could say they're cheesing their victories or they're just bringing things that teams aren't prepared for. They are just straight up outplaying their opponents, and they have 5 games in a row, and it looks like it might be 6. 11-5 right before the 21-minute mark. A 10K gold lead, a Fire Giant buff for all 5 members. The experience difference is right around 10,000 as well. Oxygen Supremacy, I mean, people knew this team was good, and I think a lot of people were saying, hey, watch out for them. They could take a game off Flashpoint. They could beat Flashpoint, maybe take a game or 2 off Noble, but I don't think anyone think they'd show up like this.
Nah, Pecky's is probably having the time of his life right now, because I was just talking to him after they had initially won from Flashpoint and started their adventure, and Pecky's just wants them to go all the way through, and I think that there's a definite possibility for it, seeing this gameplay.
Who doesn't love the underdog, man? I mean, the underdog is always fun to root for. If you know you're rooting for a European team, you're just watching North America, why not root for the underdogs? But again, man, I don't know how much longer we can keep calling them underdogs. They're playing like a top-tier team in North America. Just a matter of who's going to be able to stop them, if anybody. Got to give shout out to Cyclone Spin right now. He's on top of the player damage charts, despite being 0-2-2. He's certainly been an effective frontline for Allegiance. There's just been no real follow-up off of his CC.
That's the unfortunate aspect of Allegiance's draft, is once they fall behind, I mean, Poseidon, you've got the Kraken, it's great. We saw how much damage Met Yankee was able to dish out initially, but at this point in time, when you're a level 16 Poseidon, you're really not doing more than just tickling everybody else.
6-0-2 for the forced to retreat. Left side Phoenix already down. Again, this double Hunter composition, too strong in terms of objective sieging. Kiki, he's dealing with multiple members inside the Titan room. He eats the Fields of Love, he eats the Kraken, but he's still alive. The meditation gives him enough to jump away, and he'll finish tanking the Phoenix for his team. Skilladon gets a little bit too greedy though, and goes into the enemy Titan room. 4 members still here, still fairly healthy, except for Kiki. And the meditation is on cooldown, so Oxygen Supremacy decided to back it up. 3 Phoenixes down though, and Allegiance is going to have to defend for the foreseeable future.
Had Skeely not fallen there on the side of Oxygen Supremacy, I think for sure they would have looked to try and end the game.
Just unfortunate. I mean, Kiki does an unbelievable job. That's just knowing exactly how much damage not only your character can take, but how much damage the enemies are going to be able to do. Certainly a mark of a player who's been around for a long time, and Kiki has basically been here since the beginning. I know a lot of people kind of were low on Kiki during Season 3, thought that maybe he didn't belong in the SPL anymore. As I said then, I'll say it again. This kid is unreal. He's a sick player. He can do it all for a team, and any team is just going to be a better team with him on it.
I just think too many people severely underestimate just how much of a difference team synergy can really make, because most people wouldn't have regarded the players of Oxygen Supremacy to be individually better than a lot of the teams that they've faced up against, but already it's so obvious just how well as a unit they're able to come together.
They work flawlessly together, absolutely. That Challenger circuit certainly providing them a space to do so. Right side Phoenix has respawned, but no focus on it quite yet as Vivian gets locked down by Data Remember, who just shreds through him and allows Skilladon to pick up that last hit. Phoenix dead, Weaken dead, another kill for Data Remember, and Oxygen Supremacy, they're going into the Titan room. 6 in a row potential here as Met Yankee finds Skilladon with that Kraken. Met on the run. The focus is pulled away from the Titan. It is now onto the players of ALG, but the fire minions are pouring in. ALG is gonna have a tough time defending as Kiki Joe's jumping in, trying to find the kill onto Cyclone Spin. Neilma up into the Draconic form. 4 members all with that buff there, the Coerce buff, trying to give them enough attack speed. Cyclone Spin, he's gonna fall here.
And
No, he won't.
immediately, he's still alive. It's a Hercules, you gotta remember. And now, Cyclone doing everything he possibly can to try and delay this for as much time as possible. And once more, ALG barely holding on, though. Despite Met Yankee falling there at the very end to Venenu, they held out.
Met saves the game by killing Skillet on there. Skilly couldn't quite get out of that Kraken. Didn't have the purification beads up and ready to go. And if he's there, I think that's enough damage for Allegiance to watch as Oxygen Supremacy gets number 6. Either way, a commanding position for Kiki, Skilladon, Venenu, Neilma, and Data. Remember, they're up 14-7, 15,000 gold almost, right underneath 10,000 experience. They're doubling Allegiance in kills, 14-7. And that Fire Giant has respawned and probably looks mighty tasty.
You've got to give it a Cyclone spin, though, for that defense. I mean, any slight misplay there by Cyclone, had he gone down, no doubt in my mind, Oxygen were ending the game. And now they're just going to have to try and group up once more. Skeely, he's probably the rest of the team telling him, hey, dude, try and stay alive this time. Because I think as long as Skeledon makes it through the initial targeting phase, they'll be able to secure it.
This time he does have the blink, he does have the beads. Oh yeah, he's got Rod of Tahuti and 5 items and a Fire Giant, and he's Hebo, so good luck with that. Left side Phoenix due to respawn any moment now. And I think it'll fall almost as fast as it spawns. But again, this Double Hunter, the Fafnir Coerce buff, been so potent in this game. Neilma going to tank it up for his team. Cyclone still trying to be this frontline presence, but just hasn't had the follow-up damage off of his setup for the squad. Kiki now tanking up this left side Phoenix. Titan, remember, taking damage from those fire minions. Phoenix falls as the middle Phoenix respawns. Cyclone spin, getting very, very low. There's the heal coming out, and Kiki's going to go right into the fountain, but the rest of the team is just going to focus down the Titan, and Oxygen Supremacy knocks out their 3rd SPL team today, marching through this gauntlet.
Wow. That I can't believe it, to be honest. Like, I know that they've been on a roll. I know that they've been knocking out all of these teams, clean 2-0s. But the fact of the matter is, they are literally 6-0 right now, Aggro.
It's insane. I mean, this is what you dream up whenever you're talking about a gauntlet and, you know, the hype that it can generate and all that kind of stuff. Thank God we have Vinny there to spectate and make sure everything goes right, because everything's going right for Oxygen Supremacy right now. Maybe Vinny's the good luck charm, man.
I think it is Vinny. Hopefully Cooper doesn't step over there.
Well, that might. We'll talk about that later. Either way, Oxygen Supremacy knock out their 3rd SPL team today, and they're over halfway to making it to Sunday to play against E United and Chaos. Luckily, Chaos is on the desk and can give us a little insight onto how they did it.
Everything's going right. But what's left for Oxygen Supremacy? They've pulled almost everything out of their bag of tricks, just like Felix. And honestly, everything's working out. You're going to give the Ao Kwang a go. You're going to give Jungle Hebo a go. You're going to play mid Chiron. And they can even play standard stuff. Everything's working out. I liked what you guys said before that, Totally, I think it was you that said they're kind of ahead of the meta. Why don't you elaborate on what you meant by that?
Yeah, I just feel like they're almost untouchable here. This team, Oxygen Supremacy, they're on a 6-game winning streak here, and these games aren't even close. They only lost 1 tower this last game. The average game length in SMITE so far in Season 4 Online has been something between 29 and 31 minutes, but most of these games has been shut out in 27 minutes or less thus far.
And I mean, we're looking at turning points. I remember earlier on, Dimmy said, you know, this match was done at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Later on, we saw an 11-minute point where the game was possibly over. And that's what we're seeing is very early on key turning points for Oxygen Supremacy. Whether they're able to really just get early game advantages and leverage that or push that other places. We're just watching them find different ways to find the wins.
So the thing is, I think ALG definitely had that game in the bag early. They had the first blood in the mid lane, which went to Weaken. Weaken should have been able to put out a lot of pressure, and Cyclone ended up getting a clutch steal on the mana buff, which gave them solo pressure as well. So it's solo jungle pressure and an early game, a much more stronger early game comp. I expected them to win. However, it seemed when they got to the Gold Furies, they kept calling Gold Furies when there were no picks. They kept dancing around it, and it seemed like the shot calling was a little mixed. So people ended up getting picked, and they ended up getting small little leads. OS ended up getting small little leads, and eventually in mid, they had this super, super strong knockup into Chiron snipes that just turned the game completely because it led to 2 towers.
And that's what happens when you're playing with a Hobwa, specifically in the jungle. You know me, I'm Mr. Hebo Jungle Man. You're looking for 17-ish minutes. Once that third item comes through, you're looking for the penetration after some of the starting stuff, 16, 17 minutes. All of a sudden, you go from what was a 0, 1, and 3 Hobwa to number 2 on the player damage. So incredible stuff that we saw out of what Skeleton was able to do with this sort of fringe meta pick. And you want to talk about fringe meta picks, the Chiron certainly still working for Venenu, and I love picks like this because you're not going to ban Chiron anytime soon. There's too many important bans out there. So you put yourself in a position where you're using this third string character like a top tier character.
Absolutely, and the former Team Allegiance Hunter here, Venenu, being replaced by Oceans, now getting a little bit of revenge on his former teams as he goes in and gets that kill. I'm sure that he was, the taunting and everything. You could definitely tell that they're feeling themselves right now. Venenu, especially playing this Chiron, making sure that he has those long distance snipes, he has the sustain for his team, and he also has the cleanse on his one.
Also, notice who's next to him, Scotty. Why is Scotty getting through so often?
Not completely sure. I think maybe there are just other priority bans that they're looking for right now. However, obviously Scotty is offering a lot of team pressure, and maybe in scrims these teams felt like they could deal with Scotty, but now in a LAN setting they're not able to do it.
Do you think that Data Remember, where does he fall? How strong actually is this Hunter player?
I think he's probably top tier, at least right now he's feeling himself, and I would put him at the top tier. I would like to see how far he proves himself going all the way, especially if he makes Masters LAN.
There was a point in time, even at the 16-minute mark, where he soloed Oceans completely. Now, granted, he did have a 2 to 3 level lead, but he was willing to commit under that tier 1 tower just for the kill. And every single time that this team finds a kill, you could just hear how animated they are. As the game progresses, the more and more emotions are just riveting from this team.
That's me. That's what I'm all about. That's what I like to hear. So I'll give you guys, I've been trying to capture it, but I'll give you guys a little bit of impact. When he had that solo kill, I can't scream verbatim what he said, but he said, "Get out of my lane," and he claimed it for himself. Good stuff for the Hunter from OS. Standing by, we have Aggro with the captain for ALG. It's Weekend.
Weekend, thanks for joining us again. Condolences on the spring split, but like you said before, you guys didn't get a whole lot of scrim time. Did you expect to really come and make a splash here this weekend?
I thought we had a good chance at winning, honestly, if we would play our game. But yeah,
Sure.
I mean, through 3 days of practice, I don't have high expectations of that. I just want to look forward.
Did you see some things in that game or that set really that you could work with moving forward? Does this really like hurt your spirits, or does it give you some hope moving forward into Summer Split?
I'm positive because we got Vivian experience on LAN, and he did a really good job. He was talking perfectly. Like, there's nothing bad that came out of this. Granted, we lost, but like I said, it wasn't my expectations to win.
I mean, this is some of your former teammates that you just went up against. Cyclone Spin, Kiki, you guys were teammates forever. Cyclone Spin's still on your team, excuse me. But Kiki and those guys, did you expect them to have this kind of a performance so far?
As a scrim team, they are god tier, like the best scrim team. So it was whether they would show up at this LAN or not, and all of them are popping off. If they don't win the whole thing, I will be pretty upset.
Well, they're looking like they could right now. They're over halfway to qualifying towards Sunday. But they've got a pretty tough matchup up next, up against Gabe. Is Gabe one of those teams that you think could stop their momentum right now?
I think you're going to see standard stuff out of Gabe, and you're going to keep seeing these crazy picks come out of them. You're going to see the Hunter popping off. Day is doing his thing. You got Venenu doing his thing.
Sure.
I mean, when you have them playing like that, there's not much you can do to stop it.
Going back to this new support that you have, how difficult was that to lose PBM when he decided to step back and bench himself?
Honestly, at that point in time, it was probably a good thing because just team morale was down, and now bringing him in, it's fresh blood, a fresh outlook in the game. He's positive all the time. He wants to grow, and when you have someone like that with a mix of 4 people who played for as long as we have, it's a really, really good environment.
Well, either way, you guys have a lot to look forward to for the Summer Split, without a doubt. Congratulations on a strong spring split, and hope that you can keep going earlier on. Actually, I'm not gonna let you go just yet. You know, I gotta keep you here a little bit longer. This team of Oxygen Supremacy though has just been so impressive. What do you was there one player that you were thinking this is like their key focus for this LAN? It's all about who this person performs.
Skilly's the leader of that team, and him showing up those first games, that alone, like he could just play his normal game, not pop off any more games, and I think his whole team already has that confidence that he built up to carry him through to the rest of the tournament.
You seem like a guy that can appreciate the pop-offs that they like to do. I mean, we heard Data Remember yelling. Kiki, people may not think that he likes to pop off, but he certainly does. What kind of momentum can that give that team?
Well, I don't think people at home can realize they're having a blast. They're just having so much fun. You hear Kiki will giggle, and then he'll yell, he'll shit talk a little bit, and then he'll giggle again. And you know if they have that environment while they're playing, like there's nothing bad that can come out of that team.
That's one of the big things I think that a lot of people don't realize about playing at LAN is if you let the stress get to you, that's when you get the LAN nerves. But if you're just joking around, having a good time, that's why LAN experience is so important, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys what have they played? 4 games now, 6 games, something like 6 games.
6 games.
That's the experience they needed. That's all they needed to carry through. If they lose, I wouldn't be surprised they didn't lose a game.
I mean, they're looking like it right now. Again, they're going to be going up against Gabe next, and the winner of that's the last one for today. They're going to be going up against Soar either way. But Oxygen Supremacy has been the story of today, taking down every team 2-0 so far. What team were you expecting to see in your spot? Were you expecting to see Oxygen Supremacy?
I thought we were going to play Noble, honestly, because as I've said in interviews and stuff before this, I thought they were going to have trouble at these first 2 games.
Sure.
And, yeah.
Well, they absolutely haven't. Thank you again, Weekend, for staying with me for quite some time here. That's the jungler for Team Allegiance. We're ready to go for the next set, at least to go to the desk where FDOT can take you through it.
Oh, I thought you were going to continue just talking a Weekend for 12 hours, but I guess we're back here about halfway through our North American Friday here in the Gauntlet, looking forward towards the Masters LAN, which will happen a little bit later. And one more time, I continue to upgrade from Toli to Aggro to Taco now. We're crushing it. How you doing?
I'm back on the desk.
Yeah, you finally got one. Welcome back.
I've honestly had one. I don't know when that's ever going to end. I've had a desk since I started working here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mentioned hot dogs once 3 years ago, and I still get tweets about it. So it happens. Either way, what's happening right now is the craziness of the Gauntlet. You know, this is kind of what the people at home kind of always hope for, and it just don't work out like this. But here we have it. Oxygen Supremacy, the challengers, the pro amateurs, the guys that aren't supposed to do it. They're doing it. They take down Flashpoint. They take down number 7 of Noble. They take down number 6 of Allegiance. These are best of 3s, but Oxygen Supremacy just don't need it. They've been able to topple every team in 2 games flat. Now, they'll be going up against In Memory of Gabe, which I think is a little bit fiercer of competition.
I think that IMOG definitely has strong peaks when they play, and when they end up playing to their strongest point, they end up playing super, super well. However, I find that they were a little bit inconsistent. I'm not sure if it had to do with their picks and bans, maybe their quality of practice, but I think this will be the best showing between OS and a much more formidable team.
I agree. I think you can look at Flashpoint and say that, you know, Flashpoint struggled all throughout the season. I think you can look at some of the other teams and say roster changes at the last minute possible. This is the jump point for me. In Memory of Gabe and Soar, and then of course United later on Sunday. Those are the perennial teams that didn't make it to Masters. Got to clarify that one. So I think that it's a different level of competition. Taco, what do you think is going to be the biggest difference here versus some of the other teams we saw Oxygen Supremacy beat earlier?
Well, I really like how Chaos actually brought up the fact that In Memory of Gabe has actually struggled with the drafting, most importantly, throughout this past split that we've seen them. And drafting, I think, is probably Oxygen Supremacy's biggest standing point. They have come out with something different almost every single game, whether it's the jungler or the mid laners. It's just so hard to keep track of, and you never know what it is exactly they're going to dish out. And I think ultimately, combining that with their team chemistry, this is definitely a potent team.
The chemistry is the big point for me. I think that in Season 4, we're at a point where the relative level of strength amongst SPL players is generally similar. You have some outliers that are standing above the crowd and some players that lag behind, but in general, a big chunk sits there nice and even, and I think that this team is included in there. What separates some of the higher end teams from the lower end teams is the chemistry and camaraderie. You can look at a team like Team Eager. They've been together for a long time, and that's why they're improving. Even look towards a team like United. Their consistency in their roster is why they're so damn successful. Talking to some of the members of the Oxygen Supremacy unit as far as the organization is concerned, not the team, they said, look, these guys are friends inside and outside of SMITE. We heard it from Chaos before. We heard it from other people across the way. This is all about how these guys come together and find victories, not just in the game by pushing their buttons and making the spreadsheet all wind up correctly, but also just why these guys are able to lean on each other, have fun, and bring home the W. It's about how they work together.
You just had to toss Chaos a couple of compliments there since he's the United rep on the desk.
Hey man, us Long Islanders, we stick together. That's what we do.
That's a pretty interesting factor. But, I mean, speaking of sticking together, whether or not Oxygen Supremacy are able to find these last couple of sets to ultimately make their way into the Masters LAN, I think this is a team I definitely want to see stick together.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible. Data Remember, Niruma, Skildon, Kiki, and Venenu all really coming together and just creating this megazord of a team. Venenu, I mean, new position, new haircut, same old-fashioned drive. This guy wanted to win last year when he was a rookie. He changed his positions. He still wants to win, and right now, it's looking more and more likely.
I would say, if anything, Venenu's honestly been fueled by vendettas, to be honest. I mean, we saw him taunting the hell out of Oceans when he picked up any kind of kill on him. Even in the team fights, he was just laughing his life away, spamming that VET as much as possible, completely up in their face. And you can really tell how much he's developed since the very first time we saw his debut in the SPL.
We'll see how it works out. Venenu continuing his reign of terror here in the Gauntlet.
I am Brandon Venenu Casal. I play for Oxygen Supremacy. I play the middle lane for them, and when I'm not playing SMITE, after hours of SMITE, I'm in school. I'm a high school student. I'm a junior, so 11th grade. I pretty much come home, do some homework, then go to SMITE and just play some SMITE. And then get in for scrim times, and then I usually just go to sleep. I've been playing for a year now, in technically the professional level. I've been playing SMITE for 4 years, just casually and stuff like that. I played a little bit in Season 2 on Risky Behavior it was like 2 weeks. We had to face, I forgot the name of the team, but it was New Soar, and we brought them to, we were supposed to get wiped, brought them to best of 5, the 2-2, and we ended up losing. That was my first mid lane experience with 2 weeks, and I just started again over the summer after leaving Allegiance. I transitioned from the casual scene by just playing a bunch of ranked, grinding as much as I can. Got noticed by Incon was the first person that noticed me, and then just got in from there. Incon brought a lot to my career. Like, he showed me like the initial ways to like lead in and like how to play professionally and be professional at a like good level, because he's been in it for a long time. He's been playing. So yeah, I was glad that I could just be the initial person to like learn from him. And like Weekend brought a lot to me. He, a very good leader, showed me a lot of like leading strats and stuff like that. I view myself as like, I'm like a nice person in the professional scene. Like, I'm very nice with everybody. No one really like hates me. I don't have a hate, but I like to prove myself as much as I can against other players and just be like the best I can at all times. The biggest speed bump for us this season is being consistent. We're like in the Challenger Cup, we're not as consistent, which is bad. And so we're starting to fix it. It's a very relief that we got that over with, and we're glad to be here. We've been scrimming a lot of teams, and we've been doing really well. The biggest thing in my mind for this season is like how much SMITE will grow, like how big it will get, how big this esports scene is going to be, how much the teams like get more professional as it goes on and stuff like that, and how much skill get. Like, there's a lot of new players, more new skill coming in. My goal for this year's SMITE is to be the next Hungry for More. Start from the bottom, work my way up, or the next Kagakila. Start from the Challenger Cup and work our way up to maybe Worlds.
Some high thoughts out of Venenu, and certainly working out. And I love how he gives praise to the two guys that he just beat real quick. 2 games to nothing. Veneno and his squad, Oxygen Supremacy, and toppled down Allegiance in pretty much dominant fashion. We're talking 15 to 20,000 gold leads, folks, when we're talking about the challenger team rising through the ranks of the Pro League. Veneno across the way, and he's going to be going up against Herwind. And like I said earlier, I think that In Memory of Gabe is a significant departure from some of the other teams that we've seen earlier on. Herwind and his team, In Memory of Gabe, absolutely a different story.
And Hurrywind's definitely one of those guys who's only recently really started being looked at as a top mid-laning factor for his team. I mean, before in previous seasons and splits, he used to catch a lot of flack, not only from the competitive scene, but just the general public. But now with his recent displays, even though In Memory of Gabe had a rough start to this season, his mechanics have been on point.
Listen, I'm going to be that guy. I have believed in Herwind since day one. A lot of people gave him flack, like you said. And you know what? For good reason. And if you look back to last year, he's one to say, yeah, for good reason. Sometimes he used to play over-aggressive or be out of position in an effort to sort of prove the haters wrong. He really had a chip on his shoulder. But I think a combination of that comfort that we talked a lot about, how important comfort is for players, and the fact that he really is just that good, and it's becoming more and more obvious. Herwind right now in conversation for one of the, in my opinion, best mids in the world. Chaos, how do you feel when you go up against Herwind?
I think Herwind is a very, very strong player, especially from ahead. He's mechanically super sound. He ends up doing a lot for his team, and I think he's a major portion of why his team wins. I do believe from behind, and maybe IMOG in general from behind, they tend to fall apart a little bit, and I tend to see a little bit, it's a little weaker on his behalf. However, I think he's a very strong asset to the team and constantly consistent.
Yeah, I think that, I don't think that he gets tilted more so than any other player in the league, but I think that he is definitely, the term emotional player might be overused by broadcasters, but it is absolutely applicable to this mid laner right here. Tyler, as he's known, is just, he's an absolute force of nature. When you get that wind in his sails, he becomes scary, and sometimes with 2 kills, the game can already be over for Herwind, and it becomes very nuts. So Oxygen Supremacy, like I said, a very different workhorse here in Memory of Gabe. Get your popcorn out. This might be the set that gets stretched to 3 right away. We see some bands come out, standard across the way. Hunmats, Kabraken, very set in stone. Scotty and Zeus as well, also take it away.
I actually like how Oxygen Supremacy opted to ban away the Scotty immediately, recognizing we're not first pick this time around. We might as well ensure that In Memory of Gabe doesn't get a chance to utilize it.
Yeah, just way too strong there. First pick for In Memory of Gabe. They could go in a lot of different directions, but they're going to go with the Chang'e. Now, again, this isn't set in stone just yet. Chang'e can play in the mid lane or the jungle or even the solo.
And I feel like solo lane might be a little bit more of a stretch, considering I'm not sure that's really a god that Walrus wants to try and pocket pick just now. But at the same time, Chang'e anywhere on the map is usually pretty difficult to deal with, considering that she does have the sustain, and immediately the responsiveness from Oxygen Supremacy, Medusa, Sylvanas, and whether that's going to be Medusa in the mid lane or Hunter role, we really can't tell at this point in time.
So Medusa and Sylvanas, like you said, will be that selection. It looks like a duo lane, but you got to keep your mind open. Sylvanas is a polarizing god when you talk to the players. Some players really like him, what he brings to the table as far as healing is concerned. Other players, Europe most notably, kind of just feel like he doesn't do much after the ult. Where do you land, Chaos?
I think Sylvanas is extremely powerful because he's so difficult to kill. I think he has a major amount of CC chain. And the fact that he's also able to pull somebody can turn a fight or just turn a match completely in that team's favor.
We'll see how that one ends up. Hercules banned out by Oxygen Supremacy, one of the stronger choices for Walrus historically here in our Season 4. Again, and this right here, I love looking at this matchup. I feel like a lot of the members on In Memory of Gabe last year were some of the up-and-comers, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Oxygen Supremacy. So this is a nice little throwback, almost like fighting your shadow, almost, if you will. So I'm a little excited. Cuban and Sobek, one of the classic dual lanes, if that's where they do decide to go. Osiris banned out for Oxygen Supremacy, and the last ban coming out for In Memory of Gabe.
I feel as though since Susanoo was locked away, which I'm sure is going to be going to Skeledon in the jungle role, that's the primary reason we see Gabe opting to ban away these mages, because they don't want to permit, they don't realize, or they don't expect Oxygen Supremacy to try and run a Hunter into that mid role, considering they have a physical jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely going to come into things. And with the Morgan being the final ban for In Memory of Gabe, option over to Oxygen Supremacy, excuse me. They have their 4th selection here, and we'll see where they go. The Hunter, as we said, is not definitely going to be in that long lane, but now with the Thoth selection, I expect to see Medusa. So Thoth has a very high ban rate, but a deceivingly low win rate in the SPL. What do you think that means? As a mid laner, what's your take on the bird?
The reason for it is his early pressure is very, very weak, especially because he can't clear waves too efficiently. So if a team ends up getting an early lead against him, he doesn't usually have enough damage, especially against sustained comps, to get his way back in, especially because he's so reliant on poke. People just sustain through that. However, I think equal or from ahead, his ult is so devastating that it can turn any fight, and he's probably one of the strongest mage, if not the strongest mage from ahead.
You know, one of the problems that Thoth has early game is the fact that you can't just max out one ability. You need that window as well. You need the hieroglyphic to amplify everything else that you're going to do. So you got to get to level 14, level 15 a little bit later than the level 9s that we see some of the other mages a la Scylla really make their business. Rom selected as the 2nd Hunter for In Memory of Gabe. One more selection going to the blue squad this time around to round out their draft that currently consists of Chang'e, Cupid, Sobek, and Rom. A lot of sustain so far.
I really like the option for Gabe to run the double Hunter. It's something that they can definitely get away with since they have that Chang'e in the jungle. And now with the Odin pickup, that'll be some decent lockdown potential.
What's the matter? You're shaking your head here, Chaos.
I just don't think there's any synergy with that comp. It seems very similar to the who ran Odin earlier today.
Yeah, that was Uzi.
Uzi, right. Yep. It seemed like there was just no synergy with it, and I feel the same goes for this, whereas if you look at Oxygen Supremacy, like they have so many options to play the match, so many options to get in.
Actually, it's really funny. It wasn't Uzi that played Odin, it was Wubbin that played Odin, despite the fact that those players kind of, we're going too deep, but it's funny because Sobek and Odin were the 2 selections when Noble chose to bring out the Odin, and he kind of just 6-6-7'd it. Did not make an impact like he wanted to. Last selection for Oxygen Supremacy. Where are they going here?
With this, I feel like the boundaries are kind of endless, considering that you already have the Hercules and the Osiris banned away. You know that you're probably going to be facing up. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be a Sobek in that solo lane even, as opposed to the Odin solo, because Odin does have a little bit of a tougher time in that solo lane, and I feel as though Walrus prefer to play the Sobek, which is probably what Oxygen Supremacy are anticipating. So Kiki going with the Xing 10, we've seen him run it earlier today, and personally, I really like both of these drafts.
I like them both so far. Kind of hoped that Kiki was going to go weird, but real quick, one word each. Oxygen Supremacy In Memory of Gabe. Who wins?
Oxygen Supremacy.
I'll play Devil's Advocate for once, and I like Gabe's draft.
Really?
I'll play Devil's Advocate.
I got to go with Chaos. I think that there's just a lot of good characters, not a lot of working together on the side of In Memory of Gabe. But if any team can make it happen, it'll be In Memory of Gabe. A significant step up in competition. Stay to your seats. We're going right to the game. It's going to be Totally and Hindu Man on the horn.
Thanks so much, analysts. And now we're into hour 5 for Oxygen, playing straight back-to-back Smite. The only breaks they've really had, Totally, is to wait for the other team to set up and then go straight back in and keep stomping.
Well, they get a chance to walk around, stretch their legs, use the bathroom whenever they need to. So even though they've been playing for 5 hours straight, heading into their 7th game thus far today in the North American Gauntlet, they're looking still very strong, and they're riding off a huge high momentum right now.
And that's the one thing here. They are on fire. We've talked about that a little bit, but that's due to what has happened here. If you get off to a good start, you've warmed up on the stage, You win your first set, you're warmed up for the next team. The other team's going to come in cold and try and warm up every single time.
And that's the big difference between these two teams. One team has been able to look at all 6 previous games from Oxygen Supremacy, but the thing is, they've been running such different compositions and strategies that, despite all the homework and studying you might do on this one Challenger Circuit team, you might not necessarily know what you're going to be getting into once you start your own match against them.
Well, you heard Chaos say on the desk, he wasn't wasn't too happy with Memory of Gabe's draft because it didn't really feel like it had too much synergy here, Totally, overall. I agree with him to an extent there, but it depends how they're going to play with the Odin and Sobek the same way we were talking about in the last set when Noble used the same comp.
I just feel like it's going to be so much easier for Skilladon to look for these initiations in the early game here compared to Sinashar playing the Chang'e. The team fight is going to be interesting because at one point you have double sustain coming out of Whirlwind and Sinashar, but at the same time you're also going to have this Sylvanas Wisps, but the anti-healing will be evident for IMOG between this Odin and Sobek.
And will it be Cupid in the mid lane, joined by Ionic here up against Neramar and Venenu. Venenu and Neramar had fantastic performances so far, and Ionic's taken a lot of the pressure early on, but they have the wave clear advantage so far.
The question is what they're going to do off of this. They're going to rotate towards the right side jungle. Fire Giant Elementals is available as well as the right side and mid Harpies, but it seems that Oxygen Supremacy, despite having solo lane pressure, they're not going to rotate to contest those right side mids. Instead, they're just going to invade the blue.
Bit of a safer option there as well from a Memory of Gabe, just to go for the right and Harpies. They could have looked towards the speed, but with solo lane being 2v1, there was a chance for a 4-man collapse if they went for that speed buff. Instead, they'll take the small wins, but Oxygen at the same time have taken the blue, and now they're stealing the speed.
The speed buff and the blue being stripped away this early on gives them a slight edge here, especially considering the fact that they can go to their own speed in blue at a much quicker rate than the Sinashar can on the Chang'e. More mobility on the side of the Susanoo here with his passive. Now granted, Chang'e has a little bit of mobility increase as well, but you're not really using your abilities while you're in the jungle because you always have to be conservative with your mana.
Now as you can see, Memory of Gabe have pretty much focused on the left-hand side of the map here, managed to control most of this, where Oxygen in more investment into the right-hand side. So that's why the speeds and the blues have been taken away here from Memory of Gabe. And Walrus on the Odin is just going to have to play very safe for the time being.
It makes sense to try to shut down Data, remember, because of how strong he's been so far in the past 6 games. But at the same time, shutting down Walrus is a nice strategy from Oxygen Supremacy because of the fact that you don't want this Odin rotating into the team fights to really start shutting down your carries in that cage.
And Sinashar on the left-hand side here is the jungler for Memory of Gabe. Came across from the console scene last year, had a fantastic performance in the mid lane, just like some of his other brothers, Ozzy, Chapo, they came across from console too. But he finds himself a Memory of Gabe who haven't had the worst of seasons so far.
Having a lot of flexibility to be able to bounce between console and then into the SPL at such a high level too. Now granted, he used to be a PC jungler before he joined the console scene, so he's been flip-flopping all around and making his presence known so far in Season 4.
And both teams have a decent amount of setup here. Obviously, Walrus is going to have to pretty much bird bomb in or blink to get that ring off to initiate. But that's pretty effective, this Odin cage, against the composition that Oxygen have drafted here.
A great attempt by Skilladon trying to find Cupid there, but unfortunately going to miss the mark on that pull. Walrus still struggling to hit level 5 in that solo lane. It's going to be important for him to try to start making these rotations before the second relics come online from Oxygen, and more than likely we'll see probably Nero Ma go for that Phantom just like he did in the set against Noble.
I do like how Skilladon sat in the solo lane to begin with here, because Odin in the early game against the Jing 10 will control that lane with the wave clear advantage, but getting Kiki to level 5 before the Odin gives him that level advantage, which is allowing him to pressure the wave a little bit more.
Knowing the fact that Skilladon was going to be in that lane with Kiki, Kiki elects to go for a more aggressive option in the starter item selection. Instead of going for the typical Mark of the Vanguard start, going for the Hourglass just to make sure he has more spam ability in the lane, get off a lot of Furious Roars, do a lot of damage over time, start slowly whittling Walrus away to allow these gank attempts by Skilladon to be that much more impactful.
Well, right-hand side, you can see Skilladon looking for the blue and the speed buff, but Memory of Gabe want to focus the left once more. The left Harpy's about to spawn now. They were looking for a pick if they could find it. Instead, Kiki has now rotated in, looking for pressure onto Sinashar. Gonna force the ult. The Waxing Moon was absorbed by Kiki. Sinashar's in trouble. The Aegis is buying him a moment, but Skilly picks him up. Data, remember, around the back, though. The snipes are here from Snoopy.
Finding 2, third one not on the mark, but the rest of his team is there. Through the wall. Astral Arrow is great, but Heroin caught in an awkward spot. He's going to get taken down as well.
Well, the
2
fight's
for
still
1.
going here. Ionic's forced to use the meditation there. Snoopy's going to be pulled into danger, and Snoopy's isolated and alone. Bird bomb from Walrus. It's 4
4 for a chunk of damage. He claims 1, that's a passive stack. He claims 2, that's a passive stack. He's going to pick up Skilly as well, potentially, but there's not enough damage left over from his Bluestone. 3-2 after 1 engagement.
What a crazy set of circumstances. 3 for 2 at the end of the day. Day to remember reviving at the end. Snoopy barely able to escape that one. Clutch rotation from Mark Maloney, hitting all 4 members with that bird bomb, making his impact really known despite the rotation from Skilladon early on, trying to shut down this Odin in the soul lane.
And Snoopy actually picking up the kill on Day to remember. That was so important to be able to pick him off there, Tolly. The 3 snipes hit from Snoopy, but just wasn't enough. Luckily enough, he had the arrows available to hit through the wall and get himself a lead in this lane.
Ionic was doing a good job, giving him the vision that Snoopy needed to, because as he landed down from his ultimate, he didn't really could tell where the opposition was. So relying on the positioning of his own teammates just to confirm some more kills. But despite all that 3 for 2, neither team really gets the benefit of any objective afterwards still, so it's still a very even game at this point.
For the time in, it is. Both solo lanes really got involved in that fight. Kiki came over early with the rotation from the teleport, managed to get a kill and assist, and then Walrus, for all intents and purposes, he was very, very late to that fight, but he got a lot of free tower damage off, lost a couple of minions there for Kiki, and then managed to pick up 2 kills.
Which is why we see the difference of this teleport situation. 140 seconds on the side of Walrus, about 70 on the side of Kiki. So having that available means that you'll see one person there earlier on, the other person's going to have to walk by, but at the same time, you're going to be able to squeeze in a wave before your rotation. And as long as your own team can survive long enough, that later rotation will be more devastating.
Well, Snoopy here in the duo lane has picked up the Devourer's Gauntlet, starting to stack that up nicely for himself. That kill really helped him out to begin with, just to get that going. And he is up against Day to remember, who's having a fantastic day so far, going for the Transcendence option, which we're kind of used to see.
This is something that we see before in Season 3 Hunters, going for lifesteal on the Devourer's Gauntlets versus Transcendence a lot on these physical, high damage ability Hunters. And Medusa has been one of these guys that's been flexed in between middle and Hunter quite a lot. It makes sense to try to rush this Transcendence just to get that power spike and the mana and the MP5 regen. But at the same time, Veneno playing the top. It's been about 5 games ago since he's played this character. He's been flip-flopping between Chiron, Talk, doing a lot of work in a lot of different roles specifically, feeling very confident to the point that he's even rushed to do more.
Yeah, stacking items for the Hunters. Well, stacking item for Veneno here. The damage output from Toth will be a little bit higher because of this. Skill is here to try and contest these elementals. Has to be careful due to the heart bomb coming out from Horrorwind. But Horrorwind's under pressure from Kiki, who's having a fantastic tournament too. Ionic's in a bit of trouble there on the right-hand side, but still has Lurk in the Waters available. Walrus gets the big old ring down, and Skilladon doesn't have an answer to that. Neither does Nerimar. 2 kills the way of memory Gabe, and they just pulled Veneno as well.
Veneno was beezing a little too late, though. Walrus is not done chasing here. He recognizes just how much damage he's doing. All the passive stacks gives him the mobility that he needs to be able to catch up. Every time a god dies on the battlefield, you're getting that extra mobility on this Odin, so it makes it that much easier.
And it's every time Kiki seems to be getting there first, forcing a fight, trying to make something happen. But when Walrus shows up, people just explode.
Absolutely. Skilladon was forced to retreat after getting hit by that heart bomb from Horrorwind, and without the presence from Skilladon, that teamfight was destined to fail from the start for Oxygen Supremacy.
Well, Sanashaw will combine with Horrorwind here to now get his second speed buff of the game. Pick that one up for himself as well. Working towards that shield of regrowth more than likely that you start to see quite often on the Chungers. The extra mobility is very useful, but not just that, it's the cooldown reduction as well.
Especially how low of a cooldown her heal is. Even without cooldown reduction, to be able to get that kind of mobility makes her much more of a utility style mage. Coming from the jungle role allows your other positions to be a little bit more damage orientated, which is why we see this Cupid here trying to synergize more. Whenever you have a magical god in that jungle role, you're going to have that mid hunter.
And with this game so far, 8 kills in less than 9 minutes. The big issue is, though, the gold is relatively even between the two teams. Neither has really found an advantage off these kills to start to get some of these major objectives, like the Gold Fury.
Once we start seeing some of these gods get higher level, the respawn timers will be a little bit longer, and then there's going to be more leeway for either of these teams that got the advantage from that last team fight to start going for some of these objectives, like a tower or a Gold Fury.
Well, Snoopy's back to the left-hand side now. Full boots online, and the Transcendence finally finished for Day to remember here. He did go for the boots first of all, needed that extra mobility and the extra power that comes with the Warrior Tabby, but now stacking that Transcendence, the power spike will start to come through for one of the members of Oxygen at least.
Not having sustain options, though, in the form of the enhance, but oh, nice little pull onto Herwin. Going to force out the purification bead, so a huge window of opportunity.
I've not seen a Sylvanas be played like this for a long time, where he's doing raw pulls with no setup potential, and he's surprising multiple people over and over again. That's like the 5th or 6th one in the mid lane that has just been a raw pull totally over the course of the day that has found a mark.
Absolutely. This support player, Nero Ma, has been making so much of an impact off of his first land, but Snoopy, though, he's getting aggressed on. Data Remember is definitely feeling himself, killing him before he goes in the air.
Petrify was good. Snoopy hung around there thinking he could box too, especially when Skeleton dipped out. He was like, all right, remember, I can fight you, but don't forget how much damage Lacerate can do. And follow that by a Petrify, jobs are good, and Snoopy falls down.
That Transcendence, the damage was available, augmenting both of his abilities to be able to confirm that kill. And you're not going to be life-stealing whenever you're going to be in that sky, channeling your ability. So great recognition. 2v1ing Snoopy. Small window to be able to get Data Remember slightly ahead. Sure. Now hitting level 12, he's going to have that second relic available, hitting the Aegis, and has more time to stack up that Transcendence.
But I don't think we see that happen ever again, Tolly. Snoopy, you know, he took a 2v1, quite confident in himself, but after seeing what just happened there, I think he'll play a little bit more passive than we used to see. And that was Snoopy really testing the waters and realizing, like everybody else has here today who have already taken on Oxygen, they're really here to play.
Despite taking a 1v2 fight, sometimes you always have to take into consideration where the lane is positioned, the minions in that lane. But the problem is, that's going to benefit Data Remember. If the minions are in the lane, she's going to be able to easily proc her second ability off of that wave to hit Snoopy as well. And then once those archers are cleared, dashing confirmed onto Snoopy.
Well, Warris 4-0-1. Looks like he's working towards the breastplate of Valanex to go with the Pestilence. He has already picked up Pestilence there for the extra magical protection, but also the anti-heal. We won't talk about the healing too much for the time being, but it will start to develop as Sylvanas stays in this game.
Trying to make something happen around this Gold Fury. Both teams jostling for position just for warding. Seems that Oxygen has more of an advantage there, having that little triple ward around the mid-Harpies, top and bottom of that Gold Fury.
Don't think Snoopy recognizes Neromar was around that corner there. He does have a ward down, but he's sat far enough back for now. Neromar will walk around the corner. Snoopy should see this on his minimap if he's looking. The roll, the beads to avoid the ultimate, very important, but he won't avoid the pull! Snoopy's gonna go at the sky. The dot damage could be enough. He might just tick to death, and if he doesn't, when he lands, good night, sweet prince. Your day's over.
I like what Snoopy tried to do. He tried to walk forward to avoid some abilities and enhance, and then he was going to probably roll backwards, but unfortunately the timing and the cooldowns not in his favor. Great play yet again from OS. Just a 2v1, taking advantage of Snoopy. Last time it was Skeleton, this time around it's Nero Ma on the Sylvanas. That has been on point, forcing the purification beads off of the root and ulti combination, but guess what? He can also hit his pulls without any setup.
Well, the worst thing is as well is look at Data Remember's level now. 14 to Snoopy's 12. 2-level lead for a Hunter, and a Hunter that comes online just that little bit quicker than a Rama will, although Rama is a little bit better towards the late game.
Especially now with this red buff for about 2 minutes or so, having this physical power with a Transcendence, this could be an opportunity now where Data Remember could potentially 1v1 Snoopy, making his life even harder.
We'll see what happens as this one continues. Now, Gold Fury still not looked at by either team. A little bit of a look from Oxygen a little bit earlier on, but for now, he's going to hold position, wait for the opportunity. These kills are making small impacts just in experience, not in actual gold game.
Snoopy, though, he's going to get caught out just to poke out by Snoopy, but they're not done yet, forcing out another relic. Look at all that damage.
But look what Skeely did there. He full committed, but once all his abilities on cooldown, he didn't continue to chase Snoopy. He was happy with the Aegis, knowing that the beads are down and the ult, but remembers being pulled here a little bit early. Heart Bomb didn't really hit from Hurrywin there onto the target. It was after he ended up hitting Neromar, but Skeely's ult is down, and Skeely's on the front line alone, split from his team as Walrus will make sure the team is completely split with that fantastic ring of Bird Bomb.
The Bird Bomb did a lot of damage. Neromar, the first victim. The snipes are connecting into that backline. Kiki not finding anybody in that pull. Kiki having to go back in that tier 1 tower. Hurwin getting traded for Nero Ma, favoring OS. OS quite heavily.
Well, he's favoring them for now, but the Gold Fury has been started by memory of Gabe now. Hurricane being dead means they're not going to have any extra sustain other than Sinosure here. Snoopy and Ionic juggling it around. Warrior still full health, not choosing to tank. More than likely offering the bird bomb option. Venenu's looking for a steal if he can find it, but memory of Gabe will clean up the Gold Fury. Oxygen just have to surrender it.
I like the idea that Kiki had there, just trying to poke out everyone from Gabe a little bit, seeing if he could at least find a kill. And if that knockup was a little bit later, maybe by half a second or so, that could have easily spilled somebody's doom and demise. But just like this, Portal Demon going to get answered, responded instantly.
And Skeleton also farmed away from the right-hand side in solo just to give him some extra experience. Then rotates to the Portal Demon after the rest of Oxygen recognize everybody in Gabe backed after the Gold Fury.
There was just no timing for anyone from Gabe to truly contest that objective, mitigating a lot of the gold just gained by Gabe with that 150 gold per player. Very even game heading into this 15-minute mark. Neither team really truly gaining an advantage over another.
Not right now, that's for sure. I mean, the Gold Fury going to Gabe just keeps things even, if anything else, for the time being. Oxygen, they've been around not so long in the Challenger circuit, but they're looking to poke their head back into the SPL, where memory of Gabe, they were touted totally at the start of this year as being a potential super team in North America. They made it mid-table so far.
Absolutely. They had a great start to the beginning, but then they also had some weaker opponents to start off. Once they started facing the likes of Team Eager and Luminosity, things started to look a little bit more grim and doom for the side of the Bork Dogs. But either way, despite being in the Challenger circuit for so long, they're also still around here today for so long. Their 7th game, and they're still playing fantastically. Stamina is definitely not an issue for OS.
Well, not so far, but we'll see if that can continue on, because if they do manage to beat out memory of Gabe here, they've still got Saw left to face. And I think Saw, if you were Saw right now and you were watching this, who would you rather favor here?
Honestly, it depends on who you've prepared for more on. Like, if I'm Soar, I would want memory of Gabe, because at this point, there's just too much momentum on OS, and I'm more than positive that Soar did not look at any tapes against Oxygen Supremacy.
Well, they've had plenty of tape to watch today so far. That's the one benefit they do have, been able to watch from the studio all day and see every game Oxygen have been a part of.
But the thing is, every game has been different. There's not a consistent strategy, realistically, that OS has been running, except for Double Hunter. But the thing is, they're running 2 different Double Hunters every single time. Whatever is open, whether it's Medusa, Scotty, Cupid, Chiron even, it's just like, take your pick of the litter.
Now, this is North America, and the North American LAN meta is developing. Europe tomorrow, maybe a completely different kettle of fish. And then you look towards Sunday, and that's when we get international play, and how these two metas will end up meeting, and which one comes out on top.
And the more important thing is that wild card, NA versus EU, is going to be a best of one. So that is the time to get really spicy, to make things very complicated for the enemy.
Nice pulling mid lane from Skiller onto Hurricane, who will just dash away back to the safety of his support and his jungler into the safety where Warus was waiting as well. No real opportunity right now for either team to look for an advantage, because there's nothing to really get objectively.
Data, remember, could be looking for a boxing fight, but Snoopy having the red buff could look to win this exchange.
Look around his back. Look at his back. Guess who's coming round again? It's Skeleton, and Snoopy does not know it's here. But Skeleton's not going to go.
No,
Skeleton's just going to back.
Backing, because I think he might have spotted out the rotation from Ionic in that mid lane, going to the left side jungle, but instead having to defend the tier 1 mid tower. All the sustain between Heroine's hearts and just the dancing from Sinosure, keeping everybody topped off from Gabe to be able to really put pressure on this tier 1 mid tower, already at about half health.
Not too sure if that was a call out from Day to Remember there onto Skeleton, saying, don't gank, I'm not prepared for a gank right now. Maybe he had no abilities available. It would look very awkward to see Skilly back there.
Could have been the red buff that deterred him from wanting to take that fight. There's a lot of damage from a Hunter, especially level 15 Rama. Having that steroid attack speed maxed out at this point, making it too difficult to truly commit onto that Hunter.
But why Oxygen are investing in the red buff, Memory of Gabe is stealing away Oxygen's speed buff on the right-hand side. They'll give that one over to Ionic this time, who picks that up. Not sure if intentional or not, but giving Sobek speed isn't all doom and gloom. It gets him in range for those plucks a little bit more often.
Having that initiation, the pull, is going to be the determining factor of whether there's going to be a pick or not for the Memory of Gabe, and it hasn't been too advantageous for them for looking for these picks. They're relying on the cages more than anything else out of Walrus, not necessarily Ionic's plucks.
And talking about the cages, the fact that Walrus has 5 kills here, is that a detriment to Memory of Gabe in the grand scheme of things? Just because as you get to the late game, Odin's just going to be a ringer.
Yes, at this point, you have to be looking to still look for these team fights while you have the advantage on your Odin. Having the Pestilence, having the Breastplate of Valor, and now level 18 here, the highest level of the game, having the Blink to make this impact more known. You have to ride off of the momentum on this Odin, now finishing off the Spirits Rogue.
Well, Neramar just went back to base on Sylvanas as well after hitting level 12. He's picked up a Phantom just to make sure they can at least deal with one of every other ring, pretty much, they can deal with the cooldown of that.
It's about 2 or 3 rings that you have to wait out before your Phantom cooldown will be available. Gold Fury about half health. Iana getting pulled, taking a lot of poke though, but he's not done. He wants to commit.
He's going to commit because Walrus is following up and Neramar stopped in the cage for now, but the Phantom comes into play. Petrify from Data Remember will help out his support player who picks up Ionic, but Snoopy also picked up Neramar. Now on the front side is Kiki and he's going to get beat and the ultimate out of Snoopy too. Walrus in the sky. Walrus going to fall down to Skion, I should say, but Snoopy just landed and Venenu was there to clean up crew.
Same exact story compared to the set against Noble. Niruma taking the fall, but the rest of his team taking advantage, finding 3 picks, getting the Gold Fury. Not done yet though, could potentially look for an offensive dash, but Venenu playing really carefully here, instead electing to position himself towards that Portal Demon.
Totally, their team, Oxygen's team fights are just so good right now. Like every team fight, these are professional SPL teams that play week in, week out, and they're going 3-1, 4-1 in these engagements.
They're playing the waiting game here, and every team is taking the bite. Memory of Gabe really wanted to find somebody out of position. We saw just how aggressive Ionic was positioned in that front line despite taking all that damage. Now, that's not playing towards the strengths of Memory of Gabe's composition between this Chang'e and Cupid. You want to be able to poke, reset, heal, and then re-engage, but the Sobek was just out of that team fight instantly.
Well, with the Portal Demon going the way of Oxygen as well, they're starting to group up towards the mid lane here. Plenty of Sentry Ward coverage around the Fire Giant now. 5 members strong, and in we go for the Tier 1.
Ionic out in a world of hurt. He gets flipped and flopped instantly. Tier 1 gets melted as well. 5-on-4 for another 30 seconds, and I don't see how Memory of Gabe can hold this without one player.
Well, let's have a listen to Oxygen as they look for the Tier 2 tower.
Nice try, nice try.
Be careful of the cage. He has blink. He has blink.
Listen, I'm gonna blink in. Don't get Chang'e ulted. That's the only way they win this. They get.
I'm looking at the. Okay, the right butt's down. I'm come back. I know.
Nice.
Just hit the tower. Hit the tower. Hit the tower.
Hit tower.
That zone called cubic all.
Nice job. Nice job. He gets zone.
Nice job. Take their speed. Take their speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you split. That's all.
We have to go low.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
You guys are okay though.
You guys can burn that.
Okay, after we back, guys, let's go for this.
Let me back
except
here,
for that.
Let me take this. Let me take this.
I'm running, dude.
Yeah,
Just
Blue's
run.
here
Just
now.
run.
We're fine. We're fine. I have Titans after this wave. Can I get this wave solo?
Oh yeah.
Just solo. It's fucking huge. We're
up a lot. Actually, can I solo blue? I have Ratatouille.
Oh
yeah,
100%.
Fuck sure, dude, baby.
We got to listen to Oxygen's comms there, but you can see how the strategy seems to be here, Toli. It's Kiki on zone duty every single day, and then the team is making the correct calls most of the time. Let's focus the tower. Listen, we don't have to worry about anybody else. Kiki's doing the work. They talked about the Titan's Bane is going to be finished for Data Remember, and they also want to get this Tier 2 on the left-hand side has been the call. Sorry, Tier 1, I should say, on the left-hand side has been the call next.
Slow, calculating, and methodical is the strategy that Oxygen Supremacy have been implementing in all of their games. And Memory of Gabe, they might be the 4th victim here in the North American Gauntlet if they don't turn this around quickly. They're already down about 7,000 gold and the same amount of experience. And this is the point in time where the Hunters get online a little bit harder in late game, where Fire Giant is going to be that late game objective contestant.
Deja vu, though, Anatoly. I mean, every single time we've seen these games today out of Oxygen, it's been one team fight at the Gold Fury where they've claimed 3 or 4 lives, taken the Gold Fury, and then the swing happens on the graphs every game.
It just seems that every team is playing into the cards out of OS, and there's no stopping the momentum here. Yet again, Skilladon finding the pull, and no response. Snoopy left alone yet again.
And this should be a Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side now. They've got minions coming along with them. Ionic's on the rotation, not getting much support from Sinosure and Hurrywind from the mid lane. Tier 1 on the left will fall for free.
And the thing was, finding this pick onto Snoopy not only gives them a 5-on-4 for OS, but they didn't have to commit any ultimates to that kill.
And now they're going to look for a Tier 2 as well. Look at where Kiki is, flanking around the back once more. And you can see the Memory of Gabe have choose to surrender. But without Snoopy there, they don't feel confident in taking a 4v5. and rightly so.
This gives 10,000 of a goal lead to OS. They are just running away with this game. Like I mentioned before on the desk earlier on, these games have been really quick, I would say, out of OS. 27 minutes or less, the game was already decided at one point or another.
I think Oxygen Supremacy, as the days got on, though, is they've found a rhythm now. They know what they need to do over and over again, and they just rinse, repeat, and no team is really coming up with an answer to what they've been doing.
Fire Giant has been started, but it's been Lee's trying to find the knockup, but the Typhoon not on the mark. Mesmerize onto
Great
3,
ring.
Walrus blinking in.
Petrify out from Data Remember, but that's Absorb. Burp Bomb, different story. Yannick gets one. Veneno will clear up Hurry when down, Snoopy gets involved with the snipes, and the third one will bring down Data Remember. This is a 2 for 2 so far, but Sinosure is isolated on the right-hand side, and they're not giving chase for him just yet.
He's so fast with that shield of regrowth, but there's a tier 1 tower in your way, buddy. Nowhere for him to go. 3 for 2 now. OS can look at their sights at this Fire Giant.
But this is a dance from Memory of Gabe to make sure they can't do the Fire Giant. Let's be honest, with a Sylvanas, a Jingten, and a Toth, you're not going to go through that Fire Giant very quick.
No, not necessarily. It could be a baiting tactic, potentially trying to catch either Snoopy or Walrus out of position. And if you can have that staggered death, whether it's one or the other, doesn't matter which, now you have another advantage as the rest of your teammates are respawning, and then you can look for these objectives.
And you talk about respawning, the Gold Fury has come up, as is the Portal Demon any moment now as well, which means you've got a call to make. Do we go for the gold? Do we look for the Oracles as well? Or do we invest more towards the Portal Demon once more?
The damage that we just saw in that teamfight recap has basically been double every single teamfight in OS's favor, and we're looking at some of these itemization choices. I'm specifically looking at Venenu here. 50 stack Doom Orb, he has the Rod of Tahuti, he has the Spear of Desolation, and this is a late game top that I personally want to be in the same game against.
Well, it looks like he's going to go for the Soul Reaver right now. I mean, he could go for Book of Toth, but it's very late in the day to be looking at that. You should be looking for the Soul Reaver here, more than likely next, and then for more penetration.
You're definitely looking for the burst potential if you're playing top, the one-shot capabilities, especially with that final judgment, hitting from a distance. There's a lot of setup here between Skeledon, Kiki, and Niroma, playing these gods between the Xingqian, Susanoo, Sylvanas. Just take your pick. One person can go in and the other can just peel.
It's normally you look at a team, Toli, and with the amount of games we've seen of Oxygen Supremacy today, you'll be able to identify who is the real carry of this team, who's overperforming. It's the whole team.
I couldn't.
It's the whole team.
I couldn't tell you even if you paid me, honestly, you know, man. Like, everybody has been pulling their own weight out of OS. And Memory of Gabe, though, they're trying to get the portal.
Zone Dewey looking to secure that for his team. Won't happen, however. The zone is good enough. Memory of Gabe will secure the Portal Demon. That buys him a window once again just to relax and try and catch up.
Goldfear is still available, and that's exactly where Data Remember is going. But by doing so, everyone recognizes this from IMOG.
Walrus is going to get a nice ring down onto Venenu, but Venenu ages his out a lot of damage. Great ultimate from Niroma! All 5 members of Memory of Gabe go into the air, but they don't really care too much as now they're looking for a second kill. Snoopy picks up Niroma as well. Oxygen get the Gold Fury and only have 3 members left standing.
Gabe taking advantage of the Gold Fury greed out of OS. Now trying to go for this Phoenix potentially here. They're going to rush this down while the Fire Giants has been started.
Well, this is a base race. Fire Giant versus Phoenix in mid. Is the Phoenix in mid worth the Fire Giant, Toli?
Absolutely not. Despite having all 5 members of your team now, it's going to delay your push because there's 6 towers you have to go through if you're a Memory of Gabe, but your left side Phoenix is exposed. So if you overcommit in the mid or the right-hand side, we could even see OS try to backdoor that left side Phoenix.
The decision-making so far from Oxygen seems to be pretty solid. They do lose the team fight, but they take the right option.
So this is the most kind of problems that they've had so far all today, honestly. And they've responded pretty well. Despite knowing the fact that they were going to lose Fire Giant, they get one of the greatest objectives you can get next to the Fire Giant, going for the Phoenix. Now exposing the Titan a little bit ever so slightly. Memory of Gabe always have to have that thought lingering in the back of their mind whether or not that left side Phoenix will get targeted.
We'll see if they do go for that left side. Right now, though, Memory of Gabe will use the Fire Giant to take a tier 1 in the mid lane. answer back a little bit more of that gold that Oxygen is still in favor with. Over to the right, more than likely next for the speed and blue of their own, and maybe even the junglers and the tier 1 as well.
And because of the fire wave flooding down that mid lane, it makes it more difficult for Memory of Gabe to truly commit under that tier 2 tower. Instead, this is more of a delayed approach that they're trying to take to get back into this game. They're only down about 7,000 to 8,000 gold at the 28-minute mark, which is still quite a lot of gold here.
It is.
In terms of trying to maximize and get that 6th item slot complete, but they're still in it in terms of the levels.
You're talking about 11, 12, 1,300 gold extra for every single player on the side of Oxygen right now, which is about a tier 2 item so far.
At this point, it's still very impactful, where you have to consider whether or not you want to take a team fight in the first place, but it doesn't seem that Memory of Gabe are too worried here. They're still going to be able to ride down the mid lane here. Everybody's still trying to go for this tier 2 tower.
Blink available for Warriors here. He's going to catch Kiki So Cheeky in the jungle, and Kiki So Cheeky will cheekily get rid of the ward there and now look to wrap in. Oxygen really just looking to position for defense here. They don't necessarily want to fight a Fire Giant team that is Memory of Gabe.
By pushing down this mid lane, they don't have to worry about this fire waves flooding down that exposed Titan room. Ionic trying to look for a pluck potential, but he gets pulled in by Susanoo, taking a lot of damage. But look at this, Changa sustaining him back up with the hearts as well.
And the Fire Giant on top of that. The double sustain with the Cupid Fields of Love is very useful. So Share the Love, I should say, will come in handy. But Oxygen are doing a good job of stalling out this Fire Giant. Even if they lose this tier 2 here, Toli, they'd already taken down the middle Phoenix. This isn't doom and gloom. It just closes the gap for Memory of Gabe.
About another minute and 15 seconds for Memory of Gabe to try to get this tier 2 tower, but Sobek getting plucked back in. The knockup onto Walrus, Fields of Love being used as well. Did remember, nice little petrify, but the pull not really finding anybody.
They didn't find anything there really, Memory of Gabe, but instead Ionic got very low off the back of the ultimate of the final judgment from Venenu. Meditate and sustain will stop Oxygen pushing forward for a second there. They felt like going in for it, but they will hold at the tier 2 once more.
OS still holds, but the fact of the matter remains that Memory of Gabe having Ionic and Snoopy ult, whereas there's no ults for OS.
Warriors to the backside, and on the front side, Neramar and Kiki zoning away the damage dealers, blocking shots where they can. Snoopy going for damage over the tier 2 tower, changes his mind though, back to the tier 2. Ionic went for the pluck, missed the pluck, lurking in the waters will get him out just about, and the sustain's back into play again.
This could be the goal that they need on the side of OS to counteract the engagement. Skill down, diving in, but dashing back out. Walrus still having his ultimate available off of cooldown, but it doesn't seem anyone else wants to aggress.
No, the Phantom came into play from Oxygen there. You can see them all light up because a great Phantom coming out from Neramar will stop Memory of Gabe continuing to aggress.
Still holding on to their mid Phoenix, very important now. Fire Giant buffs is basically going to fizzle away now, only for another 3 seconds. Their mid Phoenix is also going to respawn here, and that's going to be the next focus for OS. If Memory of Gabe is just not in position to defend that mid Phoenix, then that's going to be in easy pickings.
Well, I think the dance here for Oxygen should be to contest this Portal Demon and don't give it up for free. But Memory of Gabe are looking to burst it down as quick as they can before Oxygen get themselves in position. They will get the Portal Demon, and this should also allow them to defend that middle Phoenix.
Taking a fight for OS would not be a wise case here, because of the fact that with that Portal Demon, you can go in and out of the action, use the heals between Hurwin and Silent, and then, even if you're low enough where you have to back anyway, you could take that portal back into that Fire Giant fight.
Well, I don't think you want to take that portal right now, Toli. With the position Oxygen are in, they're kind of waiting for someone to come through that portal. Like, come on. Walk through.
I dare you.
Walk through. I bet it'll be Warus. Warus won't be scared to go
He's
through.
Thinking about he does.
But can they kill him?
Ooh, unfortunately, Kiki did not get off his knockup in time. They were afraid if they overcommitted too many abilities onto Walrus, then everyone else starts going through those portals, and that's where the team fight swings in Gabe's favor.
Wise idea from Memory of Gabe just to send Walrus through there. At the same time, Walrus was very tentative, I would say, like standing at that portal thinking about going through, like, well, this could be awful, but let's find out.
He was considering it, but it paid off. He has the vision now. He has that sentry ward around the backhand side of the Fire Giant. Iana going to miss out the pluck. Walrus taking a bit of poke there, trying to counter ward.
This is sustain, and sustain on both sides to an extent, but you've got the extra sustain from Changa and the Share the Love and the Rod of Asclepius, but there's a blink ring from Walrus. Immediately skilling on get out. Neramar trapped in the ring, but they're not focusing onto him. They went towards Kiki, but Kiki did work. work. Petrify hits Snoopy's attack to the sky. Good damage on him. Not enough to stun him out, though. He'll return some good poke back to Venenu, but Venenu and Snoopy are trading in the back. Nerimar rooting out 2 damage dealers on the other side, as Snoopy has already fallen down. Next on the list is the Ionic. He's juggled in the air, and the Crocodile will never smile. Hurrywind is running to the right-hand side on his own, and he's going to go down too.
It's a 5-on-2 now for the rest of OS, and this could be their 7th game in a row victory. The respawn timers are so long here that they can actually get this tier 2 on right, the Phoenix on middle here potentially if they want to, and maybe even end the game here. Walrus and Sinistry, that's not enough damage to really find the kills.
I can feel 2 Phoenixes here. I'm not sure about a game end, but maybe they'll go for it. Walrus went to the front, pulled it again by Nerumar! The Phoenix is going to fall. Yes, it'll take a little bit longer thanks to the Odin Ring, but not long enough. The middle Phoenix as well, and Oxygen.
This is game. This is game! I'm telling you, Hinduman, they're going to go for the end here. This is going to be the 7th game in a row that the Challenger Circuit team is beating every single SPL team.
How are they doing this over and over again?
I'm speechless.
I'm just chilling like,
I'm just speechless.
What are we doing now?
Even Vinny is just feeling himself right now.
Yeah, the guys in the back there are like, well, what do we do now? I mean, we just keep doing this, right?
Just another standard day for them.
That game was a lot closer than the others, though, Toli.
Absolutely.
And whether it's stamina taking its toll, whether it's these teams are now being able to scout them even further into this, or it's just a combination of things that are coming together. It's getting tougher and tougher for Oxygen to keep on winning, but they're still winning.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chaos was onto something earlier on when he was talking about just how strong this team is, because they are scrim partners. Before, back in the day, when I was on Team Eager, we were practicing against AFK Gaming all the time, and which helped us out a lot in the Challenger Circuit team. We were able to basically beat out everybody, make it back into the SPL, and then just dominate the scene because of our scrim partners.
Well, you've done the Challenger scene quite a while yourself, right? When you were on Eager back in the day, you guys had to do the whole day's events to try and get back to the Pro League. They're long days. And let's be honest, in one way, Oxygen are kind of used to that from the days gone by. But how long does it take till it really starts to take a toll?
I think that if they lose one game here, I feel like their high is just going to end at this point. All their momentum is going to get shot down, but so far there's just no stopping them. So far, that last game was the hardest for them thus far. Memory of Gabe truly gave them a run for their money.
They really did give them a run for their money. 1-0 now over to Oxygen. Let's head over to the analyst to break this one down. You just got to find a win, and they're through again.
This is that raw emotion, that realness. I mean, this is the stuff people ask us, you know, commentators from time to time, like, you know, are you up there faking it or whatnot? I'm telling you right now, Hinduman is that excited. This is out of control. You can't make this stuff up. This is the story that you kind of want when you look at the Gauntlet LAN. It's just a lot of fun to watch these guys really come up and see what they're able to do. They win that one. I said before that In Memory of Gabe is going to be a different style of competition. This team is, I think, the second level, right? The second level of strength as far as these guys are concerned, and this one was a lot closer. Taco, what do you think the major difference is between In Memory of Gabe and some of the older guys?
Personally, I feel as though In Memory of Gabe are kind of just running off of individual mechanical skill at this point in time. There are always players who have trying to prove themselves through the past seasons and like past splits and everything, and right now is really where they need to try and come together, because personally I think that game was theirs. Like, Walrus was on the cusp of almost single-handedly carrying his team to a victory. It just fell a little bit short from one bad engagement around the Fire Giant pit, and that is all that Oxygen Supremacy needed to capitalize on.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of, you know, honestly, I think that we saw stuff out of Walrus, and Herwin was playing well, but the two characters they were on left a little to be desired. Coming into game number 2, Chaos, what do you think some of the changes that Gabe need to make is?
I think they need to reconsider the fights that they take or how they're positioning around those fights. I think Walrus had some incredible cages. I think they took some incredible fights. However, they didn't seem to have the momentum after they took those leads off those fights.
Yeah, just sort of, they got the stuff, but not the stuff after the stuff.
Right.
You know, sometimes it really is just that black and white. One of the big positives was this man right here. He is my most improved player from Season 3 to Season 4, personally. I think that Walrus has been a pleasure to watch play, a pleasure to watch grow, and even here in this loss, a big pleasure and a big reason why his team was even in it. But again, the Odin kind of falls short and come the late game. And so that large lead, I think it was 3-0-1, if not 4-0-1 at one point, did not translate into the end game.
I mean, just that initial engagement that Walrus had where he picked up the early double kill was beautiful, to say the least. He had the perfect bird bomb. He had the 4-man execution onto it on top of that. And right here, you can see it all, really the beauty of it just lining up perfectly.
And not only he did it with him, he did it by himself, lining up things for Sinosure as well. Here he is towards the Fire Giant trying to make things happen. But again, I need to see Walrus on those Aquarius-style gods. I want to see him on these gods that can actually change the course of a game come 25 minutes. I just don't think Odin's that character.
I don't necessarily dislike the Odin pick here, though. To be completely honest with you, while Chaos brought it up, he said that they lacked a little bit of the follow-up, but they had the Cupid, they had the Sobek. I think that Chaos touched on it the best, and really they just lacked the follow-up. It was there, but they just dropped the ball on it.
I think Walrus definitely set them up very, very well, and he kept doing it consistently.
Yeah.
However, I think the rest of the team may have positioned too poorly. I don't know if it was Thoth ult or the Susano engagement. However, they really weren't getting out of those fights alive, even though Walrus was getting such great engagements.
So Walrus was able to provide a lot, but for me, the rest of it was, I think you just wrote down in giant letters, duo lane pressure in your notes. That was the story of this game right here. And Data Remember, I mean, he's doing his own pressure by himself, but he's getting some help as well. But Data Remember, this is his day to remember. Absolutely. He's just crushing it, man.
Data Remember?
Stop. So to actually point at where she's going, look at his name. It's actually not Data Remember. It's Data Reember for whatever reason. But you can't make fun of the proof in the pudding when he's doing stuff like that. I mean, that's Snoopy, guys.
You know what I love the most about Day throughout today is he has actually gone from being a little bit quiet, you know, subtly sitting there at his seat, and now every single kill, every single engagement, just non-stop trash talk being spewed from this man's mouth.
Yo, it's my lane. Get out my lane. So earlier today, before anything started, it's 9:30 in the morning. I come into the studio, and I'm just like, I'm messing with all the players and everybody. I'm just like, yo, Day, you ready to lose? He's like, don't get in my head. I'm in my own head. I'm going to win today, buddy. Just watch. And he just like Hulkamania's out at me. And I'm like, all right, dude, I'm down. And he's putting his money where his mouth is. There's nothing more than I like to see a confident player come through and actually pull it off. And like I said before, I mean, this is his first go in the big league, so to speak. I'm really not surprised. Chaos, you've been around this guy for a while. Are you surprised that he's doing this?
No, I think when he was in the Challenger Cup scene, he was actually a super strong player, and I'm glad to see him getting the recognition he deserves.
He's certainly earning it. Him and his team now one game away from finding themselves at the final opponent here for our Friday. Keep in mind, this is only the Friday ladder. Come Sunday, they're going to have to play against, well, my momentary analyst Chaos here. So, in memory of Gabe, they can bring this to game 3 should they find a win here. But Oxygen Supremacy not going to give it up too easily. In the second spot, they're going to ban out Scotty and Hun Bats, ever banned.
And I'm sure that Gabe aren't looking to go down without a fight. If we're going to see a best of 3 today, I think that this is really the time for another team to step it up and see if they can even take a little bit of a punch into Oxygen's momentum.
Yeah, it's combination momentum, and I asked a question before on the desk. I said, look, you know, where does momentum, how far can momentum carry you? And then what happens when you just run out of strategies and new tricks? Well, they're not done. They're still bringing out new strats.
I think momentum's a huge part, especially when I remember us going through the Worlds circuit. Momentum was huge for us. It kept us motivated. It kept us strong. We felt invincible. We wanted to. We were playing our best because of that momentum. And I do find even if you lose games, you're still able to pick yourself back up because you realize you've gotten this far and you're not just going to drop out here. So you're not going to end it there.
That was going to be my question. Was a lot of people both they're hitting me up on Twitter, and I'm seeing people here say, look, if Oxygen dropped this game, they're just gone. They're not going to be able to pick themselves. Is that the truth?
No, I think that the point is they already think they've gotten to the end. They already think they've gotten there, and now they're just going through the motions because they've gotten this far, and to that means so much to them. They're not going to, like, fail going this far so far.
And just in case you're a newer fan to the Smite scene, Chaos was on the team that made it from the absolute bottom to the finals at Worlds once upon a time. So I think he's got a little bit of credence in his credit on that topic. And on the topic of this game, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Dusa Susanu for Oxygen Supremacy. Skeleton has been out of control. Watching him snatch Snoopy from underneath the tower and then Data Remember killing him while standing up was just way too much fun.
If I'm Snoopy, I'm already sweating so hard right now. Just knowing that Susanoo is probably going to be camping my lane yet again. That's the absolute worst feeling as a Hunter player, is even when you're positioning and you're not overstepping and you don't want to box or do anything like that, and you just have this Susanoo chasing you down because the guy has infinite amounts of dashes, and it's a complete nuisance.
So the Ogyrus here coming out for Likely Walrus. Love this selection in the solo lane. Absolutely love it. You're going to get some of that early lane, or that early push that we got out of the Odin, but he'll translate a little bit better towards the late game. More importantly, I personally think that Osiris can do more of the heavy lifting than the Odin can. Odin's more the setup man. Osiris can dunk it himself. And I think that right now, for In Memory of Gabe, you go to the hot hand. Walrus is the hot hand. Yeah. Give him a character he can do work on.
I think Osiris is definitely really good at zoning out one target and picking off that one target, whereas Odin was really good for setting up the team. However, if the team wasn't following up too well, it obviously fell short. Yeah. And in this case, maybe the Osiris can pump out way more pressure on his own because he can do his job by himself.
We've seen Walrus perform exceptionally well on this Osiris before, too, in a LAN environment at that. The very last time that we saw him here, actually, and he went absolutely ham before.
I'm excited to see Wally on the Osiris. This is just a character that I think, if In Memory of Gabe are going to leverage something out of solo lane, it's going to be on something like an Osiris. So we'll see how it works out. Second round of bans, Circuit and the Morrigan already taken down by Oxygen first, and then In Memory of Gabe, Ymir was selected. I feel like Ymir is this, he's always meta, but he's never meta.
It's really dependent on how well you play the walls, and I think Nerima has been nailing the walls super, super well. It keeps away a lot of auto attacks, it keeps away a lot of damage, it can lock in people, and if you're able to do that on Ymir, I think he's actually a much better character than the meta usually states. He's
a character that really comes down to if you are a support inside your heart, right? If you have those natural instincts, when you see that, when you think of Ymir, the players that come to mind are players like Iraf or players like Niroma, who they're just born to be these support players. You know, you look at even Pain has a tendency to bring out the Ymir occasionally and really make it work. And it's like you said, the walls, the geometry, how does that bang? Wheelish and Cupid, your last two bans here for our game 2 of what could be a 3-game set. Oxygen Supremacy has the option, looking for their 4th pick.
Another consideration you have to make, though, is that this Ymir could potentially be Skeleton in the jungle. And with the Sobek pick being locked in, again, we're still not certain whether or not Oxygen Supremacy are going to opt for the Guardian jungler, even the Sobek in the solo lane, and like having a very heavy front line. They love these front lines with double hunters, and I think that they have the option to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Kiki comes from that old school of solo laners. When you're looking at Season 1 and Season 2, and you're thinking, when Europe really dominated the solo lane world, you're thinking of players like Zalia, who bringing out the really weird jank, the assassins, the strange stuff. That's the school that Kiki went to. And so the Susano solo, not too weird if you're thinking along the lines of Kiki. So certainly something to think about. Ymir and Sobek will be selected. So we've got a lot of different options as far as where that short lane could wind up. In Memory of Gabe, they've got the Thoth, which I think was a very strong pick. Thoth is a seemingly simple character. You shoot through the window and somebody dies. But there's a lot of implications both in where you stand, but more importantly, where your opponent stands that Thoth can change.
I think the biggest thing is how well you land the ultimate and usually the target you select. If you end up hitting the ult on a tank, it usually doesn't get too much value, and you end up seeing whenever the Thoth usually does that, because there's so much sustain in teams right now, they just heal it back up and it's like it never happened. However, if they actually end up hitting that carry, it just wipes them off and it turns the fight completely in their favor.
And it forces the opponent to stand a certain way. It makes those fire giant dances so much more tumultuous, and you just can't ever feel safe.
It's almost impossible to play around because you can't see where it's coming from. It's so long ranged.
That's the thing. That's the problem. And you want some long range, Vulcan's going to cook one up for you. That mid mage is going to be certainly strong here. We'll see how this one works out. Oxygen Supremacy, They've got a weirdly unique, strong composition, which is what I've said, I think, every match. This is just what they've been doing. Is this where the train stops? Does the buck stop here, or is Oxygen Supremacy moving on to Soar?
I feel like they're going to take the game. However, I do give the comp to In Memory of Gabe. However, I think both of them have their dream comps right now, and it's really any man's game.
I was hoping for a little bit more spice on that. You could tell I wanted it with the Amir Jungle and Kiki doing something Kiki. But at the same time, I'd rather give it to Oxygen Supremacy. I want to see them take on Soar.
We'll see what happens. This one, I'm going to play it safe and not call it. Hindu and Toli bring us the match.
There we go. Thanks so much, FDOT and the analysts as well. We're ready for the next game. Just loading the guys in right now. Totally, let's be honest, right? Oxygen Supremacy came in here with a hope and a dream. A hope and a dream to just try and perform well. But the actual reality of the Gauntlet actually doing what the maximum potential of the Gauntlet could do, go from the bottom seed challenger all the way up to getting a shot at Masters. They have the potential to do this here.
The train is still rolling, and I am not hopping off of this train. Oxygen Supremacy all the way. I'm rooting for them in this game, hoping that we see them make it a little bit further here against Soar Gaming. You know, they're trying they're basically, like you mentioned before, that 5th seed team right now out of North America. They're going to be battling for 4th if they're against Soar in the next set, but they have to go through this last game first.
Well, they've got at least one win here will put them through, but if they lose this one, they still get a rematch against Memory of Gabe. All the games today are best of 3. At the start of this one, though, it looks like we're going to see Memory of Gabe and Oxygen play this relatively safe. You can see the wards placed down early on from Oxygen at the right and left-hand Harpies. They're clearly aware that they may lose lane pressure here up against the Toth and the Sylvanas.
Really worried about that level 1 Thor making a sneaky rotation.
The flanky from Osiris.
Could be.
Not the Thor. Look where Osiris is right now. He's not in the solo lane. He's hanging out around the mid lane looking for the waves to start. But they've telegraphed this, Oxygen. They have prepped for Memory of Gabe.
The ward is there, spotting out the rotation from Walrus. He's not going to be able to really get anything. And during this whole time, we're seeing Kiki So Cheeky starting the speed buff here, getting the small minis, then rotating to the lane.
Merrimar having a bit of poke damage here. He's not going to die overall at all being level 1. Returns some nice damage back to Cynosure, who returns the favor with just a single tap there from the anvil. Left-hand side, the red buff will go the way of Memory of Gabe there as it's stolen away, but look what Oxygen did. They went to the right-hand side, and they're going to strip the speed buff from Memory of Gabe.
Skeleton now hitting level 2. He could make this early rotation, trying to shut down Walrus playing this Osiris, and that's definitely one guy that you want to make sure that doesn't get that kind of early momentum
level
lead.
2 for Nerumar ahead of Memory of Gabe. Beads forced on Cynosure, the lacerate hit, but the beads absorb the stun, I should say, and allows him to get away for now. But early beads on Cynosure puts him behind.
Definitely a huge play there as it happens around the 115 mark, making sure he's in position to try to get off another freeze. Very bold move.
Why did he jump in?
No beads.
Why did he jump in? Snoopy though gets great damage off on Nerumar, thanks to the help of the archers as well. Nerumar could have been in trouble, but Snoopy's decision there to actually fight helped keep his jungler alive.
You could tell though that Snoopy and Cynosure definitely were calculating that play out. Even Snoopy having to dash in to absorb some of these in-hands from Data Remember. That could have went south very quickly for Memory of Gabe.
Well, Cynosure's going to take a quick trip back to base now. He won't be too happy about that, only be able to pick up Boots 1. No potions either available for him. Snoopy, however, will defend his own buffs by clearing the babies out, at least to get him a little bit more experience. He can't do the buff solo at only level 3 without taking considerable damage.
Needing to make some sort of adjustments here compared to the first game. Snoopy having to try to get that experience advantage over his opposition, but Walrus now in a 1v2 is going to get under the safety of his own tier 1 tower. Skeleton was not in the right spot at the right time. Without being level 5 makes it a little bit more difficult to find the Osiris pick.
I don't think you noticed that until it was a little bit too late there, but Cynosure rejoins the duo lane here. We've seen this out of Cynosure a little bit today so far, joining the duo lane with Snoopy to try and soak a bit of experience here while they send Ionic to the mid lane instead. This just seems the team's focus more often than something we've seen naturally happening with junglers.
Like we mentioned before in the first game, Data Remember needed to be shut down early on, which was successfully executed by Memory of Gabe, but at the same time Walrus was getting the shorter end of that stick, but it didn't matter considering the fact that there was rotations being made at the right timings. This time still applying pressure onto Data Remember, but not really finding these objectives afterwards.
You mentioned pressure there.
the Oracles will go to Oxygen there, even though they were contested by Memory of Gabe. A little bit of pressure then for Oxygen around that Gold Fury as Hurrywind feeling himself there with a dash in, thinking about channeling for Skeleton. Take into account every time he uses that final judgment like that, though, it does cost him a little bit of mana now.
Still having the MP5 from his Hourglass, and the more mana you're missing, percentage rather, the more benefit from that MP5 that you'll receive. So I like the idea and the mindset just to strike a little bit of fear into Oxygen Supremacy.
Still surprised that Sandershot sat in this lane until level 5, but now going to rotate towards the mid lane here. Red buff is about to spawn for Oxygen. Snoopy and Sandershot sniff that one out. Venenu is here to defend on Vulcan. One good backfire at the right time could secure it for his team, but Ionic turns up as well. Memory of Gabe don't like this idea though, but the turret's still got aggro of this red buff right now.
Seems that he's going to get it though. A great ultimate from Ionic, the Petrify being deterred. Snoopy in the sky as well as Sandershot. Lot on the mark. Snipes are a little bit good. Data Remember going to get first blooded by Hurrywind.
Yeah, the final judgment came through big there for Hurrywind to pick up first blood, and now Memory of Gabe can collect their prize, potentially, of the red buff. Skeleton will not contest, but Skilly's thinking about going back in here. 2 members hit, spin in place, but then Ruin as well straight after. Skilly pulled back in by Ionic. He also shows he's got the pulls in his kit, but Skeleton will slip through that wall just in time. Neromar and Venenu there to support will allow Skeleton to survive.
The timing of that jet stream right before the wall connects by Neromar, that almost bit Skeleton in the butt there, because had that wall been placed a little bit earlier, it would have intercepted the jet stream, not able to really go through that wall, and that would have been the second early death for OS. And this is a team that you don't want to give early momentum to. Memory of Gabe have been playing together for so long, and they're a team that really thrives off of any sort of lead that you hand to them.
And you talk about giving someone a lead, you gave Hurrywin in mid, who's playing Toth, a lead as well. We'll see where he goes with his build. It's got to be the Doom Orb, so very similar to the way Venenu started things off last time round. Those Doom Orb stacks will bring that mage online a little bit quicker than Oxygen may expect.
There's a lot of safety in the front line from Memory of Gabe, so why wouldn't you go for this glass cannon style from the Toth player? You have the Thor wall from a distance, very safe, very sound. You have the sustain from Ionic, as well as the huge AoE crowd control knockup that he can provide.
And now he's just going to work on those stacks in the mid lane. His lane opponent, Venenu, though, went for the mobility option. Makes a lot of sense against the opposition he's against here to make sure he gets those penetration boots online. And he may be looking here towards... He's got the tiny trinket, so we'll see where he goes next. It is the lifesteal tree. Are we expecting Bancrofts potentially?
More than likely it will be the Bancrofts, trying to find that burst damage potential, especially out of Vulcan player. Those ultimates are going to be hitting really hard. Freezing out Ionic, but no real follow-up from the rest of OS as they use their abilities to clear the mid.
But this allows Memory of Gabe to pick up the Oracles on the left-hand side. Well, at least one for now. Split is the option as Skele gets, but Skele's out of mana.
Skeleton doesn't have mana, but it doesn't seem that he's going to be the primary target. Instead, just going for the purification beads, not looking for the stun as Hurrywin, instead electing to hold on to that shot for this mid wave. Neromar wrapping around underneath. With this advantage, Memory of Gabe could look to start the gold.
Snoopy, Data Remember, both back to the dual lane. Data Remember has a couple of minions advantage here, but that doesn't necessarily mean he wants to engage. Both of them recognize there could be a rotation at any given moment, but Data Remember, the day he's having, he's not scared right now. The problem is, there's no wards, and guess who's round behind you, Day?
No, Data Remember, but he's caught on the right side of the wall. The Petrify not going to find the stun out to Signshot. That was a very easy pickings. The timing of this rotation favoring Memory of Gabe, because they were already going down south anyway, trying to clear out their red and purple buffs.
That was a repeat of game one, but it was Snoopy who went aggressive and got punished for it. This time around, Data Remember bit off way more than he could chew. No notice of where the jungler was, no notice of where the mid was, and went for the kill. Didn't find it. Instead, pays the price.
That's one of the most hardest slip-ups that I've seen Data Remember have this whole day today. Not only did he die there, but he also missed out on a huge important wave. At this point, when you're level 7, every wave is just more important than the last.
Walrus still level 9 here, having to deal with Skeleton, who keeps coming over to check on how Kiki is doing here. Kiki's going to be pretty good throughout this game as long as he doesn't die early onto Osiris. He can weather the storm, get some of his core build online here, Toli, and his job is just to peel as this game goes on.
There's a timing window for the Sobe to come online, and Kiki recognizing this, going for the mana chalice, trying to stay in the lane as long as possible, managing to thrive off of lurking in the waters that gives you mana as well.
Last time round, he got the beads out of Veneno, and he's going to go for Veneno again. This time, won't find a home. Neramar, though, will with the freeze on Horiwind. That's going to get his ultimate. Hori's in trouble! Gets hit by the Vulcan ult, but it's not enough to pick up a kill.
Not enough yet. Still a 3-on-3, using the sustain from Ionic a little bit. It's not that highest level Sylvanas in the world, though, so the damage from OS has been implemented, going for the Gold Fury.
Trying to get off the back of that win of Sanishaw's ult now being on cooldown. At the same time, though, Horiwind has the final judgment available, and Snoopy will take to the sky early. Investment into Data Remember here. The third shot didn't hit, and Snoopy will not be able to pick up Data Remember. Different story for Ionic, though, but over the wall comes Walrus.
Walrus jumping on in. Skilladon in a world of hurt. He jet streams away, but look who's waiting for him. Horiwind dashing on in. Dashing in is Sinisher as well, but the wall cutting him off.
Kiki's in a lot of trouble here, but they want to pick up Sinisher, and Kiki will get hold of it. The rest of his team have to leave. Great blood from Kiki onto Snoopy will force Snoopy back and keep the rest of his team alive. No investment from Memory of Gabe. They're not feeling comfortable enough with their health bars.
No, not at all, but it has been a 2-for-1 as Ionic has a respawn. Kiki, though, in a world of hurt, not able to hit one of those three. Horiwind missing one of those three allows Kiki to escape barely.
But Kiki will survive to live to fight another day. 3-2 now. The gold difference is less than around 500, but the Gold Fury Oracles have respawned. That's going to go the way of Memory of Gabe. Neramar is going to be here to contest, but I don't think he's going to get here in time to steal them away.
No, not at all. Giving the vision for Memory of Gabe just a little bit longer, so this allows them to back safely while still having vision. You cannot deny this vision with the Sentry Ward, so OS is going to be a little riskier to attempt any sort of Gold Fury attempt from now on.
Very awkward position now for both these two teams. Obviously, Oxygen a bit of an advantage with that one-game lead here. They can afford to suffer a defeat here, but it could potentially take away that momentum we were talking about earlier on.
Off of a 7-game winning streak in order to lose one here. Nice little play from Neramar, but not
so close
on the mark.
The pull, however, that was a different story. The bad news is Horiwind wasn't really there to follow up. That wall was a little bit closer, Toli. That was a dead, potentially, Sinisher.
Or at least forcing the ultimate just by placing the wall. You always want to be able to trade out your shorter cooldowns for the longer ones, which is why we'll see Sinisher sometimes dive the backline onto Veneno, sacrificing his ultimate for the beads, or in that scenario, trying to get Neramar to use his wall for the ultimate.
If you're just tuning in today, this is the 4th different team Oxygen have faced in a row, and they're winning this one so far as well. The big difference is always the Gold Fury fight, Toli, because every single time we see one of these first Gold Furies, Oxygen have gone 3 kills to 1, 4 kills to 1, and got a substantial gold lead every time. Memory of Gabe need to recognize that and be very careful around that objective.
A lot of the times that these teams have been sacrificing themselves trying to kill the support out of Oxygen supremacy, and that's been the main focal point. Neramar sacrificing himself for the greater good, usually getting a 3-for-1, 4-for-1, and that Gold Fury. And as long as Memory of Gabe just kind of wait it out and don't sacrifice themselves all willy-nilly, then they're still going to be in a good spot.
It's funny, we discuss sacrificing supports, and it's called sacrificing, right? But if it's a hunter doing it, it's tactical feeding. What's the difference, man? They're both doing the same thing.
Honestly, because you don't really expect a hunter to die.
Oh, but it's okay for a support to die.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No love for the supports.
Farming going on there for a little while. You can see where Skeleton is right now, which is over by the Gold Fury one more time, just looking to de-ward and make sure they've got a bit of control. And that is exactly what they've been doing. A lot of investment today, totally in sentry wards, which is something we've not really seen through the league as it's gone on. There was more focus towards rituals and the likes during the early start of the season.
Vision has always been a huge impact in Smite's history. Whoever controls the vision around the Gold Fury can obviously do it safely, depending on whether the enemy team is contesting it. And with mid-mages such as Toth and the Vulcan, they can use their ultimates from a distance, so you need to make sure that you control not only the sentry vision on the Gold Fury, but aggressively with normal wards.
Beads forced on Sinisher, the meatball hit, but it just wasn't enough. Sinisher will have to take a trip back to base, and that could spell Oxygen looking towards his Gold Fury.
Not investing into any ultimates, and without their Thor player, this is going to be a 5-on-4 up until Sinisher makes the rotation back. But if they stagger a little bit too long, this gives enough time timing for Cynosure to come back into this one.
They left it very healthy there, that Gold Fury, totally, but now Skeleton's here. Will force to roll out at Snoopy. Didn't find the pull he was after. Now they're starting to commit again. Keep an eye on Hurrywind. He's got the final judgment, a game changer. Ionic pushes forward, looks for the ult, invests himself. Oxygen get the Gold Fury. Ionic's life is claimed by Veneno. The final judgment went to the back line, and it looks like Walrus will clean up Nerumar at least.
Finding 1 for 1, but the Gold Fury going in the way of OS. Hurrywind, trying to go for Skeleton through the wall. His spidey senses were tingling, but they weren't on point there. OS sneak one away, the first real lead of the game.
And the only casualty there was once again Nerumar in trade for Ionic, so it works out in Oxygen's favor once more. This time round, though, it's Memory of Gabe that are going to go straight to the Portal Demon, but Oxygen is sniffing at it themselves.
They want to contest this out. Veneno doesn't have his ultimate, but nice zoning from Walrus, tethering out to the meatball, connects, but it's being leashed here. Data Remember is going to
alive, and now that the damage from Skeleton is going to get a double kill, the Portal Demon goes to Memory of Gabe, but Memory of Gabe have got to back away from this. Hurrywind's too low, and with only Walrus and Ionic tanky enough to weather the storm, they don't have the damage output to continue fighting.
That's a nice little comeback from Memory of Gabe to at least get that 750 gold collectively to all of their team. But at the same time, losing Cynosure and Snoopy, now they're not going to be farming some of these waves. They're going to be falling a little bit behind experience-wise. And that's not something you want to do before the level 12 mark once these second relic slots become opened up to you.
Gotta say, Cynosure is starting to struggle in this game so far. We've seen him a couple of times been focused down. He's tried to make an impact, but most of the time he's been burning his beads and forced back to base. Walrus, though, different story in the solo lane, from my opinion. Done a very good job of dealing with a 2v1 for more often than not, as well as having a 2-0-1 scoreline and still a level lead.
Walrus taking full advantage of that Osiris passive. Whenever he's missing all 8 fragments, he has that 16% physical damage mitigation, 8% magical, which favors himself facing that 1v2 against the Susanoo, against the Sobek, no problem. This is not something where he's just like, oh yeah, I'm just Osiris, I can fight this easily. He's calculating this, because if he doesn't have that passive, he's going to be able to have to go back under his own tier 1 tower and let the wave enter there safely.
Still a close game between the two, but Oxygen have 4 members grouped in the mid lane right now, with Ionic now rotating back to support Cynosure and Hurrywind. They need to be careful. Cynosure's plucked in the air. The beads were used, but he was already dead. Still alive for a second, but not long enough. And now they're looking at Hurrywind. Hurrywind frozen in place. Venenu's ult will force the Aegis out of Hurrywind as Ionic. He can't stop 4 members chopping at the tower.
Not at all, but it is Hurrywind still here with the final judgment. If he elects to use the left-hand side, we see Data Remember clearing out those mid-harpies before making the rotation. On the right side, though, Walrus just waiting for Snoopy to come in. So with Skeleton, though, he could look to engage here with a Jetstream pull.
Double Guardians can set it up with walls and plucks for days. Walrus round the back looks to keep Data Remember honest, so he can't get any tower pressure on. And just a threat of that, and knowing the respawns are coming through, with Cynosure having that Thor ult, they disengage.
OS a little hesitant because they invested 3 ultimates trying to kill out Cynosure. Now, granted, they did get Ionic's ultimate in return, but still a little risky to go for that tier 1.
Well, a little bit risky there from Nerumar to go so far forward. Oxygen were a little out of position. Skeleton went really deep for Snoopy, and now Skeleton is actually going to get sniped out by Snoopy. 3 in a row! No! Just the 2, but Cynosure wants it. He can smell the blood of the Medusa.
He's trying to go for it, doing a lot of damage, about half health in return. Finds the stun. The double tap is good. The egg is a little bit delayed, but diving in the other backline, Nerumar getting dove by Walrus. Hurrywind doing a lot of damage with that final judgment.
And Walrus is going to find a second one there. Cancel that. Snoopy will claim that kill for himself. Now Memory of Gabe have a power play on the left-hand side, thanks to the rotation coming out from Walrus. The tier 1 tower should fall, but on the right-hand side, Toli, Kiki's done the same thing.
Skeleton just a little bit too ambitious with that Jetstream portal in to the thick of things, cost himself a little bit of an awkward position.
Teleport from Kiki. He's already down to half health before he even gets a block up. Kiki's dead. So is Skeleton. Snoopy with a double kill, and now they can siege a tier 2 as well. Things are starting to go bad on the Oxygen camp right now.
This is the sustain from Ionic, making sure everybody gets topped off. A 5-on-2, easy pickings for Memory of Gabe to find themselves basically 4 kills, a little bit staggered, and those 2 towers on the left-hand side. And now they got themselves a lead, but it's not that big. They're still in it.
That's not really a lead. It really wasn't a lead for Oxygen when you look at the score difference, at least the graphs anyway. Experience is relatively even. Gold at 1,400. Split that between 5. It's not as big as you think.
Especially it's considered the 18-minute mark. Neither team really getting the better end of the other, having to figure out the right tactics to exploit. And it seems that now Memory of Gabe are starting to group up and feeling very confident that they can be able to win some of these AoE comps.
A little bit risky for Memory of Gabe to start this Gold Fury because they don't have all their ultimates available. Oxygen, however, they do, but they're not in a position to contest just yet. They need Skilly on over here very soon. Ionic's going to pull Neromar. Neromar eats half his health down already, and into the sky goes Sinosure.
Making a lot of damage, diving into the backline onto Data Remember, but a nice little petrify. Snoopy gets eliminated. Walrus still diving the backline. The Vulcan ultimate not connecting onto anybody as Ionic gets traded out for Snoopy.
Okay, Venenu and Walrus both on double kills. Venenu squaring up to Hurrywin, but he's trying to support Kiki now as Sinoshure's forced away. The stun from Hurry will only hit onto Kiki, and Kiki's happy enough just to wait around and walk back to safety. Skilly will farm up mid lane. It ends up being a 2 for 2. Not much more to talk about.
Support for Hunter for the support and Hunter. Neither team yet again getting the better end of it. This is such an even game. 2 very evenly matched teams. This could come down to basically the last wire compared to the last game where there's that one team fight around the 30-minute mark that just opens the door for one of them.
It's so funny, Tolly, to hear you say this is an evenly matched game between a Challenger Circuit team and the 5th seed out of the SPL who were considered a potential super team this year.
They might be a Challenger Circuit team, but they're not playing like one. They have Scrimp partners that is considered the final boss of the North American Gauntlet.
I'm going to correct you there because you said that they're not playing like a Challenger Circuit team. They are playing a Challenger Circuit team. The difference is the Challenger Circuit's got a hell of a lot better than it used to be. The talent in there, Tolly, is just as good as the Pro League, and it shows how close it is at the top of competitive play.
Wallace trying to zone out Nero Ma. The Gold Fury very low. Memory of Gabe does secure it. Sinosure into the sky, trying to find the kill onto this Ymir support. Will be credited with Whirlwind on that last hit. 5-on-4 now for about 30 seconds. This could be a free tier 1 tower.
Needs to be a little bit careful there in the mid lane on that Vulcan because that's what could happen to you. Feeling himself a little bit too much, but on the right side of things, Skilly and Kiki, ever so cheeky, will be cheeky enough to strip away the Portal Demon to at least answer back some of that Gold Fury.
Level 15 Susanoo just needs a tank to be able to get off the damage long enough to confirm that objective. So despite losing tier 1 tower, losing the Gold Fury, gets 750 gold into their pockets. Still struggling a little bit now as that 1,400 gold lead gets extended to about 2,500 or so, but still in a good spot considering this is the 20-minute mark. That 2,500 goal lead is not as much compared to, let's say, it happened in the 5 or 10-minute mark.
It's funny because if we've not seen Oxygen play so well all day, Tolly, we would have been sat here going, yeah, Memory of Gabe have got a decent lead right now and it's substantially enough for them just to run away with the game. But the difference is Oxygen are not playing that way. They have been behind at points in games consistently today and still managed to come up with the results.
Other than this set specifically, Oxygen Supremacy have been rolling every team. At the 20-minute mark against every single team, they've basically already had it in the bag or was very close to closing it out already at that point. So Memory of Gabe are definitely a true contenders to be able to climb this gauntlet despite being 1 game behind.
3 members for Memory of Gabe in mid lane right now. Venenu, without a tier 1 tower, has to be very careful about how far he pushes up here. Got decent wall coverage to the right-hand side with 3 sentry wards down for Oxygen. The left-hand side, bit of a different story now. But when you think about it, with only the Fire Giant up, you definitely want to make sure the right-hand side is covered.
Still going for a glass cannon build is Venenu. The ultimate is available to be able to try to steal this one away. Yana going to get knocked out, taking a lot of poke in return, but this is all a bait, trying to go on to Neromar yet again.
Walrus plucked away by Kiki as well, trying to rotate around the back, and the collapse from Oxygen is actually onto Walrus. The wall from Neromar tried to slow it down, but now the tether is on multiple members of Oxygen, and Venenu was left alone. Poor old Venenu will fall down for his first against Death this game. Meanwhile, though, Skeleton will pick up the tree, but now he's going to try and get away from the danger zone. Nerima on the front side with Kiki, trying to answer back what Memory of Gabe have just done.
Still a 1-for-1. Ionic gets traded out for Venenu. A lot of poke in return, and without the wisps from Ionic, it makes it more difficult for Memory of Gabe to really stay in this one. No ultimates on the side of Gabe, but with that pick on Venenu, now they don't really have to worry about that big Vulcan ultimate.
1-for-1, and nothing else is going to really come out of this one. You're going to see the teleport come back out from Walrus, though.
Walrus.
And if he spots Nerima on that low health, they need to be very careful. Nerima about where he's going to go. The wall will not stop an Osiris. And in the end, it's Cynosure that gets the kill, and now they look towards Kiki.
We talked about how important vision is, and you can use the vision to also teleport to these wards. Skeleton getting heavily poked out here. Double tap. Berserker Barrage, second easy pick here. Memory of Gabe, they're so good about their positioning in this mid to late game, being grouped up, and with the sentry wards at the Fire Giant, 2 visions around the top hand side, they're going to be able to get this one for free.
Well, Oxygen have stole a Fire Giant in an awkward circumstance like this before against Noble. Can they do it again? The Fire Giant is at half, but Memory of Gabe have switched their attention to Oxygen themselves. Kiki's dead. Next on the list will be Venenu. And Data, remember, he'll like the start of the day. He might want to change his mind about the afternoon as Horiwin from downtown will clean him up.
This is trouble for Oxygen Supremacy. The Fire Giant going in the way of Memory of Gabe. This could be the first time that any team has been able to secure a Fire Giant against them. Well, either way, this is looking a really slippery slope now. Oxygen with their biggest deficit thus far, about 5,000 gold down, 6,000 experience. This is where things are getting a little bit trickier, because not only are they this far behind gold-wise, but there's also about 3,500 gold worth of towers for the pickings for Memory of Gabe.
What's the big issue for Oxygen here, though? They're starting to fall behind a little bit. Is it their choice in the engagements here, Tolly? Or is it Memory of Gabe just utilizing their abilities better?
It's the safe long-range poke coming out of Memory of Gabe, being able to take advantage of Nero Ma, this immobile Ymir Guardian. And it was a little bit of a different story compared to the Ymir this game, compared to the Ymir that Nero Ma was playing in the set against Noble, because Noble kept grouping up very close together, making it very easy for Oxygen to throw all their abilities in one little area, hitting everybody on Noble. But this time around, Memory of Gabe, they're spreading themselves out so well that they cannot replicate the same situation.
And that level 19 man is the man I'm looking at you for to say, because Walrus is level 19 right now, 6-0-9. They keep trying to go in on him, and he doesn't care about towers. He's Osiris. Bad news is they left Snoopy alone. Snoopy's forced to Aegis and run from Kiki. On the backside, though, Horiwin does delete Data, remember, once again with the final judgment, and still Kiki's alive on the left.
He's dashing away, but Sinoshure's chasing him down. The snipes from the Rama player. Nice little wall, preventing it from getting away. Sinoshure with the double tap. 2 free kills yet again. The Fire Giant squad out of Memory of Gabe. They're going to be able to get this tier 2 tower with only 3 members from Oxygen. I don't see how they can hold this one.
2 ultimates available, though, but Nenu has that Vulcan Earthshaker available to him if he uses the right time. Skeleton's 1 hit from death. He's been forced back, and the Phoenix will fall down in mid. Oxygen have to surrender it, and now immediately Memory of Gabe going to use the Fire Giant and go for the second Phoenix.
Great patience from Venenu, not using his ultimate from mid because it was guaranteed down, but nobody in the front line. Nero Ma too far back forward. Skeleton was coming back from the fountain. Left side Phoenix falling as well. This is trouble, like I mentioned before. Oxygen Supremacy, they were down 5,000 gold literally 1 or 2 minutes ago.
We talked earlier on, Tolly, and you were saying this game's pretty much over for Oxygen. Is this over right now? Is Memory of Gabe in the driving seat completely here?
If they can get this next Fire Giant, then yes, this game will be completely over. I still think that they can win a team fight potentially here, but they have to make sure that none of the fire waves flooding down middle or the dual lane side will enter that Titan room to chip it away.
With only 1 teleport available, Kiki's one of the ones that he's going to have to defend those lanes. Memory of Gabe, however, will pick up the Portal Demon here, ready for the next Fire Giant to spawn as well. Fire Giant not up for another couple of minutes yet because they're still on them. They're not going to realistically, do you expect them to siege the tier 1 and tier 2 on right before this Fire Giant ends?
They could at least get the tier 1 tower, then while they're doing that, they can start warding very aggressively between the blue and the speed buff, and this will allow them to spot out Venenu that could be out of position, or maybe trying to sneak around behind the Fire Giant. And the way Memory of Gabe has been positioning themselves, they're taking advantage of anybody from Oxygen that's out of position.
Well, this could have been the moment for Memory of Gabe to take the very first game off of Oxygen. Supremacy today. The tier 1 falls, the tier 2 will fall soon after. No defense out of Oxygen, not really surprised with 2 Phoenixes down, and still a full Fire Giant team working its way towards you, at least for a few more seconds.
25 seconds remaining on this Fire Giant buff. Kiki getting poked out a little bit, going into the sky, but once he lands, he doesn't have that hammer to teleport out of danger.
Where's he gonna go? He looked for Kiki there after the plug, but didn't find it. Instead, it's the Phoenix focus coming out from Memory of Gabe. All 5 members of Oxygen have now turned up to defend. Kiki's already low, and Kiki's been juggled. Final judgment from Horiwind. Once again, takes out another member. Snoopy in the sky, looking for the snipes. 2 in a row, not the 3rd one again. Snoopy's not on the run we've seen of days of old, but it could be good enough to stop the dream collapsing for Oxygen here today. The final Phoenix still stands as Horiwind goes unstoppable.
This is the late game top that can almost one-shot you off of one ability, synergizing off of that wall. What was a 1 pick onto Yannick earlier on has been traded out. Kiki falling as well as Data. Remember, 4 on 3 now. This right side Phoenix still getting pressure. Titan getting chipped away by this fire waves.
It's all 3 Phoenixes down here, totally. Snoopy's going to clean that up finally with the arrows with it down, and Horiwind will just destroy Nerimar again.
The fadeaway shots from Horiwind. Great play, Horiwind. Overall, 8-0 in 12. Glass Cannon top, just not afraid of the world.
And now they're just going to fall back because there's no reason to hang around here. Go buy, spend the gold they just got from the tier 1, tier 2. Final items out here. Get some more sentry wards. Maybe a couple of the power potions available once you hit level 10 as well. And then take the final Fire Giant just to make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Better safe than sorry. Memory of Gabe are probably in the best position that they've been in so far this whole set. Trying to close out their first game of this set, giving the first loss to Oxygen Supremacy.
Funny enough, Data Remember is currently 0-8 in this game.
It doesn't feel like it, though.
No, it didn't, but then I'm looking back and I'm like, maybe that's what Memory of Gabe's tricky little game plan was all along. Focus, Data Remember. Maybe he is the super secret spice that brings this team together.
There's been a lot of trades back and forth. You know, Yannick falling a lot, Sinosure falling a few times, as well as Snoopy. So I can see how these devs have been stacking up, but he's not that far behind. He's only level 17 still compared to the level 19. It feels like he should be more behind than he really is.
Very true, but he's behind enough to put Oxygen at a disadvantage on this final push coming in from Memory of Gabe. Middle Phoenix will be the first to spawn, followed soon after by the left-hand side Phoenix. Memory of Gabe may look to clean up all of them before they look to siege down the Titan.
Especially considering there's just a lot of damage of Venenu being set up by Skilldon on the right. Venenu is on the left, stunning out Kiki, doing a little bit of poke here. The meatball onto her and chunking him out a little bit.
In comes some minions, left-hand side, fire minions on the Phoenix too, but here's the engagement. Sanishot takes this guy, looks for an option. He will come straight down onto Skilldon, and one nice old crit from Snoopy will spell his demise. Next on the list is Kiki, who dashes into danger. A double kill for Warris, and the surrender vote goes up as Oxygen realize they can't win this one.
The streak is over. 7 games being shut down now. Memory of Gabe tying it up. They're going to go into game number 3 here between these two teams, and this was a different Memory of Gabe compared to the last game.
It was, but there's no smiles on their faces now because they realize, you know, game 1 did not go their way. Game 2 is even things up, but they've still got one more to play. Oxygen still have one more to play. This is the first time they've tasted defeat so far today, but it's not taken them out just yet.
Well, this is going to be a true test to see where this team stands against the best of the best. Memory of Gabe, they might not necessarily have the greatest record right now, but they all have the SPL players that have the experience and the mindsets to be able to take these sets into the long haul.
So the question is now on my lips is, what do we see Oxygen do next? Do they go for the first pick or the second pick?
To shut down Mark Maloney.
Well, let's find out what the analysts have to say, I guess, and see what they can talk about for that set. It was a very long one between the two teams. Tom, what have you got for us?
Thanks a lot, Hindu, and of course, Anatoly breaking down the game for us. Well, bringing us the game, it's our job to break it down. I'm still Tom F. Battinger. This is going to be Mr. Chaos, and then, of course, we have Taco all the way down there. We're going to break down this one for you, which is the first time that we actually have to see a loss on the side of Oxygen Supremacy. These guys have looked very, very strong throughout the entire day. Reminder, they're the Challenger Circuit team. They're kind of not supposed to be here, but they certainly have earned their way. What do you think was the major issue in Game 2 here?
It was just the focus onto Day to Remember. It just immediate shutdown of that Medusa, and he just had no freedom whatsoever to try and maneuver in and out of his lane, in and out of these team fights. And when you take a player like that who's been on a roll all day long and you shut him out to an 0-8 plus scoreline, that gets in your head.
In game number 1, you said that Chaos. You said that it was all about dual lane pressure.
Right.
And I think that we saw the sort of turnaround right there.
Yeah, I think once he ended up getting focused as hard as he did, he lost that momentum and wasn't able to pump out the damage that he needed to in team fights. And because of that, Ymir also ended up getting picked because they didn't have that damage to keep him alive and to keep their whole team comp in the game.
So earlier, we also identified that in memory of Gabe, they are a team that wins off of individual talent most of the time. They're just a stronger team at pushing their buttons than you most of the time. And game number 1, we saw some Sino Shore on the Chang'e that hasn't really been proved. Well, this time around, Sino got his Thor. We saw Herwin on a Mage. We saw some of the more traditional picks that in memory of Gabe enjoyed playing. And I think that's why they wind up with the win. Just everybody kind of got what they wanted.
I think that Walrus also did an excellent job at maintaining his composure despite that first loss going the way that it did for Gabe, because you have to consider when you're carrying so hard as an Odin and then you're unable to really capitalize off of that despite the setup you're giving your team. But that wasn't the story this time around with Osiris. He immediately just took over.
I don't want to be that guy, but that's what I said. He has the Odin and he gets a great lead and it's on an Odin. Like, good for you, buddy. The cage doesn't get any stronger when you're 4-0. Unfortunately for him and his team, they weren't able to win game 1. But then in game number 2, you give him a god that he can actually push stuff around on. Bam, he's an Osiris. He's able to make it work. In memory of Gabe, wind up finding the win. Big part of that win, though, I'm going to let you talk about the mid lane.
I think Herwin hit many, many strong ultimates. He ended up getting a lot of damage off in these fights. He was capitalizing on a lot of what Thoth does so well, is hitting people over these walls, and he opened up so many opportunities for his team to just win through these team fights.
We talked about it before game 2 about how Thoth impacts these Fire Giant dances and how your positioning is always important, but it becomes harder to do so with a Thoth. And then we saw Herwin exactly do that. He's forcing the opposition to sort of run up into the lanes or just die, and that's kind of what we saw. The Thoth really came through in the clutch, and again, I think putting Herwin on a mage like this just is a better overall shot than putting him on the Cupid.
And the snipes from downtown by Herwin were just so important for helping Gabe pick up those team fights that they really needed. The picks were essential, and because of Day to Remember, and not just Day alone, I mean, tons of members on the side of Oxygen Supremacy just falling down to these ultimates.
Well, I think that's also a key there is the fact that Day to Remember has been such a catalyst for this squad, both in his gameplay and in his what he's been able to exude on the actual reality of the battlefield here. He's out there screaming, he's out there yelling, he's taunting people, and that's a very big deal. I mean, you brought up Paradigm before and how those guys are able to sort of get in your brain. Well, is this the point? Is Day to Remember in his own head now after one match?
I really want to see how Oxygen Supremacy are going to bounce back from this moment, because it's easy enough maintaining your momentum when you're winning consistently. And I mentioned it earlier on the cast with Aggro. As long as they stay winning, they should be fine momentum-wise. But now that they've hit that little bit of a brick wall, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can surpass it.
For me, I spoke to Chaos and a couple of other players. It's less about the loss and more about the time. We went live at about 11 a.m. and now it's almost 5:30 Eastern time. And this is part of the gauntlet. It's part of the grind, and it's part of what makes this so exciting. But mental toll, energy toll, Chaos. What are we looking at? These guys have been playing for about 6 hours.
I think by playing so much, you end up getting so caught up in like everything that you're doing, and it gets very difficult to keep thinking on your feet, thinking on your toes, because you're so exhausted. It's so difficult to have to play these high intense matches, because it isn't just like a casual game. You're you're grinding for 6 hours.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know, I could do that. I could grind for 8 hours and it's fine. But when you're playing in a high competitive setting, like, it takes so much out of you.
I mean, you're looking at these guys. These guys are trying to make it to the SMITE Masters, which is, I mean, spring. That's our spring final, and they weren't even in the Pro League. So they're absolutely, you know, trying to truck it out and make it happen. And when you're looking at, like I said, you got to look at the outside lanes. Kiki and Data Remember have been able to do so much, and it's just so high octane fighting. That's what it is. That's why I'm a little bit worried here as we get deeper into the night, because Data Remember has made a name for himself today off of just being active and not just yelling, but also in-game. How long can you keep that up? That's I've got my eye on that one a little bit tentatively. I want to see how this team bounces back. Do you think we need to see a change in strategy, or is it just they got one, let's keep going again?
I imagine what they're anticipating doing at this point in time after finding their first loss is they just want to run back to what's comfortable for them. You've been playing for almost 7 hours now. You just want to have a little bit of a breather, get your mind to take a bit of a break. And if they're playing gods that they're familiar with, then I think that that'll be all the more essential for them finding another victory to progress and face off against Soar.
All right, here. Day looks ready to go. He doesn't. A lot of times we see that. A lot of times we'll show this camera during other lands, and you can definitely see it on the players' faces when they're feeling some type of way. Day obviously is not about to throw a party, but he doesn't seem like he's down in the dumps right now.
Like I said, they didn't come this far to fail here. I think they're still going to push it through and end up taking the 2-1.
Really? So what do you think is going to be the key? Is it going to be Day one more time?
I'm thinking maybe they might put Ven back on an ADC. It seems like that was been their strongest point. They play their most aggressive when he's on an ADC. Not to say that he hasn't been playing well on mages, but it just seems like it fits their overall playstyle. I think if Day doesn't get so crippled from the beginning of the game, he's definitely going to be able to make much more of an impact during these fights.
Yeah, I think a really key part is going to be Naruma. He's sort of the battery pack for that squad. He's able to just energize players and really bring them back to key form, which is what Snoopy has been known for on In Memory of Gabe. His ability to not only just provide those long-range ultimates on the ROM, but also just control a team fight on whatever god he chooses to come out with is certainly a big part of what makes Snoopy Snoopy.
I almost want to see Day take ROM away from Snoopy. He's had such an excellent performance using his snipes so efficiently throughout team fights, and even as just like an escaping route to buy him a little bit of extra time. His ROM has always been on point. I mean, that was what he initially built such a strong ADC name off of.
Yeah, like I said, when I think of Panda Cat, I think of Blink Artemis. You know, when I think of Zatman, I think of, well, a lot of stuff. But when I think of Data Remember, I'm thinking of ROM. That's what I'm thinking of, and I'm with you and KS. I think you guys both said it. Go back to what you're used to. Go back to what you're comfortable on. The ROM is absolutely what he's comfortable on. I wouldn't mind it first picked here, which is not really where you want to go with your ROM, but in this situation, I wouldn't mind seeing it at all for Data Remember.
And on top of that, if Data Remember were to get the ROM, it would provide that late game presence that I think Oxygen Supremacy really need at this point in time, facing off against a team like In Memory of Gabe, because Gabe is a lot more established as far as slowing down the pacing of a game to try and turn it into their favor.
Love the Thoth ban. I think Herwin ran that game.
I was going to say, you can definitely see that Oxygen is thinking that the Thoth must have been the deciding factor of that game because of the ults, because of all that damage that they couldn't deal with, and they're not as used to it, so you can see now they're targeting that ban.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the correct direction to walk into. In Memory of Gabe, now they have the choice. The ban ball is in their court. Which direction do you expect them to go?
As far as bans are concerned, I would imagine that Gabe there it is, the Scotty, because they know that Oxygen Supremacy has the first pick, so you don't want to allow either Venenu or Day to have that Scotty online. They've just been way too threatening with that pick and just absolutely crushing it, so just take it away.
Skeleton needs to make a little bit more noise here in game number 2 as well. He's been one of the go-to players in the entire day, so I want to see him step up a little bit more in game 2 like we've been used to seeing him do for the majority of today.
And I absolutely love the way that they've chosen to go ahead and take away that Kavrak. And no teams today have had the opportunity to play this god, and for good reason. Nobody wants to deal with it.
His level 1 is just too strong. The ground pounder, the tremors just control the situation a little bit too well. So he'll be banned out almost 100%. In fact, he is 100% banned out today.
So now Chaga and Sylv, one of them is probably going to make it through, or both, depending on what they banned over here.
And with that in mind, so if Chang'e is left available and I'm Oxygen Supremacy, I am not taking her. I'm taking what I want instead, because Sinoshore's Chang'e left a little bit to be desired. So we see the Hunbats banned out. Oxygen Supremacy have a choice. I would like to see the ROM. What do you guys want to see?
I would rather see Oxygen Supremacy even potentially default for the Sylvanas here. They went for Chang'e, which I think that's still a safe factor for them because they can utilize that to their own capabilities. I think I would have preferred for them to leave that alone because, like you mentioned, I don't think Cynosure is really that Chang'e jungler.
Right.
Like, he is a talented individual by all means, but when it comes to that style of gameplay, I don't think it fits the bill.
I agree.
I also think by giving up the Sylvanas, they gave them Sylvanas Zeus, which is very difficult to deal with in mid, and it's a very overall rounded comp. I think if they took the Sylvanas, dealing with Chang'e Zeus would have been a lot easier.
This is already pretty rough. That said, very rarely, if ever, is a game lost in the first pick of picks and bans. There are still many more characters to flesh out these rosters, and of course, the actual game has to be played. So there's certainly that. Chang'e will be paired up with 2 selections in the first half. Oxygen Supremacy, their jungler, skilled on right now, giving it some thought, trying to figure out which direction he wants to go in. Will the Chang'e wind up in the mid lane in the hands of Venenu, or will it wind up with him? Still yet to see. Terra will be a Guardian. Whether she winds up in the short lane will be answered with the Osiris selection. Osiris most likely in the solo lane. Terra most likely your support.
I definitely think in this situation they're looking for the ADC mid. You know, they picked the Osiris to get that solo pressure, and they picked the Terra and the Chang'e to round off their sustain comp. Terra does probably going to be put in support. It's not going to go too well early, although against Sylvanas Zeus, nothing really is going to do anyway. Except later on in the game, if they can get through that early game, I feel like their comp is going to scale much stronger than Memoria gave.
Sinosure gets his Thor one more time. Now, Sinosure is not this adapting or this answer character. It's definitely his rookie season. But Thor is the guy's go-to character. And like the junglers I just mentioned, he can single-handedly control a game on this character. And last game, I think we saw glimpses of it. We saw a couple of team fights that just, you could have put it at the bottom. Brought to you by Sinosure. On this Thor, this is going to be really troublesome for Oxygen.
You know what I really want to see?
What?
Is an on-her pick for the Hunter role. Because, fun fact, during the split, he had the same win percentage as Scotty with a 61% win ratio. And the fact that he hasn't been brought out so far today, for good reason. Rom and Scotty, excellent picks all around. And I just really want to see if they would potentially bring it out here.
Well, with the Medusa and Cupid bans, you have to dig deeper into your Hunter pocket. And like you said, I'm almost expecting the Chiron mid at this point for Venenu. So very curious to see where Day opts to go. Ban phase for Oxygen Supremacy. They'll be the last ban in this match. And of course, this is the last match of the set. It's a best of 3. Everything on the wire here for these two teams. Oxygen Supremacy has had a fantastic day, fighting not just through a handful, not just through 1 or 2, but 4 teams, Gabe being the 4th. And with the ROM ban, we're back to the pick phase. In memory of Gabe, they need a Hunter, but they'll pick their solo first. It'll be Vamana.
Snoopy really wants to wait it out and see what these two are going to opt for, because it's really all up in the air whether or not Oxygen Supremacy are trying to take. They don't have to necessarily take a Hunter into that mid lane, but the likelihood of them not doing that is, I think, pretty low.
We've talked a lot about the X's and O's of the game, but we also spent some time talking about chemistry and synergy and sort of the outside of the line stuff. Right now, we're looking down the Oxygen Supremacy team, and these guys are having a good time. Chaos is having a good time. They picked the Zhong'er. Why are you so excited? Well, I mean, you love Zhong.
I love Zhong. I mean, the character's super tanky. He's got a huge burst ultimate. Against Zeus, he probably can do super well early, although it's very dependent on who gets ahead early. If the Zeus gets ahead early, it's just going to stomp through the Zhong Kui. If the Zhong Kui gets ahead early, he's just going to stomp through the Zeus. Usually, if Zeus falls behind early anyway, he gets stomped. So in general, I think the Zhong is like their all-in pick. Like they're going for that. Like we're gonna try and win early, and if it does, we're guaranteed the victory.
So I usually have to do this when they select Chalk. I got to take myself out of the equation and look at it, you know, objectively. Objectively speaking, with the Zhong Kui selection, is this the composition? Can they win? Will they win?
I think they can. Zhong Kui has a pretty good early pressure. I think it's going to do well generally against the Thor, although it really depends on his positioning. And AMC.
I'm so sad. I didn't get a chance. I didn't want to like just kill chaos in that, but I am so sad because I wanted to call AMC Snoopy.
Well, you are the hunter player, so bring us. Why are we seeing the amusing crab?
He absolutely loves this god, and it does excellently against the 1v1 matchup for a Hu Yi. It's so difficult for Hu Yi to try and get away from that AMC.
It all comes down to this. With everything against the wall for the Masters, we choose Zhang and we choose Amusing Cobb. Tully and Hindu, bring us game 3, baby.
I mean, we don't choose them. These teams choose them at the critical moment for both of them as well. I like both compositions here.
I do too. The cards were dealt in a very interesting fashion, I would have to say. Zhang Kui for Oxygen Supremacy and Amusing Cobb for Snoopy here on Memory of Gabe. Things are going to get spicy really fast, Hindu.
The problem I see for Oxygen Supremacy's composition here, though, Tolly, is the fact that all their engagement relies on... It's difficult to set up the most of their engagement. They do have the crushing walls from Terra to get involved. Osiris kind of has to ult in or consistently slow on someone to catch up. Hou Yi has to ricochet or there's a waxing moon. There's not that much engage.
Well, there's a lot of AoE here between the Zhang Kui ultimate, the Hu Yi. They have the double sustain between the Chang'e and the Terra. Have Osiris for the anti-sustain against the Sylvanas from out of Memory of Gabe. The one thing that they don't necessarily have that Memory of Gabe do is the long-range safe poke that the Thor can provide to allow the Zeus to follow up with the Amusing Cobb.
Just a little bit worried about that engage thing, but the one thing that Oxygen did show is that when Noble had the engage comp, they just sat back and waited previously for the opposition to initiate first. Memory Gabe could do that. The problem is that Zeus may already get a kill before they could try and turn it around.
And Oxygen are really good about just playing the waiting game. However, the last game, there were some questionable plays where they were trying to kind of force a little bit too much.
Sure.
We saw in the dueling around level 8 how Data Remember tried to make the 1v1 play, and then Cynosure rotated underneath. And on top of that, Skeleton looking for the aggressive teleport to his own ability.
Excuse me, Oxygen, but that is a Memory of Gabe strat I see in the mid lane. That is not your strategy, my friends. They're going to try and collapse in the mid lane with 3 members, Oxygen, because Kiki's round the back of both Cynosure and Hurrywind, but they smelled it out in time, and Hurrywind will be safe enough. On the right-hand side, look what they sent there, though. Neramar did go there on Terra just to make sure Warris didn't get free farm at the beginning of the game, and now with 3 members, Oxygen can look towards the speed buff.
Hurrywind has seen those kinds of plays time in and time out before. You're not going to catch that kind of a veteran player slipping. However, still going to be able to secure the speed buff on the side of Memory of Gabe. It's going to hurt out Walrus unless he can steal this away.
Well, he went for the steal over the wall, but he was a little bit too late to the party there. Left-hand side Memory of Gabe, though, will secure their own red buff. They didn't even look to invade there, Tolly. They just went for their own safety of their own half of the map.
Wanting to get mid pressure as quickly as possible, grabbing their own red, bouncing back to mid, trying to zone away the Chang'e and the Zhang Kui, but instead of looking to invade a little bit as the Hunter pressure heavily favoring out Memory of Gabe. Amusing Cobb, one of the highest clearing Hunters in all of Smite.
Now with Eonic and Snoopy in this left-hand side, they've been available to go and invade that red buff, especially because the pressure that Memory of Gabe got in the mid lane. Purple buff does still stand here. Data Remember isn't the worst god to be in a 2v1 as Hou Yi, just for the simple reason he can ricochet from distance to at least tag the creeps.
And he has a jump Walrus, though. He's in a lot of trouble. The little baby, the fadeaway shot from Kiki confirming first blood. That's one way to shut down Mark Maloney.
Well, they get first blood, but on the left-hand side of the map, Memory of Gabe will strip the purple and the oracles as well. Once again, Skeleton looking to invest a little bit, not Skeleton, I should say, it's Neramar right now, and the support who's over in the solo lane. They've really babysat quite a bit for Kiki in these games so far.
And that's not a bad idea here, considering that a Terra in the dual lane is not going to provide you too much here, especially considering that the Sylvanas is going to outclear you anyway. There's not too much kill potential as the sustain from Eonic is going to top off Snoopy. So whereas Memory of Gabe is babysitting Snoopy, Oxygen is babysitting Kiki.
Now Warris could be in a bit more of a deficit now. Remember, he lost his blue buff on this right-hand side as well. Took a tumble for the first blood, did teleport back in, but Kiki is able to control this lane pretty well now. Only 3 potions available for Warris in his inventory, whereas Kiki still has the chalice and potions to top himself up on top of that, and the teleport up if he wants to go back.
Not having any mana potions for Walrus makes it difficult trying to stay in the lane as long as possible. He doesn't have this one-shot clear with the Umbrella Ring quite yet, so having to wait until level 7, this allows Kiki to still sit in the lane, look for a lot of bully potential with all of his abilities.
Snoopy and Eonic did proxy farm away from the left-hand side, keeping keeping Data Remember trapped under the tower. But Oxygen aren't too worried about that because nobody's in the left-hand side of the map. There's no buffs available for a little while now. But Snoopy will make sure to put some pressure onto Data Remember to make sure he can't get all the golden experience from that wave.
Ultimate still available for Snoopy on the Samuzin Cobb. He hits that. It's going to be a cripple onto Data Remember and preventing him from jump, having to use the purification beads. That's going to be a big important cooldown, and then that's going to be the jungler making these important rotations.
Skeleton's on a rotation now. Didn't look for the waxing moon there, just a bit of damage. As the blue and speed are about to come up for Memory of Gabe, that's where the intention of Oxygen seems to be on this right-hand side of the map.
Trying to look for some sort of pressure onto anywhere that they can. Ionic hiding around this corner, hoping Data Remember is going to overstep a little bit of his boundaries, but Nirama spots the Sylvanas support right around the corner. A lot of safety now for Data Remember.
Horrywin now level 6. Still not headed back to base just yet, but has picked up the red buff. Oxygen did strip the speed and the blue buff away from Memory of Gabe on the right-hand side once more. The red buff for Oxygen is about to spawn, though. Last time Memory of Gabe that went that way. We'll see if they go there again.
Not on the mark with that double tap, but it's a good little dance immunity. Everyone here from Oxygen Supremacy trying to contest this red buff with the exception of the two soul laners. Steinerscher pulls it out. Finding the double root is Nirama.
But the reset of the red buff happens. Nirama pops the Wrath of Terror. Steinerscher takes the sky as well. Gonna get a bird's eye view of what's going on here, and Skeleton is the target. Aegis absorbs a lot of the damage, but it's not going to be enough to stop the detonate damage from Horrywin. Venenu did pick up one with the ghost. Skeleton survived way longer than expected, but Horrywin finally claims him, and that chain lightning could spell disaster for Nirama. He just needs one detonate. Not needed. Steinerscher with a double tap will pick up Data Remember. 3 for 2.
3 for 2. Snoopy barely able to escape with his life there, and still having a lot of pressure though on the soul lane. Left in a 1v1 spot. We're gonna see Kiki still being a big bully, having this 1 level advantage. So despite Memory of Gabe having that little bit of an advantage on the left, they have the disadvantage which they're gonna have to answer eventually on the right.
They will eventually, but for now, as long as 4 members are winning, they don't necessarily have to worry too much about 1 member who is ahead in a different lane.
There was a point in time earlier on today when Kiki Sochiki was the Vamana, and he had a bad matchup against Aquarius playing the Osiris, but once it got to the late game, he was a force to be reckoned with. However, this time around, he has a little bit of a lead, so imagine what he's able to do once these mid to late game team fights start breaking out.
Horrywin is still not backed. He's still sat there with his starting items, still not going back to base. He's going now. Is he going to be the Doom Orb? No, he'll go straight for the pen boots. Thought he might be seeing the Doom Orb there, Tolly.
He needs mobility in order to escape the clutches out of Venenu that uses his ultimate. The only way you can get out of that, is, especially as a Zeus that doesn't have a movement ability, is just to outrun the opposition here. Not having any sort of modifiers in between sprint or any form of that means that he has to separate himself from that ghost.
Steinerscher in the sky, looking at Data Remember, trying to time it right, but it's Data Remember who timed it better. The bad news is he came down straight away and got walled by Steinerscher. Yes, the ultimate wasn't great, but the wall was so much better.
And now it's Ionic, though, that gets rooted out in play. Skeleton is here trying to confirm the kill. The Chunk ultimate could be used, as well as the Shankwi, just to answer back. A nice little response from Oxygen.
You might as well there, Tolly. Might as well pick up the kill. He's low enough to get the kill onto. The bad news is it costs you 2 ultimates.
And this could be a little bit of a window that Memory of Gabe could exploit for within the next 70 seconds or so. Gold Fury is not necessarily going to be started up at the 7-minute mark, but just to force a little encounter around these mid heartbeats, Memory of Gabe will have the ultimate advantage.
And now Venenu in the mid lane on the Zhonghui needs to restack one more time here, and he's going to do so with that exorcism after applying the card. Needs to get those extra protections in the bag for when he does use the ultimate next time round.
And having this mobility allows him to still chase down a lot of these members from Memory of Gabe, which is why he's not going for this glass cannon style right off the bat with the Doom Orb rush that he did earlier on today. Whenever he did feel very confident, he has an early dev thus far, which could have been the reasoning why it deterred his option.
Well, we're about 6.5 hours in so far since Oxygen started their day at 11 o'clock local time. We started this game, this specific one, at 5:30. These guys have been going so long, Tolly. Very little breaks so far for them today. They're basically just going to keep going to the route.
Well,
or they win.
Absolutely, and this is a great Smite action to see out of the Challenger Circuit team. The last season of the Gauntlet, we saw Most Wanted Esports. They won their first set, but then they almost won their second against Team Envious. So we could see a lot more from these members.
Sanashor just seems to be growing in confidence as this set is going on as well. The first set, not so great out of him. Second one, early game, he suffered, but he came online towards the middle of that. And now in this set, currently 2-0 and 2, equal level with Skilly so far, but he is making an impact.
Ooh, Oxygen really want to force a fight with Kiki, making the teleport Terror using his ultimate. Sinashore as well. Horwin in a lot of trouble in the backline.
But Data remembers focused by Sinashore to keep him busy. Data remember will kick Horwin thanks to the Suns though, but he'll trade out with Sinashore on the right hand side. The bad news is the ghosts are in town, and the slow from the card is good enough for Skilly to get in range. It's 3 for 1, and the last time we spoke about Oxygen doing that, they won the game after a goal fury.
Here comes the monster, Kiki, forcing the zoning between Walrus and Snoopy. He might have bit off more than he could chew, though, because the rest of his teammates have started that goal fury. He's being taken down, ready at half health here.
Oh, no.
3 members. Snoopy could look to stop this.
3 magical damage dealers are not going to bring down the goal fury quick enough at this stage. There's no secure ultimate out of them either. No Krakens, no Spirit of the 9 Winds there. You're going to have to surrender it. Kiki should have fallen back. Small mistake from Oxygen. The fight overall, though, was very good for them.
It was a good zoning mechanism, but it was just a little too long there. Could have peeled back a little bit sooner. What's a level 9 Vamana going to do at that point in time anyway? Whenever you already had a 3 for 1, at that point, you might as well at least zone around the Gold Fury, so that way the rest of your teammates can reset the Gold Fury and help you if you get in a little bit of danger.
And Kiki underestimated where Snoopy's position was there. And look at it, Snoopy now just dinged level 12. Data, remember, may hit level 10 off that wave, which puts him at a 2-level deficit against this Amusen Cobb that has been protected since the beginning of the game.
A lot of these games today have been the story of one soul laner gets ahead, whereas the enemy team's Hunter gets ahead as well. And this has been a point in time where Snoopy's more ahead of Kiki. Like you mentioned, he was level 12. He also had the red buff, I believe, during that encounter, making his in-hands just hurt a little bit too much for this Osiris player.
Well, that last team fight did even things up for Oxygen after them falling down for the first blood. Now the Gold Fury still stands, however, it's an equal game between the two. And that, at 10 minutes in, Toli, we can start looking towards where sustain is going to come from, because we do have a Chunga, we've also got a Terror on one team, and then across the way there is Sylvanas just firing those wisps off.
Ooh, Skilladon doing a nice job surviving despite getting stunned out. Could have been potentially a bad case if he got stuck on the other side of that wall. Sinashore needs to try to figure out a way to better position this wall, because these kills can easily be heavily in the favor of Memory of Gabe if that one ability forces them into the side of them.
Now, we talked about the Hunters and the duel and the level difference there. Well, Kiki had support early on in this game to pressure onto Walrus, which is still happening right now as we speak, as the blue buff is taken away from Walrus once more. But the level disparity between the two is not as big as the duo lane, Toli.
That's true. There's 3 levels that Snoopy is ahead of, whereas Kiki is only ahead about 1 level. Just now, finishing off that Breastplate of Valor is Walrus, whilst Kiki have already had that for quite a while. Venenu not electing to really follow up off of that stun. Instead, the Portal Demon is going to get started, considering that they know where everyone is from Memory of Gabe.
And with Neromar being on this left-hand side here, and Memory of Gabe looking more for the red buff. The good news is the Walrus had an idea. Something was weird because Kiki was missing, but he's against 3. Can he steal it away? No, because the waxing moon from Skilladon was very wise.
Great stun, but because of that commitment, Golf, you're going to get started on up. Neromar trying to steal it away, but Gabe finds it. Neromar having to retreat for a little bit. Sinashore going into the sky just for good measure.
And now he's just going to look around to see if there's an opportunity to continue. Instead, the call from Memory of Gabe is disengage. They will be happy to take a Gold Fury for a Portal Demon at this stage.
Slightly favoring Gabe at this point, a little more value out of that Gold Fury compared to that Portal Demon. About, let's say, 70 gold or so, but Tier 1 tower is getting sieged.
Risky, Toli, because Memory of Gabe have got a lot of ultimates available. Snoopy now comes in, slow, and the stinger onto Neromar. That did sting and hit home. Now, Memory of Gabe with 5 men strong in mid. They have wisps to be able to resustain and look to take a 5v4.
The cripple, so important to shut down the whole entire
entire kit out of the Terra with a 5-on-4 advantage. Niromon now responding for another 10 seconds. Grouped up is Memory of Gabe in the mid lane.
Do they know Kiki's there? I don't think they've seen Kiki yet. Warus just did. And maybe Memory
Waxing
of Gabe Moon! Waxing Moon hits the whole team. Hurrywin drops the ult in place. At the same time, no, the Ghostbusters are here. Venenu will try and bring them down, but he only gets Ionic.
Oh, diving into the backline is Kiki, but he misses the ultimate. The suns come raining down, but is this not enough? Snoopy in a 1v2 spot, but still in the backline is Sinosure, not on the mark with the stun, having to hammer away with the revival from Niromon. This Terra, this could now be the tier 1 tower for Oxygen, considering how low everyone is from Gabe.
Real surprise that Oxygen found an advantage here, especially when there was so many ultimates and Memory of Gabe committed in that last engagement. They won't find the tier 1 tower here with an AMC defending. The clear is just too good. Without minions, they have to fall back once more, which keeps the game at roughly 1,000 gold lead for Memory of Gabe.
Only a level 11 Hu Yi makes it a little difficult to try to truly find this tier 1 in the mid tower, but still like the mindset to go for this objective, because this puts Snoopy in a spot where he has to make the conscious decision between, does he put himself slightly out of position trying to defend this tier 1 tower, but luckily for him, Amusenkop having the long range clear, it was a very safe decision.
And you look at the deaths on the side of Memory of Gabe here, and you can see it's very similar to what the story of Oxygen have been here. It was Neromar that was always the casualty of war for the side of Oxygen, and the team went on to win. Well, right now, Ionic has died 4 times on this Sylvanas, but his team are up in kills because of it.
Not a problem for support, as long as his team is going to be the beneficiary of his sacrifice. Still a good job, though, is Walrus. He was behind a level or 2 earlier on, but now he's caught up, even feeling as bold enough to complete the Sunder on his second relic, but 3-level advantage here as Snoopy's hitting level 15, 5-0-4.
That Sunder's going to really help, though. One thing that's very good against a Zhonghui, for example, is shredding protections. That's why Nemesis is always good against a Zhonghui. Well, when Zhong pops the ultimate now, if the Sunder comes through, you can spell goodnight to that tankiness that a Zhonghui can bring to the table.
Definitely amplifying a lot of damage. 15% before it gets upgraded, 30% at the second rank. Having to be careful with the positioning, but as long as they can keep Walrus at bay, this Zhonghui can really reign supreme. Data, remember, taking a lot of poke from that hammer.
He has been abandoned in this duo lane all day, though. I've not really seen any rotations coming out from Oxygen to this side until just now. But when you look at it, Tolly, the tower's near enough dead right now. There's not really much to defend.
No, it's 3-on-3, but it's going to be about a 4-on-3 as we see Zeus making the rotation a little bit before Venenu. However, those two spot each other out.
That's one of those awkward things of like, oh, you're in mid, oh, so am I. Let's just back away. We're not going to fight because that'd just be silly.
No, one of those.
Wait for the whole team.
One of those draw-offs in like the Wild West is like, you gonna take the shot?
Are you going to fight first? You going to try and pull for your gun first?
Yeah, the reaction time.
Pretty much the same way. Mid lane, though, Venenu. Ooh, that was a very, very quick reactionary Aegis there that in the end, it's on cooldown, but he could have been in a bit of trouble.
So Sinosure hammers in and then stuns. So where's the follow-up damage afterwards? Venenu panicked a little bit, I would say, trying to use that Aegis. And at this point, this is their elimination game. They've been on a 7-game winning streak up until this last point in time.
It is, but the good news is the Aegis isn't the bigger one, I feel, for the Zhonghui. It's fantastic combined with his ultimate to get free damage off and not return the damage, but the beads are more important for him to avoid the CC, so he can at least pop the ultimate, get his protections online, or resustain with the Exorcism and Bancroft's Talent.
Normally, a lot of Zhonghuis will elect to go for more of a health build, whether it's going to be the Gem of Isolation, Ethereal Staff, maybe even the Warlock Sash, but going for a very Glass Cannon build, relying on the kit of the Zhonghui. As long as you're able to build up your souls in your bag, you're going to have all those protections in line, and this is why Venenu is deflecting away from that option.
Well, we'll see where now Venenu goes with this build, because he's got the tier 2, which could potentially be the Spear of the Magus, which is a pretty common sort of opportunity here. A lot of dot damage on the side of Zhong, but he could look for the Divine Ruin, because anti-heal is important, especially against the likes of Walrus and the Vermana, and the Wisps coming out. And not just that, Hives from Snoopy give a fair bit of healing.
With the anti-healing option from Kiki and Skilladon, I don't expect Divine Ruin to be picked up by Venenu. Instead, relying on more damage between that Spear of the Magus. Goal Fury, though, does get completed by Memory of Gabe, just a little bit too slow to react as Oxygen.
And is that stamina that's starting to take its toll here, Tolly? Or is this the composition that they're going to have to kind of wait a little bit longer for this comp to come online?
It's still really early to tell at the 17-minute mark, but Gabe is just really just dragging every inch in this battlefield. Oxygen not getting the better end of that. They're just one step too slow.
Chaos on the analyst desk, he was the one mentioning earlier on, like, if you pick Zhong and you run away with the game, you can run away with it straight away. away, but you can do the same thing with Zeus. If Zeus
absolutely.
or Zhonghui fall behind, it could be devastation for either team. Right now, Venenu is a little bit behind that of Horriwind as the Portal Demon is now being looked at.
And it's probably been the first time that Zeus has been elected to be played all day today. Yawning very low, though. The Waxing Moon being dealt damage. Sinosho's in the sky. Diving in the backline is Kiki, finding the first victim. Support for support, but Skeleton being chased by Walrus.
And on the backside, Horriwind is being run down by Kiki right now, but he's got support from Snoopy and Sinosho. Snoopy will clean up Venenu. Both mid laners dead. Kiki falls back towards his team, but walks right towards Walrus. Skeleton's trying to help him out of a tricky situation, but the wall from Sinosho will deny an option of turnaround there. The Portal Demon now being looked at by Memory of Gabe. Data, remember, Tolly, he was in the duo lane then, tries to rotate. In the end, he just ends up getting a tier 1.
And the fact of the matter was, that was a 2-for-2 for quite a while, up until that last kill onto Kiki, but they were fighting 4-on-5. Not only that, Snoopy is just so far ahead. Level 18 a Musenkopf. However, that one ultimate from Data Remember could have turned the tide. A zoning ultimate could have deterred anyone from chasing down anyone else on the form of Oxygen.
It's just a waiting game now for Oxygen. With them being 3 kills down, they lose the Portal Demon. The Oracles on the left are going to go before I think we can see a contest coming out from Neramar. Not going to find the kill, unfortunately, there. Nice little try, though, to make it a 1-for-1 split. The Gold Fury's still down, though, for 3 minutes. So the windows of extra opportunities in the mid lane objective-wise is not available for either team.
Not yet, but Sinosho have been doing a good job thus far with his Tectonic Rifts. He's always in the right spot at the right time, trying to set up his teammates, and we've seen how much follow-up damage that Horriwind and Snoopy have been able to capitalize off of this setup. And this is the point in time now with Walrus playing this Vamana. As he's getting into the late game, he's been able to now take his 1 to 2 level deficit from earlier on with a 1 level advantage.
And right now, Kiki's so cheeky. He's had a good early to mid game, but as we started to approach the late game, this is where Osiris really struggles, Tolly. He's really just a meat box that gets in your way for the most part. Damage output can be useful if you're ahead, but at the moment, he's only just even.
This reminds me of the kind of style that Verizial kind of plays the Thor, but diving in the backline, Skeleton finding a nice Waxing Moon, trying to keep his tier 1 tower alive, but Nano diving.
But it's only going to hit onto Ionic. Kiki around the back, now looking to engage, but a good ult from Ionic will disengage that for now. Horriwind drops his ult at the same time, however. Nice ricochet coming out from Data Remember. Sinosho to the sky.
The Thunder is going to be good. Walrus finding the kill onto Skeleton. Venenu nowhere to go. The downfall of the Zhonghui.
2 kills for Walrus and Kiki on the front. He could be the third if Walrus wants it, but Horriwind will deny that option with a quick detonate. Aegis forced by Data Remembers. Now Memory of Gabe barrel down the mid lane. They take the tier 1, still 5 members strong. They can look at the tier 2 as well.
Finding these picks onto Venenu and to Skeleton early on makes it so much easier for everybody else. Just overstepping their boundaries was Oxygen Supremacy. Going too far out of their tier 1 tower. They have nowhere to go, and they're going to lose their 4th member here. Tier 2 already fell, and this could easily be the mid Phoenix.
With 30 seconds on Neramar, 4 or 5 seconds still on Skeleton and Venenu as well. The Phoenix in mid will indeed fall down. Data Remember, no ultimate available. It's a double tag, forced to dash away. That will be the Phoenix.
Easy pickings here, just staggered deaths all across the board here for OS, and this is not looking too good. They were winning 7 games in a row, and now they're about to lose 2 if they can't stop Memory of Gabe's onslaught.
Let's be honest, Oxygen came in this without much of a hope for many people. They're like, yeah, they've got some experienced names on that team that have been around the scene before, but they couldn't make it to the Pro League at the start of this split. What's going to be any different? Maybe they have a good set against Flashpoint. Maybe. But have a good set against Flashpoint, have a good set against Noble, destroy LG as well, and then make Memory of Gabe go to 3 games. Even if they lose this, they can hold their heads high.
Well, I don't even know. Like, maybe in the beginning of this, that was their mentality, but heading into this set against Memory of Gabe, especially after they won the first game of the set, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be a little, not necessarily too emotional, but a little bit disappointed considering the fact that they had the potential. They were just 1 game away from getting to that next step.
Well, we're talking like it's over, and it's not just yet, but it is at a critically negative moment for Oxygen right now, with the middle Phoenix being down. Lucky for them, though, they've still got 3 towers standing, so even if they lose, the Titan is going to be a little bit more tankier if they look to try and end after a terrible team fight. Gold Fury to Memory of Gabe.
Extending their advantage a little further, about 9,000 in the lead now, heading into the 22-minute mark. Fire Giant could be the next option for Memory of Gabe, considering that Fire Waves will be flooding down the mid wave. Could be an easy attempt, especially considering of all the pressure that they have in the side lane. Snoopy looking to push down that dueling.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, at the moment, though, it looks like Memory of Gabe are just looking to try and split the map apart. They seem to be quite happy with these small skirmishes where the whole of Oxygen aren't grouped together. That's where Oxygen have really thrived in this tournament so far this weekend, in my opinion, is getting that 5-man unit together and making big wins happen. Memory of Gabe in this set haven't really allowed them to do that too much. They've always been looking for the 1v1s, the 2v2s, the 3v3s, and when the team all gets there, the fight's pretty much already over.
I think the turnaround rather, to shut down Oxygen was the Thor pick coming out of Sinashore. He doesn't have to commit too close to the thick of the action. He can still find the long-range poke, and with that kind of burst potential out of Memory of Gabe, there's not too much healing that could really be done between Skilldon and Niroma.
Just want you to note, there is still an Amusen Carb in this game, and the Amusen Carb is still alive. Yes, that is right. Involved in all kills. 100% kill participation coming out from Memory of Gabe on Snoopy, and he's still alive. But like you said, the Portal Demon was stolen by Oxygen, so a small glimmer of hope here.
It's a little bit of gold into their pocket. Obviously, they can't really take full advantage of it as they have to try to deter the Tier 1 tower from being taken, but it doesn't seem that anyone wants to commit. Instead, electing to take the safer option and protecting at least the 1,500 gold in the form of the Tier 2.
Memory of Gabe a little bit confident now with their level leads that they have, thanks to the gold they've got in the coffers as well. Looking for the walls from Sinashore on the double taps over and over again. Kiki has to eat the brunt of the damage on the forefront here, but it's going to start to whittle him down. Luckily enough, he does have sustain from Chang'e.
Memory of Gabe backing off. They're trying to control the vision, but a nice little sentry ward from Oxygen spotting out one ward. Doesn't see the other one right above it. Walrus trying to zone out. He's going to dash on into Skilldon. The wall from Sinashore is good.
This is perfect, Ollie, because all Memory of Gabe are trying to do is put pressure for the mid lane. There is the Phoenix is about to come back up. There's a full minion wave on the Titan, and as soon as someone shows their face, guess where they're going to go, Tolly?
Straight to the Fire Giant. 5-on-3 for a little bit. Venanu still staggering behind a little bit. Kiki with the ethereal form. He's very tanky here. He can absorb a lot.
This is just bait from Memory of Gabe. They're trying to make sure Data Remember either commits or stays out, and if they do that, they can just try and take a 4v5. Skilly's knocked down very low down the right-hand side, but it did cost Warriors his ultimate to do that. Data Remember has defended the middle Phoenix for now. Memory of Gabe realizing they're going to have to commit to this soon, but here comes Oxygen.
Vamana with a Frostbound Hammer can chase indefinitely. That's exactly what's happening. Diving in the back lane is Sinashore, but a nice waxing moon. Not enough time to buy. Kiki's going to fall right now. Venanu with the ghost all onto Snoopy.
Not enough to pick up a kill though, and instead Memory of Gabe are running them down like dogs. And still in the mid lane is the Ho Yi's not able to get to this fight. Nerumar's dead. Over the wall comes Data Remember. He could clean up for a Penta if he was lucky, but immediately Memory of Gabe turned tail and looked to disengage.
Oh my goodness, the stun from Sinashore, the honey and the slow from Snoopy, making it just more difficult for Oxygen to chase down all these 5 low members. They're in the low greens, the mid yellow health bars. That could have been an easy cleanup, but Data Remember, like you mentioned before, he had to stay in the mid lane because those fire minions could easily chip away at the Titan and then take away the mid Phoenix that just respawned for free.
Well, round 3 of this Fire Giant. Memory of Gabe not really committing to this too much though. It looks like they were poking out to see what kind of response was going to happen. They realized themselves that this would be a terrible fight to take. Only Snoopy with an ultimate available right now. Memory of Gabe choose to just take the wins from the towers and fall back.
I'm surprised that Oxygen don't even go for Fire Giant there. If they knew that Memory of Gabe had all backed, there was only one member. That member was Walrus to be able to try to stop that objective.
I think the issue is, Solly, they didn't have wall coverage down there, so they were a little bit worried that they, Memory of Gabe would have seen that going on. One of them would have delayed back in and just stopped that idea in its tracks immediately. Red buff going to go to Data Remember on the left-hand side here, unless he gives it over to Venanu, who's been relatively quiet on the Zhonghui, I want to say here. He's been involved with the ultimate and got some decent damage up as you'd expect, but it's not as much as some of the other gods in this game.
It's just a different kind of style from what we're used to seeing all day today. To go from these bursty mages to a lot of these hunters to now to go for a damage over time mage, it's not really panning out well for him.
He's pinned in place for a moment or two, forced to Lord of the Afterlife. left defensively. Hurricane gets a very good ultimate off of his zoning tool. Sanashaw's looking for the collapse. It gets 3! It's not them they're after, though. He wanted Kiki. He was peeling for his team. Kiki was isolated. Kiki falls. 4v5 again.
Niroma, he's in the front line. Not going to be able to do too much here. Nice little meditation just to top him off, but that Zeus bouncing every single arc of lightning.
But just keep an eye on the ults here. There is still 2 available for Oxygen here. Only Snoopy has the Stinger available, whereas Veneno has the Ghosts up. Neromar will be the first one to show vision and keep an eye on how low the Fire Giant's getting. Gotta be careful about how they transition through the jungle here, Oxygen, especially because of the Zeus Chain Lightning.
The Fire Giant is really low, but it's still being leashed. Neromar having to stun out 2 into the sun. Tianic taking a lot of damage. Wallace knocking up 2. The Ghosts are coming out.
But Veneno's already dead. He got bursted down by Snoopy. There wasn't enough damage to keep him alive. No tankiness on the side of the Veneno. We mentioned that it's all damage output, which means you're going to fall down. Snoopy gets a double. Skeely's going to fall down to Walrus. And next on the list, it was a day to remember for Oxygen. But I'm pretty sure right now, the dream has collapsed.
This is going to be a deicide if they find Kiki, but instead of allowing him to live a little bit longer, there's no way Kiki can really survive this. Walrus is going to deter the backing for a little bit longer. Herwin clearing out the wave, and this is going to be a free Fire Giant. 4 members dead here for Oxygen.
It should be a free Fire Giant. There's only Kiki left alive at less than half health. Herwin can just sit here and zone all day. He's not having to commit against Kiki. He just needs to keep eyes on and go, where is he? What's he doing?
As long as Herwin knows that Kiki's here. Dead in mid-air. No landing for you, Kiki. Unofficial deicide and the Fire Giant going in the way of Memory of Gabe. And the reason why Herwin did that was twofold. One, he wanted to make sure that he spotted out Kiki. If he's on the map, that means he's not in base with full health and about to teleport back into the back of the Fire Giant. Second was just to find a sneaky kill like that.
And he finds the sneaky kill to just increase his stat line a little bit more. The middle Phoenix is already weakened after the last couple of fights as well. And with the Fire Giant and all 5 members of Memory of Gabe now, they will turn their attention to this right-hand side with minions pressuring in. Tier 2 tower, let's take some free gold.
12,000 gold. Right now, it's about to be 13.5 after this Tier 2 on the right. The mid Phoenix is very vulnerable, about half health after the respawn. Right side Phoenix is going to be the first target for Memory of Gabe.
Still a 4v5 for a few more seconds though, but all 4 members of Oxygen have their ultimates available. Scrap that day to remember, just used his as a zoning tool there for the best of his ability. Memory of Gabe won't be too upset to see that one on cooldown for this next engagement.
They still have Venania's ultimate to be able to zone a little bit more. If Memory of Gabe commit full on the right-hand side, it's going to be interesting to see just how much damage these ghosts truly do.
The amount of damage Snoopy's doing now, totally, Venenu is going to have to ult in, pop beads, pop Aegis at the same time just to be able to get towards their opposition. Because if not, Snoopy will two-shot him.
Ooh, nice little stun by Neroma, but no real follow-up. Holding on to the Waxing Moon is Skilledon.
Walrus goes in, pressures onto Neroma, gets tower aggro. The ultimate from Horrywin should delete Neroma, but no, it's Skilledon first down. Sadishaw went in very deep there, but he won't be too disappointed as his team is still in a decent enough position. Kiki has respawned and comes around the back, but forced to Lord of the Afterlife back towards the mid lane.
The mid Phoenix, though, is vulnerable. It gets taken out instantly. Snoopy having to retreat a little bit. He's going to get chased down, though. Kiki getting slowed by that Frostbound Hammer. Ionic looking for the pull, not going to find it.
And in the end, Kiki will get away. On top of that, though, Memory of Gabe got what they came for. They get the right-hand Phoenix, the weakened middle Phoenix, and turn their attention to the final Tier 2 tower that is keeping Oxygen in this game.
Slow and steady. Memory of Gabe, they know what's at stake here. They do not want to be knocked out of contention of this North American Gauntlet by the Challenger Circuit team that's had such a great run thus far today.
Right now, they can just head back to Gold Fury, Memory again. There's nothing else they can really do on this left-hand side. You know, they're a little bit worried without having Sinashore here, with all the ults invested in the last engagement. Just strip the jungle to make sure there's no small window for Oxygen to get anything.
2 fire waves between middle and right side. It's about to start trickling down on those lanes, and it allows Memory of Gabe to just fall on back, get this Gold Fury before the final push, trying to control and get the last 6-slot items, selling off the starter items, Mantle of Discord, and Item to Me line just now finishing off for Walrus. And this is going to be one tanky baby.
So AMC and Zeus in this game. First time for both of them so far today.
And Jean-Qui.
And Jean-Qui as well. But the key is, did Memory of Gabe to get to this point?
And Huyi.
To get to this point, Totally, did they have to invest some of their strategies they wanted to hold for later on in this tournament?
I don't necessarily think so, because every single game is do or die. Honestly, Memory of Gabe probably didn't even expect Oxygen to get this far. They probably thought it's going to be Team Allegiance or maybe even Noble at that point. They didn't expect probably Oxygen or Flashpoint to make it this far, but the fact of the matter was there's still great contention from Oxygen. They got this far, a 7-game winning streak. They gave a run for Memory of Gabe's money.
But they're going to be too late getting back to base here, I think, because only Data remembers here, right-hand side. You can see the recall coming out from Skeeton as quick as he can, fast as his legs can carry him, and the Bunnies too, just to get to this Phoenix to defend. They're trying to backdoor it, though, the Memory of Gabe there. They got the ultimate at Data remember one more time, and there goes Skeely.
Not able to find too much damage here. Sinishore is going to go into the sky, diving the back line onto the Chang'e, forcing out the Aegis.
In goes Venenu with the Ghost on the backside now, looking to get as much damage off as he can. Immediately, Memory of Gabe turn tail and flee, just trying to stay alive for a moment, and they will do so. Sustain is the name of the game right now, but Oxygen do not want them to be able to get the Wisps and re-sustain back up.
But look at this, look at the Titan room. The Titan's being taken down a little bit here, and a lot of trouble. Is Waller stuck in a bad spot, but taken out. Niruma, no problem. Everyone really low from Oxygen. Memory of Gabe, they want to be able to close this one out.
And Hurrywin will get a double kill. Kiki on the left-hand side will fall. Sinishore will fall. Memory of Gabe will finally do it. They've taken down Oxygen. They have put them on life support and finally pulled the plug. Oxygen did so well to get to this point, Tully, but their dream has collapsed.
And they didn't go down without a fight. Memory of Gabe winning that 3rd game, the first set to have the 3rd game in a row thus far. And with this win here, we're going to see Memory of Gabe in the next set against Soar Gaming.
But Memory of Gabe will probably not be happy or expecting to have to have done as much as they did today so far. They probably expected a quick 2-0 here, but having seen the performances out of Oxygen today, you've got to look at them and go, geez, these guys are real shoo-ins for the relegations now. The bottom teams, the bottom 2, Noble and Flashpoint, they're going to be really running scared of them.
Oh, absolutely. There's no denying just how well of a performance that this team put up today.
Sure, fantastic work from Oxygen, but it wasn't good enough to beat Memory of Gabe. Gabe will march on to face Soar. The winner of that goes to face United on Sunday.
Oof, that's going to be quite an exciting match. Sunday finals, NA versus EU, the wildcard best-of-1 action.
But that's all over the course of the weekend. We've still got plenty more to bring you today. First of all, let's head over to the analyst desk with Chaos, Tom, and Taco to break down that Game 3.
What an incredible set that we saw so far. Chaos waving the friends at home, I guess. What an incredible day that we saw for In Memory of Gabe. Unfortunately, all of their hard work and hard efforts, we started at 11. We're 7 minutes in. See ya. It's all about the other 2 teams now. All of that, I won't say for nothing. I think they've impressed a lot of people. I think they obviously have a great story to tell. But more importantly, come relegation, I think that they're going to make some waves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, I stated it earlier today, whether or not they managed to progress onwards to the final boss, I still think that this was a really important stepping stone for this team to take, and I really just hope that they continue to develop and progress as a whole team.
I'm with you on that. That was a pleasure, just honestly a pleasure to watch that team really do as much as they did, and I don't root for people here on the desk. You're laughing because I was rooting for them there in Game 3. I got audibly mad when they didn't kill Snoopy. I thought they might have been able to come back and grab it, but unfortunately for them and their fans, but fortunately for In Memory of Gabe and their fans, it went the different direction. Snoopy on the amusing cob. This character is laughed at by most of the Smite scene, but coming through hot. Why is AMC so strong?
I think the thing is they weren't able to capitalize on him early. Unfortunately, Zhang ended up dying in these fights early to Zeus, so he wasn't able to get ahead. He kept trading equal, and unfortunately, IMOG was so far ahead at that point that No, sorry.
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
That every time that Zhang ended up going on AMC, AMC just actually shredded through him and was able to kill him before Zhang could kill him. So there was never that fair trade. Even though AMC was a mobile, Zhang wasn't able to take advantage of that.
And I think more so than anything, I think that Gabe just managed to finally find Oxygen's kryptonite, and that was shutting down Day to Remember consistently in all 3 games. We didn't get to see the same kind of performance out of Day to Remember, and whether it was fatigue or whatever you want to call it, either way, Snoopy had the shutdown onto this man's and was not letting him do anything.
A big point that I'm going to steal for myself that Chaos mentioned off the air was the fact that the jungle choice was Chang'e. By having a jungler like that instead of the traditional jungler, Snoopy on the Amusing Cop is a little bit safer. You're not going to get surprise blinked on or anything out of the jungle, and so having that in mind, Snoopy's able to hang out in that long lane, farm up, and then make plays like this happen.
I mean, there was a point in the game where he was immediately, like at this stage in the game, Snoopy was 14 going on to 15 when Day was barely hanging on to level 11. It's just the entire game, he had at least a 3-level disparity between the 2 hunters. And when you consider such a strong 1v1 hunter like AMC facing off against somebody who struggles a little bit more in the earlier game like Huye, that was just overall absolutely devastating for Oxygen to try and bounce back from.
Yeah, the Huye was an interesting choice. I have seen Day to Remember play it well, but I think that part of it does come down to fatigue. Day to Remember was such an integral part of a lot of what we saw out of him and his team today, and then in that game number 3, just late or absent all those team fights, unfortunately.
He just didn't seem like he was showing up early enough to the fights, and when he did, it didn't seem like it was as impactful as it could have been.
So whatever the reason it may be, we see the challengers finally fall down. They traveled, they climbed, and they almost made it to the end, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Venenu standing by with Toli. Let's talk to the mid laner.
Thank you, Tom. I'm here with Venenu, the mid player from Oxygen Supremacy, going 7-2 today in the North American Gauntlet. Tell me, was stamina an issue for you and your squad in the last set?
Towards the end, yeah, we really were getting burnt out. We tried our best to keep everything going. At the first game that we lost to IMOG, once we hit that wall, it was really hard to come back from, because we were ahead, and then we ended up like losing a little more, and then we just couldn't get back.
At what point did you guys know you were going the distance? Was it even before you showed up this weekend?
Yeah, we actually we were just scrimming all the time at anybody we could get. We scrimmed pretty much all week with E United. We were really happy to get those scrims, and they helped us a lot in learning everything.
Tell me about like some of these scrims, not revealing any of their strategies, obviously, but how has it helped you and your team grow?
Like just stamina. Like we played a lot, like as much as we could every single day, because we knew we were going to go far in this. Like we were very, very confident going into this. And we just played so much and like just played everything we could and just learned and learned and learned, and then we came here and did really well.
I gotta say, looking at your team compositions here between, you know, your burst mages, your hunters in the mid, and then going into the Jean Kui at the end of the day, tell me about the mindset picking in and locking that Jean Kui.
We've practiced that a lot, and it worked almost every single time. Just sadly, the AMC got out of control, and I got one shot every time.
So tell me now, how is the communication, would you say, between like earlier on today? Like you guys seemed so comfortable every single set up until, like you mentioned, that last game or the first game rather that you lost.
It was good. We came into it, we were really like having the practice rooms and everything. It really helped us like go. And like got the land jitters off and everything. And the first game especially, like we just got everything off. Going in, we just kept going. Comms were great. Niruma, a really, really good person, like keeping everything good. Kiki especially, keeping the mood very good and everything like that.
Yeah, so you guys have been to LAN before, with the exception of Niruma. You know, you were formerly in Team Allegiance, and then obviously Kiki and Skilladon and Team Envious. Day to Remember has been to a few LANs before in his AVGL days. So how has that been in terms of you guys supporting Niruma in his first LAN?
Niruma, he's been around the circuit for a while. He's been playing Challenger Cup for a long time with Panda Cat. Actually, he was one of them, and he's been used to it and gotten more. And especially here, he just got more, like, especially being like with the team, like knowing who you're with, like really strengthened how he was playing. And he also plays on high ping, so it kind of helped him here.
So tell me now, what's the future for you and your team moving forward? How confident are you guys going into the relegations?
Very, very confident. We're very proud on how we played today. we wish we could have gone further, but we played very, very well, and I hope we made everybody proud.
It seems that you guys are extremely flexible here during Picks Advance, and you guys have just been so dominant every single game. Even against Memory Game, Gabe, the games that you guys won, you guys gave them a run for their money. So is there any other final shout-outs you want to give before we throw it back to the analysts?
Shout-outs to Oxygen Supremacy, our sponsor, and shout-outs to Control Freak.
Well, we're going to be throwing it to the analyst here momentarily here, though. Great performance by you guys. Oxygen Supremacy going 7-2 today in the North American Gauntlet, but we're going to have a final set here. It's going to be Memory of Gabe against Soar Gaming. We're going to throw it to the analyst. Tom, take it away.
Fresh notes. Nothing on it just yet. What a change from just bringing over pounds and pounds of P's and B's. What a rush. What a fun experience to watch those guys bring it up. But one more time, I've spent my entire Friday upgrading my desk. This time, I've got Chapo. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. It's going good. How are you doing?
Not bad. Can't complain. Taco's going to join me one more time as we break down the final set for our Friday in memory of Gabe taking on Soar. The winner of this will go on to play E-United, which will be over on Sunday. Let's take a snapshot of where these teams have traveled so far. As I said, the challengers, Oxygen Supremacy, 1, 2, 3 in a row. They're able to win, but in memory of Gabe comes up a little bit too strong in the last one. What do you think was the really big key for in memory of Gabe to take that last set?
In my opinion, I think Oxygen's Supremacy was like the fatigue was getting to them. You could see it in their decision making, and even in their picks. I mean, that Muzen was like so good to pick it last because, like you said, the Chong got camp pressure in a Muzen and they left him alone.
Yeah, so fun stuff coming out from memory of Gabe, pulling out the using Cobb pocket to pick. Certainly one of Snoopy's go-tos, but we don't always get to see it. So a lot of fun to see that one. Soar, on the other hand, this is a team that we haven't seen at all today. They sport a new solo laner, Benji leaving the squad sometime during the spring split, bringing over Fine OK. Another one of these players from sort of the underbelly of the pro scene, a Challenger Cup player, but a strong player in his own right. What can you tell us about Fine OK?
I mean, we got to see a little bit of him towards the end of that initial split that they just passed through, and Fine OK's gameplay was absolutely phenomenal from what we were able to see, and it looks like he was the missing puzzle piece that Soar really needed to start finding their victories.
Yeah, he certainly has looked really strong and certainly have worked out so far. The rest of the team Soar, this was one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the more exciting squads. Here they are fighting their way through the gauntlet, although they've got a pretty nice seat up on top. Going against Soar, what do you think is one of the harder things that Soar brings to the table?
Honestly, in my opinion, I think it's their mechanical skill between the jungle and mid. Andy translating to mid doesn't mean his mechanics go away. He's still bringing, the raw snipes, the Scylla ults, the Scylla root crushes, and it's very consistent. Homie Efe, being another very mechanical player. I think they bring a powerhouse in between them too.
Yeah, I think that's really the key for me as well, is the fact that Answer used to be one of the best junglers in the world and steps aside for one of the best junglers in the world. That's not going to break down anytime soon. You combine that with what Andy's been able to do in the mid lane. Now, it didn't start off perfect. Andy did take a little time to really get going, but all of a sudden you started seeing the snipes from downtown. Ra being the main character that we expect to see in the mid lane, but certainly has a number of other gods at his disposal.
Homie and Andy are certainly a dynamic duo, but on the other side of the pond, Gabe are warmed up now, and this was kind of the thing that we talked about when we saw Oxygen facing off against all these other SPL teams, was that they had their initial set against Flashpoint, which allowed them to warm up and start preparing before the fatigue took place a little bit later on in the day, but Gabe are just ready to go at this point in time.
Yeah, speaking to the players, there's a happy medium between being ice cold and a little bit too much internal, and I think that one set is a nice little warm-up spot coming into this one. I've asked all the players so far, how do you feel about being ice cold like Soar versus a little bit warmed up like Gabe?
In just your shot calling, you're less hesitant. You already warmed up. You already made good calls. So you're relaxed when you just go in. You're like, yo, just fight at my top right mids. You know it's good. And Soar, your first game, you're like, oh, I don't know if it's good. You're hesitant, and it can affect your play.
Also, there's something to be said about the sort of the mini metas that we see experienced coming out in these LANs. Gabe, a little bit more. They've jumped in already. Although, to be honest with you, I don't know if I would identify. I can't really identify anything special or new about this LAN particularly. It's just been what is Oxygen going to pull out of their bag of tricks, and how can we combat that? So now that we're without that, it kind of just comes back to OLSPL, In Memory of Gabe versus Soar, and I think that comes down to, well, one of these guys right here. Support players are going to be a big deal in this matchup. Jigs on your screen right here, certainly a big part of what Soar's able to do. What's your biggest point, Taco, about this support player?
Well, I don't think that Soar is even necessarily at too much of a disadvantage here. They've had all day to analyze every single team that's been playing so far. They've had a chance to even potentially try and pull some of Oxygen's strategies, and Jigs alone is a very pensive support player. He likes thinking through every single possibility, especially whenever games are developing, and he's certainly somebody who's going to pay attention to the little details and utilize those to his team's advantage.
From the outside looking in, Jigs is a cerebral player that leans more aggressively than not, but still keeps his mind on the peel game. What's playing against Jigs like, Chapo?
He's very consistent with the CC. I mean, just like I said, homie F. Anderson, he sits right there with him in the as in the support. He's a very mechanical support. When you think support, you don't think mechanics. You think, he's good at shot calling. He can analyze, the cooldowns, where to be, where not to be. But he's doing that and being mechanically consistent. So that's where I think he brings his greatness.
Yeah, he's always been one of the more mechanically gifted players over there in the support role. Whether he's in lane or he's traveling across the map, Jigs is always making an impact.
I play for Soar Gaming. Started off on cognitive gaming in spring of 2015, and then I moved on to a coaching position when I got an offer from Team Solo Mid. I spent that season, the rest of the season, with TSM learning what it takes to make a top team, and then I decided to form Soar Gaming for the beginning of Season 3. The main goal for this year is to make Worlds, of course. The only team we have any worries facing is United, because they're the only team that we don't really scrim at all, and we also didn't get the chance to play them in the actual split. Yeah, so we had a really rough start. We knew Annister would be good at mid by like the summer split or later on in the year, and we were willing to invest that time and stay together as a roster, and he's actually come a really long way already. But we had a really rough start because we didn't really know what was going on in the meta. We had Benji, who obviously didn't want to be on the team and then pulled that stunt. And we also had a really rough schedule. We started off facing Luminosity and Eager, who mainly kept the rosters the exact same or did keep the roster the exact same. And all those factors combined, and then we had to forfeit because of the Benji situation. So all those factors combined, we started 0-6 actually. But then Annister had some family issues where he literally could not play in the games, so we had to use a sub for the next one that we've literally never played with before. And we managed to pull a split out against AOG, but after Andy came back, we didn't lose any games with our full roster after we picked up Fine OK. So by now we feel like we found our footing.
Confident as always. Soar definitely had a couple of struggles along the way, but still Jigs maintains that confident attitude, which I think is so important. A lot of people talk about, especially in this world of esports, everybody's talking about their brand and this, that, or a third. Jigs is just Jigs, and some people aren't going to like that, and that's okay. And that's kind of why I like seeing him play. He's just going to be that guy. He's going to be confident. That's something that you have in common with him. How important is that to bring into your gameplay?
I think you just play your own game. You bring out your own gods. You are who you are when you play, you know what I mean? You bring out what you're good at, and then you make the weakness at what your opponent.
That's why Soar finds himself sitting at number 2, or I guess number 3. We do have Sunday. Across the way, his support counterpart will be Ionic. He'll be playing for In Memory of Gabe, and it's actually interesting. Ionic and Jigs have played together and have been a part of a unit for a long time.
And I actually really like this matchup because one thing I didn't even consider either was the fact that Soar really want to progress because they want that game, or that set, I should say, against E United. And if Gabe is the only thing standing in their way, this is going to be a difficult situation all around.
Yeah, I mean, you could hear Jigs try not to, but absolutely had to touch on the Benji situation.
Oh, the sniper was there.
Benji leaving the team mid-spring split, leaving them without a solo laner for a week, forcing the team to forfeit an entire week's worth of points, arguably why they're here in the Gauntlet instead of already at Masters. So certainly a score that Soar in general, Jigs included, wants to settle. But that's after the hurdle of In Memory of Gabe, and great friend Ionic stands in the way. We broke down Jigs as one of the more mechanically gifted players, in the support role. Well, Ionic, he's got some mechanics, but I always look at him as more of the shot caller game plan guy.
Ionic seems more like the brawler kind of support. If anything, he's like a bit of a hybrid between the Pain to Beyond and Trix tank to a certain extent. He's aggressive when he needs to be, and we've seen that before when he's been pulling out Hercules support, for instance, but at the same time, he can also do the peeling aspect of things with Sylvanas, Sobek even, and just all around pretty well-rounded.
Yeah, he's able to really do a lot. Here you can see him just kind of lost in thought. Perhaps not lost, but at least just thinking about this next matchup. A lot of interesting directions that In Memory of Gabe and Soar can walk in. But honestly, I think it all comes down to the jungle here. Supports are perhaps the heart and soul of these two teams. I think you look at Jigs and Ionic as the leaders, as the go-to guys to really listen to. But Homie Efe, the Iron Homie, he's going to be doing the heavy lifting. Small in stature, but large in basically everything else. This guy is going to really try and do whatever he can to bring a win for his team. And honestly, it's not that far-fetched. Homie Efe, one of the best damn players in the whole league, if you ask me.
And I agree. And being a jungler myself, I'm excited to see Sino versus Homie. They both have around the same god pool, the Thor, the Susano. They're very aggressive, in-your-face junglers, but they also could bring out the Chang'e, which is like really big right now. And I just want to see it the way who sets the pace, because I think they both are pretty good at that.
See, that's the key for me. I think that Sanoshore has always going back into the console side, he has a play style. He's definitely one of the more aggressive styles, and Taku and I agreed before during the analysis segment about Chang'e. It's there, but it's not perhaps his top shelf pick. A player like Homie Efe, on the other hand, can play both sides of that coin, and that's why I'm so excited about this jungle matchup, because Homie Efe is going to play whatever he wants, but Sanoshore right here, he's going to pick the Thor, he's going to pick the Blink Circuit, and he's just going to zigzag all over the place. This guy, I mean, you played against him both on PC and in the console world. What can you tell us about Sanoshore?
He's improved like crazy. I mean, his decision-making in the past probably like year, I've seen it, turn into a very disciplined player. And coming to PC and being surrounded by these top-tier players, Ionic, Snoopy, you evolve even faster than you would normally. And I think, we're starting to see that as he's almost in the finals.
That was a question that I was going to pose to you, making the transition from console to PC yourself. You brought a teammate of your own, Uzi, and your team Noble is very much a project team, whereas In Memory of Gabe comes through with 4 arguable superstars and then grabs Sanoshore. What do you think that experience was like for him, just being thrust here in the spotlight?
I think it was probably a great feeling, knowing these guys. You almost look up to them when you're from the Xbox scene, because Xbox is looked a little bit down upon compared to the SPL. And these guys, were on the top tier teams, and like you said, they're a superstar. So just getting pushed in there, it means you got to show up, and you have no other option. And he's done it.
And not only has he done it, he's done it with bells on. He comes out, he smiles, I've never really seen Sanoshore stutter step or sort of question himself. He's always been confident. There's never been am I supposed to be in this pro league? Yes, I'm an SPL player, hear me roar. Really want to see him on this Thor, honestly. I want to see him on a Blink Circuit. I want to see what Sanoshore can do in the jungle. In Memory of Gabe has the first pick and the first ban. In Memory of Gabe versus Soar.
I can imagine that Kabrakan's probably going to be one of the top bans immediately for either side, really. I just don't see these teams trying to give up any immediate meta picks.
Yeah, I think it's both of these teams. So when we look across the way at teams like Oxygen Supremacy, teams like Flashpoint even, these teams have their individual worlds locked down, where their picks are a little bit different. United comes to mind, Eager, where they have their own team identity. In Memory of Gabe and Soar Gaming are the two teams that really play truest to the meta, I would say. Them and LG are the ones that really just stick to what's norm. So expect a lot of Ra, Kabrakan, Sylvanas. I expect a Chang'e ban here, in all honesty.
Or Scotty.
There's the Scotty. I would rather see Scotty over Chang'e, because I don't think that Soar really need to be concerned about Chang'e. No hate to Sinosure. Like I mentioned before, he is a talented player by all means. But the issue here is I just don't think his Chang'e is on the same level as these other junglers, and you don't want to put yourself, or I guess in the mindset of Soar, they would probably prefer to see him on the Chang'e, but I think that Sino going Chang'e is a bit of a disadvantage.
Instead, we get the first pick, Fafnir. That is a little bit, I warned everybody, look, we're going to see super normal stuff. Fafnir, first pick, a little bit out of the ordinary.
I don't think it's that out of the ordinary, though. Fafnir is actually, as far as like talking to a lot of the pro players, most of them prefer Fafnir at the moment, and they really like the damage and aggression that he can provide, and it just goes so hand in hand with the Onyx playstyle.
Over the choices of the Zeus or the Thoth or the Thor even?
I mean, Gabe get the Thor and the Thoth, and giving up Terra and Zeus, sure, they lose that little bit of sustain, and they also have to keep in mind the Zeus can potentially be a problem, but I think that Fafnir is excellent at getting in the face of Zeus because he has the immunity on his ultimate, because he can deal so much damage alone and provide that hard CC stun out with his hammer, and that's just enough setup alongside of a Thor and a Thoth to really punish any kind of misplays by the Zeus.
Right now, Soar Gaming, Terra, Zeus, and Artemis, they are going to need some sort of peel. With Thor selected on the side of Gabe's, Chapo, what jungle selection would you like to see to help these immobile characters out?
I was thinking bots, and immediately they respond with the bots ban because they have very little mobility. You're gonna need someone with control, and I was gonna say, come back to the Fafnir real quick. If you think about back to Soar Gaming, like that was their solidified pick for Jigs, but I also like the Osiris ban because it's a great bully for these people, for the gods with no mobility. Right. Zeus, Terra, Artemis. So that was a great ban on their end.
So coming back to it, Zeus and Artemis, are we going to see if Andy was playing in the jungle, I would say we're going to see the Herc jungle, right? Something with heavy amounts of control. I'm with you. What choice would you go?
I would probably go...
This is where you listen to Stealth.
Yeah, Drelo, what do I go?
So Ratatasker might be your choice here. Interesting selection. Still waiting on our last bans. Both In Memory of Gabe and Soar have one at their disposal. Amaterasu will be the ban of choice for Soar Gaming. In Memory of Gabe has one themselves.
Honestly, if In Memory of Gabe don't ban away the Susano, I would like to see Homie pick that option because it not only provides a lot of setup for the Zeus, but just the mobility alone. We saw how much success Skilodon has had across the map from one side to the next. That's kind of what Susanoo does best, and it provides enough early presence alongside of the Zeus for Soar to not really be at a downfall with the Artemis in the duo lane.
Ares will be the Guardian, which means Terra likely to be in the solo lane. Still, no jungler just yet. Two choices left on In Memory of Gabe. I'm still thinking about this jungle pick. I mean, I guess we could see the triple Guardian Athena jungle, perhaps. I don't know.
It looks like they're trying to fight with a group fighting, because with the Ares, so they picked Zeus, Artemis. You have to stay on top of them and keep them alive. So now we know Terra's going solo, obviously, because Ares is picked for support. Yep. So for sure they're looking to fight as a unit. So I'm thinking something. Susano could be good because the ultimate to stay together and have a multi-man ultimate.
Susano, I think, Susano is probably the easiest normal pick here, depending on how far off the reservation Soar want to walk into. In Memory of Gabe finish up their draft. Fafnir and Medusa will be the dual lane, Thor in the jungle, Thoth mid, and then the short man in the short lane, Vamana. Soar Gaming, they're going to stick Terra in the solo lane, Zeus in the mid. Artemis and Ares will make up the dual lane. And the final pick, I'm still scratching my head. And Soar Gaming, they're going to have to pick soon. Vedium, the hunter on your screen right there. No input as far as he's concerned. Just letting his jungler figure that one out.
Yeah, he's got his god locked away already. He's just AFK coasting on that Artemis, much like what I can anticipate him to try to do in lane, having to play that matchup passively. Ares is definitely kind of a risk pick with the Artemis in that duo because they won't necessarily have the same kind of clear that a Medusa and Fafnir will provide early on.
I like how you put that. It's going to be abysmal in juxtaposition. Thanatos is your jungler of choice. A little bit of peel by way of surprise ultimates early on, but as the game gets later and later, that peel is going to become more dangerous and more of a liability to use instead of the execute. So we'll see if Soar Gaming can set their team up early for a late game extravaganza, or if in memory of Gabe just shuts him down. On the call, it's going to be Hindu and Aggro. Bring it to us.
Thanks so much, analysts. And now, if you've just tuning in, don't worry. We're back to our regular scheduled broadcast of
SPL teams
that should be against each other and not Challenger Cup teams that have done the run all day.
I mean, for my money, I would have liked to see Oxygen keep on going, but obviously this is the matchup that we kind of expected at this stage. Gabe up against Soar, two very, very, very talented teams that are trying to hit their strides at different times. Soar definitely struggled towards the beginning, started off the split 0-6, and then turned it around undefeated when they've got this full roster of Annenster and FineOK. So they're definitely hot right now. It's just a matter of if Gabe can continue their streak that they started against Oxygen.
Now I'm looking at Soar's composition here because I'm looking and I can see there's a nice scale as you look through it from early game all the way transition to late game. So they've got something at every single stage that could happen that Memory Gabe could throw at them.
This Ares pick definitely surprised me because Jigs is known to play aggressive supports and he wants to build selfish. He wants to build the damage a little bit and try and be that kind of support carry. But this Ares pick is phenomenal here. Now, I just don't know how comfortable Jigs is going to be on it. But what do we always talk about when it comes to Jigs? It's support mechanics, one of the most mechanically gifted supports in the SPL. Ares certainly demanding in that aspect, but if there's someone who could do it, it's probably Jigs.
And I have a feeling that Vetium may be left alone in a 2v1 because of the Ares. Ares in the wave clear at the early game isn't the greatest here, Aggro, and I don't think it's something that Soul will want to take on a 2v2 in that lane at all. Artemis may just have to stay under the tower, and as I mentioned a minute ago, that's a late game god Artemis. They can just leave it to farm up and allow for the map elsewhere to dictate.
Well, I hope Vetium was watching from the get-go today because Xenotronics in the first game of the day, it might feel like a long time ago because it was a long time ago, but that was Xenotronics' plan and it didn't work out for Flashpoint. Vetium needs to do a better job than Xeno did of playing safe early on in the lane.
Well, two junglers, Homie FA and Annenster. Now Annenster is a mid lane, will group up together, but round the back comes Walrus, and this time round, Saw, they've been watching games all day long. All day long they have sat and watched these games in the audience and they fall for the bait that we've seen so many times teams escape.
And we saw Gabe try and do this earlier, and what has Oxygen Supremacy been doing all day long? Warding those back heartbeat, those mid heartbeats around that intersection. Soar does not, and they pay for it immediately. Annenster not only falls for first blood, but has to use his purification beads as well.
It was an interesting trick there as well, though, from Memory of Gabe, because Soar do have lane advantage in that. With the Thanatos and the Zeus, they should clear a little bit quicker than that of the top and the Thor as well, but it's not enough. With the wraparound, they didn't expect it, and they paid the price.
Because Heroin takes that minion aggro, but then stays far enough back that it's not going to hurt him too much. Ooh. The spin is just enough to clear those minions, as well as do the damage to Annenster.
Well, that Lacerate there was the reason I was so excited for a minute, because the Lacerate damage in the early game is a lot more than most players expect. Good chain from Jigs, though, second to follow, and the third could have waited a little bit longer if he wanted to there to get maximum potential of damage out, but he did a good enough poke to force Ionic to meditate.
Oh, Andy in trouble again in the mid lane. Sino taking a couple tower shots. One more auto is all that needed, but Heroin can't quite find it. Good news for Gabe, though, is that Andy has to back again. Another wave is going to be missed here by Annenster.
On the left-hand side, though, a lot of those minions are going to die to the tower there, which means they're not going to give gold credit to the duo lane of Soul Gaming here early on. Vetium was going for poke on Snoopy over going for the wave clear, which is always one of those risks to make, and now Sinosure wrapping round the back.
I don't think Vetium and Jigs know. There's a teleport in and walls off Jigs beautifully. Sinosure setting up for his team. Snoopy going to be able to put down Jigs for number 2.
And the worst thing as an Ares is to get behind in the early game, and one thing that can happen with walls from Sinosure like that, you don't have the ability to leap over them and get away like some of the other Guardians do.
And I love the decision to use the hammer just to get in position to wall them off. Sino knows exactly how much damage his duo lane is going to do, knows he doesn't need that double tap in order to secure the kill, just needs to block him off.
It's relying on his team more often than not because they play together so much now that, listen, all I've got to do is set up the CC, and these guys, they will be the executioners of this gank.
And these are veteran players that Sinosure is playing with as well. Ionic and Snoopy, they've been duo laning forever. I was talking to Ionic during our little player interview segment that we do during these LANs, and he was saying that he and Snoopy, they aren't like Jeff and Barra, who have also been laning together forever, but you hear the communication all the time. They're always talking. Ionic says he just knows what Snoopy's going to do. And Snoopy knows what Ionic's going to do. They don't even need to say it most of the time.
It's because they played together so much that they know what each other's routes are, whether they're going to swing left, swing right, will they throw the auto here, will they throw the ability here, and that's just things with playing together and over again. Most people at home do know their friends as well, because the bad news is, though, the friends that I play with, when I go, all right, I know what they're going to do, it generally means they're going to die.
Are you talking about me right now?
No, we're not friends.
Good.
But you do die.
Well, I do, but you don't know it. I surprise you.
You do as much damage as stealth. That's the main thing.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's a compliment. That's a
the
lot of damage.
only one you're going to get. 2-0, though, to Memory of Gabe early on here. Gold lead is about 1,000 so far. No Gold Fury taken between the two teams yet, but the raid buff is being looked at by Memory of Gabe as Snoopy is trying to have his way with Vetium.
And this is exactly what Snoopy wants to do in this lane, is just continue to bully out Vetium, not let him get to those later game stages. And then all of Gabe is on that same page with Snoopy, because this red buff invade is great, because yes, you're getting that farm, but you're taking it away from Vetium.
Sam shot to the sky, down onto Adnister, who's beads to avoid the stun. Turns the damage around with the ultimate himself, but Hurrywin has been left alone to get a lot of free damage off. Homie FA wants the dunk, finds the dunk, but he can't find the kill.
Not quite yet. Sino gonna stun him out, and Hurrywin finishes off Homie. Jigs doesn't have any cooldowns. He's gonna survive. Sino gets out.
Well, there's no escape for Jigs there. You get it?
He's only level 4, though.
There was no escape for him either. Snoopy's a bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but a fantastic beads will get him away from the root that was coming out from Fine OK. And touching on Fine OK now, yes, it's Memory of Gabe in the lead, but Fine OK's had a pretty good season so far for this Saw roster.
Oh, his stats are just through the roof. I mean, he played in a very limited number of games, but had like near perfect performances in almost every one of them. I mentioned it right before we got into game. Soar with both Aninster and Fine OK, undefeated. So you know that they've got a lot of synergy despite being only together for a couple of weeks now.
Well, you say they're undefeated, but right now they're already down 4-0 at 5 minutes in. And 3 of those kills are already on the top, played by Hurrywind in the mid lane, which is not something you really want to do.
No, very, very scary, especially with how we've seen Thoth be played so far. Hurrywind had an unbelievable performance up against Oxygen Supremacy in Game 2 of their set on the Thoth. He's already finished off that Doom Orb. Aninster still hasn't completed his boots yet. You know that Hurrywin is going to do a good job of pushing this lead that he's earned for himself along with his teammates.
Now, even though Toth and Giannis are both different characters, they do have very similar positioning in the team fights. Very much so in the back front, looking to support the team and get consistent damage out. Toth can do the same thing, and Hurrywind is a fantastic Giannis player, so his Toth should be along the same standard.
But it's a little bit more set up for the team as Homie takes over half of his HP, right around 3/4, just because of that double tap damage. Sinosure didn't need that damage earlier on to find a kill in the duo lane, but showing Homie exactly how much is going to do in mid.
Well, left-hand side, there's a lot of contest between the two Hunters over the Oracles at the Gold Fury there. Still not sure who's got it as we zoom in. It was a 1-for-1 trade, so it's Ward Wars that will be the winner of that battle for now. But just look at how much damage that tier 1 in mid has taken already.
And with Andy's dead once and has to back again at level 2, it's just a lot of waves being pushed in. Hurrywin has been rotating around, invading red with the rest of his team. It's not like he's been standing there autoing down the tower, but at half HP and how good Thoth's tower push is with that Glyph of Pain, at this stage, if they kill Aninster or force him back, Hurrywin could get that tower down within one wave.
Now, we mentioned Saw's composition is pretty good at all stages, but the early game is not going their way at all. Vetium under pressure again in the duo lane, thanks to the pressure from Sinosure, who did come in with the ultimate there. Vetium's ultimate in response and beads will keep him alive for now.
But it was also that Terra's Blessing out of Fine OK, one of the longer cooldowns in the game, so now Soar has to be a little bit more worried about if they engage Vetium. He's going to get petrified underneath his tower. Snoopy continues.
Homie FA gets medied from Jigs to keep him alive enough, but Jigs stunned out before he can close the gap. Aninster gets a nice chain lining off onto 2, but it's not going to stop Memory of Gabe by looking for their 3rd red buff of the game.
Vetium just has not been able to keep any pressure whatsoever in this duo lane side. And you know that Gabe knows how to play against these immobile late game hunters, because Snoopy can play those mobile late game hunters. Look what he just did on Amuz and Cobb last game up against Oxygen Supremacy. This is what should have happened to Snoopy. They're doing it to Vetium here.
Well, right now as well, take into account the Memory of Gabe did just play a best of 3 up against Oxygen. So they have the stage presence now. They're used to playing at LAN this time round, and the warm-up is really there for them. They're taking it to Saw early on. Saw kind of have to weather the storm here, Aggro.
That's true, and all these players on Gabe have played at LAN before. They're all fairly comfortable. Homie in a bit of trouble in his jungle, in a lot of trouble. Walrus not quite able to find that last auto to put him down out of that hovering death.
I tell you what, that bluestone tick, just one more could have spelled doom for him. Left-hand side, Sinosure, babysitting a little bit more into Snoopy. Not a bad thing to say babysitting because it's allowing so much pressure on the right. I believe Memory of Gabe stole that speed.
I do believe you are correct, but Final K is sitting even level right now up against the Vamana, and as Terra, that's not what you usually expect, but because of how little pressure there has been from outside of this lane, Final K has been able to hang on for now, and if he can rotate into these team fights and make an impact in the mid game, just in peeling for Annenster and Vetium. That's what's needed in these team fights. It's just about peeling for these carries, and Final K is on the perfect character to do that.
And the problem is now for Homie FA is he's equal level with Ionic, who's playing that Fafnir now. You saw the hammer through the wall. That was just to get those gold stacks from the Talaria, and Homie FA is forced out from contesting these Ryan Harpies.
Jigs wants to keep fighting, though. There's the chain onto Ionic. Sinosure up into that Anvil of Dawn. Ionic forced up into the Draconic form as Heroin deletes Homie Faye with the final judgment.
You've got that many Doom Mob stacks already, you're going to spell an instant problem. Annenster will get one, but to get taken down in response from Walrus. Walrus is looking for Jigs, though, and that will fall to Snoopy, who's made a rotation along with Vetium, but Vetium can't do much against the army of Gabe.
Sinosure is not getting rewarded for his play so far. 0-0 and 6, but he's played great. Tier 1 tower falls. Snoopy stunned out. There's the 180 Petrify, and Sinosure finally gets a kill to his own name. 9-1 now in favor of In Memory of Gabe.
And no investment into the Gold Fury straight away from Gabe here. They realize they're low on mana, so instead they're going to play it safe, fall back, spend the gold, just get the oracles so they can keep an eye in case Saw try to take it themselves.
This is one of those moments where, you know, Soar is the top seed. They've been sitting around all day watching, like you mentioned, and you kind of, it's been a long day. These games haven't been particularly short. And all of a sudden, you just get hit in the mouth. As soon as you start this game, Vetium just gets hit right in the mouth. Annenster does as well. And they just haven't been able to wake up from that. We just hit 10 minutes, and Gabe is up 5,000 gold.
They're just stuck in the starting blocks, it feels like. The race has begun, but they've not really heard the gunfire just yet, and they're still sat there waiting to begin this one. But Memory of Gabe, meanwhile, they're already halfway down the track.
Yeah, they're off to a great start this game, and it's not like their late game is lacking by any stretch of the imagination. Heroin on this Thoth is going to be a force come late game. Gold Fury going to go down instantly due to the lead that In Memory of Gabe has, and that's going to push that lead to right around 7,000.
So where do you go as Gabe now? Because the Gold Fury down in the Tier 1 in mid, do we start looking for the Tier 1 in left and right? Because you're not really worried about fighting them now. You're so far ahead that you could take on a 5v5 fight or even a 4v5 and potentially come out on top.
I like this decision. It looks like they're posturing around this Portal Demon. That could be the call. Just get a little bit more global gold for your team. Or it's okay to spread out and farm. Look at the levels on In Memory of Gabe. Most aren't even level 12 yet. You've only got Walrus and Snoopy with Sinosure just now digging level 12. Get those second relics, push that lead a little bit farther with those defensive options, and once you've got multiple members with second relics, that's when you try and force the next fight.
Biggest issue I see is Homie FA being so many levels down. 4 levels down against Sinosure, but 2 levels down against Ionic. That's just a difference. Supports are always the lowest level in a game, and right now, it's not them, it's Homie FA, and they picked the Thanatos last pick here.
Yeah, they did, and it just has not worked out so far. Tier 1 tower on left is going to fall without much issue. 500 gold more in favor of Gabe.
Could be a quick bath for Saw here, but now Sinosure to the sky again, finds 2 with a dunk. The beach from Homie FA will keep him alive. Wrath of Terror will also speed him up to get away. No escape from Diggs, didn't really bring anybody for a ride, as Hurrywin is challenging the judgment. He doesn't want to take it just yet though, but look where Final K is.
He shoots it and finds one. Vetium walked right into it. Final K gonna have to dash away. Too many members that are just too healthy on the side of Gabe.
And now they can just walk away back to safety again real quick. 10-1 after a couple of pickups and one more time with Vetium falling down yet again. Devour's Gauntlets are online.
4 stacks?
4 stacks.
4 stacks. We're out. We really out here?
It's the best way you can do. I mean, to be fair, like, he's had a rough time. 2v1 in the lane at the start. Focus from Sinosure. This is just good play from Memory again. There's no reason to allow Vetium to get away with it.
Certainly, and Vetium, this kind of surprises me because Vetium, the last few lands we've seen him at, he's been absolutely lights out. I mean, Super Regionals last year, playing under Flashpoint, looked great there at their group stages. He looked phenomenal as well. So I was really counting on him to have a really solid land showing, and just hasn't had it so far today.
Well, Walrus is going to find 3 members in his lane right now, as Jigs will turn up to the fray too. Not going to mess around too much though. Immediately just pop the big baby when he realizes it was a 3rd rotation out of Jigs there. He'll be fine to fall back after getting what he wanted there anyway, which was the tier 1.
He's 5 levels up on Homie Faye and Jigs right now. No chance that either of them do enough damage to knock him down as long as he has that ultimate available.
Well, half health for the Portal Demon now. Fine OK on the forefront. Homie FA and Jigs in the backlines, but Snoopy and Walrus are also there too. Flanking from the left, and Fine OK's the one that's going to dash away first. Once again, Shaw's ulting on cooldown pretty much right now. Seems to be just staring at the map from his point of view.
And Jigs is already dead, so why not just go back to the objective? That's exactly what Gabe is going to do. Portal Demon falls. Homie Faye walks into the middle of everybody. He's going to fall to the final judgment of Whirlwind. There's Fine OK in the middle of everybody.
And
nice ultimate out of Andy, but it's just not enough damage.
Well, he's also, he'll get one from the detonate, but Ionic did a lot of work there by stunning out Andy and forcing him back, because Andy could have put a lot more damage down if potentially left alone. Didn't allow that to happen, so they only lose Snoopy, who won't be too disappointed there overall for the fact that Memory of Gabe got away with so much.
12-2 now in kills. That gold lead up right around 10,000, just short of it. That dreaded 5 digits that you got to worry about.
It's an awkward position for Saw to be in. At the same time, you could put this one to bed in one way, but it's still not over just yet. My concern for Saw in the draft, when you look back at this now, is the fact that they knew that team was going to be in an awkward position playing the Artemis, and they drafted an Ares as well. Both those are not early game gods that control unless you get ahead as the Ares.
No, but that Ares was just so tempting because it shut down this draft from Gabe so well. If he could have just stayed even, if he could have just been a little bit ahead, Jakes could have won this game by himself with the Ares pick. It's just a matter of we 3rd picked Artemis. I just don't think that was necessarily warranted that early on in the draft.
Well, right now it's just Memory of Gabe swinging around the map. The Oracles are going to go to Snoopy Onyx, just making sure the back harpies aren't being done and keeping vision on where Saw are. And this is how confident Ionic can be now with how this game's going. He can go in the jungle and box a Hunter and just walk away.
Look at how much damage Vedium did to him. Almost 0. Negligible damage.
At this point, your Coerce is pretty much maxed out on the Fafnir as well, so you're going to get that consistent heal available to yourself. So yeah, take a bit of poke, heal yourself back up, and at the same time, you're keeping Artemis from farming once more.
Plus, you got a Traveler's proc there, or Talaria proc, so you're good to go. You got a couple
That's
extra
all
gold.
supports care about. I'm not joking. You know the way junglers care about speed buff?
Yeah.
Talaria procs is the dream. As many as you can. Even if you die for it, you're like, hey, I hit 5 with Talaria proc, I'm good.
You should just buy Talaria off the beginning of the game and walk into the enemy jungle and smack everyone for a bunch of gold.
Listen, I've seen a team do that once upon a time and the game ended in 3 minutes. I wouldn't advise that to too many teams out there, just as a heads up. You will not be on Oxygen's level by that point. You'll be on a different teams.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just going to...
Oh, don't worry. You don't want to know. Trust me. 12-2. Gold Fury started up again and taken by Memory of Gabe for the 2nd time so far this game.
And just the control is too much out of Gabe. Sora can't even come close to walking in. Hell, they can't even go where their tier 1 tower used to be. Jigs already falling very low. Final Judgment gonna knock him back down after the meditation, but he will be able to escape to the safety of his tower.
First Paul wall this game coming out from Sanashore. They actually stopped the pickup of Jigs. I think we would have seen Walrus and Leon to be able to get there, but the wall angle actually cut off his team and didn't find the stun he was after to make sure they could confirm the kill. They'll be happy with the win, though, because getting Jigs' ultimate means they don't have to worry too much about burning beads in the next engagement.
And Whirlwind already has a lot of CDR with the Sands of Time, with the Spear of Desolation as well, so that ultimate going to be up soon enough to make an impact. And the more important thing, I think, is Jigs' meditation being down for a while. There is no sustain on the side of Sora outside of Fine OK. And Fine OK hasn't had the luxury of standing around with his Monolith up, healing his team, because everyone's had to keep running away.
Can we have a little look at the net worth, please? Because at the moment we see player damage, I just want to see the net worth. Normally we like to keep on player damage after 10 minutes, but that is a talking point in itself.
That's gross. That's gross. I mean, the lowest member of Gabe
is 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold up on the enemy solo laner. That tells you how deep this hole is for Sora. Everyone significantly behind the gold difference, over 11,000, XP over 10,000, and we're not even close to 20 minutes, really. We're only at 17.
I can almost read Twitch chat now going, where's Oxygen? Because Oxygen are playing better than Sora, but give credit where it's due. Memory of Gabe are playing lights out this game, and a lot of people use lights out overly, in my opinion. This is a lights out game right now.
They had an early strategy, and they've executed it to perfection. I don't know if their draft necessarily had a strategy. It was just, hey, this is what Sora drafted. Here's how we beat it, and they did it. Exactly. Even for minute 1, where it's in the mid lane, you kill the immobile mage at level 1 because he can't get away from the slow from Walrus.
Really almost feels like we've got a different meta with this set between Memory of Gabe and Saw than we have the rest of the day against Oxygen, where Oxygen came with their own strategies and their own style, and now it's kind of like business as usual for the SPL boys against SPL boys. Jigs in mid going to eat a little bit more damage now, but he's starting to be able to eat some of that. Now he's got the Thebes online.
That extra HP, and don't remember, not only is this defense for Jigs, but it's offense as well. That Ares passive, now that he has an aura item online, going to be able to give him a little bit of extra power, which is much needed at this stage.
I will also say that Jigs has done a very good job of staying even. Even though we were talking about, the Ares being behind in 0-4, he's still even with Ionic, okay? As long as you're even with your support, you're doing okay.
Is that all it is? It doesn't matter that he's like 3,000 gold down?
Technically, he can be 2 levels down and still be fine as a support. That's just normal. There's a 2-level fluctuation that can happen in the support role that isn't doom and gloom for you. If it gets past 2, that's when you're starting to struggle. Being even, being down in gold, you're used to that. You play support anyway.
See, I gotta give some shout-outs to Andenster here. He's up against a Thought that's 6-0-4 and is only 1 level behind. Portal Demon does go the way of Gabe, despite Fine OK just being a little nuisance in their face. Not really worried about that. They're worried about the objective. Vetium.
One hit. Bluestone. Aegis forced by Vetium. Very well done by Vetium, though, to realize that. Homie FA, once again, did not find his ultimate onto Snoopy. And Snoopy's going to box both of them. Level 16 versus level 11 and 12. Sinashaw's going to come down.
And there's the dunk, but Snoopy's the one that gets it anyways. Jigs walled off. There's the no escape, but doesn't pull in
really
anybody.
Nobody wants to escape from Memory of Gabe. They want to take this fight again. Andy's trying to get off damage, and he will get the detonate onto Hurrywind, but Walrus will clean up Jigs in the tail end, and now Andy's under pressure.
And walled off once more by Sinosure, going around. The double tap is good, but the Bluestone isn't quite enough to knock down Andenster. Ionic still locked in place from Fine OK. But Snoopy and Ionic, I don't think they want to give this up quite yet.
I think with how this game's going, they just want to fight all day long, and I would at 11,000 gold too. They've got themselves in such a comfortable position, but the longer they continue to fight these engagements here, Aggro, and not get more objectives on the map, is the windows are allowing Saw windows back in.
I mean, Andenster's now 3-2-0. He's putting out quite a bit of damage. He's second in the game right now, despite that poor early start. He's got some good HP, the physical defense as well from the Dynasty Plate Helm. So you're right, there is the window still for Soar, but it is not a big window. It is a very, very small opening.
No, the gold lead is definitely the biggest issue for them. The experience is another one, but it's not as detrimental to them when you look down the list. There's a 1 or 2 level difference between most of them. Biggest difference, once again, is the homie FA, which we keep touching on. And having a Thanatos that is behind isn't the greatest thing in the world, but as the game goes on, Thanatos becomes more of a CC bot and an executor, so you don't have to worry too much about him being behind in levels, even though his execute threshold is on the low side.
Right now, yes, but if I'm homie Faye, I start prioritizing leveling my ult. Sometimes you wait until you've maxed out Scent of Death and your Scythe, but at this stage, I don't care about any other ability. I'm only looking, exactly, I'm looking for the executes, and with how Andenster's been playing pretty safe, you can do that damage from a distance and maybe set up homie Faye.
So just not managing to get anywhere in time right now as Memory of Gabe will take down the 3rd Gold Fury of the game for themselves at less than 21 minutes in. Fine OK was the nearest one to getting involved, and he's been forced to Wrath of Terror to get away.
Every time that ultimate, just use it defensively, no aggression whatsoever out of Soar in any lane. The one lane they were supposed to have pressure in, that got thrown out the window right away after the first blood. But it really wasn't even the first blood. It was when Andenster almost died a second time where he had to back at level 2 that really threw that lane in Gabe's favor.
Well, now the Fire Giant started up by Memory of Gabe. Wrath of Terror is on cooldown. All ultimates available for both teams outside of that, but Jigs has already fallen to the Petrify of Snoopy. Sinosure goes onto Vetium. Vetium returns some good damage there thanks to the boar, and the boar will ding through every single member of Memory of Gabe, and a Meditate will heal them back up.
And now 4 members coerced by Ionic up in that Draconic form. This Fire Giant not going to stand for long. Fine OK, thinking about throwing away his life to try and steal it. But I don't know if it would make even a difference.
If they lose this Fire Giant, I'm pretty sure the day is done. If they can find a steal with Andenster over the wall, looking to get it. No, Memory of Gabe will secure their own Fire Giant, and so have to limp back to their tier 2 towers that will not be standing much longer.
We're only 22 minutes in, but this game has felt like it's gone on for an eternity, I'm sure, for the players of Soar. They've just been getting beaten down since minute 1.
Tier 2 tower, the mid lane is the major focus point for Memory of Gabe here. Obviously on the right-hand side. There was a couple of members there. No minions. Different story in the mid lane, though. They're going to be able to pressure and take it for free.
1,500 more gold. Left side tower seems to be the focus, and that's what you expect because it's a little bit easier to march up that right-hand side to grab that portal demon on the back end if you want to, after you back and spend this gold that you've earned.
Love the use of the tough wall there, just to allow Snoopy to get extra damage through that wall. That's why the projectiles change through it, increasing the amount those in-hands can do. Not a lot of teams are really utilizing that as well as I expected this tournament so far.
That ability is insane. Glyph of Pain is one of those abilities. It's like kind of like when Giannis came out, and everyone's like, yeah, Threshold's good, but obviously you level Portal after Unstable Vortex. No. Unstable Vortex, you level that first, then it's Threshold. Glyph of Pain is an insanely good ability. It's one of the reasons why Thoth kind of does a lot of things that people don't expect, and his sieging and objective damage is absolutely through the roof for standard mages just because of Glyph of Pain. He can siege towers, not quite as well as Solar Chronos, but better than almost every other mage.
Just seeing that wall in front of a tower and you see a Tough stand behind it, you're like, well, I have to stay at over 55 units away from them. Over Hunter auto attack range just to make sure I'm safe and I'm not going to take 3 damage.
Oh, and he's already doing extra damage to that tower through that Glyph of Pain, so if you back up and allow him to do damage, he'll take it very, very easily. And God forbid if there's an ADC who's shooting through that as well, adding to their damage, it just gets crazy really fast.
So since literally the first wave that came in, Saw have been on the back foot here. It goes back to that mid lane play where the wraparound happened. And since then, Memory of Gabe have just continued to strangle Saw out of this game completely. What needs to change for game 2? Do we run the same comp and just not make the early game mistakes? Is that all it is?
Yes and no. I still wouldn't pick the Artemis again. I just don't think it's worth the risk that you're running at this stage. But I know Vedium is very, very comfortable on it, and he's very good at it. I still think I would give Vedium a more pressure god in that lane. His ROM's phenomenal.
Memory of Gabe looking to finish off this Phoenix. Nice little ultimate from Jigs, but it's not enough to stop Memory of Gabe. Jigs already taken out. Final K in the back, did a good job peeling, but Vetium's under pressure once more from Walrus, who's been forced all the way back to his fountain.
Phoenix fell. During all that time, that's all just a distraction to make sure that right side Phoenix falls. Exactly what happens. Ionic dashes forward, trying to find Homie Faye, and Cynosure comes around the back and cleans him up. Number 3 for the jungler for Gabe. Middle Phoenix falling low. Final K is the Lightning Storm is used to try and get him out of danger, but it doesn't defend anything. Gabe take another objective.
And now to the final Phoenix that's left standing. Walrus will tack this up for his team. No ultimate available, but I don't even think they need it, because Snoopy shooting through the wall of Tough will bring it down. 3 Phoenixes down, 17-3 in 25 minutes. I expected this from the first side of the day, potentially, but not the last one.
But this is what happens in these long days of games. I mean, it's incredibly draining to be playing consistently, and that could definitely take a toll on you. But sometimes when you've been sitting here all day, you've been thinking about your matchup all day, and then the time finally comes, then you just get destroyed from minute 1. That can be really, really draining and really difficult to come back from.
There is benefits to the Gauntlet of being a lower seed because of the fact you get to warm up if you can get through the games. So look at Memory of Gabe game 1. Memory of Gabe lost game 1, 2 oxygen, but once they got that warm-up game under their belt, they did come back into it. So could do the same.
Absolutely, they could. I think lower seed, it's just too difficult. I mean, Oxygen Supremacy would have had to win 10 games today in order to move on. That's just a ridiculous number for any team, let alone a team that's supposed to be at a disadvantage because they're down out of the Challenger Cup.
Sure.
Gabe is in the perfect spot in my mind in the Gauntlet. You don't want to be at the top because you can kind of get not ready, you don't get warmed up, you come in cold. But Gabe is in the right spot where you're up against a team that you feel like you should be able to beat. That's where you get your warm-up games in, and then you get the confidence, and that's when you play the top-tier teams.
Well, the winner of this best of 3 will go on to face E United on Sunday to claim themselves potentially the #1 spot in the split for North America. And the loser of that still gets a second chance to go to Masters as well if they can beat Europe in an international best of 1.
That's right. We're going to have 2 international sets on Sunday, both regional. You'll have your NA finals, your EU finals, and then the winners and losers will play against each other. The winners, that's only for seeding at Masters.
EU.
But maybe, but they're potentially.
It's just EU. Like, we all know now. You got to surrender at that point. Like, listen, Season 2, EU win Worlds.
Yep.
Season 3, EU win finals. As in, we have
both, EU
both
final.
there. So, you know, it's just going to happen again.
Oh, is that how that works?
It has to. I'm not even European anymore. I'm
So
I'm
what
part of the
happened
UK.
between? So
Just
what
you know,
happened?
I'm part of the UK. I'm impartial. I am no longer
Right.
European.
Right, of
Just
course.
as a heads up, thank you so much, my country. So
Of course.
I can make impartial statements here.
But what happened between season 1 and season 2? Why didn't NA just do it again then?
Ah, we chilled.
Oh, okay, that's
We,
nice of
we
you.
took our foot off the gas, kind of like Energy did for the start of the spring play. Or did they? We'll find that out tomorrow. Sorry, Sunday, I should say. Final siege from Memory of Gabe coming in here, potentially, but Sora trying to put up a defense to the best of their ability. The amount of ults being used by Memory of Gabe here, I was about to say, they're not finding anything that they really want to. This could be a bit messy.
But the Titan is still getting pretty low. Walrus still completely healthy. They're messing around a little bit, but Gabe still going to be able to secure game 1 here up against Sor in dominant fashion, 20-3.
20-3 indeed, less than 28 minutes in as well. Run back through that game, there's not really massive amounts for us to go over. We saw the first blood that happened onto Anister when they walked too far forward at the beginning of the game. And from that moment on, Homie Efe lost his jungle, was behind, couldn't get anything going on Thanatos. Meanwhile, he couldn't help out his mid laner, who Andy did very well for himself. But Vetium was also behind too, and it was just pillar to post. They were just pushing them back from every angle.
There just wasn't any pressure anywhere on the map for Sora. I'd like to see, I know FineOK really does like to play this Terra, these Guardians in the solo lane,
Sure.
but I would love to see him on a pressure god. You've seen what Osiris can do for these teams. I mean, Aquarius almost single-handedly won the game against Oxygen Supremacy with it.
To be fair, if FineOK was on any other character there, would it really made a difference with how that game went?
Likely not, but at least you have a chance. Maybe Homie Faye can then lean on FineOK and help him invade enemy buffs on that right-hand side while Cynosure is invading the left, get Homie a little bit of guaranteed farm, and then try and make something happen from there. Either way, Sora needed pressure somewhere, and when you only draft one lane that's supposed to have pressure, and then that lane doesn't get pressure, that's what happens.
Well, the best news is this is a best of 3 for Sora, but game 1, we're going to break it down with the analysts, and they're going to talk about all the highlights that were put on from Gabe, I guess.
I mean, really when it comes down to it, this job is oftentimes more difficult than it seems. We got to keep notes, we got to look at stats, we got to do a lot of stuff. It's not just come up here and talk. This game, I just come up here and talk. Basically, Sora got beat. That's my official analysis. How you feeling about that one, Taco?
I mean, for starters, chat probably thinks that these notepads are empty for beginners, but we do actually write things down. Like, it's actually full pages of stuff going down here. But I think my biggest complaint is, like King Aggro and Hindu mentioned, is these teams just had, or Sor had no pressure whatsoever anywhere on the map, and it just overall led to absolutely devastating jungle fights. They kept consistently losing buffs, and just over and over again, there's no way for them to capitalize onto anything.
For me, I loved the jungle pick. Obviously, I'm Mr. Thanatos, but real talk, I think that the Thanatos pick was a good choice against the Thor in a vacuum. But Smite is not played in a vacuum, despite the fact that Thanatos is the anti-Thor in a lot of ways. The ultimate can follow him across semi-global, he can silence out the Zerka's barrage, and you're going to get some damage back with the Death Scythe. Just wasn't enough control for the immobile Zeus and Artemis. Again, I asked you during picks and bans, you've had some time to think now, maybe even talk to Coach Drelo. What jungler do you think would have provided the control that they needed?
I talked back to Drelo. I came up with, they had 4 gods with no pressure. The one god that they did have pressure on was Thanatos. The one that had decent clear was Zeus. Died in the first minute. The game was over.
Yeah, I mean, it really was that simple, unfortunately. 3 kills in total for Sor. This is a team, when you read down the roster, Vetium, when you read down the mid laner, Andy, Homie Efe, these guys aren't supposed to be toppled like that. What caused this situation?
Just like Jeppa mentioned, as soon as that Zeus took that spill and early on, it just completely led to Sor not being able to exert any of the map pressure that they would have ideally wanted, just to buy themselves a little bit of time, get the Terra online, get the Artemis online. But when you're falling behind early on, there's no way for you to really roll back into things. And I just want to see Sor not pick so passively.
Yeah.
They're too aggressive of players.
I agree with that. Of course, if Sora is dropping the ball, somebody has to pick it up. It's Wally Man Walrus hanging out in the solo lane. Walrus just went off. This guy has been one of my favorite players to watch in all of Season 4. Here he is. Look, the man even got a haircut for this land. He knows he's coming out. He knows he's going to be on top for a while. And this is going to be a big deal. In fact, when we watched In Memory of Gabe, and they lost earlier against the challenger team. It was Walrus, the one that was doing the work. Unfortunately, he was on the Odin. You give him a character, and this guy who was on Noble last year, one of the lower-ended teams, now could be the reason that his team makes it to the end. You flirted with solo lane for a little bit, Mr. Transcendence Tier. What do you like about Walrus's game?
He's aggressive. I mean, if you think about Warriors, you think about Osiris, you think about Hercules, you think about, an aggressive playstyle, which I love. I mean, I hate playing Terra as a Guardians. Come on, like, you're going to lose your blue squad. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I like the way he played Ramana. He got the dream. He got ahead early. What do? You just go straight to the back line, big baby, and you stomp people's faces.
That's his job. That's his goal. That's his dream. Across the way is Fine OK. You said, Terra, well, you're going to be in a bad spot. Well, Terra kind of put him in a bad spot. Fine OK, and I do have to say this. I want to preface my statement with the fact that Fine OK is gnarly. This guy is a good player. He's a lot of fun to watch. He surprised a lot of the SPL pros, have a lot of positive things to say about him. But Terra just wasn't the selection, Taco.
Terra is something that I think that Fine OK feels very comfortable on in a LAN environment. I think it's a very smart pick for him. I don't necessarily dislike the Terra pick so much as I dislike the pick surrounding it. I think that they needed a little bit more presence in that duo lane to alleviate some of that solo aggression that In Memory of Gabe was able to just force onto Soar.
Yeah, this time around, one game in the way of In Memory of Gabe. We'll see if they can win it in 2, or if Soar will stretch the evening out even longer. Banning phase going on right now. I think we expect to see the Scotty bans. I think we expect to see the maybe Sylvanas bans. Chang'a's up in the conversation. Definitely Cabrakan. I don't think we're seeing Cabrakan today.
Yeah, no.
And there's a Scotty already, and like you mentioned, I would be very surprised to see a Cabrakan break through at this point in time, unless somebody's trying to pull out the Nemesis.
If Cabrakan gets through straight up, it's because homie forgot. We've seen that time. It's funny, but we've seen that happen where you're 6 hours into the tournament and then they didn't ban Zeus. Oh man, there we go, right? Kepri got through in a very famous match with the old enemy squad because they just forgot to ban it against Pain.
It only took us 45 minutes to forget Chang'e was OP.
See, it happens. The Fafnir is going to be banned out this time around. So with a Fafnir ban, that means we're going to see something get through. I don't know if it's going to be the Cabrakan, but there's only one slot left. Soar Gaming, they've got players that'll play it.
Mm-hmm. I take it back. If Cabrakan goes through, Gabe probably has something up their sleeve. We haven't seen everything yet out of Gabe. They've really been allowed to get their comfort picks this entire time, in my personal opinion. I think only against that first game against Oxygen Supremacy did we really see Walrus, if anything, on a more unfamiliar pick with the Odin. But other than that, Gabe's just been having a pretty good time all around.
Yeah, I think if the Cabrakan goes through, I think that's where we see another Thanatos. The Ra's banned, and I personally think that the Ra ban is worth it here against Soar. Andy, that's his perennial god, this split. But with that, there's a number of highly sought after picks available to Soar. Which way will Purple go?
I would like to see a Cabrakan pick because I think that map pressure is something that Soar desperately needed. We saw how much it hurt them early on, and right away, first picking that Cabrakan can't really go wrong with such a quintessential pick, as you might say.
Yeah.
And
Are you memeing me?
No, I just had to steal one of your words for once. So I actually like that one. So
it's a good one.
It's a good word.
It's just when it comes down to it, this pick is just. It's just so important for not just the jungle, but for the meta at the moment. He can play jungle, he can play solo, he can play support, all at an S tier level. If you put him in mid or hunter, I might look at you funny, but at the end of the day, you still got a Cabrakan on your team, so I'm not really yelling. In memory of Gabe, they've got to answer somehow. What's your answer to a Cabrakan?
Surrender. I mean, honestly,
you gotta wait till 20 minutes.
I forgot it's 20 minutes at LAN. I would have done it at 10. But either way, I think it goes back to Cabrakan. What does a Guardian not bring? Pressure in the early game. What does Cabrakan bring? He brings both. So he brings the best of both worlds.
How do you shut him down?
You have to not let him have any blues. You can't let him get any blues. Cut him short on experience. and just get a high pressure solo lane, you know, one of the highest Osiris, maybe Hercules, and just make them sit under the tower.
I'm very curious. I've seen Herwin play Nox once or twice. Big silences really mess with Cabrakan, not just for the obvious tremors, but all that he wants to do, run at you with the one, just slamming them together. Silence is going to mess that up. So I'm very curious to see if we see some chalk selection for the solo, or if we see some, everybody's laughing, but seriously, Cabrakan juggles with silence.
I believe in chalk recently. In all honesty, I think that chalk could potentially be a sleeper pick, and not because of your memeage, but
that's what I'm saying.
I have seen way too many games where a chalk just snowballs completely out of control and actually does great, so it wouldn't surprise me. But Gabe living life a little bit on the edge here with that Medusa Chang'e picks. Not really a whole lot of room for error in terms of escaping from a Cabrakan ultimate.
At the same time, Medusa and Chang'e do provide a little bit of disruption if Cabrakan's just in the middle of the team fight wailing away. Both of those characters are really going to capitalize off of you standing still. So it's kind of double-edged blade there for In Memory of Gabe. As the option goes back over to Soar Gaming, they look to finish their first round of picks. Cabrakan already amongst the ranks of Soar. We'll see where they go.
Chang'e, actually, on Memory of Gabe, is actually a flex pick too. I mean, Herwin loves to play it in the middle of the lane. And in the middle lane, what does Cabrakan do best? Walls off, you know, your mid lane, just go straight to your back line. What does Chang'e do? She has immunity, very hard to kill. So it's a good counter pick in a sense, even though it's already a top tier pick.
I love the Amaterasu here. Immediately, you were talking, Taco, about how the Guardian selection of Terra wasn't exactly putting Final K in a position to really push forward. And although that selection by itself wasn't wrong per se, it was the composition around it. Amaterasu, on the other hand, kind of does things on her own. Composition be damned. So she's going to come out, provide that sort of aura, provide a lot of help for the team, and also be more of a tool that Final K can leverage forward as opposed to kind of sitting and being passive like Terra.
And on top of that, Amaterasu and Cabrakan, these two options are still definitely flex picks. I mean, it could be support, solo, jungle for Cabrakan, and then for Amma, you don't know whether that's going to go into the support or solo lane. I would like to see it in the support role after seeing the Geb, but that's just personal preference because Amma, I think, could provide a little bit of excellent early clear. Even though she's not necessarily known for early clear, her early game is typically a little bit weaker, but she isn't punished as heavily against something like a Geb.
Well, I personally know that Amaterasu is one of the favorites for Jigs, just watching him stream and watching him do what he does. He likes the Amaterasu, provided that there is enough peel and enough crowd control sprinkled amongst the rest of the composition. Like I always say, building a team is like balancing an equation. You've got to have all your points and everything really touch base. So if Amy's going to wind up in that long lane without a lot of pure stun outside of the ultimate, well, a Cabrakan is certainly a nice peel choice. Scylla with the root also going to be a positive. So I expect to see that in the hands of Jigs, almost certainly.
And also, looking at the Terra ban, that means Memory of Gabe really thinks Cabrakan is not going solo. They think it's going jungle.
Yeah. And which, you know, absolutely, homie, if he can play the Cabrakan right now, it might be worth it. Harwind, I don't look too thrilled right here. I think they're telling him right now, yeah, you got to play something boring. And he's like, come on, man. No, I want to play
Chang'e.
This is him arguing with Sino about going Geb jungle.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're arguing over who gets to play Chang'e. That's exactly what they're arguing. And as Vamana gets locked in, well, neither of them have their way just yet. Still trying to figure out where Chang'e's going. Geb will be going in the support role. Medusa will join him, Vamana in the short lane, and Chang'e is the question mark. Does she wind up in the jungle or in the mid lane as a jungler yourself? Do you want Chang'e into this Soar lineup?
I'm not really a Chang'e main myself,
but
cool. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. They have pressure in the solo lane, so it will relieve the jungle side for her to pick up her own speeds. But one thing I do like about the Vamana pick here, he's hot. He's three wins and he's played Vamana every time. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you don't need the synergy. Sometimes you're just doing it right. You know?
That's really, there's three schools of thought, and we speak a lot about two. One is about what happens on the paper. Two is about what happens on the battlefield, and three is, you know what? Sometimes you just got to throw caution to the wind and give it to the hot hand. And right now, Walrus, Vamana, that's the hot hand. Like you said, 3 wins, 0 losses, all on the big baby. Hoyi makes his second appearance here in our Gauntlet Rush. Cupid and Hercules on the other side. But either way, in memory of Gabe, If they win this one, they win it all, and they have to face E-United come Sunday. But Soar Gaming can absolutely stretch it out just a little bit. It's Soar versus In Memory of Gabe. Do we see a game 3? Let's bring it to the casters and find out. Aggro and Hindu, let her rip.
Let's find out if it is going to be the final game, or can Saul bring it back to make it a 1-1 and take us into a decider of who plays United on Sunday?
This is a statement ban for me with just that raw from A Memory of Gabe. Cabrakan has been
I don't know about that, man.
permabanned. He's been permabanned all day, and finally someone gets him, and it's because Ananster has been so successful on that raw. Let's see if it comes back to haunt In Memory of Gabe, because Homie Faye did not look good in game 1.
Well, the Cabrakan
objectively
for Sword Gaming here is actually really strong because of the setup they have that will follow up if the Cabrakan initiation is good.
Yep.
You've got the Silorama monster available, as well as the Crush and the Roots, Cripples from the Cupid, and if all goes to hell, you've still got Hercules and Amaterasu to run down the targets that get away with low health.
You've got a lot of CC for Ananster on this Scylla. I love this draft coming out of Soar. I love the Amaterasu support. We have not seen a lot of Amaterasu today, and that really surprised me, Hindu, because Amaterasu, one of the winningest gods, all split long, really, really successful both in support and in solo, and teams just kind of seem to forget about that today.
Well, they do, but Jigs has been unusual today, I want to say, picking the Amaterasu and Ares so far. Like, it's not the sort of god pool I've expected to see Jigs on. Normally, it's the likes of Sylvanas, the Gebs, but right now, gone for a bit of a difference, and this time, if you guys fall for this again, I'm done, I'm walking off.
I think...
But it's a double. It's a double.
Please don't walk
because
off.
It's like a yin and a yang in mid lane. Walrus from one side, Final K from the other.
But Final K's heading back.
Oh, no, not again.
Final K's heading back.
Please, no. Homie FA gets
How
knocked
does this
up.
happen again?
Walrus goes on to Andy. The beads, though, from him early on will actually stop the slow, and there's nothing to actually stun Walrus to stop him teleporting to the tower, so he won't lose any farm off that. It may slow down a little bit Memory of Gabe's 2-on-2 in the mid lane, just because there was a little bit of farm shared by Walrus.
But Soar, they did the red buff instead of going to the wave. How many creeps are they going to get there in that dual lane? I think they only got the archers in terms of experience, but probably not in terms of gold. You can see on that dual lane side, Cynosure and Snoopy are there trying to steal away the purple.
But they're level 2.
But they're only level 1, and compared to the level 2 of Soar, Cynosure is going to be able to get out going south towards the Gold Fury, and Snoopy's going to ding level 2 just by walking in the lane.
It was risky business from both of Memory of Gabe there, of like trying to get out of that, but luckily enough, the different split worked in their favor. They'll get back to safety. Cynosure farms the babies at the purple buff on the left-hand side there, so he will hit level 2 as well, as in mid lane, Ionic and Hurrywind have been chipped down by Homie FA and Ananster.
And this is not what you expect. I mean, Scylla is certainly not the greatest mid laner in terms of clear.
But Cabrakan.
But Cabrakan.
But
Exactly.
Cabrakan, right?
Sometimes you forget, you know, you just haven't seen him all day, and you're just like, oh yeah, he clears the wave basically instantly at level 1 with Tremors, just insane amounts of damage coming out of that Guardian in the jungle.
Well, as you look at the minimap now, Soar's jungle is completely on cooldown other than the blue buff on the right-hand side, so Soar are going to have to go into Memory of Gabe's jungle to strip some of that. They'll get the purple buff, eat a bit of poke damage there, but Jigs won't mind too much with a Watcher's Gift as well as the stance changing. He'll heal back to full in no time.
Without a doubt. I'm very surprised to see Ananster go for Sands of Time in the mid lane here. Soulstone has just become standard on Scylla. It helps her with the worst part of her game, which is her early wave clear. The new Soulstone buffs just a couple patches ago really, really helps out that clear. So a little bit surprised to see Andy not go for it. Just accepting that he's not going to clear early on by himself, which tells me Homie Faye is going to be with him considerably in the early game to get him through until Crush is maxed out.
Are Scylla's mana issues really a concern in the early game? Is that one of the reasons? Or is it must be the cooldown then, right?
It's only the cooldown, because Scylla is one of the most, if not the most mana efficient god in the mid lane early on.
Well, for now, it's going to be Anderson picking that up with the Bumba's Mask as well. They're going to be very careful about who's closest to the camp. That's how the new Bumba's Mask will work. Going forward, the closest one to the camp with Bumba's Mask will receive the heal off the minions dying.
And that's why I'm confused about the Bumba's Mask with the Sands of Time. Because like I mentioned, if he's going Sands of Time, he's accepting that he won't clear as early as he would have with Soulstone, which would lead me to believe that Homie Faye is going to be with him a lot in that mid lane. But then they are only getting one instance of Bumba's Mask. Just a little bit of both there, it seems, was the idea. But
got to be cooldown then. That's the only thing I can think of is he really wants that 10%. We'll see what he can make use of that as this goes on. Is level 5 now going to get these back harpies on his own? A little bit more experience worth these back harpies in Season 4, a lot more than Season 3.
Oh, a lot. Yeah, it's not just a little bit of experience at gold. It's a lot. It's more than those mid harpies. So where you normally see mid laners try and solo down mid harpies. It's dangerous and it's really not worth it when you can just go and do some back camps instead.
For now, though, Sora's in a bit of decent spot, better than they were last game. Obviously, they'd already lost a couple of kills by this point, but not getting picked off at the start and into there allows them to stay in this one. And Homie FA having to deal with Ionic and Walrus looking at his elemental.
Again, I just love this draft coming out of Sora. I love this team fighting idea that they've clearly gone for. They've got excellent front line, they've got excellent setup, and great peel on top of that, and just big AoE ultimates that are difficult to deal with.
They see him roll in, and they may be hating in a minute, because Homie FA's forced off the speed buff as well. Don't shake your head at me, I'll say what I want to. Speed buff being contested by both teams now. The mark of the Golden Crow from Horrywind onto Homie FA, into the Ricochet as well. But the turnaround on Ionic is good. Better waxing Noon from Cynosure, and Nista in the back though.
He's waiting, but can't quite find that I'm a Monster. Horrywind finds the kill onto Homie FA
dancing.
As Ionic falls. Jigs 1 HP, and Walrus going to be able to pick him up.
I tell you what, Cynosure danced his way out of danger then. Fine OK was looking to pick up some remnants here if he can. Earthbreaker hits, but he didn't find the knock-up. The damage into the wall is good from the driving strike, but it's not going to be enough to bring him down yet. But Horrywind is running into an awkward place.
He's toast. There's no chance for him to get away.
He can get away. Have faith.
Boots.
Have faith. I've lost my faith.
Yeah, Fine OK is going to clean that up every time because he's got boots and Horrywind does not. He doesn't even have boots 1.
If the leap came up again, you never know, you know? Infinite cooldown, you could have been in a better place. Vetium, though, is in a better place than last game as well on this Cupid, up against Snoopy's Medusa for game 2. Snoopy really ran away with that lane against the Artemis, but Cupid's pressuring a lot better this time around.
And just because he has that threat of fighting you in the lane, in fact, Snoopy already had to use his purification beads and did not use the ultimate to try and get out of that Fields of Love, it looks like, that Vetium used in lane. So Vetium knows that he's got a good amount of time now that he could call Jigs over, get him to use that dazzling offense, or even Homie Faye. One gank could really spell a lot of trouble quickly for Snoopy.
Both these teams have such fantastic teamfight capabilities, though, so fireworks could go off at any moment when they start to group up. The Gold Fury will be the real point of contention that we'll see, but Cynosure with a great waxing moon to turn it around, and Homie FA has bought him enough time for Ionic to come with a shield. Jigs will get a stun to Ionic, though. Cataclysm available, doesn't even get a chance to use it.
Love that play from Jigs. He hits the first 2 parts of dazzling offense on a Cynosure, then whips around the 180 and hits Ionic with it to stun him out and set up for his team. Great play out of the support from Sora.
Walrus did rotate round there from the solo lane to try and support the team of Memory of Gabe, but it was a little bit too late there. The Oracles will go the way of Sora Gaming as well. Double sustain for the duo lane, which we've not really mentioned now, and Snoopy's in trouble.
There's the Petrify to give him the CC immunity, but the Heart Bomb and the damage from Homie Faye is enough to put number 4 on the board for Sora.
Really good play there, just recognizing the beats were still on cooldown from Snoopy. All they needed was the cripple from the Fields of Love to set up the range to get Homie FA there for the stun.
And now it's Snoopy going to be even more in trouble for the next 30 seconds or so if someone comes back over. Fine OK, returning more damage than he took there while simultaneously clearing the wave. Smart plays out of the new solo laner for Sora.
Would say a little bit risky from Walrus there, but he's been around the solo lane long enough now and started to be so much more respected than he was in the previous seasons. Now that he's on Memory of Gabe 2, to realize that he can dash away and hold on to that ultimate.
Walrus has been playing really, really well here today. I mean, game 2 and 3, even game 1 up against Oxygen Supremacy, Walrus was really the only reason in Memory of Gabe was even in that game. His Odin play was phenomenal. It's just that no matter how well you play Odin, he still doesn't do a lot of damage in the late game. That can't really help you there, and so Gabe ended up falling in game 1. But every game that we've seen Walrus, he's looked really, really strong so far.
Problem is, though, is he against Fine OK on that Hercules, who has already picked up 2 kills for himself in this game, has a small lead over Walrus right now, and on Hercules, going for the Breastplate of Valor. I'm not so sure about the Breastplate of Valor on Hercules right now, because of the fact that, yeah, you're going to get 20% CDR, but you could potentially overcap, because you're going to want Shield of Regrowth, which is the better item to get on Hercules.
That's true, but then you can get both and just sit at 40% CDR.
But Spirit Robe, man, you want that Spirit Robe.
Could prevent you from getting Spirit's Robe, but Spirit's Robe's passive is good enough to warrant going 10% CDR over the cap. And then in case you need to sell something in the later stages, then you're still sitting at 30% if you're selling one of your other CDR items. I really don't think it's a big enough deal to warrant taking that extra damage from Walrus in lane.
But we still see a couple of chalices coming out of the Oracle-wise as well for the time being. From multiple teams today, Ionic currently has one as well. Even though some of the pro players in Europe, like Emilzy especially, has been talking up a storm saying that he doesn't think it's worthwhile to pick it up. North America is still valuing it.
Yeah, poor Emilzy's probably just raging at home right now seeing Ionic pick it up. I know he was praising Neilmon for not picking it up earlier, but this Gold Fury is trying to get picked up by Gabe.
Fields
There's
of Love, I
the
steal that.
ultimate. Svetium going to do a lot of damage, but not steal it. Ionic shields out Snoopy, but the Gold Fury has to be leashed as Homie blinks in.
But Homie FA's not going to find a single target because Hurrywin went back towards mid lane. He's going to be a lot free poking mid. The Sikkim did not find a home from Andy, but Hori's still going to die there. And a monster still available. Over the wall, didn't find the target. It was after, I think, Sanashore Aegis that.
You know, he uses 2. He got out of that with that immune. Ionic's locked in under that tower, and fine, okay, ricochets the boulder off of Homie Faye's ultimate to pick up number 6 for Soar.
Just an awkward position for Horiwin to be in more often than not. His decision of where to disengage from cost him quite a bit there. Not just because he died, but Ionic follows that up, and the Gold Fury being exposed at this moment, all thanks to Vetium's use of the Fields of Love.
Just perfectly timed, and that's the power of Cupid. It's so difficult to do Gold Furies while he's alive, because even if he can't steal it with the burst damage, he can certainly get you off the Gold Fury. Well, where in the world did Walrus just go?
He's not Waldo. Well, he's in base. That's all I can say for now. Gold Fury's down to half health. Now Snoopy's back. Sanashore here too. Waxing Moon is not available right now, but the Suns from Hurrywind are... Sorry, my bad. The Petrify from Medusa is, I should say. Not the Suns from Hurrywind for the time being, but it will slow down Saw going for the gold. They got a kill.
I don't mind Soar peeling off that Gold Fury, though I think they might have been able to secure it. Ionic knocked up and into the wall. Fine, okay, has just been on point with it so far. There's the rollout. Andy can't quite get in range to stop that body blocking, or body block the rollout, rather. So Ionic going to be able to escape 1 HP.
Oh, the boulder! No, not this time. Final K really wanted down to Ionic, though. If they would have found that, they could have potentially looked for the Gold Fury again. Instead, Ionic will fall back to base, be able to heal back up again. Just want to go back to that Gold Fury from Memory of Gabe. That was really smart from them as well. When Vetium came in with the Fields of Love, they realized that he could have A, potentially stole it, and B, they could have all been stunned out if they wanted to hold on to the aggro of that Gold Fury. The reset wasn't what they would have liked to do, but it was the correct call.
Sometimes you just have to play with the hand you're dealt, and in that situation, Gabe had to drop that Gold Fury and give it up. I mean, Snoopy ends up taking a lot of HP. 3 members get mezzed out by that Fields of Love anyways. And again, it just buys enough time for Soar to get in there and respond. But Soar's positioning has been very, very intelligent. It hasn't only just their map awareness has been phenomenal. The routes that Annonser has been taking to cut off Hurrowwind on his escape, not only to get that kill in the mid lane right after that Gold Fury pull, but earlier on by that speed buff whenever he didn't have boots. Every member from Soar is really paying attention to the map right now, and it seems obvious, yes, but there are times where that just doesn't happen, even at a pro level.
Well, now the warm-up for Saw has been complete. The game 1, like I said, expected it to be more of a warm-up for them. Memory of Gabe were already fully charged by that point. Game 2, bit of a different story here. Small lead for Saw, substantially enough, though, to continue the aggression on Hurrywin.
That Geb shield just saved Hurrywin's
and the Cataclysm,
life.
too.
Yeah, the Cataclysm big as well, but Ionic still gonna get stunned there. Now I'm a monster, but it's not enough. Deep. Snoopy defines Jigs. Homie Faye's gonna fall to Cynosure as well.
Final K round the back, though. He's just cutting off the escape route, the boulder. Double tap 1. Cynoshore's dancing like his life depends on it, because it really does. And Final K, mitigate wounds. That's balanced.
Oh, there's the crush. Vetium cleans up Cynosure under the tower. It's only Walrus, the gigantic baby, up against 3, but it's Soar with the deicide up against Gabe.
And now they can head straight over to the Gold Fury, not necessarily because they've got a lot of health left, but they do have that Hunter that can put out substantial damage to this at any given moment. Gold Fury will fall to Saw here. This will extend their gold lead above the 3,000 mark.
And again, just goes back to Final K's positioning. He is 4-0-5. He's been a part of 9 of the 12 kills at the 12-minute mark for Soar. And I don't want to say I told you so, Hindu, but putting him on a pressure warrior that allows him to rotate earlier and make an impact in the team fight has made a huge difference here for Soar.
Well, Memory of Gabe trying to make a difference now with the pole demon to answer back the Gold Fury. They lost the ricochet off the wall, hit Homie FA, and I don't think he really wanted that. Forced to stun Walrus and walk away, more like limp away back to safety. But Final K has had time to teleport into the back to pull them off the portal demon.
Big bad Final K is here. Jigs dashes forward as Homie Faye cleans up Walrus, who went a little bit too deep. Ionic falls to Jigs. The support kills the support. Meditation popped there by Soar. 2 meditations actually simultaneously burst healed Jigs and Final K up to full HP.
And now the Pole Demon could go the way of Saw here. This is almost a rinse repeat of game 1, but for the other team.
It's not quite as dominant as Gabe was in game 1.
Hang on a second. Go to the graphs, please, cameraman. I just want to show you guys at home how big the goal difference and experience difference is already, because it's starting to get to that point, aggro. You can see the level difference right now, even without the graphs. There's a 3-level lead right now for Final K. The goal difference is over 6,000.
I do remember that Sinosure was up 4 levels at this stage in the game. Homie Faye was level 8 when Sino was level 12, but I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think it brings a lot to the broadcast, and I agree with you.
It's fine. Graphs aren't that important right now. 14-4, though, with Sinosure and Snoopy a little bit too far overextended, but they'll be able to cut through the jungle back to safety, even though they stepped on a ward there, and this is more concerned with getting farm, which as he should be as a Scylla.
Now, Soar, when they were in game 1, they didn't have that late game potential. They had a little bit with Vedium on the Artemis, but it wasn't nearly as potent as Gabe has in this game. If they are able to weather the storm and get this game to the 28, 29 minute mark, they've got 2 Hunters, they've got an excellent late game support in Geb, and they've got Sinosure on the Chang'e, who's one of the most difficult characters to deal with in the later stages of the game. Just a matter of getting there is the problem right now.
I'm just a little more concerned about, like, yeah, if they get to that point, how big is Hercules going to be, and how big is Scylla going to be on the other team to have to deal with?
Look, they can only hit level 20, man. It's not like they're going to keep going up. Once they hit level 20, you just got to wait. You just gotta
Imagine
wait
if
it
they
out.
did. Imagine if you just keep going.
Season 7.
How about Season 5?
Yeah, maybe.
It'll be on Reddit. If the Reddit really want it, then we'll do it. That's generally what happens. So we'll find out. 14-4 right now still is we're waiting for the next Gold Fury or the Portal Demon to come available. No one's going to look for a Fire Giant in 14.5 minutes in for the time being. It's just a farm fest, but there's the experience lead. Look at it, 9,500. This is the game 1 all over again. It's just Sora in control.
It's very, very significant, and they've got a lot of... Control is the main word. That's been the real difference maker for Sora in this game. It's just the amount of raw CC they have on this team. What do you beat? You beat the dazzling offense, you get stunned by Homie Phase, 1 of 2 stuns, and then you get trembled. If you beads the Fields of Love, you get rooted by Anister or plucked by Final K. There's just not enough beads on the side of a Memory of Gabe to really handle how much CC Sor has.
Jigs looking to contest the back Harpies right now. Very confident with Anister in support there. They will get those back Harpies as well, just to add insult to injury of them even being that deep in the jungle at this stage.
I like this decision from Sor to group up right now, though. They have the experience lead. No reason to allow Gabe to farm up their lanes.
Here we go. Homie goes in with the stun on the Ionic. The burst damage is great, and see you later, Ionic. Back to base you go. I'm a monster from Anister's primed, but I don't think he'll find a target.
Not quite yet. Heroine going to be able to walk right out of that one, but Tier 1 tower is going to fall. Final K dashes forward, trying to find the pull back, but Heroine's going to be able to dive bomb out of danger in that scenario.
Got to be a little bit careful of Walrus rotating him around the back. Sor should recognize this as Final K has come over, but in a 4v5, they may still feel confident, even with a lack of ultimates.
And Final K has to remember, along with Jigs and even Vedium, I suppose, with those hearts, that Chang'e has a lot of anti-heal built into that kit. If Sinosure decides to go for Divine Ruin, it could really shut down a lot of what Sor brings to the table.
Sor got the tier 1, and they'll strip away that red buff on the left-hand side. On top of that, Memory of Gabe will have to settle for the speed buff on a 4-man share. Now, it's only a 3. Walrus realized it would have been terrible to 4-man share. You always know things are going bad when you're 4-man sharing camps.
That's all. Yeah, that is the worst, because you're already behind, and you're like, hey, at least I get my own buff, except it's cut 4 ways. Barely even counts for golden experience at that point.
Final K on this Hercules. We've talked him up a little bit so far. We've not seen him all day. We've been waiting for this moment, but his stat lines, when you look back at how well he's done, very high KDA, low deaths though is the big point there, where he's not dying a lot for a solo laner who's engaging. He's been playing very well for a new guy to the solo, well, to the SPL.
Even in game 1, he didn't die a whole lot. Compared to the rest of the members of Sor, it really wasn't like he was the one who was having a lot of trouble. He was doing okay on that side.
He was fine.
You could say that, yes, I suppose. Either way, he was just doing well in that solo lane in game 1. This time he's doing even better. 4-0-6 on this Hercules. He's got that 7 KDAs right underneath Anister in terms of top damage.
Do you want to see Final K try and focus down the tier 1 tower on this right-hand side, or do you want to keep Walrus pinned in this lane?
I don't care where Walrus is. I just want Final K in these fights because he's changing the course of them every time he's there.
So then if he takes down the tier 1 tower, it does allow him to rotate a little bit more?
In a way, yes, and that's 500 gold in favor of Sor. So I don't think that it's necessary to keep Walrus pinned in that lane is what I'm saying. It doesn't,
sure.
If Walrus is there, it doesn't really make much of a difference. He's only level 14. Anister's got a 2-level lead over him. He's the same level as Homie Faye and Jigs. Vedium's got a 2-level lead over Walrus. It doesn't really matter.
Well, the Gold Fury's already gone down. Portal Demon's about to come up, but it was Saw setting a trap in the jungle. The bad news is Memory of Gabe didn't bite, so they've got to force the issue anyway. Horowin's forced to Aegis, and he's still going to fall down here. A couple of hits, but Ionic Shield comes into play.
The great ult out of Cynosure and the heals, but finally Anitzer shows up and just crushes him down like it ain't no thing, basically.
And now they can go straight over to the Portal Demon as well. Right-hand side, Fine OK is positioning nicely to keep Walrus at bay, keep him trapped away. Walrus should see this Portal Demon going down, but I don't think he's going to get response from his team, so once again, Saw extend their lead.
Jigs wants to do this Fire Giant. Someone just back there. Homie just backed, but again, they do have the portal. Anitster's in mid lane. Walrus doesn't know this is going on. This Fire Giant, he just now hears it happening, but it's already pretty low. Walrus trying to get in there to the pit. Love the play. But
he got it! He got it, but he may pay the iron price for it. Meanwhile, the rest of his team on the left-hand side, they're going to get a tier 1, probably a tier 2 as well. What a play from Walrus! You zone him out, but you can't zone out the range damage.
That's just... How does that happen? How does that happen?
What you do is you press 3 on Vamana when the Fire Giant is low.
See, but normally the enemy team will attack the Fire Giant to make sure that it doesn't get low enough to get to that point.
Fine, okay, back on defense, catches the rollout of Ionic there, and the worst position for him to be in because Komi Efe is on the way. That's forcing Cynoshot to stay behind and protect too. Ionic gets hit again, this time Cataclysm and Waxing Moon to get Ionic out, but this bought enough time for Saw on the right-hand side to answer back the tier 1 and tier 2 tower that Memory of Gabe got on the left.
So Saw at least gets something, but in Memory of Gabe got exactly the same on the opposite side of the map. 2,000 gold for each team, exactly, except Gabe, they have the Fire Giant. It is only on 3 members. It's only on Cynosure, Ionic, and Snoopy, but those are some pretty good members to have it on. You'd like Horowin to have that buff to get him that extra objective damage, but either way, you're much happier having 3 members with it than watching 5 members of Soar storm you down with it.
And let's be honest, normally at this stage of the game, when you look at how far ahead Soar are, you're looking at how many wins in a row Memory of Gabe have to get back to an even keel. The Fire Giant is one of those wins, but how many more do they need? Is it like 3 or 4 of these big fights that have to go their way?
If they get a clean, if they trade 3 for 1 or 4 for 2, something like that, it would only take them 2 team fight wins in that sort of heavy-handed win nature in order to recoup this gold lead that they've kind of lost at this stage. Soar, they can realistically end the game in the exact same 2 fights.
Well, Memory of Gabe, even though they are still behind considerably, they're looking to try and pressure the tier 1 in mid with Homie on the right-hand side. Problem is the Fields of Love and Boulder combination, and Jigs is stunned following that up. Will allow them to pick up at least Ionic. Fine, okay, with a double kill, and Anister's wrapped round the back.
I'm a monster, can't quite find Cynosure, but dashing forward, Vedium hits Walrus, and Andy gets the last hit there. 4-0 and 11 for the mid laner. Horowin finds an exit into his own jungle, but another fight goes the way of Soar. This time they get the tier 2 tower, and it looks like the Phoenix is next too.
Yeah, the problem with that engagement there, we were just talking about, like, yeah, it gave him a window, but it's not a window that you can start being aggressive all of a sudden. You are still down a considerable amount. Yeah. You group up in mid like that, and you're against a team that's that far ahead, you're going to disappear.
Everyone feels real confident until 2 of you get hit with Scylla Root for like 700 damage. And all of a sudden, that confidence starts to go away a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And now with that, just a little bit, 2 Phoenixes go down, middle and right. Only the left-hand lane is completely still standing for Memory of Gabe. The small window of hope in their arsenal.
But the problem is that this Gold Fury is going to respawn soon, so this just puts extra incentive for Soar to go to this left-hand side, clear out both towers and the Gold Fury, and then they're sitting up 2,000 gold, 20,000 gold rather, and Gabe is just kind of like, all right.
Well, back to square 1 for Memory of Gabe. We mentioned a couple more fights that go in a row. Well, they had Fire Giant and 3 members then, but they couldn't make anything happen. The next Fire Giant, I think we'll see Saw be a little bit better at making sure nobody like Vamana can Umbrella Rangan.
I agree with you. You have to do better than that. You can't do much worse in terms of losing a Fire Giant to, a level 14 Vamana at the time.
I think the only way that could get worse is if a minion steals it.
Have you ever seen that before?
If a minion steals an objective, no one gets it.
Have you ever seen that before?
I have.
Have you?
Yes.
Could you show me the replay?
Me and F got queued together and it happened in our game.
Is it because you guys didn't properly secure a Fire Giant?
Yeah, because F was my solo laner.
It could be anything. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where Vedium is. A turnaround!
Vetium's Aegis will keep him alive, but the walls come down from Kraken and traps his own teammate for his death. And Insazama Monster isn't even needed to find a home there, as the rest of Saw are cleaning house.
There's the kill again. Final K, 9 kills now for the new solo laner. Hurwind is just watching as his solo laner falls. Hurwind still 1 HP. What are you doing, dude? Run away! He was out! Hurwind was out, and then he comes back in. Anister secures the deicide.
That is a moment in the game where Memory of Gabe realized they can't come back into it. I just want to point out that Homie FA killed his own teammate, and they still win the game. That's how far ahead they are. He literally walled his own team into a really awkward spot, and they still won the fight.
That's one of those moments that everyone has had in a team game where your teammate just really
when you don't
gives
think
you the screws.
That's where there is no team.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's like, team? No, we're not on a team anymore. Teti on the left-hand side will for the final one left standing for Memory of Gabe right now. We're going to game 3 here, Aggro.
It looks like it. 25-5, 24 minutes in, over 15,000, right around 16,000 gold in the lead. So we're not even worried about the Gold Fury at this stage. And oh, by the way, Gabe's Titan, it's about half HP from those fire minions that were pouring in from mid and right.
Sure. Why not? Just continue to allow the minions to do the work for you while you continue to fight in the jungle and win the fights as well. Portal Demon on the right-hand side will go down momentarily. Even though it's warded up here, it's not going to be available for anyone to teleport to right now, although Final K could if he wanted to.
What if Friendly Fire was on in Smite?
I'm down. I'd kill you every game.
You would.
I would. I'd queue with you just for fun.
You try to do it anyways. You mirror wall.
All right, round 2. Where's Walrus? Can we get a zoom in on Walrus, please? I want to find out where he is and how far away.
The world's
can he get here in
longest
time?
umbrella rang.
He could have potentially done that. I'm not being funny. He may have done it.
Global umbrella rang.
So Yarn Assault is what you're telling me.
No, but then it comes back.
On an umbrella. Oh my god.
And it slows.
Oh my god. And it does the same damage as Yarn Assault.
Well, duh, yeah, of course.
Has to, right?
Well, yeah, you're thinking about making a Yarn Assault not do Yarn Assault damage numbers? Come on.
That would be silly. Left-hand side, though, is the final Phoenix that still remains. The middle and the right are still alive right now. So he's still down right now, but they're about to respawn, so there is a small, and I keep saying this, there is a small glimmer of hope from Memory of Gabe. But we saw them get a Fire Giant from a small glimmer of hope, and that glimmer still just stayed a glimmer.
Snuffed out immediately by Sora after that, who just looked, as bad as they looked in game 1, they've looked equally good in game 2. This draft just changed everything.
So
for this
game
team.
3 should be an absolute barn burner.
Oh, we're here for 78 minutes.
Ionic is trapped. He's going to heal up with a meditate, but he's not going to last long once those fields of love detonate. Final K is getting low, but he's still a Hercules, and he'll boulder back. Walrus runs through to create a distraction, but the distraction doesn't last that long either when you've got a full level 20 composition to deal with, at least in Final K in Vetium's terms.
Cynosure and Hurwind can only watch or get plucked back out of Phoenix or Fountain and potentially die to Vetium one more time. 29-5. Soar answer back heavily up against Gabe.
So game 1, all Memory of Gabe.
Yep.
Game 2, all Saw Gaming. Apart from that one steal of the Fire Giant. That was the only highlight for them. Game 3, the decider. You have, if you make it through this set, you make it through this one game, you go into tomorrow with 2 chances to go to Masters.
Yeah, and you're up against some stiff competition either way. If you're from North America, like these 2 teams are, you're going to be facing off against E United, and then if you do end up losing that matchup, you'll have to face off against the EU loser. So you're going to have a tough time either way. But both of these teams definitely have shown us their high points. But can we get a back and forth match? That's what I'm wondering.
And I think that's what we will do, because we saw Saw walk straight into an army of Memory of Gabe game 1.
Yeah.
They corrected the mistakes in the second game and did exactly the same thing back to him. Now for game 3, there should be an even keel. Picks and bans should be very important.
Yeah, very, very much looking forward to it. I can't imagine that Final K is going to get Hercules again. He was absolutely lights out on that warrior in game 2.
Well, to talk a little bit more, I should say, about that game 2, let's head over to the analysts. Chapo, Taco, and Tom are standing by.
I am certainly not going to talk down about the performance that Soar just put on. I mean, I think Aggro highlighted it perfectly when he said, for as bad as Soar was in game 1, that's how good they were in game 2. Final K turned around his kind of passive, do-nothing Terra game and ran it with the Hercules pick. I mean, what a turnaround.
That Hercules pick, it spoke definitions like all the way home, and it just completely unstoppable the entire time. I mean, his scoreline by the end of that game was what, like 9-0 and 9. It was just absolutely incredible watching this player go from playing something as passive as the Terra into the aggression. It shows like the flexibility of his playstyle.
Exactly, and you know, you guys were speaking about how he likes the Terra, so it's not as if his team forced him into a different pick. He's just able to play many different things, and that's certainly going to be a very, very important thing for him and his team going forward. We're hitting another game 3. Chapo, how is this going to change the mindsets of these players as they head into a must-win scenario?
So right now, they're thinking one word: pressure. I mean, the one game they have pressure. They have the Thor. They bring they have the Medusa. They have pressure all across the board. They switch it up. They put Chang'e. They have Huyi. They switch up the pressure. And they lose. So now the game, the name of the game is pressure. Who's gonna like along the side? Final K has been playing passive Guardians the whole season. He comes out, mechanically looks like a god on Hercules, and just shuts down the whole memory of Gabe.
That's a big part of it. A little bit of the surprise factor certainly paid into what Soar was able to do. As they head into game number 3, I expect to see a little bit of surprise, but also a little bit of the standard. I kind of want to see Jigs on one of these characters that he's made a name for himself in the support role. Final K, just keep it going. If they give you the Herc, just pick it, homie. Just keep going with what's working. But across the way, in memory of Gabe, this is a team that I think can absolutely set it up. I want to see Sino on something like a Thanatos. Sino can carry if you let him.
You say that you want to see Final K on the Hercules and Sino on the Thana. You know what I want to see? I don't want to see Cabrakan go through again because I think that also went hand in hand with the lead that Final K was able to establish on this Hercules, and it was just absolutely devastating anytime.
Here's my question. Cabrakan got through because of the Ra ban. Andinster has played Ra out of this world. Is letting Ra through in lieu of Cabrakan okay?
Preferably just ban both of them. I mean, we saw them do it in that very first game against Soar, where they actually opted for, Ra and Cabrakan bans. And I think that's like the way to go for in memory of Gabe. They should just take away the Ra, take away the Cabrakan initially. And sure, you might open up for a Fafnir pick, for instance. I think that's what they opted to ban out that last game. But overall, I think you just take away comfort and pressure, which is really essential in making sure that your team finds the upper hand in a lot of team fights.
Especially in a game like this where it's win or quite literally go home. I mean, I guess you got to hang out here, but there's no reason. You're just going to sit here. So it's certainly a very, very big deal. Winner of this game goes on to face against E-United, the team that wound up number 3 in the North American standings. So that's going to be pretty tough. They've got together and they have a strong team. Both Soar and In Memory of Gabe look like they're ready for the challenge. You know, let's play a little bit of the fun stuff while we wait for everybody to get ready. E-United, they're the final boss. Who do you think has the better matchup, Soar or Gabe?
As far, are you looking at it from an individual player point of view, or just
it's
like
a team game, baby?
Team. I know it's a team game, and there's no I in team, but there is a me. And as far as Gabe is concerned, when those players get to shine individually, that's what helps them come together as a unit. And overall, I would probably say that Soar has more of a reason and a little bit more purpose and drive, I should say. I think drive is the word I'm looking for, because they want that revenge. They 100% want revenge.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a storyline there. Andy, by the way, nice new glasses on this guy. But he's not part of the storyline. That storyline is going to be Jigs, and that storyline is going to be over there with Vedium specifically. A lot of interesting blood between them two as far as these two teams are concerned. But like I said, one more step in the way. Gabe is the opposition before they're able to get on through. And Herwind is a big part of it. If I'm Gabe, I want to give this man a Thoth. This guy has been able to run the tournament with Thoth.
Oh, for sure. He's just been, I mean, playing so aggressive with Thoth. I mean, usually when you just think about big ultimates, but his stuns and his follow-up with his ones have been so consistent. And the way he plays, Let's take a second while man goes to sleep in his chair.
No, that's the
That's his call. That's his call. That's his yell.
That's the Zhang Kui cosplay right there. Okay?
That was a Kumba cosplay. Come on, man. You got to get it right there.
Oh, man. I'm getting outlawed by Chapo over here. Watch out. But very real part of this game is the mental fatigue level. You know, that's we're coming to our last matchup here. And this is pretty much, this is the call-in time. And this is part of the game as well. You know, I saw a couple of people sitting there questioning things. But mental fortitude is absolutely a part of gaming. You always have these haters out there that want to start to talk about, is gaming a sport? And I'm always very quick to say absolutely not. Athleticism is completely different, but the mental aspect, totally a part of it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you always have to keep your head in the game. I mean, you have a misplay, the first thing you want to do is talk about it. But you're in a game. Next call, go Fury. Are you gonna go? Where are you gonna ward? Where are you gonna defend? You have to stay on point. You can't let anything get to you.
And so as the hours get later, it becomes easier to not yourself and not your teammates. And you'll see that the best teams wind up being the teams that stick together because of their relationship. We saw Oxygen come so far, and their organization was talking highly about it. And I think that's why Gabe has been so successful. Being able to speak to these players individually, players like Yannick, and I speak a lot to Herwin off the outside the lines, and he was always like, look, man, we're friends, we hang out, we play the game, and that's very, very important. Give me a little bit of your experience. I know that you Noble guys, you and Uzi obviously, but how important is that for a team to be successful, to enjoy each other outside of the game?
This is like the one thing I'm always on top of my team. I'm like, are you guys playing together? Like, are we playing? Are we a real team? Like, that chemistry comes with playing, but let me hold on that. Let's get to the picks. God, give me the job, man.
They're figuring out right now.
Oh, what's up, Hindu? You're looking cute over there.
Hindu's going to be the first pick, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see how that one works out. But as far as this is concerned, I mean, like you said, you're always staying up on top of the team, trying to make sure that everybody's together, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the biggest thing. That's where chemistry, like when you're having fun playing the game, if you come to scrims and you're not performing, you have like this mental block with your team because you come to scrims, you get whooped, you go back, you get off. What happened to the casual games? What happened to the fun aspect of the game?
Exactly. And once you lose sight of that, so make no bones about it. This is very much what is happening.
I don't know. I'm blowing kisses.
Real high-res hours here in the last moments of the SPL Gauntlet Friday. We've battled it out. You know what? Why don't we take a snapshot of the entire day? People are waving to people off screen. We have the standings somewhere, and we'll find them, and we'll talk about how we've come this far. We've looked at the Challenger team topple the 8th place, 7th place, 6th place. Here we are later on. Oxygen was the team that made it out of the Challenger scene, and as they fought up and down, they did very, very well.
They came with a silence.
The longest run.
Took everyone out.
That run was absolutely incredible about Oxygen Supremacy, from Flashpoint to Noble, then, sorry, Chaffo, it's...
Alright, bye guys.
Lo siento, amor.
Está bien.
But, I mean...
As we get back into it, very important, Game 3. Soar. In memory of Gabe. Let's take a look at how these two teams wound up here. It was all the story about A Day to Remember, Neil Ma, and the rest of Oxygen Supremacy. They started out in the Challenger League. Now, if you're unfamiliar, well, you guys know the top 8 teams of the Pro League. But there's 4 other teams out there, and they are what makes up the Challenger circuit. The top team was OS, and they fought against Flashpoint. They beat them. They fought against Chapo and Noble. They beat them too. Then Oxygen Supremacy fought Allegiance. They beat them. In comes In Memory of Gabe. Only one win was able to happen, and as it's the best of 3, Gabe goes on to face off against Soar Gaming, a team with a relatively new solo laner and a lot to prove. Now that we're here in game number 3, the winner goes on. I know it looks really complicated in the middle. All that matters is that the winner goes on to face off against E United, and that is how we find out who makes it to the spring finals, otherwise known as Masters LAN. So it's going to be very exciting watching these teams battle it out. If we can keep our composure and our mental fortitude up here, we're battling it just as much as these players are, I guess.
I'm having a great time. I don't know about you, but I mean, getting to watch Oxygen Supremacy all throughout the day and then leading up into it, it's always, I actually felt a little bit sad watching Oxygen Supremacy go down, but no foul at all to In Memory of Gabe. I think that they played excellently. They played to their advantages. They took advantage of the situation that they were put into, and I think at the end of the day, if they're able to prevail here and move on to Final Boss E United, as we like to call them, it'll really get to have a solid showing for NA, because EU is watching at the same time. I mean, these guys just get to observe the entire playstyle of NA throughout the day, and I think that it'll be interesting when we get to see how NA versus EU gets to face off.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, today was a lot of fun. We're going to do it all again tomorrow with a different accent. The European side of this tournament happens tomorrow, and then we see the final legs of it happen on Sunday as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of tonight, In Memory of Gabe versus Soar Gaming. We're going to take care of the picks and bans, and then we'll toss it over to Aggro and Hinduman for the final shouts. The bans coming out soon. We'll see which way Gabe wants to go. Taco's giggling, Chapo's drumming, the guys across the way are making faces. We need to figure out these matches.
Well, let's see one thing. I mean, Memory of Gabe took Fafnir, banned Fafnir. Will they give up Fafnir this game? I mean, they don't want to see Jigs on it, obviously, because they've taken it and banned it. Let's see if they give it up. I mean, Memory of Gabe first ban still. That means oh, there it is. God damn.
The Fafnir ban, very important. The Kabrakin, however, I think is absolutely integral to where these teams are going to go. Sylvanas, very important ban as well. You can tell what's very interesting is that Soar Gaming and In Memory of Gabe with Jigs and Eonic respectively, very important parts of their teams on that support position. Of course, with those 4 bans, leaves a glaring hole. And Scotty, she's going to come on out.
And I can tell you for a fact that any team that gets the first pick, Scotty, is more than happy to do so. But at the same time, Andy finally gets his Raw. And we've seen Andy on Raw time and time again, and that's just scary.
Listen, Andy's Raw has single-handedly won games before. Andenster making the transition from the jungle into the mid lane early in the season left a little bit to be desired. But one of the first characters that he came out and said, look, I'm a mid laner now, was the Ra. What's it like being on the receiving end of that?
Yo, take cover. There's snipes coming your way.
He's going to shoot through the wall. He's going to shoot no vision.
You don't need to see.
He's going to find you. I mean, he made a name for himself playing Thor and getting those double taps through with no vision through walls. He's doing the same thing on the Laser Chicken. So Soar Gaming going to pair that up with Terra. Option over to In Memory of Gabe.
And I love the pairing with the Terra because not only does Terra provide that sustain that you would want, but she also has a solid amount of peel, and she could potentially be a flex pick here. That could go for Jigs, that could go to Fine OK, and either of those options already, I'm liking the sustain ability that Soar is able to provide.
On the other end, I like that Memory of Gabe adapted and didn't first pick the Chang'e. They said, all right, Chang'e is not working for us. Let's go back to the Thorn. Let's go back to our ways.
Ooh. You got Scotty, you got Thor on Silent Short, you got Thoth on Herwind.
That's their guns.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, but I am counting them right now. This is a dangerous draft for In Memory of Gabe to have, and they're not even done.
And this is Battle of the Chickens at the same time. You got Thoth facing off against the Raw. Who's the better American sniper in this instance? Is it going to be Annister? Is it going to be Herwin? Both of them, we know, have been playing these gods excellently. So I'm definitely excited to see how it all unfolds.
The ROM taken by Soar Gaming. I would say taken away from Snoopy, but he already has his Ice Woman. So Scotty is going to be the selection for Gabe. ROM will be the hunter of choice for Soar Gaming. And now we're in our second round of bans. Osiris banned out by Soar Gaming, so no high pressure in the solo. And Amaterasu, we know that Jigs does like to play that support.
I was going to say, I could see Soar banning Odin here, and that's what they do. I mean, they have 3 gods that can't get out of the cage, and Walrus just showed, made a show with it in game 1, and, almost cost them the game with it. So I like the ban.
Yeah, I think that's an intelligent ban, and anytime Hunbats is banned, I'm giving you a thumbs up. The character can do a lot. The character can be an initiator. He can be a counter-initiator. He can be a raw assassin. He can be a support character. There's just too much that the Party Monkey does, so just take him off. Hercules, one more time on the side of Soar Gaming. Fine OK, looked so good. I'm just excited. I'm getting the popcorn.
I bet you can imagine. What if Fine OK isn't on that Hercules?
That's interesting.
I could play I'm doing it again. Round 2, Devil's Advocate. This could potentially be Jigs on the Hercules instead. Unlikely, but possible.
I could see it just because Scotty is really bad versus Hercules. Hercules just walk up, it's free CC, free disposition. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and like I said, Annister really likes the Hercules jungle, so being that he's in the mid lane, a little bit less likely, but certainly something to think about. Why is that so funny?
Yeah, you know what? I can see Herc mid too.
Nobody said Herc.
Andy's going jungle, guys, and right now it's going to be Homie and Andy's the good old-fashioned switcheroo. Nobody expects it.
Nobody expects it. I wouldn't expect it. I already expect it.
So on the desk, do I have to wait to 20 minutes to F6? I think I'm done with my team right now. This matchmaking isn't working out.
What do you mean we're dual queue?
Last pick for Soar Gaming here, folks. Terra, Ra, Ram, and Hercules. They're going to round out their selection with a Susano. That'll be Homie FA's of choice. Absolutely, can certainly run the game. So, I'm done with you guys talking. One word, Soar, Gabe, who wins?
Soar.
Taco.
Undecided.
She's taking the easy way out. Aggro and Hindu, they're not so lucky. Let's toss it to them. Bring us the final game of tonight.
All I know is that you guys at home are the victors. That's all I'm going to say. Memory Game versus Saw for the final game here. Winner goes on to face EU United on Sunday. And the loser, well, they get to pack up their bags and go back to the hotel.
And they just have to sit and watch as Europe plays tomorrow, and then the winner of this plays up against E United on Sunday. You're right. This is as high pressure as it gets right now. And again, this day has just gone on for so long, and that could just be such a mental drain. It's about who can stay focused for longer in this game.
But how is Cabrakan and Scotty getting through? Like, if you think about the bans in this, it should be Scotty, Cabrakan are the two major bans that need to come out. Everything else is
Gabe's in a great position here because they immediately ban away Scylla to start it off, right? It's a respect ban for how well Annister played in Game 2 there. So they already know that they're going to get either Scotty or Cabrakan. Now, you could have seen Soar ban neither of them and force Gabe to make a choice. Exactly, and they get one. Instead, they decide to only ban Cabrakan and ban Sylvanas instead. And I can't really blame them. I mean, Ionic has looked so good on Sylvanas. It's one of the gods that he's played at a high level, going all the way back to, Season 1, Season 2, all those sorts of things. But you're right. I mean, Scotty has just been dominant basically all day. Noble, really the only team who didn't find any success with her.
That's true. But Saw here, they did just win the last game in a comfortable fashion as well.
Yes.
They've got some of the picks that they had last time round, most notably, really, Fine OK on Hercules.
If Soar don't ward their backside entrances to mid, I might have an aneurysm.
I think we all will. I think everybody watching will, just because we've seen it
call a
2 times in a
doctor,
row.
because I don't see any wards.
It can't happen, man. Surely it can't happen again. Ionic and Snoopy, though, they're setting up for the red buff here, but they've got Walrus. Look where Snoopy is. The cameraman's not showing you right now, but the minimap is that Walrus is on this left-hand side as well, behind Calder. There he is! There's a little cheeky baby!
He's tiny. You can't see him behind that wall.
Well, Vetium's going to see him in a second, and he's actually going to see 3 members now because he can collapse from all sides. The beads early to avoid the slows. So important! But Ionic took the pluck. And with Calder being here, that should be a dead Vetium. Go, Calder, go! Vetium, no! Why did you stop?
I don't know. He probably would have died either way there, I think. Yeah. It was actually not that bad of an idea to
I just wanted to cast the chase, that was all.
That's true.
That's what I'm disappointed about. First Blood, though, will go the way of Memory of Gabe, getting him off to a great start again, just like what happened in Game 1.
It's almost like when you play Gabe, you should assume that Walrus isn't in his lane at the beginning.
Potentially, and then from there, ward to make sure he's not there, or invade the jungle. The good news is, Saw did capitalize on that by invading the jungle. They steal away the blue and the speed buff away from Walrus, but Walrus has been in this spot before and came back into it in Game 1.
It clearly doesn't bother him too much, but he has gone for the multi-potions here on the Vamana. Vamana not especially efficient on clearing without mana, does need to use multiple abilities to clear the wave early on, so this lack of blue buff could come back to haunt him.
I mean, then again, so does Fine OK, but the difference is that he does have a jungler in tow that is with him at the start of the game with a blue stone pendant. Purple buff on the left-hand side after the red buff taken down for Memory of Gabe. They're already level 3. Vetium done a good job of hitting level 2 at least, and he's just going to sit under this tower.
This little area of the map where you see the little red circle, that's where Vetium's going to be for the next 10 minutes. That's where he needs to be for quite some time if he wants to be able to survive and get towards the mid to late stages of this game.
And this is what we've seen on the highest level. As time has gone on, the map will be divided in half straight down the middle, pretty much. Memory of Gabe, they took the whole left-hand side of this map, both red buffs, and they'll get both purple buffs as well. But on the right-hand side, Saw Gaming, they get both speeds, and they get both blues.
But early on, I think I'd rather have the speeds and the blues than the reds and the purples. The red buff goes off of your total power, so you're not getting a whole lot of effectiveness off of that. The movement speed buff is just a flat number where you move faster whenever you pick it up. The blue buff, you just get more mana back, and you get a little bit of CDR as well. Those early game buffs on the right-hand side just are a little bit more impactful than that on the left.
Well, Walrus got to be careful here up against Fine OK. Fine OK is level 5 right now, and you saw how destructive he could be on his Hercules last game. The Earthbreakers, if they hit, Walrus could be in a lot of trouble.
I mean, Fine OK just absolutely went off in Game 2. and I love to see him back on this Hercules in Game 3. Hercules is a rhythm character for me. It's about the timing, knowing your your Earthbreakers, just getting everyone pulled back, and just getting him on it 2 games in a row, knowing that he's comfortable. Really, really intelligent draft by Soar.
And you mentioned the timing there, but Walrus knew that Final K hadn't backed and there was a potential of a gank there just because he knew all the speed and blues were down. So it's like, where would he have gone? He wouldn't have based just yet. He would have wanted to stay in lane a little bit longer if he can pressure me some more. Maybe there's a trap coming.
And there's always a trap. Whenever you assume there might be a trap, it's always a trap. And that's exactly why I'm surprised we didn't see Soar ward, because again, Walrus, he's always trying to set a trap somewhere.
But it's not doom and gloom, even though First Blood did go over to Snoopy on that Skadi. It's not all doom and gloom right now for Soar. They are still in this game. Their composition has a lot of sustain in it as this time goes on. And Memory of Gabe have to take that into account when we get to the team fight stages, making sure they have some forms of anti-heal.
But that's all the more reason that I love this Sobek pick. That Sickening Strike going to add a little bit of extra anti-heal. I'm assuming we'll see multiple Pestilences from both Walrus and Ionic. Whirlwind or Snoopy, we know Snoopy's going to go for Brawler's Beatstick. Basically every Skadi goes for Brawler's Beatstick, just core in the kit for the power and penetration.
It's a good
but
point.
This is one matchup where that passive is going to pay big dividends up against not only Raw, but the Terra and the Hercules as well.
Well, there's a batter coming towards mid lane now, stepping up to the plate. There's 3 members on that plate right now that was created by Jigs, and there is waiting fine. Okay, fantastic work though from Cynoshot to get away with the minuscule amount of health, but Whirlwind, he's in more trouble. Snoopy got picked up as well on the left as this is going on. Sora winning across the map.
Meditation popped in the mid lane, keeps Fine OK nice and healthy. Now Ionic, he's in some trouble, rooted out by Jigs, driving strike as well. Fine OK puts himself on the board. Quickly Soar get 3 kills to their name.
And not just that, they'll get the right-hand Harpies, the red buff on the left-hand side as well from Memory of Gabe's jungle, and force Cynoshot to come over and defend this side. But Cynoshot's got to be careful here, he's got no ult.
But he doesn't quite find the pull on the Cynosure to get the beads. There's the beads out of Homie Faye. And Homie finds the kill and then lets Cynosure know exactly what he thinks of him.
Okay. So I love the preemptive beads there from Homie Fa as well. He knew he could get the kill. It wasn't preemptive, I should say. He got hit by the wall, but beads knowing that he could still find the kill because he had cooldowns available, and Cynosure had already used everything he had.
That's very, very true. I mean, just knowing exactly how much damage he can do. Homie Faye looked horrendous in Game 1. I think that that's pretty fair to say. Just never got anything going, and even whenever he tried to hit his ultimates, he was missing Scythe after the stun, missing the ult, all these sorts of things. He looked great in Game 2 on that Cabrakan, and now seems to be in the zone early on here in Game 3.
Well, now we've got a ball game between these two teams because it is just a best of 1 left. First to 2 wins will move on to face United. And after the first blood going to Memory of Gabe, Soul have answered back. But Memory of Gabe is still in a comfortable position right now. The only big problem I see is that jungler Homie Fa on Susano, who has just over a 2-level lead on Cynoshot.
It's a large lead for Homie Faye, and Susano is one of those characters that you really don't want to fall behind against because of the fact that he's so safe with his multiple mobility abilities. And then you've got his passive as well on top of that, giving him extra movement speed when those dashes are on cooldown. How do you catch this guy? You just can't.
And now Ionic might have to forgo getting some experience to catch Cynoshot back up a little bit, I expect, and that's why you saw him splitting the mid wave a little bit more there. But he isn't the back Harpies there, so we'll soak that 3 ways and slow down the experience gain for his own jungler.
No, it's the back Harpies, there's 3 of them, so you can split it 3 ways.
Gotcha.
That's how that works. One for each.
I remember that, just for future reference. Left-hand side, though, the Hunt is still going at it. The only reason Rama really gets picked most of the time against a Skadi is just he's more survivable than most of the other Hunters. You can't really do well against the Skadi in the lane. In a boxing match like that, that's what happens. But if you do get within kill range, you can take to the sky and hope.
Yeah,
just hope your team's coming.
It's just about buying yourself time, basically, in that ROM ultimate. Now, there are a couple other interactions where the Astral Arrows take 2 hit points off of Kaldier's 5, but a lot of times it's Skadi's ulting, and on this patch, that means Kaldier is immune, so that doesn't really matter.
Well, Snoopy might get caught again, but he's staying very far away from that right-hand side, knowing there could be danger. The permafrost helped him out from the danger a little bit more than he needed to, and Kaldir paid the price, but it's okay. Kaldir regens.
Homie Faye almost took a ride right underneath the tower. There's how you see permafrost is just so strong, not only in terms of the CC, but once Snoopy starts getting some points into that ability, it does a ton of damage, and it's guaranteed. That is an unmissable ability.
And now Sandshaw's headed over to the left-hand side, but bad news is Vetium is not around. Fine, okay, however, in the mid lane is around. Fantastic stun out of Hurrywin there, just to prevent the opportunity of that Earthbreaker being available.
Hurrywin on the Thoth once more just looks so comfortable on this god. And it fits Hurrywin's playstyle so much more. We've seen Hurrywin just experiment with these hunters in the mid lane, the Cupid pick up against Oxygen Supremacy, which obviously did not work out. Game 2 there, the Hu Yi. I'm done. I'm done seeing Hurrywin on mages. Or on hunters. He carries on mages. Put him on mages and let him do work for the team.
Well, right now he has fallen down once, but that Doom Orb is stacking up now. 16 stacks online for Hurrywin on that Toth in the mid lane. And we spoke about the positioning, very important to Toth, just like Giannis. Gold Fury being looked at by both teams, but mainly it's for the Oracles, more so than the Gold Fury at this stage.
And that's just about that vision, knowing that Vetium can continue to push up like this, up against Snoopy. He's really been on his tower line most of this game, but the Oracles are split. Ionic looked like he stole one away there with that sickening strike, so no vision for anybody.
No vision for now, but wards will come into play a little bit as time goes on there. Do remember playing in mid lane, level 9 for Sinoshaw now. Done a pretty good job of slowing the gap on Homie Efe, who's at level 10, but the speed buff may change that.
Exactly, level 11 now, just above 2 levels lead.
It's like I've casted games before.
Yeah, well. See, if I were you, right there, I would say, we couldn't tell, because I would be mean. But I'm not mean, and so I'm not going to say that.
Okay. Good work there. Elementals have just respawned as well on the right hand. I've got nothing to say to that because you're aggro, and everybody knows you're aggro too. So it's like, listen, aggro spoke, no one listened, so it's okay. Elementals have spawned on the right hand side there. There you go. But no one's going to go for them yet. Sinoshaw has his ultimate available, potentially looking for a pick onto Anninster in the mid lane if they can find it. Instead, they'll just accept the back harpies for the time being. It's got a little bit quiet all of a sudden between these two. They both starting to realize now, aggro, they're even.
Yeah, this is a very, very evenly matched game, not only in terms of these drafts, I think, but in terms of the player skill as well. Two top-tier teams in North America and the world, without a doubt in my mind here. Just going up against the right to play against E United in the NA final on Sunday.
I just realized that Memory of Game and Saw are not the top teams in North America. They are great teams, sure, but you still got Eager, Luminosity, and E United above them. This is the level of competition North America has, and the Challenger circuit out of North America just showed how good they are as well.
Yeah, they pushed Gabe to the limit going up against them earlier on today. We talk about it all the time, and I'm sure everyone's sick of hearing it, but the level of competition has never been better in Smite than it is right now. These teams just continue to improve and improve.
Gold Fury pulled by Saw here, but they're taking a long time to do this. Whether they're baiting for a fight or they don't think they've noticed, they have been, because the Ionic's already there. And there's Sinoshaw collapsing onto Annister straight away, and he didn't chill out there. Instead, he turns the snipe on its head, and it's Sinoshaw in the face! Hurrywin getting sniped out as well on the backside of that as that continued, thanks to the snipes coming out from Vetium, and now Walrus is in trouble.
The jukes from Andy are good, and he turns it around and kills Walrus as well. 3 dead now for Gabe, all centered around Anninster, just buying time with that heal.
That's just one of those things where I just go, okay? Like, I don't understand what exactly went wrong there. They collapsed on the Gold Fury Saw, which was a little bit suspect at how they were doing it too. It looked like they were trying to actually burst it, but they didn't have the damage output. Instead, they dispersed.
I think that was I think that was a bait. They were doing that Gold Fury slowly, intentionally, to make Gabe think that they had blown some cooldowns, maybe, just trying to bait them into the fight. Sinoshaw goes way deeper than anyone on Gabe can follow up with. The final judgment came out, but it wasn't on to Anninster because he was just too far away from Hurrywin at that stage. And that's one of the things that's very difficult about playing these long-range characters like Thor. You can just get a little bit farther along than you really intend to. It was a great dunk in the right target, sure, but not with where the rest of Gabe was. The turnaround was phenomenal. And not only does Sword take the fight in the Gold Fury, but now the Portal Demon as well.
And that just continues to extend the lead a little bit more. Jig's now happy to sit on this right-hand side. 3,700 gold in the lead, 5,500 experience as well. And only 12 minutes in. Is this going to be another one of these games between the two where it's just 20 minutes, GG?
I don't think so. I mean, this game, it's right underneath 4,000 gold, yes, but every big objective is now off the map, which means it's going to be at least another about 4 minutes until Sora could continue to push this lead up with another Gold Fury, something along those lines that could really
fight. Okay. He's still going to go for it. Potentially, he's thinking about it. He's got to be careful of Walrus, though, but stopping the back at Sanishore as much as possible. The team on the left-hand side from Saw, though, aren't doing much with this, and now FineOK could be in trouble from staying around too long.
FineOK got sundered there by Walrus. Sanishore tried to go for the dunk and realized he would have probably died even if it had hit. So instead retreats, and FineOK takes the 2v1.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, Horrywind is getting 3v2. The Onyx was there, but a little bit late to that party, and the party poppers had already popped onto Horrywind's face, and with that, Saw do find a win based off what FineOK was doing right.
So in game 1, you were saying, I don't know about this raw ban. Now you see the raw ban. Annister has been on point every single time. Homie Faye also on point. 5-0-1, cleans up Snoopy.
And Homie FA could be the next on the list, though, from my memory Gabe's point of view. I mean, Onyx gets credit for that kill. Getting the shutdown on Homie FA, they don't necessarily want it onto the Sobek. They would have liked to that potentially go to Sinosure or Walrus there, who are both struggling a little bit in this game.
Yeah, or even Snoopy, just give the guy who's a little bit ahead, you know, who's even or close to even, a kill, but he was still busy sitting down after that kill from Homie Faye.
And that's the hope I'm looking at from now already for memory of Gabe is towards Scardy, who is still equal level in the Hunter role. Hunters, as the game goes on, once you said he's going to potentially go for the Brawler's Beat Stick, which it looks like he's working on next. The anti-heal will come into play, but the burst damage and control that a Scardy can bring can be insurmountable.
Oh, it's crazy. Just not only that, but easy Brawlers procs onto these healers from Soar, from a distance, able to use that 1, use the 3, able to put that anti-heal onto the sustained characters of Soar. And that's the thing I was about to bring up, though, is that this lead for Soar, what do we usually see from healing compositions? They kind of take it on the chin for a little bit, and then they turn it around with a mid-game siege.
Knockout punch.
Exactly. Now, they're the ones who's already jabbing away at Gabe's defenses, and once that healing starts to become even more potent, it's going to be really difficult to handle.
Sinosure once again. I do feel like he uses that ultimate off cooldown, but he's playing it the right way for how his team utilizes it. If he finds the dunk, or even just draws the attention of him for a moment, he can turn it around. Talking about turnaround here, Vetium did a good bit of poke onto Snoopy, but he's forced into the sky. Snoopy's been baited a little bit here.
Without a doubt, Homie Faye's here and sets up Vetium for the 3rd snipe. Vetium hits all 3 and cleans up Snoopy. Soar also recognized that Snoopy is Gabe's greatest hope and immediately go to try and shut that down.
Well, Sinosure on the left-hand side to defend. Ionic and Horrywind about to join him, but that means Horrywind's got a decision to make. Defend the tier 2 or lose a full wave in mid lane. Most of that mid wave is going to be dead by the time Horrywind gets there anyway, so another small win for Saw.
And you just cannot afford to give up more mid waves if you're Horrywind at this stage in the game, but there's a Terrace Blessing pop. Homie Faye looking for him underneath that tier 1 tower. Look at the damage. Homie Faye just solos down Horrywind and dashes to safety.
Listen, Homie FA may have had a bad game the first of this set, but not the last 2. Mid tower is going to fall down at the same time as Sinosure. He's taking a lot of poke and is forced out, as is Ionic, but Ionic's going into an awkward spot.
The snipe didn't quite hit there for Annister, but it's not going to matter in the end as he picks up that kill. Another one goes the way of the Soar mid laner, and now 12-2 in the lead in terms of kills.
Really big situation for Saw to be in right now. After going down 1-0 to memory of Gabe in a ruffle stomp of game 1, the last 2 have been in Saw's favor. This one is looking the same way right now.
This is the Soar that we've seen the last few weeks of the spring split. The game 1, that was the first few weeks of the spring split from Soar.
That's true.
Starting off 0-6, just finding absolutely 0 success in those games. They have to forfeit up against E United, and that's why I really am excited to potentially see them face off, because they didn't play each other during the regular season.
Straight to Snoopy, and Snoopy's down to 25%. Make that 0 after Vetium cleans it up with the in-hands. Gold Fury now going to be started by Saw. In the sky is Sido.
Looking for it, thinking about it, but instead going to dunk onto FineOK and then just get out of dodge. FineOK just not even worried about it. Sino knew he would have been all by himself. He's already about half HP, low on mana as well. No contest coming out of Gabe. And that Gold Fury pushes this lead for Soar up above 7,500.
But I don't think Gabe can really give up this Portal Demon as well. They've just gave away gold Portal Demon, gold Portal Demon. If they give this one as well, they've got to contest this. If they don't, this is just getting too far out of hand once again.
And they just don't. They just have nothing but to do but stand there and watch. Soar continues to just dominate here in game 3.
Small window, potentially for memory Gabe, is the amount of anti-heal that is now coming online for them. 3 members now with some anti-heal with the Pestilence and 2 Brawlers Beat Sticks, but it might just be too late. We talked about sustained comps, and if they get a lead, they can really punish you. They had a lead before the even sustain came into play.
It's just been unbelievable, the play out of Homie in particular. 6-1-3 on the jungler. He's top of the player damage as well. And it's not just been poke damage, which Susano does quite a bit of. It has been, I'm going to all in and kill you damage. Every single time he sees Whirlwind, he's immediately jumping right on top of him. That mobility that Thoth has, that's fine and all, but Susano doesn't really care about that because he still has more mobility than any other character.
We'll talk about Homie FA. He's on the left-hand side now, getting some free farm. Walrus walked a little bit too far forward there, wanted to check the Fire Giant. Sinosure got a double tap off, but now he's got no hammer to get away. Has to spin to win, but the snipes are raining down, going to get the Aegis out of him there as well. He's Vetium, and Anis is in a bit of trouble again, but the juke boots are still real.
Trying to get away, but now locked in place. Vetium finds Walrus, but Sino comes crashing down and secures the kill for Snoopy onto Aninster.
Sinoshure's going to look for the damage onto Jigs and try and trade this one out, but it's a level 13 Guardian against a level 14 jungler, and with Vetium just behind Jigs there, it's going to be an awkward spot. Meanwhile...
Ooh, Homie Faye able to get taken out there actually by Whirlwind, while Fino-K finds Snoopy. Sinosure just going to farm up the enemy back camps because that's where he is. Jigs does end up escaping.
2 for 2, and that goes in favor of Memory of Gabe just because of the shutdown bonuses. They picked up Homie FA, and they picked up Aninster in mid lane. Huge. They are two big names to get, but who got their scalps?
And that Whirlwind was one of them. He got on the board, getting an extra 5 stacks onto that Doom Orb, as well as that ever-important gold and experience, which is definitely needed. He's only level 14. The problem for Gabe, though, is that Walrus in this game has just been completely absent. Games 2 and 3, Walrus has just been handled by Fino-K on this Hercules. Both times the exact same matchup. Walrus only level 15. It's just impossible to frontline when you are down in levels. Warriors are phenomenal from ahead, but they're designed to play from ahead. From even or behind, they just aren't nearly as effective.
Memory of Gabe, though, need to do a couple more fights like that. They have to dance with death over and over again. Have to. They are dancing with death every time they go in against this overly fed enemy team that they're against. Sinosure has to go in like he has been doing in the last engagement and then get out at the last minute. Even if it means he could potentially die, you've got to go for it.
There's just no chance for them to come back if they're playing safe. It's just not possible. They have to, unless Soar makes a grievous error, but with how Soar's playing right now, that just doesn't feel likely.
Ionic forced to dash away, and Sinosure will drop the wall as well to help with his escape. But the Fire Giant at the moment is going to be the focus from Soar. Fino-K on zone duty, but it's by Memory of Gabe time to get over here to defend.
This is pretty early for the Fire Giant, only 20 minutes in, but the gold lead is pretty exorbitant, about 8K. Fino-K doing his best to create a zone there, but Walrus immediately walks right past him, but has to go up into the big baby.
But I don't think they needed to fight this Memory of Gabe. Now Sinosure dunks in, and it's already taken out one though, as Vetium was sniping from the sky. Sinosure will pick up Aninster off the back of that. The crit onto Walrus was pretty good. Vetium wants to give chase as Fino-K takes out Sinosure, and poor old Ionic will also fall.
Left behind, only Walrus and Whirlwind remain, but Fino-K wants to make that only Walrus if he had a choice. Homie Faye's looking to clean up, as well as the last 3 members, or other 2 members rather. Aninster falling in that engagement, so it's only Jigs and Vetium on this Fire Giant.
That fight was just a little bit weird for me from Memory of Gabe, because they weren't on the Fire Giant Soar anyway. Walrus saw that, but he popped the big baby and went, all right, let's go. Okay. No, it's Jigs. That comes before. But that was awful. There's nothing to talk about. On top of that, Walrus just did that too. So, 1 for 1. Great plays. Fire Giant. And now the tier 2 tower in mid lane going to go down to Fino-K here as well, as he will take that up against Whirlwind. Fire Giant on only 3 members of Soar here, as Aninster was dead, and Jigs decided he wanted a faster trip back to base.
Fino-K really wants this red buff, but Whirlwind secures it despite the ultimate out of the Hercules. At least I think he got it.
Yes, he did. If you didn't realize. Yeah. Meanwhile, everything is fine and dandy for Soul. They can look to the left-hand side to continue to push for the tier 2 tower. It's already at just above half health right now. It's an additional 1,500 gold for the coffers, as will this Gold Fury add to that as well, and they're going to get that for free.
Without a doubt. 3 members have Fire Giant. Aninster was dead. Jigs killed himself right before that Fire Giant went down, so only Homie Faye, Fino-K, and Vetium have it. But I don't think it really is that big of a difference either way at this stage in the game. When you're up about 12,000 gold, you can get away with a lot of misplays.
Well, Memory gave a looking to try and at least get a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side here, but the problem is the reinforcements for Sora are on the way. Jigs is watching in the wings here, as Final K is taking on 4 right now, but 3 members are still with him. Meanwhile, Agro, what's going on left?
Vedium is there, Hindu. He's pushing down that last tier 2 tower in the left-hand side. Cynosure forced up into the Anvil of Dawn just to get out of the pressure that Sora was exerting onto him. Tier 2 tower falls on the left to the hand of Vedium. Only 1 tower still remaining for Gabe that defends their base.
And so keeping so many people on the right-hand side is going to allow him to get the Portal Demon as well as that tier 2 tower. The gold lead is out of control.
You just exorbitant right now. There's really, that's the word, it's just way too much for Gabe to handle at this stage. And again, I liked the idea to try and play aggressive and try and play, you know, all in, just make a play if we can, but it just didn't work out by that Fire Giant. And now you just have to wait and hope that Sora makes a mistake.
Well, let's see what Sora can do with this, because there's only 1 tier 2 tower left remaining, and then they should just pretty much swing over to the left-hand side. The furthest Phoenix from the Fire Giant is always the preferred one you'd like.
Walrus gets pulled out of that clear the path, but Homie Faye being alone means that Walrus is going to be able to escape. Nice decision from him to not use that Colossal Fury. I think a lot of players may have panicked in that scenario and used it.
Well, right now they've got a call to make here, Memory again, because Cynosure's on the left-hand side, split pushing for a tier 1, trying to get some farm to catch up. But he may need to get back here relatively quickly, and that's why he stops DPS on the tier 1 to get back for the defense of the Phoenix.
But he doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, so he's got to walk up and try and make it happen. Walrus, see ya,
just
dude.
So you know, Walrus had an ultimate then, but he's not going to get to use it. Snoopy has an ultimate, but he might not get to use it either because Vedium's forcing him back. The Phoenix is not got an ultimate, but it doesn't matter because it's dead anyway as well.
Only 2 members have ulti. Hinister used his there as well to try and make sure that Walrus fell, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. There's Terra's Blessing coming out of Jigs. This Phoenix in the mid lane just falling too low as Jigs cleans up Cyno.
And the Phoenix gets cleaned up at the backside by Anninston. Vetium rolls in to pick up Snoopy as well. Can they end off right now, Aggro? It looks like they're going to go for it.
They're going to try. They don't even want to worry about that left side Phoenix. Ionic and Heroind watch as Soar and Gabe spring split. They're moving on to face off against E United on Sunday.
I wouldn't say the Memory of Gabe versus Soul set was disappointing, but they were just both so focused on clean games. As soon as they got a lead, they both strangled each other out every single time. It wasn't like one team outperformed the other overall, like it was just a clean sweep.
It was just whoever got off to the better start, it felt like, in that series. And that really has not been the case for the majority of Season 4.
Not at all.
There is a lot of comeback potential for these teams, but in this set, for whatever reason, it just felt like whoever got off to that start, the game was just instantly over.
And now Soul, well, they did a good performance to actually find the wins there today. But Memory of Gabe can hold their heads high. They defeated Oxygen, which half the Pro League couldn't do.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And basically no one looked like they were going to be able to do that. But it's called a gauntlet for a reason. Oxygen just didn't have enough gas in the tank to make it through and find all 10 wins that were needed.
And now with that, they will move on to face E United Soul on Sunday. And that's North America wrapped up for today, at least. But it's been an exciting day.
Without a doubt. I mean, who would have thought that we'd have a Challenger Cup team win 7 games in a row? Remember,
Ludicrous.
They took the first game off Gabe as well. Looked like they may go for 8. It was absolutely awesome day to watch. We had a lot of great plays, and I can only hope that EU will bring the same tomorrow.
Well, it should do overall, but it's time to head over to the analysts, really, for their breakdown of the final game of today and also to look towards tomorrow as well. F-Dot standing by with 2 wonderful people.
All right, thank you very much. I'm here with myself and 2 people. It's going to be Chapo and Taco here to lock it down. Fantastic stuff that we got to see today. Gabe winds up falling to Soar in the long run. Soar making things happen.
And I think that was a great display by Soar overall. They just showed their adaptability really to the situation as a whole and just overall managed to find the 2-1 victory on top.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, we talked about individual prowess, and that's what really came through. We saw everybody play their parts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Homie F popped off, pulled out Susano, showed why he's so good. I mean, they let Andy, they unleashed the beast, and they let him get raw, and they paid for it.
That was my thing the entire season. Well, okay. Andy struggled originally when he came into the middle lane, and then there was a specific game that I could just point to where Andy pulls out a raw, and he slays. And then they let him get raw in the second match of that set. and he slays. And then the next week he plays Ra, and he slays. And the game after that he picks Ra, and he slays. And nobody banned it. Nobody ever banned this Ra. I just don't get it. And then it comes down to, well, we're going to either lose here and end our split, or we're going to go on to play in the Sunday. What do? We give him Ra, and he slays it. Like, why did they ban? I'm actually mad about it. But at the end of the day, we got to watch, and this is just a lot of fun. Bang! Misses that one, but comes through in the run through. Stop making fun of me. At the end of the day, he still finds the kill. And Andy on this Ra has been one of the most fun mid laners for me personally to watch. I just enjoy watching what he's able to do and really bring home the wins.
I liked Anister on the Ra. I think that Gabe took a bit of a risk factor when they let the Ra go through. They wanted to see if the Scotty could potentially be enough lockdown possibility, and having the Sobek as well, just maybe it could all factor in together, but unfortunately just unable to really pick it up.
Listen, I'm down to play with fire, but I ain't touching no lava, and that's exactly what they did when they let that Ra through. It's just a little bit too dangerous. Andy puts the team on his back, old school style, like we used to see him do in the jungle, and just brings it home in the mid lane. What's your biggest key in this one?
I think you still can't forget about Final K. I mean, he pressured. When you got a front line just pushing up so far, I mean, Ra was never in trouble, to be honest.
Yeah.
You have a Thor, you have a lot of things that can get to the back line, but when Final K is destroying 3 people by himself, I mean, Ra is just, backfire, just shooting.
That's what he wants to do. He's able to sit in that back line, be artillery. And one of the fun things that I mentioned about Andy's Ra once upon a time was the fact that he plays this character without the sustained composition in mind, right? You can drop the Odin, and sure, he might get stuck in the ring, but he's not picking the Ra with the intent of healing and trying to re-siege. That's not what the comp is about. It's just long-range damage, shoot you in the face, and it's absolutely rocking it. Soar goes on. They topple Gabe in 3 games. They'll head on to fight United come Sunday, certainly looking like they're going to pose a big threat to those guys right there. You've played both these teams. How do you think that matchup goes?
I think Soar is going to take it in a 2-1. It's best of 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was right.
Well, I guess that's what you don't got to worry about it when you don't make it there, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I had more fun being here.
I love it. Standing by, we've got the man himself. It's Andinster standing right next to Aggro. Let's talk to him.
I finally get to talk to a winner. It's a lot more fun whenever we get to talk to the winning side. Andy, congratulations. You move on to face E United on Sunday. Talk me through that set, though, because game 1, you guys got absolutely crushed.
Yeah, we didn't draft enough pressure. Like, we had a comp in mind, but we kind of just like spaced out on the fact that we're picking Ares and Terra together, and like neither of our lanes had any push.
Sure.
And then it just like our room for error was so small that if we take one misstep, because like the waves are so far in our face, if we take one misstep, we're gonna die. That's kind of what happened like several times early game.
Yeah, it was just tough. Vedium had a tough time on the Artemis as well. A lot of lack of push, I would say, on the sidelines there with that draft. But you absolutely turned it around. What's the team morale like? Is it difficult whenever you have a tough game like that to just immediately turn back and kill it in games 2 and 3?
It wasn't that bad because like it wasn't really like a close game where we just got like outplayed. It was like we knew from the beginning, we're like, oh, we messed up our pressure. Like we're not going to be able to do much in these games. So
sure,
it was kind of like expected. Like once after the first like 10 minutes, we're like, okay, this is what's happening.
Right, and you know exactly how to fix it moving on into games 2 and 3. Chapo talks about it on the desk, but Final K has been an unreal addition to your team. What has he brought to you guys?
Yeah, he's just a really great teammate. Like. He just works really well with us. He's like really good at listening, and then he's just really insane mechanically, which I definitely did not expect. When we were picking up the solo laner, we're like, okay, like we just need him to be a good listener and be like pretty good, and we'll be all right. And then like we just happen to pick up somebody who's just like a mechanical beast and just like super confident. Like just worked out awesomely.
Yeah, his Hercules is on a different level, man. And talk to me about your transition from the jungle into the mid role, because there was a little bit of a struggle there, as did all of your team basically towards the beginning of the split. But you really seem to have matured, and you look much more comfortable there in the mid now.
Yeah, it wasn't like the slowest transition. Like I felt pretty confident from the beginning, but as like I didn't really know how to play it for like the team, I guess.
Sure.
And now we're like learning how to like play around me and Homie and like just really mesh together. Well,
you're up against E United on Sunday. How do you guys feel? Because you didn't get a chance to play them during the regular season due to your solo laner leaving for E United. This is a pretty exciting chance for you guys.
Yeah, it's a chance to get back at Benji. And, we're excited. We're feeling confident.
Yeah, awesome, man. Do you have any shout-outs before I let you go?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to all the fans. Shout out to Soar. Shout out to my teammates. And Yeah, thanks, guys.
Awesome. Great stuff. Annenster, the mid laner. My brain still wants to say jungler. Still wants to say jungler. The mid laner for Soar. He's moving on to go to the NA Finals up against E United on Sunday. Let's throw it back to the desk so they can wrap it up here on Friday of this gauntlet.
Thanks a lot, guys. Fantastic. Thanks a lot, guys. Fantastic stuff. Actually talking to Andy right there, the man that I was talking up. I seriously, one of the most fun things for me in Smite is to watch Andy play that Ra. Smite Pro actually tweeted out some interesting stats. So out of 5 times that he selected Ra in the Pro League, 4 times he winds up with a win. He averages a single death per game. 45 assists, upward, like you're just not allowed. You're just not allowed. You give that man Ra, and you wind up taking a back seat. Unfortunately for everyone that's not Soar, Soar goes on to face E United on Sunday, and this is how we all got there. Fantastic stuff coming out from the challengers. Oxygen Supremacy, they certainly put on a great show today.
And Oxygen Supremacy, hopefully we get to see EU's very own Oxygen Supremacy with, I mean, it's hard to say, at the very least, whether or not Optimus Gang, their name starts with an O, at least.
Jeez.
So that's got to mean something.
I mean, they're obviously going to beat Sanguine, but it's really about if they beat Lion Guard a little bit later on. Oxygen Supremacy came through, toppled number 8, number 7, number 6, and even through number 5 for a loop, in memory of Gabe having to stretch all the way to 3 matches in order to find the win. As we said, Soar winds up solidifying their seat next to E United. We'll see what happens tomorrow as we do the European leg of the gauntlet. A lot of fun here watching these guys. If you have to pick, I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite moment of today, Chapo?
Losing. All right, I'm going to be for real now. I think it was just watching, like rooting for a team. I mean, I'm rooting for them because I don't want to look bad, but I mean, these guys came out of nowhere and just stomped face. It wasn't like, oh my God, they're taking it to a 3-game series. No, they just came in, all right, guys. We're going through every team.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun for me. Yes, I enjoyed watching the games, but really what I liked watching was I liked going back where all the players are sitting and taking a look at all the players, watch this challenger team come and kind of just surprise everybody. They know the names, they know Kiki. Nobody's like, these aren't unheard of players, but seeing everybody just sort of get a revitalized feel for the game, watching these guys topple all expectations was a lot of fun for me. Everybody really just dialed in, and I think that was my moment. Taco, how about you? How you feel about Friday?
My favorite part was watching Hindu walk around on camera just completely lost, because I don't think I've ever seen him more spaced out in my life.
I liked when you did the aggro to aggro off camera and nobody knew what was going on. You just hit him with the... and it was just completely out of nowhere. While I'm doing some sort of bracket discussion, out of nowhere, you just go, hey, to somebody completely off camera. So, Taco, ladies and gentlemen, one of the latest additions to the commentary team here at High Res Studios. We've had a fantastic Friday, and tonight, that's all for the Pro League action, but if you want to play some games at home, you can certainly make it worth your while. Double the fun, double the action in your Worshippers experience and followers as well. Also, Spring Split Pass, 25% off. That's going to happen too. You can take part in virtually all of it if you want, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, the fun continues. European leg of the gauntlet. We're going to have, again, Challenger versus 8, 6, 7, 5, 4. And then we'll see who winds up facing number 3 on Sunday. It's been a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Like I said, tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. here on High Res TV. My name's Tom. That's Taco. That's Chapo. You can't see the rest of our team, but each and every one, thanks you for joining. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.